Although Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan had some doubts about your request, she finally agreed to your request. She felt that discussing the Tao with you would be of great help to her. Next, you created a cave in the eternal frozen earth and moved in. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 years have passed. During this 1,000 years, you have been practicing hard and striving to understand the Tao. In the end, you successfully raised your cultivation to the 7th level of the imperial realm during this 1,000 years. At the same time, you also created your own imperial artifact. Unfortunately, although you wanted to create a god-level technique and magical power, it would be impossible to create a god-level technique and magical power in 1,000 years if you explored alone without a god-level technique and magical power to learn from. However, you did not gain nothing at all and pushed the technique and magical power to a deeper level. Although your skills and magical powers are still of the quasi-god level as those created by Ji Bingyan, your strength is far superior to hers, which makes her admire it. Now, nearly 1,000 years have passed, and you feel that the time is ripe and the time for the two worlds to meet is approaching. For this reason, you also chose to say goodbye to the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan and leave alone. After you left the eternal frozen land, you deliberately waited for the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao to come to you. But you waited for a long time, and the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao still showed no signs of appearing. In this regard, you speculated that he was able to track you not because he learned any secret method, but because he used some disposable props. For this reason, you felt a little relieved and went to Song Yin Valley. After arriving at Song Yin Valley, you felt the horror of Song Yin Valley. The flames of Song Yin Valley are indeed very terrifying. The deeper you go, the more terrifying it is. Even a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the imperial realm cannot withstand the burning of these flames. You suspect that the reason why the flames here are so terrifying is that the Qi people in the past set up some kind of heaven and earth formation here, which gathered such terrifying flames to prevent other cultivators from entering. Faced with such a terrifying flame formation, even you cannot force your way in. When you were thinking about whether to go to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to find Yi Chun and see how he entered to obtain the inheritance of the Song Yin Emperor, the Qi clan jade pendant in your body began to shine, as if it resonated with its Song Yin Valley. Finally, the flames around you became gentle. Seeing this scene, you were very surprised, and after feeling that this jade pendant was indeed not simple, you entered it. After reaching the deepest part, you saw many palaces, and above the palaces, there were flags flying, and the flags all had the word Qi full of charm. You felt the spiritual energy in these palaces and found that the fire energy here was extremely rich, far exceeding other regions. It could be said to be a holy place for fire attribute cultivators to practice. However, although this is a paradise for fire attribute practitioners, practicing here can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, here, ordinary practitioners simply cannot survive. To withstand this violent fire attribute energy, at least you must have the cultivation of the yin-yang mirror. For this reason, you guess that the Qi clan in the past, as the curse became stronger and stronger, the upper limit of their cultivation realm became weaker and weaker, knowing that if they continued to stay here, they would definitely get into trouble, so they had no choice but to choose to leave this hidden place. Of course, the premise of this speculation is that the environment here was arranged by their ancestors, and the descendants could not change it. It should be said that they no longer have the ability to change it, so they could only migrate out helplessly. In the end, the Qi clan struggled to survive in the purple spirit realm, gradually declined, and was forced to flee to the Black Turtle Continent. Even when they arrived on the Black Turtle Continent, they continued to wither and were almost exterminated. You are looking for what you want in the nearest palace. In the end, you found some secret records which are no different from what the blood demon Yuan Feng said. Next, after thinking about it, you didn't want to waste time. You didn't know how long the jade pendant could keep you here, so you looked for a more valuable palace. Speaking of the most valuable places, they are the Treasure Hall, the Heritage Hall, and the Medicine Garden. You first came to the Treasure Hall. The Treasure Hall has restrictions. However, because of the jade pendant, you easily entered it. This surprised you, and you guessed that the ancestor of the Qi clan branch in Qi village should have a very high status here. Otherwise, he would not have such great authority. After all, when they migrated out, the Qi clan people here also did not put their eggs in one basket, but formed more than a dozen tribes and went to different places. After you entered the treasure pavilion, you found that it was empty and there were no treasures left. Obviously, when the Qi clan people left, they had already taken away the precious things. However, you soon discovered the existence of the Dark Hall and entered it with the help of the Jade Pendant. Then, you showed a surprised expression, because in this Dark Hall, there are extremely huge resources hidden. There are countless top-grade essence liquids. There are also many natural treasures. In addition, there are as many as 70 royal weapons, and even 3 imperial weapons. You are shocked and delighted to see so many treasures. The Qi clan really left behind an amazing treasure house. At the same time, you quickly figured out why the Qi clan left so many good things here, but there is not a single low-level resource. If nothing else, when they left, the strongest person's cultivation level was probably only at the level of life and death. And with such little cultivation, leaving with all kinds of treasures is completely suicidal. After all, treasure is a hot potato. Once discovered, it will be a disaster. Not to mention, in the realm of life and death, if you want to activate the royal weapon, you have to pay a heavy price. Under such circumstances, if the Red Clan is dying, it means that one clan takes away a royal weapon to save their lives, and it is impossible to take away more. As for the imperial weapon, it is even more impossible to take it away. If it is given to them, they will not be able to use it. For this reason, it is better to stay here and wait until their descendants have the ability to break the curse, or wait until the curse disappears, and then come back here to collect the treasure. After you guessed the truth in your heart, you felt very sad. Now, everything is at your advantage. Of course, if you didn't know through the life simulator that Yi Chun obtained the inheritance of Sangyan Emperor and learned so many things from the mouth of the blood demon Yuan Feng, it is estimated that these opportunities are all Yi Chen's. This is definitely Yi Chen's biggest opportunity in the purple spirit world. Next, after you take away all these treasures, you go to the medicine garden. After arriving at the medicine garden, you find that there are no middle or low-level medicines in the medicine garden. Only those medicines that have a great effect on kings and emperors and cannot be taken away are growing vigorously, and the years are also changing. It's quite astonishing. Looking at these precious medicines, you feel happy, but you have no intention of picking them up immediately. Then you came to the Inheritance Hall. After entering the Inheritance Hall, you will find that there are many techniques and magical powers in the Inheritance Hall. Among them, there are many king-level skills and magical powers, as well as emperor-level skills and magical powers. In it, you also found Sangyan Emperor's skills and magical powers. However, this is not the most powerful technique and magical power. You went to the highest level of the Heritage Hall. At the highest level of the Heritage Hall, you successfully found God-level techniques and God-level magical powers. This makes you very excited. After all, if you have God-level skills and supernatural powers as a reference, you will have the confidence to spend less than 100 years on the existing basis to create God-level skills or God-level powers, so that you can go further. However, you also know that now is not the time for enlightenment. Start writing down all these techniques and magical powers for later enlightenment. Finally, you come to the Central Hall. When you enter the Central Hall, you see a figure sitting cross-legged in the Central Hall. That is the Sangyan Emperor. However, this Sangyan Emperor is not a living person, but a seated body. When you stare at the seated body of Sangyan Emperor, a ray of true spirit also appears on it. That was the true spirit that Emperor Sangyan intentionally left behind to guide the younger generations. After Sangyan Emperor's true spirit saw you and the token you were holding, he sighed, knowing that the situation of the Red Clan was probably extremely bad. Otherwise, you, an outsider, would not have been able to hold the clan's token. The Patriarch Yupe came here. In this regard, you said that the Red Clan has not been exterminated, but the curse is increasing day by day, and it is no longer possible to break through to the Lingyuan realm. However, the Red Clan now has your protection and will no longer be bullied. Hearing this, Songyin Emperor's true spirit can see that you are not lying, but your mood is still complicated. The Red Clan was so glorious in the past, but it is really sad to have fallen to this point. Next, you start asking questions about the specific cultivation realm of the upper realm, hoping that Songyin Emperor can tell you. Faced with your question, Songyin Emperor's true spirit had no intention of hiding it and chose to tell you. It turns out that the divine realm that everyone in the purple spirit world calls is actually the virtual divine realm. In the upper realm, after the Emperor realm, there is a qualitative change. There are 9 realms in total, also called the 9 realms of enlightenment. After the Emperor realm, there are the virtual God realm, the true God realm, and the divine sovereign realm. Some people like to call these 3 realms the great divine realm. After the divine king, there is the saint realm, the holy king realm, and the great saint realm, which are called the great saint realm. The last 3 realms are supreme, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. When you listen to the explanation of Songyin Emperor's true spirit, you feel the joy of knowing the way out, and you are also shocked to the extreme. Because, according to Songyin Emperor, the Qi clan was once called the Imperial Clan, which means it is a family with the emperor as its leader. The ancestor of the Red Clan, whose suppression was unknown at the beginning, was probably the Great Emperor. You were shocked in your heart and couldn't wait to ask Songyin Emperor about the Imperial Clan. Songyin Emperor's true spirit had no intention of hiding anything and told you the truth directly. Their Red Clan was indeed the family that gave birth to the Great Emperor. They once ruled the upper world, and their ancestors were invincible for an era. However, in order to suppress the unknown and protect all living beings, the ancestors eventually died. After the death of their ancestors, the Red Clan also suffered an unknown fate and ended up like this. You are shocked in your heart and ask what the unknown is. However, the true spirit of the Songyin Emperor remained silent, saying that he did not know either. After all, they were just ordinary tribesmen who fled to the purple spirit realm. They only knew the general situation and were unable to access too many secrets. You were a little disappointed and did not continue to ask about Songyin Emperor's true spirit. These things are not something you can know at your level. Excessive exploration will only increase your troubles. Next, after you continue to talk about some things with the true spirit of the Songyin Emperor, he also said that you protected the Red Clan, and coming here is considered to be destined to them. For this reason, he plans to bring them here. The treasure of a clan that fled to the purple spirit realm is handed over to you. That is a furnace called the Black Flame Divine Furnace. It is a low-grade artifact. It has extremely powerful power and can also be used for alchemy. You accept this happily. For monks in the lower realm, artifacts are definitely like nuclear weapons. If they're used against monks in the same realm, they can easily crush them. If your cultivation reaches the level of the great perfection of the Emperor realm, you can take out your divine weapon and fight with the quasi-god. Even if you lose, you can still fight with it for a while. Next, the true spirit of Songyin Emperor said that you can conquer the Songlong ancient flame he left behind, and then dissipated. After you buried Songyin Emperor's body properly, you found Songlong ancient flame. Perhaps because of the backup left behind by the Songyin Emperor, you have discovered that even if you were just a king, even if you were at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, you can easily conquer the Songlong ancient flame, which ranks first in the purple spirit realm, enough to compete with the powerful strange fire of the 9th level monk of the Imperial realm. Relying on the special nature of Yuanling Ju, after you conquered the ancient blue dragon flames, your cultivation level directly rose to the 8th level of the Imperial realm. Next, although you really want to continue practicing here, absorb all the harvest here, and turn it into your own strength, but you remember that the 2 worlds are about to border, and the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao will take the opportunity to attack the Black Turtle and release Strange. You are in a tangle. The simulated text stopped here, and many pictures appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes. Finally, with a flash of consciousness, his field of vision also changed, and he appeared in the palace deep in Sangyan Valley. Good guy, the harvest this time is too amazing. Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There are all kinds of royal weapons, imperial weapons, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and even a divine weapon. This opportunity is definitely enough to create a quasi-god. If it develops normally, after Yi Chun gets the opportunity here, he will definitely take off in a wave. As long as he keeps practicing, he can break through to the quasi-god, then break through the blood demon world, break through to the god realm, and soar to the upper world in a dashing way. It's a pity that there are too many butterfly effects, and only destruction will greet him and the two worlds. Of course, this premise is that if I don't appear, that's the case. Wang Ping muttered with a smile on his lips. Do you still have to worry about whether you should practice cultivation or fight against the 9 Nether Demon Emperor? You must kill him first. If you don't kill him, the weirdness will be released, and I can't bear to walk around. Wang Ping thought of business again and muttered to himself. With Kai Yonglong dead, Wang Ping didn't think he had the only way to counter the strangeness. Even if Kai Yonglong is not dead, he does not have the ability to kill Wei in a short time. When the time comes, he will still get G. Anyway, weirdness must not be released. It's the same thing to kill the senior time Traveler Chu Xiao, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, first, and then continue to practice and become stronger. But what is the relationship between weirdness and black mist? Wang Ping frowned, remembering this matter again. In the simulation of transforming into a blood demon, the blood demon Wang Ping was killed by the black mist. But according to the timeline, weirdness was released before black mist. In other words, the weirdness was released, but it didn't make much noise. Otherwise, it would be impossible for blood demon Wang Ping not to get the news. At that time, it was as if nothing had happened, which was very strange. Or is way dormant, not causing trouble, and when the time is right, he releases the black mist and destroys the 2 realms? This is quite possible. But if it wasn't for the black mist that Wei released to destroy the 2 realms, how did this black mist erupt? No, this time I can let him unleash the weirdness. I have to collect information. After Wang Ping thought about it, he changed his mind again and planned to let Chu Xiao, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, kill Xingye and collect information to pave the way for the next paid simulation. System continued to fast forward. After Wang Ping made his decision, he said from the bottom of his heart, "Ding, fast forward." The system's voice rang again. Immediately afterwards, the screen appeared again and text appeared. Next, you continue to practice in Sangyan Valley and improve yourself. At the same time, you also condensed your avatar and went to the outside world to collect information to prevent any information from being missed. Soon, the 2 worlds bordered and war broke out, developing as you remembered. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Relying on the god-level skills and magical powers you learned, you have successfully improved the Yuanling Ju to a god-level skill and created your own god-level magic power, fire. Deep. At the same time, with the help of exercises and ancient medicine here, your cultivation has gone a step further and reached the level of the imperial realm of great perfection in less than 100 years. Although, in this short period of time, you were directly promoted from the 7th level of the imperial realm to the level of the great perfection of the imperial realm, which caused your realm to be somewhat inflated, you did not pay too much attention to it. The realm is illusory, just spend some time to stabilize it in the later stage. Not to mention, if you don't improve your cultivation, you won't be able to prevent the black mist from appearing. When the black mist appears, everyone will really die. It can be said that at this time, if the strength is insufficient, it is a big problem. You can naturally tell which is more serious. It's just that not long after you were promoted to the great perfection of the imperial realm, by Chun, the descendant of the condemned emperor, who was also monitored through the incarnation, suddenly became demonized. And when you guessed that weirdness had been born, you also discovered that your soul had also begun to contaminate it. This makes your complexion change drastically, and you want to suppress these pollutions through powerful cultivation. However, it only slows down the speed of contamination. In the end, you can only smile bitterly, knowing that among the people you have killed over the years, there are descendants of the Duanzue Emperor. Among these people, Yi Qin's first ring grandfather is probably the most likely. For this reason, you can only sigh in your heart. You didn't expect this worst situation to happen, so you can only choose to kill yourself to prevent yourself from being completely dominated. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Hold! Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and really wanted to curse in his heart. Damn it, he was just happy that he had reached the imperial realm of perfection so easily. As a result, the final simulation content really caught him off guard. Unexpectedly, he had already been tricked. Even Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, doesn't have to do anything. There is no need to deal with him in advance. As long as he releases the weirdness, he will get G. You know, he didn't kill Yi Qin's first ring grandfather in a simulation, but in reality. To be honest, it's a bit numb. This mine is too big and too deep, and the risk factor is really high. Damn, that means I have a life simulator. Otherwise, who would have known that if I killed a little person in the past, I would end my own life when dealing with weirdness in the future? That would be really unfair. Wang Ping cursed. Then, he remembered the behavior style of the senior time traveler Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor. Although this guy is vicious and cruel, he is also really cautious. Even though he could kill him, he still wanted to let the White Demon Emperor take the treasure and kill him with a borrowed knife, but he would not kill him himself. This style of conduct can help him avoid many potential dangers. I only have a life simulator, so I have many opportunities for trial and error. Others don't. This style of conduct is more suitable for survival. Wang Ping somewhat admired the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao. Although this guy is currently at the top of his must-kill list, the opponent's ability is still worthy of his admiration. As an object of admiration, I chose to continue to start a paid simulation, increase my strength, and then kill him. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. System. Consume the Blazing Emperor Tower. I want to conduct a paid simulation. Next, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Although it is too luxurious to use an imperial weapon to simulate it, Wang Ping already knows that there are so many good things in Sangyan Valley, so Wang Ping is no longer indifferent to the Blazing Fire Emperor Tower. Use it for paid simulations and quickly improve your strength, which is the way to go. Ding! The payment is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed. The sound of the system rang again, and Wang Ping also felt that his Blazing Emperor Tower had disappeared. Ding! The talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the red talent. Reflective Barrier, the blue talent. Taunt, red talent, Reflective Barrier. With this talent, you can activate the Reflective Barrier 3 times a day, which can reflect all the enemy's attacks back and double their lethality. Warm reminder. There is an upper limit to the ability of this talent. Do not block attacks that are too powerful, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Blue talent, Taunt. With this talent, you can even taunt the enemy, making the enemy furious and attack you, an enemy with taunting ability, in advance. It seems that after the Golden Finger optimization, the probability of refreshing high-level talents has been much higher. I thought that after the purple talents were refreshed, they would be followed by hot chicken talents. I didn't expect that the red talents were refreshed again. On the contrary, it was green talent and white talent are gone. Wang Ping looked at the two talents that were refreshed this time with a somewhat subtle look. This red talent is a functional talent. If used well, it can definitely kill powerful enemies. The effect of this blue talent is also good. It can taunt and protect teammates very well. If the red talent is not refreshed this time, it will definitely be a must-choose talent. System. I choose the red talent Reflective Barrier. Wang Ping said in his heart and made a choice directly. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The sound of the system sounded again, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and he knew that he had entered the simulation state again. System, hurry up. Wang Ping spoke again. Ding! We're in progress. The system sound sounded, the screen appeared, and the text also appeared. On the first day, you did not choose to leave directly, but took the initiative to contact Xiangui, wanting to know if he had the ability to contact the other 3 powerful men of the Great Perfection in the Imperial Realm. Xiangui was alarmed again and asked why you did this. In this regard, You explain that you have discovered the aura of the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, and that the other party has a plot against you, hoping to attract other emperors to join forces and kill him. Xiangui is very surprised. I didn't expect you to be targeted by the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor. In the end, after Xiangui thought about it, he chose to believe you and contacted Taichu Emperor, who has a good relationship with him. As for the other emperors, Xiangui has no way to contact them. They are all hermits, and no one knows where they are. Hearing this, you expressed regret, knowing that there is no way to kill the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao today. If the three emperors took action together, it would still be possible to kill him. If the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan takes action, the probability of killing her will be even greater. Unfortunately, only one of the three emperors can come here, not to mention the quasi-god Ji Bingyan, the Emperor of Black Ice. Due to special circumstances, he cannot leave the eternal frozen ground. Soon, the Emperor of Great Beginning got the news and chose to rush here. And you, when the time was right, chose to leave on your own initiative and lure the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor to attack. In the end, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor attacked you as you remembered, and he and the White Demon Emperor fought against you together. However, although you did not leave with Kai Yonglong this time, you obtained the red talent, Reflection Barrier. Relying on the effect of this red talent, you successfully pitted the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao and made him very embarrassed. This made the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor furious and very afraid of you, and he dared not attack you at will. He began to order the White Demon Emperor to attack with the orb. The White Demon Emperor obeyed the order and launched a powerful attack on you. In response, you used the Reflection Barrier again to bounce the attack back. However, because Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao saw the mechanism of your red talent, the ability of the Reflective Barrier, he did not let the White Demon Emperor use the full power of the orb. For this reason, although the attack was rebounded, the defensive array was there to block the attack and did not rebound the White Demon Emperor to death. Nine-Nether Demon Emperor sneered, saying that your rebound ability is very good, but he does not believe that you can keep using it. As long as you use the power that can kill you and will not hurt yourself after rebounding, you can wear you to death. You are not surprised by Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's judgment and remain calm. It was at this time that Taichu Emperor Zun took action. In addition to Taichu Emperor Zun, other emperors such as Kangtian Emperor Zun also came. This made Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's face change, and he hated it in his heart, but he could only choose to retreat. Even if he faced so many emperors, he would only fall if he stayed. As Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao retreated, it was a pity that you did not let him pay the price. It was a pity for the Holy Lord of Taichu and others. They didn't expect that the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the Emperor realm, and his ability to protect his life was so strong that so many people could not kill him, and he fled with the White Demon Emperor. Next, the Holy Lord of Taichu and other emperors were interested in you. After talking for a while, they invited you to visit the Holy Land of Taichu. You did not refuse and chose to go. After arriving at the Holy Land of Taichu, you stayed for a while and taught some disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu to practice. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Taichu felt that since you were a casual cultivator and became an emperor at such a young age, you must win over and choose to invite you to join the Holy Land of Taichu and become the supreme elder of the Holy Land of Taichu. You were somewhat tempted by this. After all, joining the Holy Land of Taichu can better guard the forbidden land of Taichu and explore its secrets. In the end, you agreed. You joined the Taichu Holy Land, adding an emperor to the Taichu Holy Land. The Holy Land was shaken, and the entire Purple Spirit Realm was also shocked. After you were free, you chose to go to Tsangyan Valley, harvested the opportunity there, and began to practice hard. Finally, as in the last simulation, when the war between the two realms was about to begin, you broke through to the great perfection of the Emperor realm and created a god-level technique and god-level magical power. You calculated the time and knew that the time for the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao to attack the Black Turtle was not far away. If you didn't stop him, you would die if the weird came out. For this reason, you returned to the Black Turtle continent early and waited for the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao to fall into the trap. As the two realms bordered, the strong men from both sides confronted each other. The nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao found the black turtle with the high-end combat power of the nine-nether demon sect, as you remembered, and wanted to kill the black turtle. In response, you who had been waiting for a long time chose to take action and instantly killed the other strong men of the nine-nether demon sect. Even the white demon emperor, although 1,000 years had passed and his cultivation had been raised to the 4th level of the emperor realm, which was considered to be the middle stage of the emperor realm, was killed instantly by you along with those quasi-emperors. Even the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao was injured by your hasty attack and was in a very bad state. Now, your combat power has surpassed that of the emperor. Except for the quasi-gods, you are an invincible existence and no one can be your opponent. The nine-nether demon emperor noticed that your cultivation had reached the great perfection of the emperor realm and your combat power was much stronger than his. He was very angry and a little bit unbelievable. After all, it has only been 1,000 years, and you have been promoted from the 1st level of the emperor realm to the great perfection of the emperor realm. It is really incredible. You know, it took him nearly 10,000 years to do it. You did not say much to the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao, but took a strong move to block the space to prevent the nine-nether demon emperor from escaping, and then used the god-level skills and god-level magical powers to kill the nine-nether demon emperor. Back then, the blue flame emperor could fight 2 enemies alone with the blue dragon ancient flame. Not to mention you who now has flames and luxurious configurations in all aspects. Faced with your powerful attack, even if the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao exerted all his skills, he was still no match for you. Your self-created god-level skills and god-level magical powers are enough to make you completely superior to all the emperors. In the end, even if the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao used up all his trump cards, he could not defeat you. He was beaten to pieces by you and fell in despair and unwillingness. During this process, you did not even use the artifact, showing your invincibility. After defeating Chu Shao, the nine-nether demon emperor, with your own hands, you did not let him go. You started all kinds of bombings and crazy finishing attacks, without giving him any way to survive. Moreover, in order to prevent him from being resurrected like you, I plan to stay here for 10 days and a half. Xingui is dumbfounded by your terrifying combat power and crazy behavior, and can only lament that the current juniors are too cautious. The lower world is starting to feel good. Because you made a huge noise here, the Emperor of the Purple Spirit Realm and the Emperor of the Blood Demon Realm all noticed the abnormality here. The Emperor of the Purple Spirit Realm came over to check the situation. When they knew that you had killed the Juyo Demon Emperor and destroyed all the masters of the Juyo Demon cult, they were all very shocked. After all, it's been too terrifying for you to grow from a newly promoted emperor to this point in 1,000 years. However, soon, these emperors became happy. Now that the two worlds are bordering each other, a war is about to break out. It is undoubtedly extremely exciting for you to show such a strong combat power at this time. If you can continue to improve your combat power in the next war and break through to the quasi-god level, that would be even more gratifying. After all, after the two realms bordered, they had sensed the birth of a new quasi-god in the blood demon realm just after the confrontation, and they were really under great pressure. If the blood demon realm realizes that there is no new quasi-god in their purple spirit realm, it will really be over. Next, after you chatted with the emperors invited you to sit at the front. In response, you chose to refuse and continue to stay here to prevent the nine-nether demon emperor Chu Shao from escaping after his resurrection. Listening to your words, the mood of the emperors is very subtle. After all, the nine-nether demon emperor is dead, and there is not even a scum left, and this space has not recovered for a long time. As a result, you are still uneasy, and you are really too cautious. However, since you have made up your mind, they can't persuade you much and leave quickly. After all, as emperors, they cannot leave for too long. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. The quasi-gods in the blood demon realm, after noticing your aura, were very afraid, thinking that the fruit in the purple spirit realm was really deep, so they planned to wait until they carefully investigated all the powerful people hidden in the purple spirit realm before starting a full-scale war. Here in the blood demon realm, one can be said to be afraid of being bitten by a snake for 10 years. After all, during the war 10,000 years ago, who knew that there was actually a second quasi-god hidden in the purple spirit realm? Moreover, the Judgment King's combat power was even more terrifying. If something strange happened to him, or if there was no second quasi-god behind him to take action, the possibility of their blood demon realm being defeated was very high. For this reason, the Judgment Emperor is stronger than the quasi-god Mo Shangli, who saved the purple spirit realm. In addition, he was actually a little ashamed of Mo Shangli, the quasi-god from 10,000 years ago. At that time, he was still at the imperial realm of great perfection, and it was obvious that the other party actually intended to join the battlefield later, waiting for the Judgment Emperor to lose both sides before taking action. In fact, he very much suspected that Mo Shangli wanted to condemn the Emperor to death in battle. Such people are a little too cruel, even more cruel than the Blood Demon clan. At least, their Blood Demon clan is only cruel to others and will not easily harm their own clan. Not to mention plotting against fellow humans during a war between two worlds. Was that war 10,000 years ago so weird? Wang Ping frowned slightly. Although he knew some situations from 10,000 years ago in previous simulations, he only knew part of them, and they were all dictated by others or recorded in ancient books. The authenticity of such information is obviously inferior to the judgment of an emperor who participated in the original war. Not to mention, this is a life simulation, the inner thoughts of a quasi-god described from God's perspective, and there is no need or possibility for him to sow discord. It can be said that its authenticity, not to mention 100%, is 99%. Mo Shangli. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. If you think about it carefully, this guy is indeed ruthless. The timing of his appearance in the war 10,000 years ago was too coincidental, and he appeared as a savior. In addition, if the Emperor of Judgment is still alive, it is impossible for him to allocate so many resources in the purple spirit realm, or even drain the divine source of the purple spirit realm, just to allow himself to break through to the divine realm, completely ignoring the purple spirit realm. The sustainable development of the world also directly ruins the future of future generations. This guy is too cruel. Wang Ping murmured. His impression of this senior had plummeted. If you go to the upper world in the future, you must be wary of the other party. When a fellow villager meets a fellow villager, tears well up in his eyes. Non-existent. With this person's character, he is more likely to stab someone with a knife. When Wang Ping was thinking wildly, the tech simulation stopped here. Then, various images flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and finally his vision changed. Although it was still not far away from the black turtle, there were still terrifying energy aftermath and spatial turbulence spreading in front of it, which looked very scary. How did you enter the immersive simulation state? Could it be that this is also a branch option route? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. That's right, it seems to be really a branch. One is to leave directly, and the other is to stay in place to prevent the possibility of his resurrection. I can be resurrected. The Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao has connections with people in all heavens and all realms. There may not be the ability to resurrect. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he soon thought of the truth. Wang Ping in the simulation had the right idea. Squatting is necessary. Not only do you have to squat, but you also have to squat longer than Wang Ping in the simulation thought. Anyway, wherever I go to practice, I practice. Wang Ping thought in his heart. If this branch option did not appear, Wang Ping felt that he would be able to do it for half a month or even a month. But now that there are branch options, needless to say, I will be sorry for myself if I don't squat for 10 years. System, fast forward. After making his choice, Wang Ping said in his heart. While thoughts were surging, Wang Ping continued to stare at the simulation screen. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed for you. During the past half-month, 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao did not come back to life, so you breathed a sigh of relief. However, you still didn't let down your guard and planned to spend more time squatting. Anyway, whether you participate in the next battle or not is meaningless. Of course, Ji Bingyan will save the purple spirit world at the critical moment, but some emperors will die in the process. Although that is also a huge loss, in your heart, it is still not as important as the complete death of the 9 Nether Demon Emperor. If the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao escapes after resurrecting, that is the real hidden danger, and it will be extremely harmful to the purple spirit world. Therefore, even though you have strong cultivation and are confident that you can delay time by fighting the quasi-god with the help of artifacts, you still continue to squat. Xiangui was completely speechless when he saw this. You are too cautious, so cautious that even an old antique like him, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and has met countless strange monks, feels outrageous. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year has passed. During these 6 months, you have stabilized your cultivation and worked hard to make your cultivation less frivolous. It was at this time that a shadow appeared in this space, looking at you with an unwilling face. In response, you also opened your eyes and sneered. It seems like your caution and stay-at-home approach was the right thing to do. Geo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao indeed has some means of resurrection, although this method of resurrection is not as good as the resurrection talisman. After resurrection, it will directly return you to the peak state before death, leaving only a weak soul, but its concealment method and the timeline of resurrection are amazing. Next, you ask Geo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao if he has any last words. Geo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao snorts coldly, indicating that he admits defeat. The maximum time that his resurrection method can be set is only half a year. It's okay that his expression of despair and reluctance before dying didn't deceive Wang Ping, but he really didn't expect that Wang Ping would squat him here for half a year, so he died unjustly. However, Geo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao sneered again, saying that don't think that you can live peacefully by killing him. After saying this, Chu Xiao, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, chose to self-destruct. You had the intention to stop the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao before he destroyed himself, but in the end you failed to stop him. After all, you are in the same situation. Although you are more powerful, it is still very difficult to capture him alive. Even if you let Kai Yonglong give the 9 Nether Demon Emperor invincible defense, it will only delay his self-destruction. Not to mention, Wang Ping didn't dare to make him invincible in defense. Otherwise, there was still the possibility of escape. At this moment, Xiangui was stunned. He really didn't expect that you would squat so cautiously that you would actually reach the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao. This guy was already reduced to rubbish, but it was outrageous that he could fake his corpse and come back to life after half a year. For a moment, Shin Turtle was a little confused. Could it be that he had been sleeping for too long? The emperors of this era all have this weird method of resurrection, and they have to stay in touch to catch up. You don't care about Xian Gui's confusion. You continue to practice and arrange various killing formations to prevent the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao from cheating his death. It can be said that you don't give him any way to survive. Seeing this, Xian Gui was speechless. At the same time, he also felt that what you did was very reasonable. He felt that he would have to continue to do last-ditch attacks and squat in the future. Otherwise, if you finally kill your enemy and leave carelessly, then the enemy will resurrect and take revenge on him. That will be really troublesome. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In 10 years, your cultivation has been completely stable. At the same time, the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao showed no signs of resurrecting. You feel somewhat relieved about this. However, you still did not take it lightly and chose to set up multiple killing arrays and illusion arrays here, and let Xiangui monitor this place. This makes Xiangui speechless, but he still agrees to your request. This 6th man is finally dead. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and muttered. 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao, who was number 1 on the must-kill list, was finally killed by him. Since he did not enter the immersive simulation state, the possibility of the other party committing suicide was still very small. It's a pity that I don't know what his plan is. According to his calculations, he can break through to the quasi-god level by fishing in the troubled waters of the purple spirit world, and he also has the ambition to further reach the virtual god level. Wang Ping thought of this again and began to think secretly. Speaking of which, Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, follows the path of demons, and his magical powers are also from various kinds of ghost realms. From the description of life simulation, he probably wants to collect the grudges of the dead souls and quickly break through. Wang Ping quickly made a guess. This possibility is very high. It seems that the other party can only take this path, which can also explain the reason why he wants to destroy all the creatures in the purple spirit world. Ruthless enough. Unfortunately, with me here, you will only fail and die completely. Wang Ping commented again and continued to stare at the screen. Seeing that Xingui agreed, you left here with peace of mind and went to the front line of the purple spirit realm. In these 10 years, the quasi-god war has already been fought. Although you sensed it, you did not intervene in the battle. Now, you have come to the front line, found the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan, and revealed your thoughts to her directly. You want to start a full-scale war directly, and you and her join forces to kill the quasi-gods of the Blood Demon realm, and then push the Blood Demon realm flatly. Your thoughts make Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan very surprised. For this reason, she directly opened up a space and fought with you. You fought against the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan, showing your full combat power for the first time, and you also used artifacts to assist in the battle. Your combat power surprised Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan, and possessing a divine weapon shocked her even more. She didn't expect that there was a divine weapon in the purple spirit realm. In this regard, she is a little envious that you can obtain this artifact. However, she had no idea of snatching it. Finally, you verified your current combat power through a battle with Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. You do have the strength to fight a quasi-god. However, if the battle lasts too long, you will still be defeated and no longer your opponent. However, this kind of combat power is enough to help Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan kill the quasi-god in the Blood Demon realm. For this reason, the two of you hit it off and plan to directly attack the quasi-god of the Blood Demon realm. Soon, the war began, causing all the emperors of the two realms to show expressions of astonishment. They didn't expect you to be so strong. The Purple Spirit realm side became excited, while the Blood Demon realm side looked extremely sad. The quasi-god of the Blood Demon realm is even more aggrieved. In a 2-on-1 situation, even if he was a quasi-god, there was no chance of survival. After all, no one is weak in the lower world who can grow up to this point. It is very difficult to defeat the opponent with 1 against 2. If he had this fighting power, he wouldn't have delayed it until now. He would have launched an all-out war and pushed the purple spirit world horizontally. However, he still has a trump card that he doesn't use. Now, at this point, the quasi-god of the Blood Demon realm roared, asking the kings of the Blood Demon realm to sacrifice to him. Otherwise, they would all die, and the Blood Demon clan would be exterminated. At this juncture of genocide and genocide, the expressions of all the powerful blood demons are uncertain. Finally, with a fierce look in their eyes, they made a decision and chose to sacrifice. After noticing this situation, the expressions of you and Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan changed. They didn't expect that the Blood Demon clan was still hiding such a method. This method did not appear thousands of years ago. If the Blood Demon tribe thousands of years ago had this kind of sacrifice method, they would not have been beaten back to the Blood Demon realm by Mo Shangli. Instead, they would have killed the Purple Spirit realm instead. Obviously, this is a secret method that the Blood Demon clan has developed over the past 10,000 years. You have an unknown premonition in your heart. Because according to the normal development route of fantasy novels, Yi Chun is the son of fate and the protagonist. And the biggest villain is undoubtedly the quasi-god of the Blood Demon clan. But with the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan present, it is obviously impossible for a quasi-god to become the final boss. In other words, A true virtual god realm powerhouse is destined to be born here in the blood demon realm. Then, Yichen also broke through to the false god realm, broke out a battle between the two gods, and finally killed or sealed the god of the blood demon realm. His story as the son of fate came to a perfect end. As for the battle 10,000 years ago, according to the normal development, if Weird had not appeared, Mo Shangli would have been the biggest villain. He would have attacked the King of Judgment and the quasi-god of the blood demon realm when both sides were hurt. He would not have the title of Savior. After you sorted out your thoughts in your mind, you became very solemn and wanted to stop the sacrifices from the blood demon realm. But it's too late. Although the secret method created by the blood demon clan in these 10,000 years has limitations, the blood demon must take the initiative to sacrifice, so that the quasi-gods of the blood demon world can obtain the power of sacrifice. Otherwise, it cannot be forcibly absorbed. But once a large number of blood demons take the initiative to sacrifice, then his power will increase at an unimaginable rate. In the end, you solemnly discovered that with the sacrifice of a large number of blood demons from the blood demon realm, the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm have soared to a level far beyond that of the quasi-gods. Although you clearly feel that the quasi-god of the blood demon realm has not yet reached the true virtual god realm due to the lack of divine source, it is definitely not the power that the quasi-god level should have. Facing such a powerful quasi-god from the blood demon realm, you are absolutely no match. For this reason, the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin sighed and once again used the forbidden secret method of the frozen emperor thousands of years ago. In the end, the quasi-god of the blood demon realm was frozen, and the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin died, completely falling, with no possibility of resurrection. After all, it was enough for Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin to survive her second life as a quasi-emperor. But now it is impossible to live another life. Looking at Ji Bingyin, who was also frozen, completely lost her breath of life, and turned into an aesthetic sculpture, you sighed in your heart, feeling a little regretful that you took Ji Bing with you to attack the quasi-god of the blood demon realm. However, you know very well that even if you don't do this, something like this will happen in the future. The quasi-god's trump card in the blood demon realm is there, and he will definitely use it whenever he faces a desperate situation. This is not something you can change. As for you continuing to practice and break through to a quasi-god before taking action, that is also very difficult to achieve. Even if you have the opportunity to break through to a quasi-god in the coming years, it doesn't matter if you reach the quasi-god level. Facing the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm, whose strength is close to the virtual god realm, 2 against 1 is no match. If you want to leapfrog and defeat the false god realm, you know that it is absolutely impossible for you to do it now. Unless you have a stronger trump card, it is possible to counterattack the opponent. As for using reflective barriers to trap and kill the opponent, you have also experimented. Although the upper limit of the reflective barrier can reflect attacks at the quasi-god level, it will not have the effect of doubling the lethality. Instead, it will weaken the attack. Obviously, the upper limit of this red talent is the false god realm, and it should not be able to reflect the attacks of the powerful ones in the false god realm. Of course, there is another hidden danger. Although you have guessed that the black mist was released by strangeness, it is still a guess and may not be correct. If the black mist was not released strangely, then all the processes and results of the battle between the two sides would be meaningless. Bing Feng, Xian Bing Huang Zun Ji Bing Yin, she is really a tool person. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and felt a little sad. Without the butterfly effect, the meaning of her existence is to pave the way for Yi Chun. To be honest, it's a bit pitiful. Of course, in a sense, this may also be the treatment of female protagonists. Perhaps his previous guesses were wrong. Ji Bingyue is not the heroine, but Xian Bing Huangzun Ji Bingyin has the conditions to become the heroine. Well, I seem to have thought too far again. Speaking of which, Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer seem to have no plot at all. Wang Ping muttered and frowned slightly. Neither Ji Bingyue nor Ji Shuer has appeared in the life simulation for a long time, and not even a little text or picture has appeared. Although this is related to the fact that his level is high enough and everyone he comes into contact with has become a big shot, it still makes him a little subtle. In addition, he also remembered Ji Bingyue's unexpected death in a very early simulation. To him at the time, this seemed like something secretive. However, as the simulation progressed, he no longer cared about it. Ji Bingyan looks the same as Ji Shuer and is also very similar to Ji Bingyan. The three of them are not just ancestors and descendants. Wang Ping couldn't help but think about it, feeling that he had touched some secrets. Perhaps we can explore it later, Wang Ping thought to himself and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you continued to stare at the newly born eternal frozen soil area with mixed emotions. Just when the other emperors came over and wanted to say something in surprise, but also with mixed emotions, they were horrified to find that the quasi-god of the blood demon realm had not died. Although the quasi-god of the blood demon realm is frozen, he still has strong vitality, and his aura is slowly getting stronger, but he cannot break free of the seal. Seeing this, all the emperors were frightened, knowing that sooner or later this blood demon would break through the ice and reappear in the world. When the time comes, who can stop him? You are not surprised that the quasi-god of the blood demon realm has not died, but will progress further over time. After all, this is considered normal development. The normal development of the plot is that the blood demon was frozen, and then broke out, but Yi Chen had already practiced to the divine realm through the long years delayed by the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan, and started a battle between the two gods with him. Next, you didn't say anything more and left here, wanting to see if you could break through to the quasi-god realm in the next few years. As you left, the emperors dispersed one after another and began to order the monks from the purple spirit realm to hunt the surviving weak monks from the blood demon realm. As for you, although you wanted to break into the quasi-god realm, you did not choose to retreat directly. Instead, you went to the blood demon realm. Because all the high-end combat power in the blood demon realm died, no one can stop you. For this reason, you can easily rush into the blood demon realm and start searching for resources. You find the Yuanma blood pool and want to pack it up and take it away. But when you come here, you find that the Yuanma blood pool has dried up. Obviously, the sacrifices of the blood demons are not just the sacrifice of living beings. The Yuan demon blood pool was also sacrificed by the blood demons in some way. You feel a little sorry for this and can only leave. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years have passed. You have practiced hard over the years, but apart from making your cultivation more stable, you have not taken any further to reach the quasi-god level. You are not surprised by this. If it was so easy to become a quasi-god, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan would not have such a difficult time hiding in the eternal frozen soil to practice. The Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan had already taken that step more than 1,000 years ago, but it was not until 100 years ago that she truly entered the quasi-god realm. She was born to fight against the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm, which shows how difficult it was to break through. Next, you calculate the time and know that the black mist is about to appear and destroy both worlds. For this reason, you first entered the forbidden land of Taichu, wanting to see what the true form of the black mist is. When you go deep into the forbidden land of Taichu, even you feel a strong sense of crisis. However, you still have no intention of backing down and continue to go deeper. In the end, you still haven't reached the deepest part of the forbidden land of absolute beginning, but you can no longer withstand the invasion of the diffused black mist, even if you are protected by a divine weapon. In this regard, you sighed quietly and could only stop and watch from a distance. Here it can only be viewed with the naked eye, because the spiritual consciousness will be blocked and it will also be damaged. However, even with the naked eye, you can't see very far, just like ordinary people deep in the thick fog. It can only be said that even a powerful emperor is no different from a mortal when faced with things far beyond his own level. This world is so cruel, not reaching the extreme, life is always in danger, and there are too many things that are incomprehensible. While you were waiting quietly, you found that the black mist in the holy land of Taichu had become thicker, posing a great threat to you. For this reason, You can only be forced to retreat to the rear to prevent being directly killed by the black fog. Although you know that if you don't solve the problem of the black mist, it will just be a matter of dying later. But dying later may also allow you to collect some information, and you naturally don't want to miss it. At this time, you were surprised to find that two strange figures appeared in the holy land of Taichu. You can't see through the auras of these two figures at all, which makes you very surprised. After all, nowadays, even if you are a quasi-god, you can see through some of their details, and it is impossible not to be able to see through them completely. However, this happened, and two people appeared at once. Of these two people, one is a young man holding a folding fan, and the other is an old man. Your intuition tells you that this young man has a higher status. When you are sizing up these two people are also sizing up you. To be precise, it was this young man who glanced at you with indifferent eyes. Immediately afterwards, the old man behind him took action against you. As soon as the old man took action, he showed a power that far exceeded the quasi-god level. It was a powerful power in the virtual god realm. This frightened you to the extreme. You didn't expect that this old man was actually a strong man in the virtual god realm. You can't understand why there is still a powerful existence of the false god realm and the purple spirit realm, and this existence of the false god realm, just because it doesn't deal with the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm, will suddenly appear in the forbidden area of the holy land of Taichu to attack you. Take action. However, before you died, you quickly figured everything out. These two people are probably not from the purple spirit realm, but from the upper realm. And the purpose of their appearance here is to come for a certain item deep in the forbidden land of Taichu. Perhaps it was this thing that formed the black mist and formed the secret place of the forbidden land of absolute beginning. If this is the case, the things in this forbidden land of absolute beginning are definitely precious beyond imagination and are definitely a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would not attract the powerful men from the upper realm to go to the lower realm to look for it. You even suspect that the two realms were destroyed because these two powerful men from the upper realm deliberately did it, and it was not a natural disaster. After all, the Taichu Forbidden Land has existed for so many years, and nothing has ever happened. It is too coincidental that something suddenly happened after the two appeared. After you figure these things out, you will be shot to death by the old man. However, because of the resurrection symbol, you started reading the death bar. During this period, the young man holding the folding fan did not look at you twice, but continued deep into the forbidden area of Taichu. It's as if you were just an insignificant ant, not worthy of him taking a second look. Soon after, there was a riot in the Taichu Forbidden Land, and the black mist rushed out of the Taichu Forbidden Land, destroying both worlds. And you are also resurrected. However, even if you become a monk in the imperial realm of great perfection and have strong combat power, you still cannot resist the remaining black mist and energy, and your soul and body will quickly disintegrate. In this regard, you sigh helplessly and can only die unwillingly. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, many pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Finally, his consciousness flashed and his vision changed. This time, the vision appeared in the forbidden land of Taichu. The scene he saw was a young man holding a folding fan appearing with an old man, and the old man killed him with a casual blow. Wang Ping stared deeply at the two of them, completely memorizing their faces and auras. Finally, the picture faded, and Wang Ping voluntarily exited the immersive simulation state and returned to reality. It was at this time that various insights came to my mind again. He created a lot of God-level skills, God-level magical powers, and other insights which cannot be absorbed all at once. In this regard, Wang Ping ignored Qi Feng and Kai Yonglong, casually arranged a formation, and then began to absorb it on his own. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. A month passed before Wang Ping had absorbed these insights and digested them completely. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose two rewards from the following. Cultivation of the Imperial Realm of Dzogchen. Red talent, Reflective Barrier. Blue talent, Taunt. the natal royal weapon Huan Kong's sword. At this time, the system's beep also rang, causing Wang Ping to open his eyes, revealing his bright eyes. System I choose. The imperial realm of Dzogchen cultivation and the royal weapon of my destiny, the fantasy sky sword. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and made his choice without any hesitation. He currently needs cultivation to fight against the 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao. Therefore, this cultivation level must be chosen. As for the red talent reflection barrier, although it is a pity, it is nothing. Anyway, the upper limit of the reflection intensity of this thing is only useful at the quasi-god level. It is useless at the virtual god level, so there is no need to feel it is a pity. In addition, consuming a piece of blazing Emperor Tower and receiving a natal imperial weapon is simply a costless transaction. It should be said that it is a huge profit. After all, the combat power that his natal imperial weapon can increase, and its value must be much greater than the value of the foreign imperial weapon, the blazing Emperor Tower. If the item rewards can be refreshed all the time, maybe you can simulate it by paying for it. The feeling of having it for free is really cool, Wang Ping muttered. As Wang Ping made his choice, Wang Ping felt that his cultivation level was improving at an astonishing speed. The 4th level of the Imperial Realm. The 7th level of the Imperial Realm. The Imperial Realm of great perfection. After gaining cultivation, you have perfect control. This kind of small benefit is very comforting. Wang Ping felt the rich cultivation in his body and sighed. At this time, a long sword exuding the aura of the Emperor appeared in front of Wang Ping. This was clearly Wang Ping's natal imperial weapon, the Fantasy Sky Sword. Now, I have 3 natal weapons. It's really subtle. Wang Ping held the natal royal weapon, the Fantasy Sky Sword, and took out the other 2 natal weapons and muttered. The other 2 Fantasy Sky Swords were quasi-royal weapons and royal weapons respectively, and their quality seemed a bit poor. However, there is no need to dislike it. Focus on cultivating them, let them grow, and then smelt them together. Maybe they can transform. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, weapons with the same origin almost do not exist, and his Fantasy Sky Sword is obviously a special case formed through the life simulator and has the value of nurturing and smelting. Next, Wang Ping withdrew his weapon and disarmed the formation. As the formation was lifted, Kai Yonglong and Chi Feng also looked over. I'm going to deal with one person first, and then I'll take you away later. Wang Ping looked at the 2 people and said, he already knew the origin of Chi Feng. However, the branch of the Qi clan that Chi Feng belongs to that fled to the Purple Spirit Realm is not a direct bloodline, but a remote branch, equivalent to a distant relative of the clan. Therefore, the biggest foundation they brought with them when they went down to the realm was only a god-level skill, god-level magical power, and a low-grade artifact. Therefore, although he was shocked by the name of the Imperial clan before, he was relieved after knowing the truth through simulation. If they were of direct blood, they wouldn't be so miserable. No matter how lonely the Imperial clan in the upper realm is, it is impossible for them to be in such a miserable state in the lower realm. Even if they are cursed, they will not be nearly exterminated by a small family. For this reason, the significance of him taking Chi Feng to Tsangyin Valley was actually not that great. There was no way to alleviate the Red Wind curse, so we could only resign ourselves to fate. However, since he has already said that he wants to take Chi Feng away, he still has to take him away. Perhaps the true spirit of Tsangyin Emperor will tell more secret stories for the sake of Chi Feng's identity. Deal with someone? Who? Kai Yonglong was stunned. 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao. Wang Ping spoke calmly. Puff! Kai Yonglong looked at Wang Ping dumbfounded. 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao. That is the Demon Emperor. According to Brother Wang's previous description, he exists in the top Emperor realm. Brother Wang can solve it as soon as he says. Doesn't this mean that Brother Wang has also become a top emperor? How long has it been? Kai Yonglong was numb. He was still just a small Xiandan state Dzogchen. He had reached this stage through initiation. As a result, Brother Wang directly became a top emperor. Life Simulator will always be awesome. Kai Yonglong could only sigh in his heart. Next, Wang Ping didn't say anything else, just tore apart the space and walked in. At the same time, somewhere in the sea, Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao opened his eyes, his face full of coldness. He discovered that Wang Ping had left Xingyue and was moving through space. Through the Tianji tracking talisman, he had long discovered that Wang Ping was the emperor. However, a mere first-level emperor was nothing in front of him. He was just worried that Wang Ping had other trump cards. For this reason, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao showed murderous intent, also tore apart the space, stepped into it, and said in a cold voice, "White Demon, follow me to kill the Emperor." The White Demon Emperor nodded and also stepped into the space passage. Soon after, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor and the White Demon Emperor blocked Wang Ping's path. At the same time, a formation disc also appeared in the hands of the White Demon Emperor, sealing off the space. In this regard, Wang Ping looked calm and did not care at all. He just ignored Juyo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao and said calmly, "Juyo, if you want to kill me, have you ever thought about the situation where you will be killed in return? If I want to kill anyone, no one will survive. Even if you are the emperor, this is the case." Juyo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao snorted coldly, and a dark magic knife appeared in his hand, and the terrifying demonic appearance also appeared, showing his domineering power. The magic knife is a pretty good trophy. Wang Ping looked at the demonic sword of the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor and chuckled. The imperial weapons of the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor and the White Demon Emperor can also be used for simulation, and Wang Ping will not miss it. "You are quite arrogant. Let me see what arrogance you are capable of." Juyo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao gave a cold shout and suddenly drew his sword. "Take action with all your strength, without holding anything back." This is different from life simulation, because Wang Ping is too calm and obviously not afraid of him. In addition, although he could see through Wang Ping's cultivation through the previous effect of the Tianji talisman, after meeting Wang Ping now, he found that he couldn't see through it, and Wang Ping gave him a dangerous feeling, which meant that it was not simple. He has always been a cautious person, and for this reason he no longer holds back as in the life simulator. Supernatural power. Fire Abyss. Seeing the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao taking action, Wang Ping also held the magic sky sword in his hand, mobilized the surging magic power in his body, and slashed at the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor. In an instant, this space turned into a sea of flames. Vaguely, purple spirit phantom fire surged in it, and this flame formed an abyss, covering everything. Each wisp of flames contained either a terrifying sword energy or a force that could tear apart space. They were diverse and elusive. With the use of the god-level magical power, flame, Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's sword was instantly swallowed up in the abyss of fire, which made him look like a man. What kind of magical power is this? Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's pupil shrank, feeling the ultimate sense of danger and extremely frightened. As for the White Demon Emperor, his face turned even pale. He was horrified to find that even though he was protected by the formation disc, the spreading fire abyss also caused harm to him through the formation disc. It was an injury that cut the flesh and burned the source. At the same time, the protection formed by this array disc is also being disintegrated, or it will collapse. Once he collapses, he will fall without any suspense. Damn it! Juyo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao felt chilled in his heart, and he threw out a secret treasure without hesitation to block the fire abyss for a while. And he himself had already fled into the distance. He completely underestimated Wang Ping's combat power. Wang Ping actually has the cultivation of the great perfection of the imperial realm, and the magical power he displays is obviously beyond the imperial realm, and has definitely reached the divine realm. In other words, he was plotted by Wang Ping in turn. The other party has been plotting against Brother Dao since the moment he fought against him. In addition, the other party must have used some method to deceive the Tianji tracking talisman, only revealing the cultivation level of the first level of the Emperor. Everything is for fishing. This descendant of the time traveler was powerful and scheming, which made him feel cold in his heart. So weak. Wang Ping looked at the escaping Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao and felt that the opponent seemed to be much weaker than in the life simulation. Soon, Wang Ping reacted. At this point in time, it was 1,000 years ago. Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor 1,000 years ago, was definitely not as strong as he would be 1,000 years later. On the contrary, he had a frivolous Imperial Realm Dzogchen cultivation in the life simulation, but now he has a solid Imperial Realm Dzogchen cultivation, which was the reward for his cultivation before his death. In addition, the perception in other aspects is also stronger than when killing the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor in the life simulation. Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao is weaker, but he is stronger, which leads to such a one-sided situation. In fact, Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon King, most likely does not have the trump cards that he obtained from other second-generation time travelers to deal with strange or quasi-gods that are not described in detail in the life simulator. If that's the case, then you die. Wang Ping sneered, and his magic power surged out, activating the magical power Fire Abyss to maximize the output. The White Demon Emperor was the first to be unable to hold on, and the defense of the formation was broken through. He screamed and turned into ashes, his body turned into ashes, and his soul was destroyed. As for the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao, his expression also changed drastically, feeling that he was in mortal danger. He wanted to tear apart the space and escape from here, but he found that although the White Demon Emperor had not continued to block the space before, he was still unable to tear apart the space and escape. Because Wang Ping has used a secret method to seal this place again. No one can use space methods. In terms of spatial attainments, even Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, was not worthy of carrying his shoes. Therefore, let alone that he cannot escape, even if he escapes, Wang Ping can easily catch up. You forced me to do this! Zhuyo, Demon Emperor Chu Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely, knowing that he was facing a dead end today, and wanted to fight Wang Ping desperately. Even if he dies, he will hold Wang Ping on his back. Even if he couldn't die together with Wang Ping, he would still make Wang Ping pay the price of being injured. It's just a useless struggle. It seems that you can't easily transfer the items. This is not as good as the chat group created by Alpha. Wang Ping looked at Chu Xiao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, and sneered. Zhuyo Demon King Chu Xiao had a gloomy face and did not reply. While rushing into the Fire Abyss, he began to burn his source to forcibly increase his combat power, and attacked Wang Ping desperately. Wang Ping is right. Their current chat group is just a defective version of the chat group created from the origins of the second-generation chat group that escaped after its destruction. It cannot do many things. Even transporting items takes time. In other words, if he didn't ask other time travelers in the group to prepare various trump cards in advance, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback during the battle. However, the second-generation chat group is not a cozy chat group. It is full of intrigues and interest disputes. Every time traveler who is still alive is a treacherous person. It is impossible for you to expect others to exchange good things with you without paying a big price. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not trade with people in the chat group, and he did not want to expose too much details. In addition, the things he needs at this level cannot be exchanged for ordinary things, and there are few things he can trade. Of course, he mainly suffered from the loss of intelligence this time. Although he paid enough attention to Wang Ping, when Wang Ping fought with Brother Dao, he only showed the cultivation of the Nirvana realm and the combat power of the King realm. He also exchanged the Tianji tracking talisman and several powerful emperors with others. There are things that will break the bank. He thought he could kill Wang Ping without fail, but he didn't expect Wang Ping to be so powerful, which really made him have the urge to vomit blood. He is still not cautious enough. It's just a stubborn fight, seeing that the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor did not pay attention to him, but wanted to fight to the death with him. Wang Ping sneered and continued to stimulate his nerves. However, Wang Ping had no careless thoughts and still used all his strength to fight against the Nine-Nether Demon King Chu Xiao. As the two men fought, the space exploded into pieces, and the terrifying battle fluctuations spread to most of the sea area. Although it is said that due to the space blockade, it will not cause much damage to the outside world, and this kind of fluctuation is not something ordinary monks can detect. But to the Emperor, it is like a bright light. For this reason, both the black turtle and the approaching Emperor rushed over immediately. When they saw Wang Ping fighting against the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, splitting the body of the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao, or burning most of his body to ashes again and again, all the emperors present showed their faces. Shocking color. Wang Ping and Zhuyo Demon Emperor are so powerful that no one in the entire purple spirit world can be found who is stronger than them. However, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor is obviously only a strong person on the same level as Taichu Emperor. Although he is powerful and can squeeze into the top 5 in the purple spirit realm, Wang Ping is clearly one step ahead. They can see that Wang Ping has already vaguely surpassed him. It has reached the level of the great perfection of the imperial realm, and is more powerful than the Tsang Yin Emperor from 10,000 years ago. The Nine-Nether Demon Emperor has been arrogant for so many years, and he is finally about to fall. As for the White Demon Emperor, it seems that he has already fallen first. Emperor Kong Tian said with emotion. He could see that although the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor restored his body time and time again, it was just a stubborn resistance. His origin and strength were getting weaker and weaker, and he would fall soon. They killed so many people and destroyed a holy place. Now they are killed. It's just karma. Another emperor appeared here and said coldly, "When the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor falls, it will be time to eradicate the Nine-Nether Demon sect and this cancer. By then, when the two realms are bordering, we will have no worries." All the emperors nodded, planning to beat up the drowned dog after the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor was over. Without the powerful emperor, it would just take a little more time for them to find the other party's headquarters. Wang Ping, don't think that if you kill me, you can sit back and relax. You will know what despair is in the future. Not long after, Chu Shao, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor, could no longer hold on. He roared unwillingly and was completely beaten to pieces by Wang Ping, leaving no intact corpse. Wang Ping didn't care about the harsh words of the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao before he died, and his face remained calm. He knew very well that his battle with Zhuyo Demon Emperor Chu Shao would most likely be in the same live broadcast state as his battle with Brother Dao. In other words, the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor has sent all his information to the second-generation chat group. After these senior time travelers see him, they will definitely be afraid of him and find ways to eradicate him. But so what? Since they are mortal enemies and sooner or later one of them will be completely destroyed, what should he fear? He should first kill the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao, the mortal enemy of this world. I don't know what to call my friend. Seeing that Wang Ping had really killed the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao with great force and was not injured, Emperor Kong Tian was shocked. So he came over, slightly raised his hand towards Wang Ping, and said in a kind tone, "Wang Ping, fellow Taoist, just call me Emperor Tianyin." Wang Ping looked at Emperor Kong Tian with a smile on his face, pondered slightly, and then spoke. He has a life simulator. Life simulator simulates the future and deduce life. The term Tianyin is very suitable for him to use as the Taoist title when he travels outside. Of course, it would be even more satisfying if he grows up and could be called the Emperor of Heaven. Tianyin Emperor. Wang Ping's words made Emperor Kong Tian and others look surprised. The word Tianyin has endless mysteries, and not everyone can bear this weight. At the same time, they also felt that when they thought of Wang Ping's magical power, it had nothing to do with the word Tianyin, which made this Taoist title seem really strange. However, considering Wang Ping's terrifying combat power, they didn't say anything openly. Isn't he the newly promoted emperor? Why did his cultivation suddenly soar and become so powerful? At this moment, only Xingye was confused, and he was confused from the moment he watched the battle. He was not wrong. The previous Wang Ping was indeed only a newly promoted emperor at the first level of the imperial realm. Why did he become the perfect emperor of the imperial realm in just 1 month? And his combat power was very scary. Or is Wang Ping bullying him? An honest man? He is not honest. He deliberately conceals his cultivation and age in order to catch the Nine-Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao and the White Demon Emperor. Big fish. Well, that's definitely the case. Fellow Taoist Tianyin, since the devil has been eliminated, why not go to my heavenly sword holy land to be a guest? Emperor Kong Tian said enthusiastically. Fellow Taoists, I still have some things to do, so I'll visit you someday. Wang Ping slightly raised his hands to the emperors and said politely, Okay, then I will go back and prepare the finest ancient tea and wait for Taoist fellow Tianyin to come to my heavenly sword holy land as a guest. Emperor Kong Tian said with a smile, very polite. Seeing this, the other emperors said similar words politely. Finally, these emperors left one by one, making the space quiet again. After these emperors left, Wang Ping casually took the 9-nether demon emperor, Chu Zhao's magic sword, and the white demon emperor's broken imperial weapon into his pocket. The battle just now was too fierce. Even the Emperor Chu Zhao, the 9-nether demon emperor, was beaten to pieces. Naturally, their imperial weapons could not remain intact. I don't know if this royal weapon can be used to pay for paid simulations. However, Wang Ping did not consider the issue of paid simulation now, but said directly from the bottom of his heart, System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Although he also has plans to continue staying here, he still needs to confirm it with simulation. If Chu Zhao, the 9-nether demon emperor, had not obtained the resurrection item at this time and was unable to be resurrected, then he would not need to stay here for so long. That's a complete waste of time. Ding, the life simulator starts and the free simulation begins. The sound of the system rang, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and he knew that he had entered a simulated state. System, fast forward directly, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. On the first day, you chose to stay. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed, and the 9-nether demon emperor Chu Zhao has not come back to life, which makes you a little surprised. Although you think that the 9-nether demon emperor is dead, you still arranged various killing arrays, illusion arrays, and trapping arrays here to prevent him from having the slightest possibility of escaping. After doing this, you returned to the Black Turtle and took Kai Yonglong and Qifeng away. Next, you took the two of them directly to Tsangyin Valley. Just as you remembered, you passed through the formation, came to the depths of Tsang Yin Ancient, saw the palaces, and then took away many good things. At the same time, you also brought Qifeng to see the true spirit of Tsang Yin Emperor. When the Tsang Yin Emperor saw Qifeng, he showed a shocked expression and burst into laughter, saying that God had blessed him with the Qi clan, and a Qi Yin holy body appeared among his descendants. If Qifeng can grow up in the future, he can recreate the glory of his Qi clan and return their lineage to the clan. You are shocked when you listen to the words of Tsang Yin Emperor's true spirit. Although you have known for a long time that Qifeng's physique is definitely not ordinary. You used to think that he had a special bloodline, but you did not expect that he actually possessed the unawakened Qi Yin holy body. Next, you curiously asked the Tsang Yin Emperor how powerful the red flame holy body is and how to awaken it. The true spirit of Tsang Yin Emperor stopped smiling and showed a melancholy expression again, seeming to have returned to reality. He tells you that the lineage of the holy body is extremely powerful. If one can practice to the level of Quasi-Emperor Dzogchen and the holy body reaches the realm of Deshang, then he will be qualified to fight against the great emperor. That is a powerful existence that suppresses an era. And Qifeng not only possesses the red flame holy body, but if he can return his bloodline to the bloodline of the great emperor in the future, he can hardly imagine how powerful he will be with dual talents. This shocks you. You didn't expect Qifeng's hidden talent to be so terrifying, even worse than Yi Hei's. Of course, you also think of Yi Xiaofan in the group. He also has a holy body, but he is very low-key now, limited to the world of cultivating immortals, and has not grown up. Next, the true spirit of the Tsang Yin Emperor told you with a wry smile. Unfortunately, their clan is now affected by an unknown force, making it difficult to practice. Even with blood and holy bodies, they cannot awaken. Not to mention, there are no resources in the lower realm to allow the holy body to grow. Hearing this, you were surprised in your heart, and promised the Tsang Yin Emperor's true spirit that if he had the ability to take Qifeng to the upper world in the future, he would definitely take him to the upper world to look for the Red Clan in the upper world. Clan people. The true spirit of Sangyin Emperor is very pleased to hear your promise. You have reached the imperial realm of Dzogchen, and there is still the possibility of ascension. Although it is said that it is very difficult to bring people to the upper realm, and it is not something that ordinary newly promoted virtual gods can do, but at least there is some hope. For this reason, Emperor Tsang Yin thought for a while and handed a scripture to you. That was actually the Great Emperor's scripture. To be precise, it is the Great Emperor's scripture, Mortal Realm chapter. The Great Emperor's scriptures, Mortal Dao chapter, records the cultivation methods of the mortal realm under the false god realm. In the eyes of the powerful beings in the upper realm, there are 4 realms in total when practicing one path, and many realms are included in it. Mortal realm, divine realm, holy realm, enlightenment realm. Mortal realm is still in the realm of mortals, without real transformation. When you reach the divine realm, it is no longer the realm of mortals, but the realm of gods. A powerful expert in the divine realm can easily destroy a lower plane. Sacred realm, needless to say, its power is unimaginable. Even in the upper world, after becoming a saint, he is still a big shot. In the realm of enlightenment, the Supreme and the Quasi-Emperors are all on the road to enlightenment, and the Great Emperor has already successfully achieved enlightenment and is the real most powerful person. You took the Mortal Realm chapter and looked at the many notes on it, feeling shocked. At the same time, you also saw the many shortcomings of your current situation through the Mortal Realm chapter of the Great Emperor's scriptures. You seem to have reached perfection in every realm, but in fact you are far from perfection. It is only because you are deep in the lower realm and in the middle of the game that you appear perfect when compared with others. The true spirit of Sangyin Emperor saw your thoughts and sighed. In the upper world, only by practicing the Great Emperor's scriptures can each state be closer to perfection, and its combat power far exceeds that of ordinary monks. However, the Great Emperor's scripture is too profound and unpredictable, and not everyone can practice it successfully. Only those who are truly gifted can successfully practice the Great Emperor's scripture and achieve extraordinary combat power. And in the upper world, these people are also the true pride of heaven, looking down upon their peers. Only those who have also practiced the Great Emperor's scriptures can fight with them in the same realm. You are shocked in your heart and yearn for the upper world even more. Kai Yonglong also smacked his lips, also yearning for the upper world. Next, you curiously asked Sangyin Emperor why he had the Great Emperor's scriptures and was reduced to a distant and unpopular person. Sangyin Emperor was silent, and finally said with a wry smile that it was because of his possession of the Great Emperor's scripture that he had fallen to this point. Because an ancestor of their lineage was obsessed with a witch when he was young and leaked the Mortal Realm chapter of the Great Emperor's scriptures. For this reason, their lineage has also become the criminal clan in the family. Then, an ancestor came forward and expelled their lineage from the clan and became a remote collateral family. However, this is already a good ending. After all, under normal circumstances, even if they were destroyed, it would be reasonable and they would have nothing to say. The Great Emperor's scripture is the most precious inheritance of the imperial clan. Even if it only leaks the Mortal Realm chapter, the problem is serious enough, and it is an unforgivable sin. Listening to Sangyin Emperor's words, you finally solved many questions in your mind. After all, you have always felt that the Qi clan, as an imperial clan in the upper realm, even if it is only a collateral family, and even if it is just a branch of this collateral family that fled to the purple spirit realm, they should not be so lonely with only a god-level skill, dharma and supernatural powers, and a low-grade artifact. After all, although low-grade artifacts are extremely precious in the lower realm and rarely appear in the upper realm, they're just the natal weapons of the virtual god realm. For ordinary families in the upper world, it is indeed extremely precious and can even be called a clan-suppressing artifact, but for the imperial clan in the upper world, it is too shabby. At the same time, you are also sighing in your heart. Sure enough, it is different to bring chiefing with you. Without chiefing, you would have absolutely no chance of obtaining this great emperor scripture. Of course, if Qifeng was not the holy body, it would still be impossible for him to obtain this great emperor scripture. It is impossible to give Song Yin Emperor to him. In the final analysis, only by showing enough value can people come up with good things to invest and repay. This is the truth of the world. Next, after you continued to communicate with the Songyin Emperor's true spirit, the Songyin Emperor's true spirit disappeared. After you chose to bury his body, you planned to practice hard here. The great Emperor's scriptures. I didn't expect such a great opportunity to be hidden. It's outrageous. Without this opportunity, it would be difficult for the monks from the lower realm to reach the upper realm to reach the top. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. If you think about it this way, the upper realm is really pretty. The foundations of those ascended from the lower world are not that solid. Although they are not reduced to ordinary monks, compared with those big clans, their foundations are obviously far behind, and they are even more incomparable with the imperial clan. This also reminded Wang Ping of the routines of some fantasy novels he had read before. Some ascended people, after ascending to the upper world, find that their foundation is lacking, and they have no choice but to abandon their cultivation and practice again. Only in this way can they become strong. Otherwise, the way forward will be blocked, and it will be difficult to make progress. Wang Ping felt that although he would not be stuck in the divine realm, it would become increasingly difficult in the future. Of course, this is the case where powerful talents are not refreshed again, and such problems may arise. Now that he has obtained the Mortal Realm chapter of the Great Emperor's Scripture, the Burning Heaven Emperor's Scripture, such problems will no longer arise. Dispersing one's cultivation and practicing again may be an extremely troublesome thing for other people, and something may happen if they are not careful. But Wang Ping is different. Wang Ping's cultivation relies on a simulator, which can be done easily. Come back to practice again. Now, he has huge resources. Even if you abandon your cultivation and practice again, you can still cultivate to the level of the Imperial Realm of Great Perfection in a very short time. The Imperial Realm Dzogchen attained by practicing the Great Emperor's Scriptures. I wonder if it will allow me to jump directly to a higher level and defeat the quasi-god, or even jump to a higher level to fight against a strong person in the false god realm. This thought flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and he was very much looking forward to it. Next, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen, and the words appeared again. After you thought about it, you huddled in a palace with Qi Feng, Kai Yonglong, and others, and carefully arranged multiple large formations. After all, the fire attribute energy here is too manic. If you lose your cultivation, no one will be able to protect Qi Feng and Kai Yonglong, and they will be directly hit to death by this manic ability. And you yourself, although you have lost your cultivation and your body is still strong, you are still troublesome. Next, you will study the Great Emperor's Scriptures and want to understand them. You discover with a headache that this Emperor's Scripture is very profound and contains profound Taoist charms that are difficult to comprehend. You sigh in your heart, feeling that if it were so easy to comprehend, the true spirit of Songyin Emperor would not have said those words. Even in the upper world, there are only a few people who can master the Great Emperor's Scripture. It is normal that it is difficult for you to get started in a short period of time. However, something happened that made you silent. Qi Feng, who had obtained the Great Emperor's Scriptures, mastered it easily as if he had opened up the Run and Du channels. Even, he directly awakened the red flame holy body, and his cultivation reached the great perfection of the innate realm in a short period of time. If it were not blocked by the blood curse, Qifeng's cultivation would definitely continue to soar all the way up. In this regard, you can only sigh. The holy body is so terrifying. If Qifeng does not disappear in more than 10 years, and if his cultivation is not blocked by the bloodline curse, I am afraid he will easily surpass you in the lower world and overwhelm all enemies in the future. As for Yi Chun, there is no way to compare with Qi Feng. Compared with the perfect version of Qifeng, Yi Chun, the son of fate in the purple spirit world, looks bleak. Although you were shocked, you quickly calmed down and continued to study the great emperor's scriptures. As for Kai Yonglong, needless to say, he was even more depressed. After obtaining the great emperor's scriptures, I felt as if there was a treasure mountain in the sky, but it was difficult to enter. I couldn't see through the lines of words that contained amazing Taoist rhymes. It was like reading a book from heaven. This feeling is very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable, but he is reluctant to give up. After all, this is the great emperor's scripture, a supreme scripture. If he can master it, he will definitely make great progress in the future. Although it will not overwhelm all enemies, it can be said to have unlimited potential and extraordinary combat power. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. In the past 10 years, Qifeng still mysteriously disappeared, making you sigh. In this regard, you can only hope that Qifeng has been summoned back to the upper world and continues to calmly study the great emperor's scriptures. After more than 10 years of enlightenment, you have a deep understanding of the upper limit of purple talent and enlightenment. Although this purple talent is good, it is still far from the level of the great emperor's scripture. Of course, you are not completely unable to understand this great emperor's scripture. It's just that it takes a long time to comprehend and understand. If this kind of time was spent in the upper realm, his cultivation progress would probably have been left behind by the real monsters in the upper realm. In the end, even if you spent 1,000 years, you still failed to successfully comprehend this emperor's scripture. This makes you very sad. As for Kai Yonglong, he had given up on enlightenment a long time ago and felt that he was not the material. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to continue on the old path. For this reason, thousands of years have passed, and with the cultivation of your many resources, he has also reached the level of nirvana. Although it's still weak, it's pretty good. Next, you choose to exit, because the war between the two worlds is about to begin. Because in this simulation, you spent almost all your time meditating on the great emperor's scriptures. Your improvement in other aspects was very small, and your combat power did not change much. You don't feel sorry for this either. After all, you are a fool if you don't cherish the great emperor's scriptures. Not to mention, with the current situation, unless your strength changes qualitatively again, you cannot rewrite the ending of destruction. Those two people from the upper realm are really too powerful. You vaguely feel that both the old man and the young man have actually suppressed their cultivation, because the lower realm cannot carry too much power. It's okay to say that in the false god realm, the strong people in the lower realm above the false god realm have the power to destroy the lower plane, and for this reason, they will be rejected by the lower plane. Furthermore, according to the true spirit of the Sangyin Emperor, the upper realm has regulations, and the powerful gods in the upper realm are not allowed to descend to the lower realm at will. This is also the reason why the strongest people in their lineage after descending to the lower world are only quasi-gods. They were in the lower realm 100,000 years ago and had inherited it for so many years. By the time of the Sangyin Emperor, they had long since lost their quasi-gods. Next, you have no intention of intervening in the war between the two worlds. Even, you have some guesses that need to be verified. The tech simulation reached this point and stopped. Many memories of studying the mortal realm of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Sutra appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Finally, his consciousness flashed, his vision changed, and he appeared in the palace of Sangyin Valley. This Burning Heaven Emperor's Sutra is too profound. Every word is extremely special and contains the charm of the Tao. If you cannot understand some of its mysteries, you will not be able to guess its meaning at all. Just like peeking at a leopard through a tube, Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh. Next, a certain idea also appeared in Wang Ping's mind. This is why tech simulations end and immersive simulations emerge. The idea is to explode the black turtle, release strange things, and verify the guess. Because his previous speculations had ignored some details. Due to various simulation reasons, many details are somewhat blurred. In fact, the fact that he became possessed by demons and was dominated by strange things was not necessarily the reason why he killed Yi Chen's first ring grandfather, but other reasons. Because in two simulations, he did not become weird and was finally destroyed by the black mist. The first time was when he was wandering in the small world of Blazing Fire's secret realm in the turbulence of space. The second time was when he was hiding in the small world of Yuan Ma Blood Pool in the Blood Demon realm. It stands to reason that if he had planted the root of trouble by killing Yi Qin's first ring grandfather, the simulated Wang Ping in these two life simulations would definitely not be able to escape. He would also be possessed by the devil and be dominated by weirdness. In addition, the weirdness was released first, and then the black mist appeared. However, in the previous simulations, except for seeing some scenes after Weird's birth from a god's perspective, the other simulations had no description at all, as if nothing had happened, which was also very strange. There must be something he overlooked. When facing weirdness, one must be cautious and cautious. Wang Ping would not dare to unblock weirdness and fight him without knowing all about his abilities. Old Turtle, although it's a bit cruel, this is just a simulation. You won't really die, so I can only tolerate you. System, continue to fast forward. After Wang Ping muttered in his heart, he fast forwarded. Suddenly, the screen appeared again, and the text also appeared. After you made your decision, you thought about the details and finally made some guesses. When the two realms bordered and all the strong men were attracted away, you took the place of the 9 Nether Demon Emperor and started to attack the Black Turtle. In response, Xingui was shocked and asked why you did this. In this regard, you expressed the hope that Xingui would release the Judgment Emperor to help you verify some things, and you would stop attacking. Xingui is furious, thinking you are too crazy and does not cooperate with you. Instead, he increases his defense. In this regard, you can only sigh, use the magic weapon, and attack with all your strength to kill the Black Turtle. It's just that before Xin Turtle died, he strengthened the seal, as you remembered. This is also what you wish for. Next, you left here with the sealed King of Judgment. An emperor came to check and was extremely angry, but he could no longer find you. Time passes. Although you could have broken the seal long ago, you did not do so because you wanted to break the seal at the time in your memory. In that case, the experiment would be more meaningful. After the time has passed, you plan to break the seal and release the strangeness. And before the weirdness was released, you tore apart the space, left here, entered the turbulence of space, and entered the small world. Soon, you discovered that your soul was not contaminated and then dominated by weirdness. This can be regarded as verifying your guess. You guessed that although this strange power of control is terrifying, as long as someone kills someone related to the bloodline of the King of Sin who took his body, something will happen. But this ability cannot detonate the curse under any circumstances. If they are too far apart, separated by a world barrier, or have space turbulence plus the obstruction of a small world, they will not be contaminated. Of course, you also have a guess. That is, if Wei notices you and intensifies the curse on you, you can still pollute the soul of a specific object, control it, and turn it into a child soul. This is the same as the first weird thing you encountered, the weird thing in the zombie world. If he uses his ability powerfully, he can shorten the activation time of his ability. It turns out what his power is. In this case, many questions can be explained. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content, nodded suddenly, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, there is still a question that needs to be explored. Although he already had some guesses in his mind. After solving some weird ability problems, there are still some things in your mind that need to be verified. That is, after Wei Wei was born, why didn't there be much commotion except at the beginning? For this reason, after thinking about it, you released the king-level puppets to go out to check the situation. After the puppet went out, you used the puppet to know what was happening in the outside world. After the birth of Wei Wei, many creatures in the purple spirit world were robbed, and many monks became demons. There are also a large number of powerful people in the blood demon realm who are dominated. Even the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm are struggling and will be defeated sooner or later. Dominate. As a quasi-god of the blood demon realm, he also participated in the war 10,000 years ago. Naturally, he killed the descendants of the sin-judging emperor. It is normal for him to be attacked for this. That is, when Weird's ability caused a catastrophe through the puppet, you sensed a terrifying palm exuding divine power and struck down, directly killing Weird, who had just been born and was acting rampantly. You were startled in your heart, and you instantly made a guess. The person who took action was either the old man or the young man. Only these two people can burst out the powerful power of the false god realm, and they are not ordinary false god realm. No wonder Wei didn't make any waves after he was born. It turned out that after he was born, he was discovered by the strong men who descended from the upper world and beat him to death. It was really pitiful. Although the power of the King of Judgment is powerful, weirdness may not be able to bring out the full combat power of the King of Judgment. In addition, even if it can exert its full power, it is no different from an ant compared with the powerful people descending from the upper world. You feel a little complicated. You didn't expect that you were worried about the weirdness, but you were killed in an understatement. People in the upper world are so terrifying. However, although these two people did not know what their psychology was for destroying weirdness, they released the black mist. They were the main culprits in destroying the purple spirit realm and the blood demon realm. They are not worthy of praise and are not good people. Of course, you are now the culprit of the weird things, and you can't be called a good person either. You can only laugh at 50 steps. Next, after you think about it, you want to get more information. For this reason, you plan to seek refuge with these two people in the upper world and find out their purpose and identity from their mouths. After you had the idea, you took action, found a way to find the two people, and directly stated your purpose. The young man is very disdainful of your purpose. He thinks it is ridiculous that you, an ordinary ant in the lower world, want to climb a high tree and become his follower. Perceiving what the young man meant, the old man behind the young man took action directly and beat you to death. Because of the resurrection talisman, you came back to life an hour later, feeling very unhappy. Next, you went directly to the Taichu Forbidden Land. You wanted to discuss with the Taichu Emperor to find a way to hide the entrance to the Taichu Forbidden Land before the other party found the secrets of the Taichu Forbidden Land to prevent young people and old people from finding it. In that case, there is only a slight hope of avoiding the destruction of the Purple Spirit World. However, because you killed Xiange and released a strange reason, Taichu Emperor did not trust you. Instead, he took action against you angrily, wanting to use all the secrets of the Holy Land to suppress you. However, you are powerful in combat and possess artifacts. Under such circumstances, Taichu Emperor is obviously no match for you. Even if he uses all his Holy Land knowledge to fight against the enemy, he is still no match for you and will be easily suppressed by you. In the end, you completely destroyed the Holy Land of Taichu, set up multiple seals at the entrance to the Forbidden Land of Taichu, and used the artifact as the center of the formation to prevent the two people from the upper world from finding it. It's just that your approach is meaningless. In the past few years, although the two people in the upper world traveled to various hidden places in the Purple Spirit Realm and the Blood Demon Realm, searching for what they needed, they found nothing in the end. However, as the special aura appeared in the Taichu Forbidden Land, both of them, it was by capturing this aura that he successfully found the Forbidden Land of Taichu. They noticed the seal you arranged and dismissed it. The old man took action and easily blew up the formation and entered it. You feel that the formation has been broken, and your heart is heavy, knowing that the two of them finally found what was hidden in the Forbidden Land of Taichu. It seems that no matter how hard you try, you cannot avoid this future. Unless your strength is superior to theirs, it is possible to prevent these things from happening. However, if you want to do this kind of thing, your cultivation must reach the virtual god realm. In addition, your combat power in the same situation must be strong, otherwise there is no possibility of stopping them. Finally, you sigh in your heart and quietly welcome the arrival of death. Soon after, you felt the black mist begin to spread, sweeping across the Purple Spirit Realm, and also spreading towards the Blood Demon Realm. In the process, you fell into the black mist. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, Wang Ping's consciousness returned to the real world in a flash. Although I didn't get all the information I wanted this time, I did get the weird information I wanted. Although, this weird one is really unlucky. He didn't even need me to kill him, but he was killed by the people in the upper world. Wang Ping let out a breath and thought to himself, this is the first time that people from the original world are killed in strange ways. And it was so understated that it made Wang Ping feel really subtle. In a short period of time, there is probably no way to figure out the truth about the Black Mist, and there is no need to waste my life and simulation opportunities to explore it. This is not something I can get involved with now. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, something that allows people from the upper world to go to the lower world and destroy two worlds as a cover-up is likely to be extremely precious in the upper world. This kind of thing, let alone an emperor, is a quasi-god. I am afraid that if the Void God is not involved, he is just an ant. Even Wang Ping was a little worried about when these people from the upper realm discovered this thing in the purple spirit realm. If they had known about it for a long time and went to the lower realm after some kind of planning in the upper realm, then the situation would be really bad. This not only involves two strong men, but also involves a powerful upper realm force. Next, if I have the chance, I will explore all the secrets that I didn't know before. Among them, the affairs of Ji Bingyue, Ji Shuer, and Ji Bingyin make me particularly concerned. Wang Ping rubbed his chin, thinking secretly. In previous life simulations, Ji Bingyin seemed to have lamented that Wang Ping might be able to become a god earlier than her and ascend to the upper world. In other words, Ji Bingyin knew some way to break through to the virtual god realm. Perhaps this is also related to her ability to become a quasi-god. However, she felt that she might ascend earlier. Does this mean that her method is also useful to her? It's also possible that Ji Bingyin doesn't know that the divine source of the purple spirit realm is gone, but this possibility is relatively small. In addition, Ji Bingyin may also have the idea of plundering the source of the blood demon world. There might still be a divine source in the blood demon realm. System. How many resources will it cost if I perform paid simulation now? After Wang Ping calmed down, he asked from the bottom of his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host's cultivation has reached the level of the great perfection of the Imperial realm. For the next simulation, the host needs to pay for 35 royal weapons, or 4 with missing royal weapons, or 2 with intact royal weapons. Cost. The system's voice rang. Me? Wang Ping's eyelids jumped wildly when he looked at the increased cost. Although he had been mentally prepared for it, it was ridiculously expensive. He needs so many Imperial weapons now. When he reaches the quasi-god level, Wang Ping feels that the combined resources of the two worlds are not enough for him to simulate once or twice. And if there is no paid simulation, how can he become stronger quickly? System. Can you switch back to the original payment mode? Wang Ping frowned and suddenly felt that the initial exponential growth was more cost-effective. No, please give up this unrealistic idea. The initial paid simulation will not only use low-grade spiritual stones in the future, and it will not be more cost-effective than it is now. In addition, the initial life simulator can only be refreshed, get white talent and green talent. The system's voice rang. What? Listening to the life simulator's answer, Wang Ping felt a little tired. Life simulators are easy to use, but the consumption of resources is really a pain in the ass. Of course, this is also related to the fact that his recent cultivation has been greatly improved. He has soared from the Nirvana realm to the Imperial realm in a short period of time. If his cultivation improves more slowly, then there won't be a problem of insufficient resources. After all, the previous life simulator only consumed yuan liquid. With his cultivation level, it was very easy to obtain it. However, this is just a thought. It's not that Wang Ping doesn't want to do it, but he has no choice. There is Geo Demon Emperor Chu Xiao, ruthless senior time traveler who is connected with the forces of the heavens. If he doesn't become stronger quickly, he will be killed. Thinking of this, Wang Ping became very angry. Alpha, it's all your fault. If you hadn't issued the Shima mission and asked me to test the senior travelers in the second-generation chat group, I wouldn't have been exposed to them, and I could only quickly improve my cultivation. Become stronger and save your life. Obviously, based on the situation when I reach the great perfection of nirvana, I can already hide myself safely. I enjoy paid simulations without any financial pressure. Maybe I can refresh more advanced talents. Alpha was silent. Alpha had nothing to say. Tell me, what benefits do you want? Alpha reacted quickly and said coldly, I killed 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Xiao, a more powerful senior time traveler. Won't you reward me with hundreds of millions of group points? Wang Ping took back his angry expression and said seriously, Alpha, hundreds of millions. You are dreaming. Not to mention that this is not a group mission. Even if I don't take action, you will confront him sooner or later and kill him. However, since it is my fault for causing you to be exposed in advance, if a loss has been caused, it is necessary to compensate you. Ding. You have received a reward of 20 million group points. The reward for killing a senior traveler who has reached the great perfection of the Imperial Realm is 20 million. It's really a small amount. Wang Ping felt a little disgusted. Of course, he disliked it, but he was still very happy to be able to pluck wool from the hands of Alpha, who was like an iron rooster. No, this is not a piece of wool. It is a reasonable compensation. However, this can also show from the side that this Alpha has been crying for him before. In this short period of time, Alpha has distributed more than 40 million in rewards. Excluding the group points from the previous purchase of the Golden Finger Optimizer, I still have about 40 million group points left. Wang Ping calculated the amount of his group points and muttered, 40 million, this is to say that in the chat group, other group members may not all be fried. Their mentality is super unbalanced, and they collectively become lemon juice. However, Wang Ping would definitely not say such words that were not conducive to unity. Showing off wealth is not advisable. However, apart from purchasing the cheat optimizer and teleporting, these points are of little use to me. Wang Ping rubbed his chin again and muttered to himself in his heart. After all, whether it is talent, strength, or weapons, he can use the life simulator for free and spend group points to strengthen himself. It is really a waste of money. You are the first to dare to say that the origin of the world is useless. Alpha's cold voice sounded again. I'm just complaining, don't take it seriously. But, to be honest, although I don't know what other magical effects the world's origin has, but for now it still has little effect on me. So, you really don't know you're going to tell me how many group points I need to optimize cheats next time, and give me the purchasing rights. If I become stronger faster, I can better help you deal with the time travelers in the first generation chat group and the second generation chat group, and I can also better help you collect the origin of the world, right? Wang Ping chuckled and started to be tempted in his heart. As the fees became higher and higher, Wang Ping also had some headaches. To this end, Wang Ping hopes to obtain permission from Alpha to optimize Golden Finger again. Perhaps the next optimization will be to improve the price deficiencies. If the price is improved, and he can even simulate it for free, then he will be really happy. This is absolutely not possible. Alpha remained silent, but finally responded firmly to Wang Ping and expressed his attitude. If nothing else, my life simulator will continue to be optimized, and it will become difficult for you to control it. So, are you afraid that I will betray you after I become out of control? Wang Ping's eyes flickered, directly revealing Alpha's thoughts. Humans can't be trusted. I won't trust humans. Alpha was silent and finally said coldly, I can understand your thinking. After all, you have been destroyed twice. However, as our enemies become stronger and stronger, I also need to be stronger. Therefore, it is the best choice for you to give me permission. As for me betraying you, that is impossible. Wang Ping sighed helplessly. Compared with being protected by a strong background, giving up the background and running alone is not the behavior of a fool. I am not the previous time travelers. I have not been treated by you with a bad heart. Instead, I have gained so many benefits from you. I will betray you only when I am full. Isn't it safer and more cost-effective to invest in technology than to betray? Alpha, what Wang Ping said was indeed very reasonable, and Alpha was shaken for a moment. Behave yourself, we'll talk about it later. After Alpha dropped these words, he dived. Alpha, you've learned to be smart and don't eat the cake I drew. Although I don't think it's a cake, I really think so, Wang Ping muttered. Next, Wang Ping abandoned his distracting thoughts, tore apart the space, and returned to the black turtle's back. "Brother Wang, is it solved?" Kai Yonglong asked expectantly. "Well, it's solved." Wang Ping nodded. "As expected of Brother Wang, he is awesome." Kai Yonglong smacked his tongue. The top emperor would kill whenever he said. "There are only a few people in the world who can do that. Old turtle, I'll come see you next time," Wang Ping said. "You'd better not come. I made such a big fuss when I first arrived. I can't stand your troubles." Black Turtle's dull voice rang out. Wang Ping smiled and said nothing more. He tore out a space passage again and led Kai Yonglong and Chi Feng in. Next, Wang Ping took Kai Yonglong and Chi Feng directly to Tsang Yin Valley, just like in the simulation. The subsequent development is not much different from the simulation. Wang Ping got his wish, and got many good things as well as the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Emperor Sutra created by the ancestor of the Red Tribe, Emperor Finchen. The royal weapon is enough for me to simulate twice, and the 3 royal weapons are enough for me to simulate once. I can only simulate it 3 times in total. It's too difficult for me. Wang Ping looked at the many treasures in the small world and shook his head helplessly. Originally, he thought there were a lot of things here, and he was finally rich. Now it seems that he is still poor. The system consumes 35 royal weapons. I want to conduct a paid simulation. Randomly, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and said in his heart, "Ding, the payment is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed." The sound of the system was enough to make the 35 royal weapons that were jealous of all major holy places disappear. Even Wang Ping was embarrassed. "Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the purple talent, proving the way with killing. The blue talent, speed enhancement. Purple talent, proof by killing. After possessing this talent, the host will become extremely cold-blooded and murderous, but on the contrary, it can gain 2 benefits. Every time the host kills a strong person, your talent will be improved accordingly. The stronger the person you kill, the more the improvement will be. Every time the host kills a strong person, the host's killing intent will increase, and it will become more bloodthirsty. But the lethality of each move will be increased. Blue talent, speed enhancement. With this talent, the host's speed will be improved to a certain extent." Wang Ping looked at the talents that were refreshed this time and instantly felt that the price increase of the life simulator was nothing. He optimized the paid simulation after the life simulator, and red will definitely come out. And how long had passed this time? Another purple talent was actually refreshed. This purple talent, proving the way by killing, can be used as a golden finger if taken alone. After all, the golden finger Zhang Juanxin drew also made him stronger by killing people. He could do this as well, and Goldfinger can also improve his talent by killing people. This is very powerful. Of course, there are also disadvantages. When it comes to talents such as killing and demonizing, they are powerful, but they all have obvious side effects. The side effects of this purple talent are equally fatal, directly changing the character, and the more people are killed, the greater the impact. However, it is a simulation anyway. I just don't receive this talent with side effects when refreshing the rewards. The value of this talent with obvious side effects is to make Wang Ping in the simulation stronger and gain greater opportunities to gain greater benefits. And then I choose the benefits he obtains as rewards. Wang Ping smiled, very happy. With this purple talent, Wang Ping felt that it would be a sure thing to master the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture. And with this talent, maybe he can change the future and maybe have a head-on battle with those 2 people from the upper world. If he could leapfrog the level and kill those 2 pretentious guys, Wang Ping would be really happy. Just when Wang Ping was thinking about it and was about to choose a talent, a notification sound from the chat group system suddenly sounded, interrupting Wang Ping's thoughts. Ding! Something strange has been detected in the world where group member Qin Tian, 77, and group member Yi Xiaofan, 75 are. The group task has been released to eliminate the weirdness. This group task is a mandatory task, and the number of participants is 5. Please ask all group members be prepared accordingly. Weird? Ran out again. Wang Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, and he frowned. No, it shouldn't be said that something strange happened again. It should be said that the world's alpha allowed them to travel through all worlds with problems. In these worlds, there are either travelers or weird beings, or both. However, Alpha feels that when the time is right, or feels that a certain world cannot be delayed any longer, he will issue a mission to let them eliminate the weird or the time traveler. Leaving aside the senior time traveler, with Alpha's urinary temperament, he probably wouldn't be willing to spend a large amount of points to issue a mission. Therefore, the frequency of weird occurrences will be higher. However, Wang Ping still felt that this guy was probably squeezed out of 20 million group points by him not long ago, so he wanted to earn back from Wei. While his thoughts were surging, Wang Ping did not continue to stare at the Life Simulator page, but opened the chat group. At this moment, the chat group was also lively, and the idle people who were not performing group tasks or practicing chose to bubble up. Qin Tian, 77. Damn it, something weird is happening in my world too? Damn it, isn't this super troublesome? This is the world of cultivating immortals. If something weird happens in the world of cultivating immortals, how powerful should it be? Lu Mei, 15. 3 seconds of silence for you. Zhang Jun, 70. In the world of cultivating immortals, although I really want to go to the world of immortality and kill a lot of people and quickly improve my strength, I always feel that I will be a hindrance in the past. Let's see how Brother Wang chooses people. Lin Yuan, 80. I want to go to the world of immortal cultivation. If I go to that world and mate with a powerful practitioner, then I can directly become the top expert in the chat group. Zhao Sahan, 87. Mate. Wang Shuqi, 74. It's scary, it's so explicit. It even scares the children. Wang Ping, 66. This group mission appears in the world of Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan. It's not going to be too simple. Those who want to sign up must consider it carefully. Of course, you don't have to be too entangled. After all, when you encounter a mission now, the group people here can provide support. Fang Yun 3. That being said, it is actually very dangerous. The last time the weirdness was eliminated, it was actually a matter of luck / Chun Yao, 71. Can't refute. Wu Jun, 20. Ahem. Even though I say this, I still have to participate in the mission. My golden finger can bring miracles. Proud.jpg. Wang Ping, 66. Very good. Wu Jun is the only one. Who else? Sign up quickly and don't waste time. Ding Xian, 88. Can I go? I want to experiment to see if I can defeat monsters and level up if I go to other worlds. Qin Tian, 77. Hey, you're a newbie. Why are you joining in the fun? There will be more ordinary tasks for experiments in the future. Don't take up your quota to deal with weird things. Ding Xian, 88. Kai Yonglong, 1. Count me in. Although I'm still a bit weak, the new golden finger is still useful. Chun Si, 83. I want to participate too. Follow Brother Wang and enjoy the hot and spicy food. QAQ. Chen Kong, 67. My sisters have gone. How can I not go? Count me in. Wang Shuqi, 74. Well, I was just thinking that I could join in the fun, but I didn't expect it to be full so quickly. Zhanghu, 5. It's outrageous. It feels like Brother Kai, Chun Si, Chen Kong, and Wu Jun have all become Brother Wang's exclusive assistants. In other words, this is the best weird strategy team. Chun Yao, 71. If you look at Brother Wang's strength and the special nature of other people's golden fingers, this team is the most suitable combination for conquering difficult group tasks. Fang Yun, 3. In the final analysis, we are too weak and can't help. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Alas. Wang Ping, 66. Don't be discouraged, just grow up slowly. In that case, it's decided that I, Kai Yonglong, Chen Si, Chen Kong, and Wu Jun will participate in the group mission. Lin Yuan, 80. Brother Wang me. Lin Yuan was helpless. She wanted to go to a high-end world to use her golden finger skills to quickly become stronger. Wang Ping, 66. At Lin Yuan, 80. Actually, you don't have to be too anxious. Now I am already one of the strongest beings in the purple spirit world. I want to get you an emperor to change you. It's easy to be strong. Fang Yun, 3. Damn it. Is Brother Wang one of the strongest? The emperor just wants to arrest him? It's a bit outrageous. Kai Yonglong. 1. That's of course. Brother Wang started to keep a low profile, and he killed a person who was in the imperial realm of great perfection before. Listening to Kai Yonglong's words, everyone in the group was shocked, surprised, and envious. Everyone not only envied Wang Ping, but also envied Lin Yuanyuan. With Wang Ping's words, Lin Yuanyuan would really rise to the level of an emperor. Wang Ping already had 10-star combat power when he was in the Nirvana realm, and the emperor would only be stronger. This is definitely a step forward. Lin Yuanyuan 80, at Wang Ping 66. Thank you very much, Brother Wang. From now on, I will only obey Brother Wang's words. Lin Yuanyuan said this with great excitement. People in the group don't feel much about this. If they can reach the sky in one step, then they would also want to say this. It's really cool to hang out with Brother Wang. Zhang Hu 5, at Wang Ping 66. Ahem, Brother Wang, can you help me tame a powerful monster and let me reach the sky in one step? I am dripping with tears all over the floor. JPG. Wang Ping 66. Speaking of which, Zhang Hu, your talent seems to be easy to reach the sky in one step. Well, after I complete the group mission this time, I will also get you a king or emperor-level monster. Wang Ping thought for a moment and then spoke. The time travelers in the chat group are still worth cultivating. Therefore, he has always been in the chat group to gain prestige. Although this group of people will most likely not be able to keep up with the speed at which he becomes stronger, it does not mean that it will be useless. It should be said that if he wanted to, golden fingers like Lin Yuanyuan and Zhang, who actually had a lot of room for growth, and could keep up with his combat power. As long as he reaches a certain level of strength, he can just capture some strong men alive for Lin Yuanyuan to mate with and capture powerful mounts for Zhang Hu. He had considered this kind of thing before, but he was a little worried that if this group of people suddenly became too strong, they would become uncontrollable. Now, he is already too far ahead, and the fighting power of the same realm will only get stronger and stronger. Even if they gain the same realm of power, nothing will happen. Even if their realms are the same, if they really want to fight, Wang Ping can kill them at will. Apart from that, the two of them had no reason to betray him. Even if you betray, the life simulator can easily simulate it. Therefore, Wang Ping has nothing to fear. And Chun Yao, it's time to make her stronger. Otherwise, the high-end combat power in the group is not enough. If we meet the senior time traveler in the future, we will definitely die. If the people in the group are too weak, they will easily be taken as a plot against me. Chess pieces. Wang Ping thought to himself. Zhang Hu 5, damn it. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. Brother Wang, you are really closer than my biological father. Wang Ping 66, go away. Who is your real father's? Zhang Hu 5, then, can I be my biological father? That's my adoptive father. Kai Yonglong 1, hey, this guy doesn't have any shame. Although I think it's normal. Just kidding, he was the first to call me foster father. In order to hold the thigh, face is a waist. At this time, other people in the group were also unhappy. Yes, they really want this kind of golden finger that can reach the sky in one step. With a boss guiding you, you can easily become stronger. Zhang Jun, 71, ahem. Brother Wang, I can also become stronger quickly, but it's a bit troublesome and I have to kill people. Ding Xian, 88, there is also me, I can gain experience points, cry.jpg. Su E, 84, Brother Wang, don't forget me. Our world is very special, and we can become stronger quickly. Kai Yonglong, 1, Su Bapi, why are you joining in the fun? Get out of here. Wang Ping, 66, stop arguing, take your time. I will train the top strong people, and the strong people will help others who need time to become stronger. Don't count on me for everything. Then I will die of exhaustion. Wang Ping was speechless. He knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd would go crazy. Seeing Wang Ping say this, the atmosphere in the group became slightly better. In this regard, Wang Ping didn't say much. He directly entered the list of task personnel and turned on the group task transmission function. In an instant, Wang Ping and Kai Yonglong turned into white light and disappeared into the purple spirit world. At the same time, Wu Jun, Chun Si, and Qin Kong also turned into white light and disappeared from their world. At the Lei Holy Land where Qin Tian was, streaks of white light appeared here. With the sudden appearance of Wang Ping and others, the entire Lei Holy Land suddenly rioted. The mountain protecting formation of Lei Holy Land was directly activated, exuding terrifying killing energy. At the same time, deep in the Lei Holy Land, the ancestors in the transformation stage were immediately alarmed and flew directly into the sky. Qin Tian, you are too unreliable. Wang Ping looked at this scene and was speechless. You have carried out so many group missions. Don't you know how to leave Lei Holy Land first? Brother Wang, the discussion just now was so exciting that I turned into a lemon and forgot about this. Qin Tian said with a bitter smile. Besides, Yi Xiaofan and I are obviously both in this world. Who knew it would be teleported to my side? Wang pinged. Well, it's Alpha's fault again. No, that's not right. Soon, Wang Ping seemed to have remembered something. His expression changed slightly, and he narrowed his eyes. Although it is not 100% accurate as long as a strange thing appears, it is usually not too far away from where they are, and it is a distance that they can easily reach. The size of the immortal cultivation world where Qin Tian is located is not much smaller than the purple spirit world where he is. In such a big world, weirdness naturally cannot appear in extremely remote places. In that case, if weirdness is hidden, it will be difficult to find, and group tasks may not be activated. In other words, weirdness may appear in Lei Holy Land. Even if he is not in Lei Holy Land, he will be somewhere not too far away from Lei Holy Land. Alpha, give me an accurate answer. Wang Ping asked in his heart. Theoretically, this is true, because I cannot interfere with the transmission process of group tasks related to weirdness. In addition, I have no way of knowing who weirdness has taken away. Alpha's cold voice sounded. With this answer, that's enough. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He was just about to criticize Alpha for not being good, and it seemed like it wasn't Alpha's fault this time. However, now it is a bit troublesome. After all, if weirdness was hiding in Lei Holy Land, then they would be exposed to weirdness now. No, that's not right. If weird was in the Lei Holy Land, Qin Tian would have been exposed long ago and have been operating under weird's nose. Thinking of the worst situation, even Wang Ping now feels solemn. While Wang Ping's thoughts were racing, the Holy Lord of Lei Holy Land and many of the elders at the God Transformation Realm were all staring at Wang Ping and others, erupting with powerful pressure. However, because of Wang Ping's presence, Qin Kong, Qin Si, Wu Jun, and Kai Yonglong were all very calm. It should be said that even without Wang Ping, they are not afraid of this group of people in Lei Holy Land. Although their current combat power is still incomparable to Wang Ping's, they can be called strong in many worlds. Qin Kong and Qin Si, relying on their powerful auxiliary abilities, often obtain a lot of mission points. The same is true for Wu Jun. Coupled with Wang Ping's deliberate training, their combat power has now reached the 6-star level, and they are no longer afraid of Yuanying realm monks. As for Kai Yonglong, the same is true. He feels that he can transform into an old monster. If the abilities of several people cooperate, it is normal to defeat the old monster. The only troublesome thing is the mountain guard formation in Lei Holy Land, which looks very dangerous. However, Kai Yonglong can completely rely on his abilities to defend a wave and then use the chat group function to easily retreat. Holy Lord, Master, Elders, they are all my friends, not enemies. On the contrary, Qin Tian flew into the sky anxiously and explained. Even if you are a friend, you should not suddenly appear in our Lei Holy Land, or even alarm the mountain guarding formation. Holy Lord Lei Yu snorted coldly and looked at Qin Tian with great dissatisfaction. However, while he was teaching Qin Tian a lesson, his eyes were still fixed on Wang Ping, with fear on his face, because he found that he could not see the depth of Wang Ping at all. As for Kai Yonglong and others, although they don't look like immortal cultivators at all, they are still very powerful, but they are not enough to be taken seriously by him. Qin Tian opened his mouth and was speechless. After all, The current situation is really hard to explain. Holy Lord Lei Yu suddenly visited and disturbed the Holy Land formation. It's Wang's fault. I hope Holy Lord won't blame him. Wang Ping looked calm and said this calmly. He also took out a high-grade essence liquid from the small world in his body and sent it to Holy Lord Lei Yu and others. Although Wang Ping doesn't know whether Yuan liquid is useful to cultivators, it is still a spiritual practice, and it also has aura and pure energy. It should also be considered a treasure to cultivators in other worlds. High-grade Yuan liquid is a good thing that is of great use to the Nirvana state. At the beginning, Wang Ping killed several Nirvana realm powerful men, but did not get much high-grade Yuan liquid. This shows how precious this stuff is to Nirvana realm monks. According to Wang Ping's analysis, the Nirvana realm, in this world of immortality, can only be rivaled by the old monsters in the tribulation stage, and even the powerful ones in the Mahayana stage. Therefore, this high-grade Yuan liquid is extremely precious. This is because Wang Ping does not want to reveal too much details to prevent being targeted by weird, which would be too troublesome. Otherwise, Wang Ping would not be so polite to a person in the transformation stage and some nascent soul stage. Not to mention these people. Even the old monsters hidden in Lei Yu Holy Land are not qualified to question Wang Ping. Of course, this was also because Qin Tian was the holy son of Lei Yu Holy Land, so Wang Ping did not want to go too far. This is Holy Lord Lei Yu felt the extremely pure energy in the high-grade Yuan liquid, and his heart was extremely shaken. This Yuan liquid is definitely a great opportunity. If he can find a way to absorb it, his cultivation will increase at an alarming rate. For a moment, the eyes of both Holy Lord Lei Yu and the nascent soul stage elders of Lei Yu Holy Land became fiery. Even at this moment, dozens of powerful auras suddenly appeared in the depths of Lei Yu Holy Land and descended here. These people are all old masters with fair hair and childish faces. Their cultivation bases are all very powerful. The weakest ones have cultivation bases at the God transformation stage, while the strongest ones have reached the peak of the fusion realm. As for the monks in the tribulation stage, there are none, because monks in the tribulation period have to face the problem of heavenly calamity. In order not to affect the Holy Land, they often find secret places to retreat. In this way, it can also prevent anyone from interfering with their tribulation. Facing the catastrophe, we must be cautious. Otherwise, if we cannot survive the catastrophe, we will turn into a pile of lusts, which is really sad. What pure energy! If this treasure is absorbed by me, it may be possible to reach the realm of transcending tribulation. After the fusion realm, old monster appeared. He also looked at the high-grade Yuan liquid with burning eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing the fiery gazes of these immortal cultivators, Wang Ping looked slightly strange. Although he guessed that high-grade Yuan liquid would be attractive to this group of people, he did not expect that the attraction would be so great. For a moment, Wang Ping, who had previously felt that he was not that rich, felt like a rich man going to the countryside. Hey, happiness really comes from contrast. At this time, the old monster at the peak of the fusion realm looked at Holy Lord Lei Yu and asked how this essence liquid came from. Holy Master Lei Yu glanced at the high-grade Yuan liquid with greedy eyes, knowing that this thing probably had nothing to do with him, so he could only helplessly answer the causes and consequences of the appearance of the high-grade Yuan liquid. For a moment, the ancestors of Lei Yu Holy Land all stared at Wang Ping with feverish eyes. That expression made him want to snatch Wang Ping away on the spot. However, when the ancestor of Lei Yu Holy Land, who was at the peak of the fusion realm, discovered that he could not see through Wang Ping's cultivation either, and even felt a sudden chill running down his spine when he had some small thoughts, his expression changed slightly, and he put it away. Be careful. The visitor is a guest. Naturally, we will not blame the Taoist friend for his sudden visit. However, I don't know what you call him and where he comes from. The ancestor who was at the peak of the fusion realm smiled and raised his hands and asked Wang Ping. I am Wang Ping. My Taoist name is Tianyin Huangzuan, and I come from outside the territory. Wang Ping looked at it calmly. The fact that they come from outside the territory cannot be concealed. Wang Ping had no intention of hiding it, so he might as well confess it directly so that both parties would have a clear understanding. Coming from outside the territory, the powerful men in Lei Holy Land all had their eyes flickering and were very surprised. Although they had already guessed the identity of Wang Ping and others, they were still very surprised to hear his personal answer. It is common sense that there is more than just the Lingyu world where they are in the cultivation world. Above the Lingyu realm, there is the immortal realm, which governs countless immortal cultivation realms like the Lingyu realm. However, other cultivation circles also follow the path of cultivating immortals. No matter how weird it is, it's just taking the path of body training. This is the first time they have seen existences with completely different auras like Wang Ping and others. Therefore, they feel that this is not just from other cultivation worlds. They couldn't figure out Wang Ping's specific origins at all. It turns out that we are from outside the territory. I'm glad to meet you. It's fate that I, the holy son of Lei Holy Land, can be friends with all of you fellow Taoists. If you don't mind, you can stay here temporarily. I, Lei Holy Land, will hold an immortal banquet. Welcome all fellow Taoists, the ancestor at the peak of the fusion realm said, with a warm face. Since fellow Taoist invites us, we will stay here for the time being and wait for the immortal banquet. Wang Ping also smiled and replied. Next, Wang Ping and others stayed at Qin Tian's place. Although those old monsters wanted to personally arrange accommodation for Wang Ping and others, Wang Ping refused. Brother Wang, I'm causing trouble for you. In Qin Tian's cave, he said helplessly. Small problem. Wang Ping shook his head. By the way, Yi Xiaofan has not been teleported here. This guy is obviously a holy body, but now he is acting like a little transparent one. Seeing that Wang Ping didn't care, Qin Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, and then started to mutter. You're still second to Yi He. I don't think Yi He's 10th is even considered. Listening to Qin Tian complaining about Yi Xiaofan, Kai Yonglong and others couldn't help laughing. Don't complain about him. It's a good thing if he doesn't come over. Wang Ping patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and said speechlessly. To be honest, the way we appear now is quite bad. We may have noticed it. If he is not here, it is a hidden card. Although I think it is useless, it is better than nothing, isn't it? Brother Wang, are we now exposed to the strange eyes? Qin Tian's pupil shrank a little frightened. It's just my guess. After all, the location we teleport to is often very close to weirdness. To be precise, if there are two group members in the same world, the chat group will teleport us to the group member who is relatively close to weirdness. The location is convenient for us to find the weird one and kill it. Wang Ping nodded and said solemnly. Fuck. Brother Wang, if you say that, wouldn't it be possible that I would have been exposed to the weird eyes a long time ago? Qin Tian's face became distorted and he panicked. Damn it. If he had been exposed to the strange eyes for a long time, wouldn't it mean that his life might be in danger at any time? It's just that Wei was planning something before and didn't take action against him. Why is this situation so familiar? Chun Yao and others have also encountered it. He never thought that he would also have such a day. Young boy used to brag with Yi Xiaofan about joining the Holy Land directly, which made him feel comfortable. Now it's better. Although Yi Xiaofan is also being hunted, he is not in as much danger as you. Kai Yonglong said happily. Qin Tian's face twitched, and he was unable to refute. Stop talking, I'll use my golden finger first. Wang Ping shook his head and said. After hearing this, everyone became quiet. And Wang Ping also called up the paid simulation page again. Although he felt that they had been targeted by weird, Wang Ping still planned to complete the paid simulation first. Immersive simulation actually has a hidden benefit, which Wang Ping discovered. That is, during immersive simulation, although it feels like a long time has passed, in fact the time in the outside world does not pass very long, just a few seconds. I have to say that the optimized life simulator is powerful. Therefore, Wang Ping was not panicked at all. Even if Wei Wei notices them, it will take time to target them. And during this time, Wang Ping is enough to pay for simulations and then simulate them for free many times to dig out Wei Wei's old base. System. I choose the purple talent. Prove the Tao with killing. Wang Ping directly arranged a layer upon layer of formations, and at the same time took out the artifacts in the formation to protect himself and others, and only after making sure that everything was safe, he said in his heart. Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Then, Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker, his vision changed, and he returned to the Zhangyan Valley in the purple spirit world. It feels really strange to switch this scene directly back. Wang Ping glanced at the familiar Zhangyan Valley in front of him and muttered, "System, fast forward." However, Wang Ping didn't think much and spoke directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you were full of killing intent and left Zhangyan Valley directly to hunt down the top experts in the purple spirit world. Not long after you left Zhangyan Valley, you destroyed a holy land and slaughtered an emperor, 3 quasi-emperors, and many kings. Because you have slaughtered so many strong men, your talent has been improved, and the power of each move has also been improved. This makes you excited and makes you more bloodthirsty. You have no scruples at all and start to make enemies of the whole world, killing people everywhere, especially those holy places. This behavior shocked the entire purple spirit world. Countless strong men looked ugly and formed an alliance without hesitation, sending out a large number of strong men to attack you. In this regard, you have nothing to fear, and you can fight against all the powerful men in the purple spirit realm with your own strength. Although it was very difficult for you to face the siege of so many strong men, and you had to take out your divine weapon to compete with them, but you relied on your purple talent, proving the way by killing to snowball and gradually became stronger. And in the end, you were able to fight with the power of one person. Broke the siege of all the powerful men in the purple spirit realm, and all the large formations were destroyed by you. Your power frightens countless people, and they want to flee. In this regard, you are very bloodthirsty. When you catch up, you kill an emperor instantly. You suppress the world with artifacts, seal the space, prevent everyone from escaping, and want to kill them all. Your act of killing everyone has made the surviving strong men fearful, feeling that the purple spirit realm is going to be slaughtered by you alone. At this time, Ji Bingyan, who was hiding in the eternal frozen soil, was finally unable to continue practicing calmly. At this critical moment, she chose to be born and fight with you, hoping to suppress you. The birth of the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan shocked the powerful people in the purple spirit world. They did not expect that the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan was still alive and seemed to have surpassed the level of an emperor. This gave them hope. You are neither surprised nor afraid of the birth of Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. Instead, you are very excited and want to kill Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan too. After all, you are stronger now than you were in the previous life simulation, and Ji Bingyan is not the Ji Bingyan who will truly reach the quasi-god level after 1,000 years. In other words, you have become stronger, but Ji Bingyan has become weaker. When the two items are offset, it is especially clear who wins and who loses. You started a crazy fight. The more you fight, the more excited and bloodthirsty you become, while the more Ji Bingyan fights, the more difficult it becomes. At this point in time, Ji Bingyan is weaker than you think. For this reason, you sentenced Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan to death and killed her forcefully. In this way, you have become stronger and your talents have been improved again. Many powerful people in the purple spirit realm felt terrified and completely despairing when they saw that even the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan was killed by you. Some strong people are not willing to be trampled to death like ants by you, and choose to fight you desperately and directly self-destruct. You are fearless and continue the massacre. In this way, in this battle, most of the powerful men in the purple spirit world were killed by you. However, you were still not satisfied with this and started a massacre. In the 5 continents and sea areas, as long as there are still king-level monks, you will kill them all. However, you have no intention of killing ordinary people and monks. After all, you want to be sustainable. You want to unify the purple spirit world, raise goo, raise strong people, and then hunt. In this way, you will continue to become stronger. Next, you enslaved a large number of Nirvana monks, created a huge divine kingdom to rule the purple spirit world, and began to create an army system to train practitioners. After taking care of these things, you found the black turtle and sealed him to prevent him from causing any trouble while you were in retreat. It was so cruel. It directly slaughtered all the powerful people in the purple spirit realm, even Ji Bingyan. This is a talent with side effects. You can simulate the selection, but you cannot win the reward. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and sighed. This kind of talent can make you strong, but the side effects are really serious. There is something very strange about the talent of Life Simulator. That is a talent that changes your character. No matter what level it is, if you choose it, it will break. No matter what cultivation level you have, if you choose it, it will immediately change your personality. There is no way to suppress this side effect. Even if you're already in nirvana, the same is true if you choose a white talent. Wang Ping doesn't know what this mechanism is. Anyway, although Wang Ping is greedy, he really doesn't dare to choose such a side effect talent as a reward. Next, Wang Ping shook his head and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you start to study the great emperor's scriptures. Because you have slaughtered a large number of powerful people and your talents have been improved, the efficiency of your enlightenment this time will be much faster than in the last free simulation. In the blink of an eye, 800 years have passed. You have successfully comprehended the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, lost your cultivation, and performed a secret transformation. Next, because you have all the cultivation resources in the purple spirit realm, plus you have improved your talents and have reached the great perfection of the imperial realm, it only took you 200 years to cultivate to the imperial realm again after retraining. The level of Dzogchen. However, because you are rebuilding the imperial scripture, although your foundation is perfect and your combat power has reached a terrifying level, the resources you consume are also extremely terrifying. It can be said that you have consumed all the top resources in the entire purple spirit world. It can be said that if you do not lead the purple spirit realm, you will never reach the level of the great perfection of the emperor realm. If you die, you will reach the king realm. The various resources in the lower realm are far inferior to those in the upper realm. In order to catch up with the geniuses in the upper realm, in the early realm, you luxuriously used various resources that can only be used in the imperial realm to practice and build the foundation of terror can be said to be very luxurious, which is why there is such a serious consumption of resources. After reaching the level of Dzogchen in the imperial realm, you will choose to leave seclusion. When you came out of seclusion, the two realms were also bordering, and the Blood Demon clan invaded the purple spirit realm. When the Blood Demon clan came to the purple spirit realm, they were all very shocked. Because they didn't sense any powerful aura, they didn't even have a king, so there were only a very small number of kings. This strange situation made the Blood Demon clan a little surprised. They suspected that this was a smoke bomb released by the purple spirit realm to make them careless. For a time, he no longer dared to attack easily. The text simulation stopped here, and many pictures appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes. Various insights also appeared in his mind, and the power in his body surged to the extreme. However, it is no longer a mixture of various attributes, only pure fire magic power. However, the intensity of this fire magic power is much stronger than the composite attribute of Yuan Lingju, just like the difference between cloud and mud. Purple talent. Demonstrate the Tao through killing. It is indeed strong enough. I directly practiced it to the Burning Heaven Emperor Realm and Mortal Realm chapter, and returned to the level of the Imperial Realm Dzogchen so quickly. However, this kind of murderous intention is too terrifying. Wang Ping's face was stern, and he had an uncontrollable murderous intention in his heart, which made him have the urge to kill at all times. In fact, the places that were not described in the text simulation were presented in the form of pictures. That is, Wang Ping will kill some people from time to satisfy his almost crazy desire to kill, which can be described as very perverted. I don't know if I will be affected by my chosen cultivation. If it is, it will be troublesome, Wang Ping thought with a headache. He thought of this before the simulation. However, He thought that the rewards of the life simulator would not have side effects, and he was covetous of the benefits brought by the purple talent, proving the way by killing, so he chose to ignore it. Now, feeling this terrifying, murderous intention in person, he was a little worried again. After all, this is a side effect of talent, and it is different from being tricked by others in previous rewards. However, now that the matter has come to this, Wang Ping has no choice but to accept it all. Next, it's time to go meet the blood demons for a while, hoping to satisfy my desire to kill. Wang Ping's face was cold, with uncontrollable murderous intent in his eyes. The space around him was rippled, and he disappeared. Not long after, Wang Ping's figure appeared out of thin air in Zhongzhou, where the two worlds bordered. Wang Ping ignored the many powerful men in the blood demon realm, especially the quasi-god of the blood demon realm, who stayed for a long time. The red light in his eyes flashed away. For him, these powerful men in the blood demon realm are nothing more than nourishment to help him grow. Wang Ping's sudden appearance shocked many powerful men of the blood demon clan, but in the end they breathed a sigh of relief, because it is normal for a powerful person in the imperial realm to appear. Next, more powerful people should appear. This is the normal development after the border between the two worlds. Otherwise, it would be too weird. However, what these powerful men did not notice was that the Emperor of the Blood Demon Realm and even the quasi-gods of the Blood Demon Realm showed frightened expressions, because they felt a fatal sense of danger in Wang Ping. In addition, Wang Ping's uncontrollable murderous intention also made their scalps numb and their hearts chilled. How many people did this guy have to kill before he has such terrifying killing intent? You must know that even the murderous blood demons like them have less than 1% of Wang Ping's evil spirit and murderous aura. Who are you? Where are the other strong men in the purple spirit realm? The quasi-god of the blood demon clan had a serious look on his face, and he had a terrifying guess in his mind, and he asked Wang Ping in a deep voice. No need to wait. I am the only emperor of the purple spirit realm, because the rest are all dead. Wang Ping grinned, a very sinister smile. This made many monks in the blood demon realm feel cold in their hearts. Are you kidding? One person slaughtered all the strong men in the world. What kind of lunatic is this? Also, how terrifying his strength must be. Madman, even the quasi-god of the blood demon realm looked solemn and cursed loudly. An uneasy feeling emerged in his heart. He is a quasi-god, and when facing an emperor, he should look down on him. But now he feels that he may not be Wang Ping's opponent. This guy is definitely not a normal human monk. Oh, quasi-god of the blood demon clan, I will give you a chance. Immediately ask other strong men of the blood demon clan to sacrifice you and break through to the incomplete state of the false god. Otherwise, you will die for me. Wang Ping looked at the quasi-god of the blood demon realm coldly, murderous intent erupting. The terrifying murderous intention. Even the sky was dyed blood black. The terrifying murderous intention was as real as reality, making the blood demon monk's face turn pale. Monks below the imperial realm tend to become unstable and fall to the ground. Even the emperor was swaying with a look of horror on his face. This killing intent was so terrifying that it was enough to impact their souls and make them unstable. You are so arrogant. The quasi-god of the blood demon clan had an ugly look on his face, shouted loudly, and struck directly at Wang Ping. The terrifying power of the blood demon condensed into a dragon and bit Wang Ping fiercely. Boring. Wang Ping looked indifferent and punched out. Without even using flames, it just directly destroyed the blood demon tribe's quasi-god with a powerful blow on the spot. What? Seeing this scene, the blood demon clan quasi-god looked shocked and frightened. Although he did not use his most powerful ultimate move, he did not hold back either. Unexpectedly, Wang Ping defeated this blow so lightly. I will give you one more chance to sacrifice immediately, otherwise just die. Wang Ping's figure flashed and appeared in front of the blood demon clan's quasi-god. His palm directly pressed down on his face, and with a little force, his head was crushed open. However, Wang Ping had no intention of killing him. Therefore, the headless body of the Blood Demon Clan quasi-god quickly retreated, and his head quickly grew out, but his expression was extremely ugly. Facing an emperor, he should have crushed him, but he could only survive if he was easily killed by the opponent or showed mercy. This feeling of powerlessness and humiliation made him almost crazy. I have already said that I will give you a chance to sacrifice the powerful Blood Demon Clan. Otherwise, all of you will die. Wang Ping followed with one hand, ignoring the quasi-gods of the Blood Demon realm and many of the powerful ones in the Blood Demon realm, and said coldly, "Damn it." The strong Blood Demon tribe obeyed the order and immediately made sacrifices. Your glorious sacrifice today will allow our Blood Demon tribe to unify the two worlds. No other race is our opponent, and the achievements of your descendants will also change. Got to be stronger. The quasi-god of the Blood Demon clan had a ferocious face and roared. He had been forced to have no choice but to take a gamble and let other blood demons sacrifice their blood. Otherwise, he will die, the other blood demons will also die, and the entire Blood Demon clan will be slaughtered by this guy with overwhelming murderous intent. As the roar of the quasi-gods of the Blood Demon tribe rang out, the other blood demons all turned pale, but they also understood that now was not the time to hesitate, so they all regained their ruthless expressions and decided to sacrifice. In an instant, all the strong men of the Blood Demon clan were transformed into astonishing blood energy and integrated into the body of the Blood Demon clan's quasi-god, causing his power to soar crazily. There is an extremely rich blood floating from the passage connecting the two worlds, which is also sucked into the body by the Blood Demon clan quasi-god. And Wang Ping was just watching all this. Compared with killing a quasi-god and many emperors, the benefits of killing a false god are greater. So he will make such a choice to force the Blood Demon quasi-god to become a true false god. In addition, Wang Ping also wanted to see if he now had the strength to fight against a true virtual god realm powerhouse. If he had this fighting power, he could try to go deep into the forbidden land of Taichu to see what was inside. As time goes by, the Blood Demon clan's quasi-gods become more and more powerful, and their aura has far surpassed the level of quasi-gods and reached the realm of virtual gods. To be precise, this is not the perfect virtual god realm. Wang Ping once saw the old man who burst out with the aura of the false god realm take action. The opponent was the real false god realm. Whether it was the body, mana, or soul, it gave him a completely different feeling. He was truly like a god, such a superior existence. Of course, Wang Ping didn't know what level the old man belonged to, but it was obvious that the virtual god of the Blood Demon clan in front of him couldn't compare with him. Although the opponent's body and soul seemed to have reached the level of the false god realm, the lack of divine source has completely transformed his mana, so it cannot be regarded as the true false god realm. In addition, there is another important feature of the false god realm, which is the need to understand the false laws. Those in the false god realm who have not understood the pseudo-laws are nothing more than smuggled false god realm experts. In the upper realm, they're the basic units of combat power that are overtaken by the geniuses. Emperor of mankind, you are too arrogant to wait for me to become a god. For this reason, you have to pay the price for your arrogance today. Feeling the powerful power in his body, the Blood Demon clan's false god became confident again. He looked down at Wang Ping like a god, roared, and slapped Wang Ping with a high hand. Facing this terrifying palm that could blow up even Zhongzhou, Wang Ping's face remained cold, and he just punched calmly. In an instant, the fire attribute mana in his body surged out, forming a flaming fist, which violently collided with the palm of the Blood Demon clan's false god. With the sound of click, the palm of the Blood Demon clan's false god was directly exploded by Wang Ping, and it turned into blood and scattered all over the central continent, forming a terrifying disaster. The entire central continent was riddled with holes. How can this be? The Blood Demon clan's false god looked horrified and could not accept all this. He has become a god. So why is it that the powerful attack he unleashes is still easily crushed by Wang Ping? He couldn't accept this. Even though he became a god, he was still no match for an emperor. Too weak. Wang Ping gave his evaluation and shook his head in disappointment. Then, Wang Ping had no intention of wasting time with the Blood Demon Clan's false god, and coldly punched him again. This punch is the Emperor-level magical power, the Burning Heaven Emperor Fist, recorded in the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. In an instant, the terrifying red flame formed a terrifying fist, vaguely carrying the power of God, crushing and burning most of the space and central continent beyond recovery, and blasted towards the virtual god of the Blood Demon Clan. No! The false god of the Blood Demon Clan felt a sense of fatal danger and used all his divine power to block this terrifying punch, but he was horrified to find out. All his methods were in vain. He was easily burned into nothingness by the arrogant Burning Heaven Emperor Fist, and was directly crushed by the terrifying fist power. In the end, the Blood Demon Tribe's false god could only despair and be unwilling to be completely killed by the Burning Heaven Emperor's fist, and even the dust was not left behind. Wang Ping killed a virtual god with one punch. System, continue to fast forward. After killing the Blood Demon Clan's false god with one punch, Wang Ping said coldly. As Wang Ping said these words, he was also freed from the uncontrollable, terrifying, murderous thoughts. This made Wang Ping breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the insights and the like will stay and will not cause negative effects on oneself. As long as you don't choose the purple talent and prove the Tao through killing, there won't be any big problem. All I can say is that the optimized life simulator is really awesome. Wang Ping sighed once again. At this time, the screen appeared again, and the text also appeared. After you killed the false god of the Blood Demon Tribe, the power of each move became more powerful. In addition, your talents have also been improved again. You chose to return to your own kingdom of God and continue your practice. This time, your purpose is to understand the false laws of fire and the false laws of swords. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and you have successfully understood the pseudo-law of I Ching's sword. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and you have successfully understood the pseudo-law of Yichenho. That is, not long after you understood the pseudo-law of fire. The difference between you and the previous life simulation is that this time you clearly sense space fluctuations above the sea, and two powerful auras arrived. You know very well that these are two powerful men from the upper realm appearing in the purple spirit realm. Counting the time, you are not surprised by their appearance. For this reason, you have chosen to go to the Taichu Forbidden Land and enter it, hoping to break into its deepest part and see what big secrets there are inside, which can attract powerful men from the upper world to come to the purple spirit world and destroy both worlds. Because you are now strong enough, you have entered a deeper place than you remembered. However, even you now are still unable to withstand the invasion of the deeper black mist, and your life is in danger at any time. You didn't panic and let Kai Yonglong use his golden fingers to add power to your unfolded energy barrier. With Kai Yonglong's ability bonus and 3-second defense invincibility, you rushed into the deepest part of the Taichu Forbidden Land at the fastest speed without any scruples. Then, you saw a very shocking scene. In the deepest part of the holy land of Taichu, there is a dark spear sealed. The so-called black mist is just the breath escaping from this jet black spear. You can't imagine what kind of weapon this spear is. The only thing you know is that this is definitely not something that a powerful person in the divine realm can touch. Not to mention a strong man in the false god realm. Even if he is a strong man in the divine lord realm, he is definitely not qualified to touch this black spear. When your heart is shocked, the time for Kai Yonglong's ability has also come. You and Kai Yonglong were instantly submerged in the black mist and turned into nothingness. You were resurrected due to the resurrection talisman, but you were submerged in the black mist again and died completely. Because of your death, this simulation ends. He's still dead. However, the harvest this time is big enough. If I didn't have this purple talent, I don't know how long it would take to understand the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture and increase my combat power to the point where I can defeat the quasi-god. At the same time, It is impossible to comprehend the pseudo-laws that can only be comprehended by the strong ones in the virtual God realm. Although the pseudo-laws are just the transition of the laws, they are not comparable to the power of realms, dharma, and the like. Wang Ping looked at the content of this simulation and let out a breath. At this time, Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, his vision changed, and he appeared in the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Land, and many insights and pictures appeared in his mind. After all this was over, he witnessed with his own eyes the sealed black spear deep in the forbidden land of Taichu. This black spear is much more terrifying and weird than described in the text simulation. At the barrel of its gun, there is also a scarlet eye that exudes a strange light. This should be a magic weapon. Perhaps a magic weapon comparable to a holy weapon. Wang Ping couldn't help but make a guess. He has never seen a sacred weapon. That is, he has only held a low-grade artifact. Low-grade artifacts, placed in the upper realm, that is, weapons held by quasi-gods and ordinary virtual gods, are too different from the grade of black spears. If I can get this weapon, even if I can't use it at ordinary times, it will definitely be a big trump card. Wang Ping thought with some greed. But that's just thinking about it. This terrifying thing, if we don't know its details and we don't know how to make it recognize its owner, the result of unsealing it will be destruction. The purple spirit realm and the blood demon realm, these two lower planes, were destroyed in an instant and nothing was left. It was really terrifying. This is just the result of the aura escaping from the black spear. If it explodes with all its power, it's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be. I now suspect that it was not the two beings in the upper world who intended to destroy the two worlds, but that they wanted to control the black spear and then ushered in destruction. Under the riot of the black spear, they also died in among them. Wang Ping thought silently. At this time, Wang Ping's consciousness flickered and his vision changed, returning to the world of immortal cultivation where Qin Tian was. Because he had already absorbed the insights at the end this time, Wang Ping didn't have to worry about getting down to business because of the extra reward insights. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following rewards. Imperial Realm Dzogchen Cultivation, received from recultivation. Purple Talent, prove the Tao through killing. A random Imperial weapon. Blue Talent, speed enhancement. 4 rewards. Purple Talent, demonstrate the Tao through killing. Wang Ping looked at the reward options and was a little greedy, but he still couldn't choose and had no choice but to give up. In addition, Wang Ping was a little pity. That is, it would be great if the talent improvement and lethality enhancement collected with the purple talent of killing demonstration road could be released as separate rewards. If that were the case, Wang Ping would definitely choose one of them. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. If you miss it, you will miss it. System I choose. The Imperial Realm of Dzogchen Cultivation and a random Imperial weapon. For this reason, Wang Ping made the choice without hesitation. Blue Talent, speed enhancement, he had no intention of taking a second look at it. The blue talent really can't keep up with the rhythm. Choosing it is a waste of precious reward options. As Wang Ping made his choice, Wang Ping felt that an Imperial weapon had appeared out of thin air in his little world, and the cultivation level in his body also surged. Although his realm has not changed at all, the intensity of his magic power is countless times stronger than before. After practicing the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Emperor Sutra and supplementing it with all the precious resources of the Purple Spirit Realm, the Imperial Realm Dzogchen was too powerful. Unfortunately, without the extra lethality bonus brought by the purple talent, excluding the pseudo-law, I am actually not as powerful as when I defeated the Blood Demon Clan's false god with one punch, and the combat power is much worse. Wang Ping silently compared in his heart. Of course, even if he is now using the magical powers recorded in the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor's Sutra to defeat the Blood Demon Clan's false god, it is still a matter of one punch. Now, he truly has the combat power to cross the border and defeat ordinary Void God Realm powerhouses. However, the perfect foundation and strong combat power have also brought new problems. That is, it may be difficult to achieve a perfect breakthrough to the quasi-god and virtual god realms in the lower realm. In the lower bound, there is no such resource condition. Beyond that, there's a bigger problem. That is, he only has the cultivation method in the mortal realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. If you want to continue to build a perfect foundation and pave the way to the Great Emperor, you must look for the Great Emperor scriptures in the Divine Realm chapter. Although it is said that the first Great Emperor could not practice scriptures before he became an emperor, practicing the Emperor's scripture is not a necessary condition for becoming an emperor. But compared to monks who do not practice the Emperor's scripture, monks who practice the Emperor's scripture undoubtedly build a more solid foundation, and the probability of growing to a high level is higher. At the same time, by practicing various Emperor scriptures and using them as foundation, the probability of creating your own Emperor scriptures is also greater. These advantages cannot be ignored. Next, he must find a way to go to the upper realm. He can only find a way to go to the upper realm with the cultivation of the Emperor's Dzogchen. Otherwise, without follow-up cultivation methods and corresponding cultivation resources, if he only stayed in the lower realm, he would really be stuck in the imperial realm of Dzogchen. What's even worse is that my cultivation has improved, and I don't have many paid simulation opportunities left. Wang Ping silently calculated in his mind. Unless he frantically beats most of the emperors of the Purple Spirit Realm to death and snatches away their royal weapons and weapons, he will not have many simulations left. However, Wang Ping did not want to do such an unscrupulous thing if his own life was not involved. Of course, if it involves his own safety, then Wang Ping can only say sorry. Although he will try not to kill these people as much as possible, he has to decide the royal weapon and the royal weapon. After all, a dead Taoist friend is better than a poor Taoist. Then, after the crisis is over, these people will be given adequate compensation. Next, it's time to deal with the weirdness of this world. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He took a breath and said in his heart, "System, I want to conduct a free simulation." Ding, the life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins. The sound of the system rang again, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, letting him understand that the immersive simulation had begun. System, fast forward. Wang Ping spoke again. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again. The screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you discussed how to find something strange, but to no avail. In the end, after thinking about it, you decided to act secretly and investigate the Leiyu Holy Land first. After all, with your current strength, it is very easy to launch an investigation without being discovered by the cultivators of Leiyu Holy Land. Next, you start taking action. However, you have searched all the hidden places in Leiyu Holy Land, but you have not found any strange traces, nor have you found anything strange in Leiyu Holy Land. You are not surprised by this. After all, the way you appeared has exposed you, and it is impossible for you to discover the weirdness easily. One day later, Leiyu Holy Land held an immortal banquet, and you are warmly invited. You couldn't refuse, so you chose to attend the immortal banquet. However, you have always been cautious and did not eat or drink anything from the immortal banquet. As for Kai Yonglong and others, they had no scruples and chose to eat. In their opinion, these are all good things, and eating them is of great benefit to them. If you don't eat them, you will get nothing. There is nothing more satisfying than having sex for free. Of course, the reason why they think this is because they feel that it is impossible for Leiyu Holy Land to poison them so blatantly. In that case, with you here, it will be easy to detoxify and destroy some people in Leiyu Holy Land. You did not stop Wu Jun and the others from eating the food at the immortal banquet. Because for you, finding information is the most important thing. If something happens to them, it is a good thing, because this way you can catch the weird tale. If the Supreme Elder of Leiyu Holy Land was not stupid, he would not be able to harm you. If something really happened, it could only be the result of something strange. Of course, you just think Wei Wei can't be so stupid and use such low-level methods to deal with you. Unfortunately, nothing is absolute. The tech simulation stopped here. Various kinds of nectar also appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes, and finally his vision appeared on the immortal banquet. Although Wang Ping also acted like eating and drinking, in fact nothing entered his body. To be precise, this group of immortal cultivators had already been silently affected by his magical power of illusion. After all, for Wang Ping, who had killed so many weird people, he would never expose his skin when he went to other worlds, let alone eat and drink. He would not even pretend to pour something into his mouth and then move away. He would not let anything in the weird other world touch his body. There was no way. This was a bloody lesson, and he had to do it. After the meaningful tech simulation appeared, did it directly and passively enter the immersive simulation state? It seems that there is indeed a problem with this fairy banquet. It is really an unexpected situation. Wang Ping glanced at the people at the fairy banquet and frowned slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, the branch route is the choice of eating and drinking the fairy banquet or not eating. If you eat, there is a high probability that there will be problems. Wang Ping used his spiritual consciousness to check the things on the fairy banquet again, but found nothing. I don't understand what's going on. Continue to choose not to eat and continue to fast forward. Wang Ping sighed. Soon, the fairy banquet ended. You carefully checked the bodies of Qin Tian, Wu Jun, and others, and found that they did not have any abnormal conditions, but their strength was stronger. It was obvious that they had gained a lot of benefits at the fairy banquet. This made you feel subtle. Next, you searched for information silently, but unfortunately, you could not find any abnormal places. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. During these 50 years, many things have happened in the world of immortal cultivation, and Qin Tian's cultivation has steadily improved to the peak of the fusion realm. And Yi Xiaofan still did not reunite with you, and his whereabouts are unknown, and even you can't find his location. But at the same time, after all these years, you still can't find where the weirdness is, which makes you quite depressed. However, in this world, you can't destroy the world and force out the weirdness with brutal methods as before. Because this is the world of immortal cultivation, although there is no power to compete with you in this lower world, this world is closely related to the immortal world. Immortal cultivators can shake people down from the immortal world. That is to say, if you go too far and want to become a world-destroying demon king, it is likely to attract extremely terrifying strongmen. By then, even you will not be safe and sound. You are powerful, but not invincible. There are definitely more powerful immortals than you in the fairy world, and there are many of them. But you continue to search slowly like this, and you can't find any results, which makes you very irritated. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years have passed. 30 years have passed, and you still haven't found any abnormal places when you walk in the world. It's as if there is no weirdness in this world, which is very strange. After these 30 years, Qin Tian's cultivation has successfully passed the tribulation and has steadily reached the Mahayana stage, and he can ascend to the fairy world at any time. In this regard, Qin Tian is helpless and doesn't know whether he should ascend to the fairy world and become an immortal with infinite lifespan. And you, after thinking about it, plan to let Qin Tian ascend. You think that the weirdness may not be in the lower world, but in the fairy world. If Qin Tian went to the fairyland, he might be able to bring some valuable information to you in the lower world. Qin Tian thought it made sense, so he chose to ascend to the fairyland and disappeared. While you were waiting for Qin Tian's news, you continued to look for strange traces in the lower world. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed, and you still found nothing and did not find any abnormal places. This made you silent, and you really couldn't understand where the weirdness was hidden and what the ability was. When you were confused, you chose to return to the Lei Holy Land, wanting to search the Lei Holy Land again to see if you had missed any important places. Unfortunately, even if you returned to the Lei Holy Land, you still found nothing. In the end, you sighed helplessly and left the Lei Holy Land. As a mortal, you walked in the mortal city thousands of miles away from the Lei Holy Land, feeling the atmosphere of the mortal world, and relaxed your mood for a long time. That is, when you were relaxing for a long time, someone took the initiative to find you. This person is Yi Xiaofan, who has disappeared for many years. At this time, Yi Xiaofan has become a puppet-like existence, without his own consciousness, which makes you angry. After he found you, he asked you to follow him to a place where he was waiting for you. At this time, you were confused and a little scared, but also a little happy because you finally knew where the weirdness was. It turns out it's weird. There's a small shop in this city, which makes you feel very subtle. You were even more surprised when you walked into the shop and saw an ordinary-looking man with no aura and a completely human appearance. This is the first time that I invited you over because I dared to expose my weirdness. And this weird one is also the weakest among the weird ones you have ever seen. At least the combat power of the main body is like this. Perhaps a mortal with some martial arts training could defeat him and kill him. However, although you may find it strange, you do not want to take it lightly. After all, Yi Xiaofan has been made into a puppet. This shows that the weirdness is not simple. Weirdly, the most powerful thing is always his extremely high-level ability, not his combat power. While you are on guard, Wei Wei invites you to sit down and makes you all a cup of tea. In this regard, none of you have any intention of drinking. In this regard, Wei Wei feels very boring. Then Wei Wei took the initiative to tell you about his abilities. His ability is that he can use a store as a base. This stronghold is invincible. It cannot be destroyed outside or inside. At the same time, in this stronghold, he is invincible. No one can hurt him. No one can move him. Of course, he couldn't harm his guest using conventional methods. The most he could do was to kick him out. These words make your expressions change slightly. This is the first time that Weird has proactively told you about his abilities, and if these weird words are true, it will be very troublesome. Because you can't kill him. And Weird obviously can deal with you through unconventional methods. In response, you looked grim and began to try to attack Wei and Xiaodian. What makes you silent is that even if you unleash an attack powerful enough to kill the false god, you won't be able to hurt Wei Wei, and you won't even be able to damage anything in the shop. Wei Wei didn't care when he saw your behavior. He just smiled, indicating that he forgot to tell you something. When you enter the store, you must pay a certain price to buy a card from him. There are all kinds of things in this card. It may be a big prize or a big pit. Everything depends on luck. After you heard Wei Wei's words, your expressions became solemn, and you knew that Wei Wei had no good intentions and had been digging a hole for you to jump in from the beginning. But you still have to jump in. The tech simulation stopped here. Wang Ping's consciousness flickered, and many pictures appeared in his mind. Finally, his field of vision also changed to the inside of the shop. What price do we have to pay? How did he become like this? Wang Ping looked solemn, knowing that it was time to make a choice. He glanced at Yi Xiaofan and said in a deep voice, What if I said that I saved his life? Do you believe it? Weird said meaningfully. What's the meaning? Wang Ping frowned. Wu Jun and others also looked surprised. When he came to this city, he had already been cursed. Even though he has become a puppet now, in fact, without my help, his soul would have been alienated long ago. He said strangely and calmly. Curse? Wang Ping's eyelids twitched. Speaking of which, Yi Xiaofan has indeed not bubbled for a while. He had been being hunted before. Could it be that the immortal cultivators who were chasing him were behind it? However, what is going on with this soul alienation? By the way, except for you, everyone around you has also been cursed, and their souls have been alienated. Especially this kid. The situation is the worst. He looked at Wang Ping strangely and calmly, then glanced at Chen Kong and others, and finally pointed at Chen Kong and spoke slowly. What? I'm cursed too? Is it the worst? Why don't I feel anything? Chen Kong pointed at himself, feeling a little numb. Ha, it's a strange thing that you have feelings. Weird sneered. Don't be pretentious and just tell us what's going on. Chen Kong asked eagerly. My little shop is very fair. If you want to know something and get something, you need to pay a corresponding price and have a certain amount of luck. Wei Wei pulled out a deck of cards, placed them on the table, and spoke slowly. If you want to know something, just take out your coins and buy cards. The cards will tell you the truth. Of course, you may also buy bad cards. In that case, you will be miserable. Wang Ping was silent, staring at Wei Wei. Then, he looked at Yi Xiaofan again. In the simulation, the existence of the chat group was downplayed, and they could not contact each other through the chat group. In other words, Yi Xiaofan could not actually contact them. Therefore, after he was taken to the store by Wei Wei, he fell into Wei Wei's trick. The transformation into a puppet was due to his strange ability, but it was also because he bought the card himself and bet on something. It's really troublesome. Wang Ping sighed. Yes, it's troublesome. Facing this kind of weirdness that cannot be solved through combat or simulation and can only rely on luck is the most troublesome for Wang Ping. To be honest, this reminded Wang Ping of the theme of Zhutian novels in his previous life, where the protagonist opened a black shop. It's just that those protagonists have dark hearts, but they are not as dangerous as Weird. No wonder this Weird dared to take the initiative to find them, because he could only deal with them in this way. How about it? Do you want to buy a card and find out what you want to know? Weird and tempting. Facing the strange temptation, Chen Kong and others were a little silent. You said that something happened to everyone except me. In other words, there was a problem with the spiritual energy, spiritual fruits, and other cultivation resources in this world, right? That's why you just took away a mortal, not a powerful one. Immortal cultivator. Wang Ping looked at Wei Wei. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he directly told the truth. This is not difficult to guess. He doesn't have a problem, but everyone else has a problem? Chen Kong is the most serious. What's their difference? Since entering this world, Wang Ping has never absorbed any spiritual energy from this world, nor has he eaten anything from this world. So, he was safe and sound. Chen Kong, Wu Jun, Chen Si, and Kai Yonglong have all eaten and drank the spiritual fruits of this world in these years. Especially Chen Kong, he cultivated immortality with great interest in these years. His talent for cultivating immortals is surprisingly good. For this reason, with the help of everyone, he has no shortage of cultivation resources in the world of immortality, and his cultivation has been promoted to the level of nascent soul realm. The higher the cultivation level, the deeper the attack. This is undoubtedly an extremely abnormal thing. For this reason, Wang Ping could only think that all the spiritual energy and other things in this world have problems. So all the immortal cultivators who have absorbed spiritual energy and eaten spiritual fruits also have problems. As long as it has anything to do with spiritual energy, it's all a trap. In this case, Wang Ping has already thought of some weird and immortal themes that he had seen before. You were very smart and you guessed it right. Yes, there is something wrong with the spiritual energy in this world. As long as you use something related to the spiritual energy, something will happen. He laughed strangely and sinisterly. These words made Kai Yonglong and others feel numb and terrified. What did you do? Chen Kong looked ugly and clenched his fists. Idiot, I told you about my abilities from the beginning. How could I do such a thing? Wei Wei mocked and took a sip of herbal tea. If it's not you, who is it? Chen Kong didn't believe it and said through gritted teeth. If the words were weird and untrustworthy, he wouldn't believe the other party. Compared to your boss, you are really stupid. Weird sighed. These words made Chen Kong and others angry. They're just in the middle of it. Anyone who knows they've been cursed can't stay calm. Wang Ping spoke calmly and comforted Chen Kong and others. Oh, it seems you have guessed the truth. Wang Ping's performance made Wei Wei smile and say, there is another weird thing in this world, right? Wang Ping took a deep breath and uttered these words. As soon as these words came out, Wu Jun and others figured everything out in an instant. Their scalps were numb and their hearts were chilling. It's too outrageous for two weird things to appear in one world. And another weird one is obviously more dangerous and has grown up. Correct answer. There is another weird thing in this world. He smiled strangely and looked at Wang Ping with admiration. There are no hidden ideas. Isn't there harmony among the weird? You seem to be happy to expose another weird. You even want him to die. Wang Ping stared sharply at the strange shop in front of him and spoke slowly. Weirds are all aloof individuals. Except for those really big shots, we weirds who have not yet grown up will not obey anyone. In fact, we are competitors and we wish that other colleagues would die. The shop grinned strangely and said emotionless words. I came to this world first. Originally, I had set up a plan and was about to successfully destroy this lower world and then leave here. However, that guy appeared. He polluted the world unreasonably and destroyed my life. Everything makes me stay in this world. The shop spoke in a strange and calm voice, telling the truth. In fact, in order not to be polluted by him, I had no choice but to abandon my original body and seize the body of a mortal. Therefore, I am very unhappy with him. If you can kill him, it is the best for me. Nothing more. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he finally learned another piece of information. There is no harmony among the weird, which is normal. If there was harmony between the weird and weird, that would be incredible. Of course, we don't rule out the possibility that the strange thing in front of us is setting off smoke bombs. We can cooperate. You tell me where the weird body is, and I will help you solve it. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and he spoke. Solve it? Please, I hope you can help me get rid of him, but you can't. Your strength is far from enough. The shop owner looked at Wang Ping with strange eyes and laughed out loud. So that's it. He has gone to the fairy world, and has even polluted the fairy world? Wang Ping frowned, and soon thought of a possibility. That's it. All the monks in this big world are dead. Why do you have to deal with him? The shop shrugged strangely and said unhappily. Hearing this, Wu Jun and others felt chills in their hearts. Wang Ping also frowned and fell into silence. It was also the first time for him to encounter this kind of strangeness that had polluted the world. The world of cultivating immortals is not considered weak. There must be many strong people in the world of immortals. However, if even the fairy world is finished, there is indeed no way to save it. The weirdness that has grown to this level is no longer comparable to the weirdness of the seedlings he encountered before, and it is very incomprehensible. Unless he has the ability to destroy the whole world, he can completely kill this terrifying weirdo. Of course, even if it can be destroyed, it may not be able to kill him, because the other party has polluted this big world and can leave at any time. You should be glad that you have not absorbed a single bit of aura from this world. Otherwise, if you are finished, the world you are in will also be finished. The store told this horrible thing with a strange sneer. Wang Ping remained silent. The weird guy in the shop can't be killed, and the weird guy who polluted the fairy world can't be killed either. Their mission in this world seems to be meaningless. Can you let me see the real side of this world right now? Wang Ping looked at the store strangely and asked this question. Pay the price, draw the card. Maybe there's something you want? The shop pointed at the card spread out on his table and said meaningfully, Brother Wang, let me do it. Seeing this, Chen Kong gritted his teeth and said, Brother Wang, nothing can happen to you. Since we have been contaminated, it is more reasonable for us to do it. Yes. Wang Ping did not refuse and nodded. If you want to see the true side of the world now, you need to pay all your power to draw cards. Are you willing? The store chuckled strangely. Yes. Chen Kong hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and made the deal. Very good. The shop nodded with strange satisfaction. Then, Chen Kong became much older at a speed visible to the naked eye, and also lost his powerful strength. Without the support of cultivation, although he will not die of old age like ordinary people, and his lifespan will still be much longer than ordinary people, it is inevitable to become old. Chen Kong felt his weak state, smiled bitterly, glanced at the many cards, and randomly selected a card. I'm sorry, you seem to be out of luck. Congratulations on winning the doll card, which will turn you into a doll. Shopway looked at Chen Kong with pity and said. These words made Chen Kong and others change. Immediately afterwards, Chen Kang's body twisted and turned into a rag doll and fell to the ground. Who is coming next? The shop looked at Wang Ping and others strangely. I'll do it, but I want to change what I want. I want to save my brother. Chen Si mustered up his courage. It's really a touching brother-sister relationship. Of course it's possible. The shop nodded strangely. Next, Chen Si drew a card. Unfortunately, it was still a bad card. Although Chen Si did not become a puppet, he became a puppet like Yi Xiaofan. This made the remaining Wu Jun and Kai Yonglong silent. Are you coming again? The store's strange eyes glanced at Wang Ping and the others. Wu Jun, use your abilities. Wang Ping ignored the weirdness of the store and looked at Wu Jun. Wu Jun's ability is a bug-level ability that can bring miracles. They don't necessarily need to buy dangerous cards in the weird store. Before, he just deliberately asked Chun Kong and Chun Si to test the details of the cards. Now it seems that weirdness is weird, and there are too many pitfalls in it. Wu Jun took a deep breath and directly used his golden finger and unstable factor ability. However, Wu Jun's ability this time did not bring about miracles. It did not trigger the killing effect on the weird, nor did it trigger any powerful buffs. He just activated a possibility that was not important. That is, Chun Si and Yi Xiaofan, who had become puppets, woke up from their puppet state. After Yi Xiaofan woke up, he was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, and thanked Wu Jun with a wry smile on his face. Interesting abilities. Seeing this scene, Shop Wei looked at Wu Jun in surprise and praised. How about making a deal? You pawn your ability to me, and I can directly give you the ability to see the truth. The store smiled strangely. These words made Wu Jun's expression change. If his ability were given to Wei Wei, that would be fine. Beyond that, this is the first time they've encountered something weird that could take away their abilities. The strange thing in front of them seemed to be the least harmful, but in fact it was much more dangerous than the strange things they had encountered before. Kaizi, ignore the weirdness. Just draw cards. You can try to reveal all the cards at once. Then, remember to use your abilities at critical moments. Wang Ping glanced at Kai Yonglong and said through a message, I see. Kai Yonglong gritted his teeth. Then he drew the same card. However, what made Wei Wei's face freeze was that he chose to turn over all the cards at once. In an instant, various bad cards appeared. Among the remaining 20-odd cards, only one was the card they needed, and several others were harmless cards that could be said to be bad. The card ratio is frighteningly high. However, when the effects of these bad cards and Kai Yonglong should have paid the corresponding price, he chose to use his golden finger, absolute defense, to protect himself. I have to say that Kai Yonglong's golden finger absolute defense is indeed powerful enough. The upper limit of this special ability golden finger is really high, much higher than Wang Ping originally predicted. Although the protection was only for a short period of time, the deep black mist in the Taichu Forbidden Land could not break through the defense. Now, even in the face of weird abilities, they are still able to defend themselves. The weird ability effect did enter Kai Yonglong's body, but it did not take effect. It was equivalent to when playing a game, a large number of control effects hit a person who was in an invincible state and was uncontrollable. It was of no use. And that kind of game-like effect has had an effect. Kai Yonglong gained an ability called the Eye of Truth. You bastard, you cheated. Wei Wei vomited blood, pointed at Kai Yonglong, and cursed. Damn it, he's been a profiteer for so many years, and he has never been picked off by anyone. Now, I'm being ripped off by the enemy. Damn, I'm so angry. Cheating? What kind of cheating? Don't I have to bear the price? It's just that your ability can't help me, so it's my fault? Kai Yonglong looked weird and said with an innocent face. The store has a weird mentality. Damn it. Who knew there would be someone immune to his ability? Isn't this a foul? There are so many cards, most of them are bad cards, and only one is a good card. You still have the nerve to accuse us of cheating. Wang Ping also spoke and sneered. Through the strange reaction of the store, he finally understood that although this strange ability was a bit strange, there were some rules that he couldn't change. For example, he cannot take back the cards released as rewards. Otherwise, there is no need for him to be so angry and just take back the abilities that Kai Yonglong gained. Humph! The shop's expression changed strangely, and then he snorted coldly and said, Forget it, I will give this Eye of Truth to you. By the way, I kindly tell you that the ability of the Eye of Truth is shared with others. At the end of the story, the store looked strange and cunning. Kaizi, use your abilities and let us see what this world is like. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and said to Kai Yonglong, I see. Kai Yonglong's eyes flickered and glanced at Wang Ping and others. Then Wang Ping and everyone felt that their eyes felt a little cooler. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ping's vision changed. He saw the abnormalities in the souls of Cai Yonglong, Wu Jun, and others. Their souls were no longer their true bodies, but had all turned into twisted, writhing, and ominous monsters. The spiritual energy flowing in Cai Yonglong and Wu Jun was not as pure as Wang Ping initially saw, but instead consisted of various disgusting bugs with compound eyes or indescribable muddy things. This is not only disgusting, but also exudes an ominous atmosphere, making people feel that their eyes and soul are polluted. Vomit. Because she was too disgusted and unable to accept that her soul had become like this, the girl Chen Si was the first to vomit. However, because she was a powerful monk before, she hasn't eaten for a long time. Even though she has no cultivation now, her physical body is no longer a mortal body, but a spiritual body, which is closely related to spiritual energy. For this reason, the things she vomited out were also indescribable insect-like things. Cai Yonglong and other senior men also felt uncomfortable. Their faces were pale, they felt extremely sick, and they had the urge to commit suicide. It's really disgusting. Wang Ping was also very uneasy, and finally understood why Wei showed such a cunning and sinister expression. Because opening the eyes of reality and seeing the real side of the world is not a blessing, but rather a misfortune. The feeling of seeing your soul turned into a monster is enough to drive you crazy. Even a powerful person like Wang Ping, whose terrifying strength has not yet been contaminated, still feels like he has been mentally contaminated, which makes him very uncomfortable. Wang Ping didn't say anything more, stepped out of the strange shop, and came outside. Then he saw that what was wandering in the air was no longer pure spiritual energy, but also various kinds of mud, bugs, and indescribable things. The situation of the immortal cultivators who occasionally appear in the city is also similar to that of Cai Yonglong and others. These are just weak monks. It's hard to imagine how those powerful monks have been polluted. Wang Ping tore apart the space in silence and arrived at Leiyu Holy Land. The immortal banquet was being held in Leiyu Holy Land, and all the powerful ancestors were present. Then, what he saw was no longer immortal cultivators, but monsters whose bodies and souls had been polluted to the point that Wang Pingdu felt disgusted. The rare treasures at the immortal banquet, the rare spiritual water, spiritual fruits, and spiritual rice are also indescribable. The more spiritual energy something contains, the more disgusting it is, and the more ominous and polluted it contains, the more terrifying it is. Even Wang Ping now felt his stomach churn when he saw the ancestors of Leiyu Holy Land being polluted one by one at the immortal banquet, and he felt very uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt as if his soul had been polluted. These are just some monks who have not yet reached the stage of transcending the tribulation. It is because the emperor who has practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra and defeated the false god, is so uncomfortable that he feels like his spirit is being polluted. It's hard to imagine what the fairy world has turned into. Maybe it's not a real dance of demons. Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan are both finished. Wang Ping sighed, feeling heavy, until he has the ability to solve the weirdness of this world. These two people are hopeless. Unless Wu Jun's golden finger can bring about a miracle, but this kind of thing can only depend on luck. There are too many possibilities in the world, and no one knows when the possibility of purifying the pollution on their bodies will be triggered. In addition, Wang Ping also remembered that Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan had traveled to other worlds to participate in group missions. If there is a problem with their own spiritual energy, then there is also a problem with the world they have visited. Wang Ping felt a little scared. The current situation is unsolvable. Wang Ping could only hope that before they came to this world, the strangeness had not appeared and the two of them had not been contaminated. However, this possibility is very low, because when Wang Ping first came to this world, he directly and passively entered the immersive simulation state. At that time, there was already something wrong with the immortal banquet. It shows that the strangeness that pollutes the fairy world has arrived a long time ago, and everyone has been affected. It's okay to say that in other worlds, The world where Chun Yao and Zhao Sahan live has spiritual energy. What is strangely polluted is spiritual energy. What has become of these two worlds? Then, what became of the world that Qin Tian and Chen Yao went to when they were on their mission? This seems to have formed a chain reaction. Wang Ping looked a little ugly. He was very glad that Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan had never come to his world. Otherwise, he is doomed. If he didn't meet the shop weird and know these things, he would be tricked quietly in the future, and then he would hit GG without knowing it. Wang Ping took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then left Lei Holy Land and returned to the strange shop. How is it? Do you regret opening the perspective of the Eye of Truth? The shop owner said with a strange smile, but not a smile. Sometimes, being unable to see the true side of the world is a blessing. Kai Yonglong and others looked ugly and were speechless. They still can't accept the fact that they have become monsters. A veritable weird cultivator. You are right. Neither my companions nor this world can be saved. Wang Ping spoke slowly. That's why I said, it's completely idiotic for you to want to help me eliminate him. Shopward lay on the table and mocked. As long as his weirdness is not eliminated at the beginning, the world he invades will come to an end sooner or later. This guy will also grow into a weird boss, running rampant in the world after polluting one world after another. To be honest, this is the first time I've met a weirdo who would say this to our enemies. Wang Ping sat down and said, I'm curious. What's going on inside Weird? Are you connected? What's the hierarchy between you Weird? Please, although I told you a lot of things out of interest and to make you despair, do you really think that I am a weirdo who is easy to talk to or a weirdo? The store weirdly rolled his eyes and complained. Your mission is just to destroy the creatures in this lower world, right? I can help you destroy it, and you can leave, right? Wang Ping didn't care about the store's weird complaints and became confused. Oh, I want to leave. I can leave at any time. The shopkeeper curled his lips strangely, showing no intention of being bewitched by Wang Ping. Not to mention, if you really do it, you will be dead. Although I don't care whether you die or not, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So it is better for you to live. You are so real. Wang Ping sighed. I can't fool you. This is a bit difficult to do. By the way, you said you can leave any time you want? Then why don't you leave this world? Wang Ping rubbed his chin, seeming to remember something, and said with a half-smile. According to my previous experience in dealing with you weirds are tasked with destroying all living things. If you don't eliminate the living beings to a certain extent, you won't be able to force your way out. Although Wang Ping was not sure whether his guess was correct, it was definitely right to test it out first. Well, the strange expression on the shop's face froze slightly. Although he recovered quickly, Wang Ping's cultivation level had already been captured at the first opportunity. To this end, he got a new piece of information. If Wei Wei wants to forcefully escape from the invaded world, he must complete the task indicators to a certain level. Otherwise, he will not be able to escape. That's why this store weird is so resentful of pollution weird. That guy stole his mission, ruined his plan, and made it impossible for him to leave this world. As long as that strange and polluted creature does not choose to destroy the creatures in this lower world, he will never be able to escape. And will the pollution be destroyed? No. He has regarded this world of immortality as his basic base and cannot destroy it. Therefore, this strange store can be said to be locked in this world. His most tragic fate is probably that he has to take the life of a mortal every once in a while. After all, mortals will grow old. Of course, it does not rule out that he can survive in a mortal body. But this is very tragic. Wei Wei, who had grown up to have the potential to run wild in the world, was locked in a world in such embarrassment, and was stabbed in the back by his peers. It was really miserable and frustrating. What's the point of saying this? You can't destroy this world. If you do, you will die, and I have no way to help you deal with him. The shopkeeper looked at Wang Ping strangely, and he was very unhappy that Wang Ping exposed his shortcomings and snorted coldly. Don't you have a method here? Doesn't your ability allow you to realize your wishes? Wouldn't it work if you were allowed to generate the power of purification? Wang Ping narrowed his eyes, not believing what the store said was weird, and spoke slowly. Dad said you have to fight magic with magic. Now it's time to use weirdness to deal with weirdness. Oh, you put it lightly, my ability is rules. You have to pay a corresponding price to generate the power to deal with him. And you obviously can't afford such a price. The shop snorted strangely. How many world sources can deal with him? Wang Ping spoke slowly. The origin of the world. Hearing the origin of the world, the shop suddenly became excited, instantly became energetic, rubbed its hands, and said with a smile, "If you want to use the world's origin to generate your ability, it's not impossible. But, at least this number." When the shop said this strangely, he raised a finger. "How much is this?" Wang Ping raised his eyebrows. Damn, in the life simulation, Alpha can't be contacted, and he doesn't even know what the original unit of the world is. Group points are obviously not applicable to the current situation. 1,000 pounds of the origin of the world. In addition, you are not allowed to let your partners cheat during the transaction. You must draw cards honestly. The shop grinned strangely and said, "Haha, do you think I'm a fool?" Wang Ping sneered. Although Wang Ping didn't know how many group points 1,000 kilograms of world origin equaled, it would definitely not be much less. This guy regarded him as a big fat sheep. If it works, then forget it. If it doesn't, forget it. The shopkeeper curled his lips strangely, looking like he was looking at a poor man. The veins on Wang Ping's forehead were bulging, and he wanted to beat this guy to death. However, Wang Ping seemed to remember something again, and directly used his strength to grab the store strangely. Unfortunately, Wang Ping's power dissipated the moment he touched the strangeness of the store. "What? You can't afford it, and you want something hard? I told you in the store, I'm invincible." The shop sneered strangely. "Also, let me remind you, by the way, as I said, everyone who enters the store must draw a card. You haven't drawn a card yet. Isn't there any way to seize it by force? It seems that we have to use some unconventional means." Wang Ping ignored the strange words of the shop and frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, "If I wanted you to sleep with a woman, would that wish be included in the card?" Wang Ping looked at Wei and said calmly, "Puff." Wang Ping's words made Kai Yonglong, Yi Xiaofan, Chen Si, and Wu Jun all stunned. "Brother Wang, this is too coquettish. What a weird wish this is. Are you serious, kids?" The shop owner asked with a subtle expression on his face. "Of course I'm serious," Wang Ping said calmly. "You just need to answer me if you can." "Of course. As long as I can accept your wish, within my ability, I can realize it in the form of a card. Once you draw that card, I have to do it whether I want it or not." The shop nodded strangely and said, "However, I have to ask you to add something. It must be done in the store. I will never leave the store." Shop Weird said with a serious face. "Oh, of course it's in the shop," Wang Ping said meaningfully. "Then, let's start drawing cards. Because your wish is too low level, you don't have to pay a big price. I'll just draw you some cultivation skills. However, if you draw a bad card, the curse will be enough. You deserve it. I'm really looking forward to you becoming my puppet," the shop said strangely and sinisterly. Wang Ping didn't say anything more and directly chose to draw cards. He had bad luck and directly drew the card that turned him into a puppet. Then, under the strange and excited eyes of the store, Wang Ping gradually lost consciousness. At this time, the screen appeared and the tech simulation also appeared. "Ding, because you have become a puppet and lost your soul, this simulation is over." As these words appeared, Wang Ping suddenly woke up and left the immersive simulation state. Call. After Wang Ping came to his senses, he took a deep breath. The feeling of losing one's soul was very strange and palpitating. Even now, he was still a little scared. Fortunately, it was just a simulation. If it were real, Wu Jun's golden finger could only save him. However, Wu Jun's golden finger does not always lead to the possibility of saving souls. "Brother Wang, how's it going?" Seeing that Wang Ping was showing signs of palpitations, Qin Tian asked with concern. "There is a way to kill weird." Wang Ping glanced at Qin Tian and said. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed happy expressions. But Wang Ping was silent for a moment and looked at Qin Tian again. Now Chen Kong, Kai Yonglong, Chen Si, and Wu Jun still haven't absorbed spiritual energy, so they cover their bodies with energy to protect themselves. However, Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan were doomed. But what? Qin Tian felt a knot in his heart. Hey, Qin Tian, the situation between you and Yi Xiaofan is very bad. Wang Ping sighed and elaborated on the content of the simulation. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. According to Wang Ping's description, they felt like they were vomiting. Qin Tian, in particular, turned pale and frightened to the extreme. Has he actually been tricked? How can this be? One world, two strange things, and one strange person has grown into a big boss. This is too dangerous. Kai Yonglong looked at Qin Tian with pity and sighed. Am I going to die? Qin Tian's eyes became dull. It's not like you died. You just turned into an indescribable monster that you don't even know about. Wang Ping shook his head and said, This is worse than death. Qin Tian's mentality collapsed. Everyone was silent, silently thickening their energy to protect themselves and prevent themselves from absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world and preventing the spiritual energy from the outside world from contacting them. Alpha, Qin Tian, and Yi Xiaofan were possessed by strange abilities. Can't you tell? Also, they have been to a world with spiritual energy. Are other worlds also contaminated? When Qin Tian collapsed, Wang Ping silently asked Alpha in his heart. Don't worry. When you travel through the world, your bodies will be filtered and purified at all levels, and all the curses and viruses that are harmful to other worlds will be cleared away. After Wang Ping asked, Alpha's cold voice rang out. After hearing this answer, Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although strange abilities are dangerous, they are not unsolvable. There are still coping mechanisms in the chat group. His previous worries were all unnecessary. Speaking of which, he once asked Qin Tian for things like the formation disk of the immortal realm. If there was a problem, Xilingji and him would have been finished long ago. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Wang Ping thought of something again and said angrily. If he had known that this mechanism existed, he would not have had to go through so much trouble in the past and would have had all sorts of headaches. If I tell you everything, is there still a chance to train you guys? Alpha said coldly. I don't want you to become overly dependent on me, because there may be times in the future when I can't help. Well, Wang Ping was silent, having nothing to say. Forget it. I'm too lazy to be familiar with you. Wang Ping muttered in his heart, and then looked at Qin Tian and others. Don't worry. I consulted the chat group system. The pollution problem is not a big deal. As long as you go to other worlds, you will be purified automatically. Wang Ping patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and said, That's it, that's okay. Qin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Kai, you died once in Feng Yun's martial arts world. After resurrection, you were not rejected and sent back to the original world. It was you who took the initiative to go back, right? If so, if I commit suicide in other worlds, theoretically, I can stay in that world forever. Immediately, Qin Tian seemed to have remembered something and asked expectantly. Well, that's probably it. You guys, don't you want to commit suicide and escape from this world? Kai Yonglong's eyes became subtle. Of course I have to escape. How can I not escape? In such a dangerous world, I don't want to run and wait for death. Even if I will be purified during a trip to other worlds, who knows, this thing will be completely detonated, and then it's indescribable to blame me. Once you become a monster, whether you can return to your original state is a question. Qin Tian said with a depressed face. You can't escape this world. Wang Ping shook his head. Why? Qin Tian looked at Wang Ping in shock. The chat group will not allow you to leave. Wang Ping sighed. Just kidding. If Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan run away, then the chat group will not be able to obtain the origin of the world from this world. The situation in this world is very bad, but it shouldn't be completely hopeless, as the store said strangely. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the chat group to arrange for time travelers to come to this world to harvest wool. Since the wool can be harvested, it means that the heavenly way in the world of cultivating immortals is still struggling, still asking for help, and there is still some hope. It's just that we don't know how long this world of cultivating the way of heaven can continue to struggle. After more than 100 years, it will be fine, but if it takes longer, it may be completely G. Why won't I be allowed to leave the chat group? Qin Tian's face was stiff, and he couldn't understand. Damn it, there's obviously something wrong with this broken world. The chat group won't let him leave. Doesn't this mean he's going to die? There are many things that the chat group does not allow me to tell. However, when things come to this, I have to tell you some things. Wang Ping pondered for a moment, and then said, the chat group arranges time travelers to go to various worlds to collect protection fees. If the time travelers run away, will these worlds still give protection fees? It is definitely impossible. And group points and other things are for those of us who have traveled through. Wang Ping couldn't say much, so he could only make vague metaphors. Huh? Protection fee? Damn. Who am I, a weakling? Who can I protect? It's okay if others don't protect me. Qin Tian's face twitched, and he said speechlessly, it doesn't matter whether you are strong or not. What is important is that you are a member of the chat group. You are equivalent to a messenger and represent the chat group. This is enough. Wang Ping shook his head and spoke slowly. Qin Tian fell into silence. It was also the first time for Kai Yonglong, Wu Jun, Chen Kong, and Chen Si to know about this kind of thing, and they also fell silent. To be honest, everyone in the group can basically guess some of the operating mechanisms of the chat group, but Wang Ping nakedly unveiled this mechanism today and made it more realistic. Hey, I thought I could become a master after traveling through time, but it turns out I'm still a wage earner, just a high-level wage earner. Kai Yonglong muttered, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Wu Jun and Chen Kong both couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, it's so true. They just changed from the poor players of Earth OL to the more difficult bodyguard players of Heaven OL. One of you, or Yi Xiaofan, should be able to leave this world. However, your talent is destined to be better left in this world. Unless a new world of cultivating immortals appears, your immortal Tao fruit can continue to work. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and continued. I'm a little curious. Does your immortal Tao fruit simply refer to the immortal realm in this world, or is it a concept called immortal? As long as there is a world with the immortal realm, you can easily become an immortal in that world. If that's the case, it would be very abnormal for you to go to a world like the prehistoric world. Qin Tian was stunned and said in a hesitant tone, there is still one person who can leave, so let me discuss it with Yi Xiaofan. What Wang Ping said makes sense. His golden finger can only be effective in the world of cultivating immortals. It will be useless if he leaves it. As for changing the golden finger, he was really reluctant to do so. Who knows what the golden finger will be drawn next time? If an ordinary golden finger, like Zhang Yueying, is drawn, it will crack. You know, he has optimized the golden finger now. From the immortal Tao fruit to the true immortal Tao fruit, it can be said to be stronger. If it was like what Brother Wang said, it would be great to go to the powerful world of cultivating immortals, especially to the ancient world. He really couldn't bear to exchange it for Goldfinger. However, he is also very afraid of letting him stay in this world. Therefore, leaving while retaining the golden finger is the best choice. Although, the result of doing so is to lose the ability to become stronger quickly. You still want to escape? Wang Ping shook his head, not surprised by Qin Tian's choice. It's impossible without escaping. Who can stay here? Qin Tian smiled bitterly. Indeed, no one can stay here. Even I am afraid of this world. Wang Ping nodded, understanding Qin Tian's thoughts. He always believed that the purple spirit world where he was located was the most difficult world to conquer. Now that he has come to the world of cultivating immortals, Wang Ping feels that this kid Qin Tian may be even worse. Alpha, is there any way you can bring 1 or 2 new people into this world? With the current situation of this world, it is not appropriate to keep these 2 potential seedlings, Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan, in this world. It is better to bring new people here. Everything has to be cost-effective, right? Qin Tian is a future warrior, regardless of it for now. Yi Xiaofan has a holy body, and if we are in the same world, it will be more suitable for him to grow up. After Wang Ping thought for a while, he started talking to Alpha in his mind. As the saying goes, there is a difference between friends far and near. Compared with the lives of old group members such as Yi Xiaofan and Qin Tian, He didn't particularly care about what would happen to the newcomers when they traveled to this world. Unless the newcomer shows sufficient value, Wang Ping will protect him. Can consider it. Alpha seemed to think for a while and finally gave his answer. She only needs to have time. Travelers stay in this world of immortal cultivation. The strength of the group members makes no difference until they reach a certain level. The main target of your group mission this time is not the contamination weird, but the shop weird. It is important to kill him and let the world of immortal cultivation see that we have the ability to eliminate weird. So, don't think about trading with Wei. That way you'll just fall into their trap. After a pause, Alpha reminded again. Don't worry, I have thought of this before. Moreover, I have also thought of the weird way to deal with that shop. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he said in his heart, after learning about the strange existence that polluted the world of cultivating immortals, he never thought that the target of this mission was the other party. Although Alpha is a bit stupid, the tasks assigned to them are all weird minions that they have the ability to solve and have not yet grown up. Alpha was silent. Wang Ping seemed to pay less and less attention to him, and kept blatantly calling him stupid. Forget it. After all, this is the agent I chose myself, and I can't be the same as him. Alpha comforted himself and dived silently. Qin Tian, you don't have to be too anxious. After all, nothing has happened after more than 100 years. I just negotiated with the chat group and boasted that you and Yi Xiaofan are both good prospects with potential. We can't let you be in danger. Therefore, I propose that the chat group arranges for 1 or 2 new people to come to this world and let you go to other worlds. Wang Ping also retracted his thoughts, looked at Qin Tian, and began to win people's hearts. Although his prestige in Qin Tian's mind was already high enough, he didn't mind gaining more prestige. After all, who would dislike having too much prestige? Brother Wang, thank you so much. You are my biological father. Qin Tian was so excited after listening to Wang Ping's words that he threw himself directly on Wang Ping, with tears filling his eyes. Damn, Brother Wang is still reliable. As long as he has this golden thigh, he will be fine. Go, go, go. Wang Ping kicked Qin Tian away from him in disgust. It's okay to say that Qin Tian is a beauty, but it's really disgusting for a big man to pounce on her. Come on, Brother Wang has another son. When Kai Yonglong saw this scene, he complained. Kai Yonglong's complaints made Chen Kong, Chen Si, and Wu Jun's expressions become subtle. Next, Wang Ping and others did not waste any more time and directly told the situation of Qin Tian World in the chat group. For a moment, Yi Xiaofan was completely silenced. The people in the group were also stunned. They didn't expect that the situation in Qin Tian's world was so bad. Everyone has once again confirmed that the weird things they have dealt with before are really just shrimps. Facing this kind of weird things that have grown up and polluted the world of immortal cultivation, everyone can only feel numb and hide as far away as possible. How far? Perhaps the way to solve the weird world of cultivating immortals is to destroy the entire world of cultivating immortals together. However, it is unimaginable how powerful it would be to destroy such a world. Wang Ping, 66, at Lin Yuan, 80 Yuan, come to Qin Tian World. The store is weird and needs you to solve it. Lin Yuan, 80 okay. Give me permission and I'll go over there. Zhang Hu 5, good guy. It's weird to sleep with the Pope, and it's weird to sleep in a shop again. Lin Yuan is really a weird killer. Fang Yuan 3, what else can I say? I'm convinced. However, weirdness can be considered as being a ghost under peonies. It's funny. GG. Chun Yao. 71. Wang Ping ignored the people in the group who started chatting and spanking, but waited quietly for Lin Yuan to arrive. Soon, as the white light appeared, Lin Yuan also appeared in this world. Brother Wang. After Lin Yuan arrived, she smiled at Wang Ping and showed great respect. Let's go. There's no need to wait for Yi Xiaofan. He won't be needed to deal with the store's weirdness this time. Wang Ping nodded to Lin Yuan and then said. After the words fell, everyone had no objection. After getting down, Wang Ping told Lin Yuan the strategy, then directly tore apart the space and left Lei Yu Holy Land. On the way, No one noticed that Wang Ping and others had left. Soon, Wang Ping and others found the strange shop and came to the strange shop. Because Wang Ping had already figured out the method of clearing the level in the simulation, Wang Ping directly asked Lin Yuanyuan to draw cards and turned over all the cards at once. Then, Kai Yonglong cooperated to give absolute defense to block the negative curse and successfully triggered the wish. In the end, it was easy to squeeze out all the weirdness in the store. I have to say that Lin Yuanyuan is still as tough as ever. Ding, weirdness is dead. The group task has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed individually. Each group member can claim their respective rewards on the group reward page. Ding, the group mission has been completed. All group members can silently say return in their hearts, and then return to their own world. If they do not return within 24 hours, the system will force them to return to their original world. Listening to the voice in his mind, Wang Ping nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yuanyuan, have you acquired any strange abilities? Wang Ping looked at Lin Yuanyuan and asked. Lin Yuanyuan participated in group tasks very diligently, and she should have accumulated enough group points of 1 million. Maybe she had optimized her cheats before. No. Lin Yuanyuan shook her head in disappointment. She had already optimized the golden finger before, and for this she also asked Lu Mei to borrow 200,000 group points. Her optimized cheats raised the upper limit of the cheats, but nothing else changed. At first, she thought it would just turn into a kiss, but it didn't. Later, she thought that after raising the upper limit, she might be able to obtain weird abilities, but it didn't happen. What does this improve? Improve loneliness? No. It seems that you have optimized it and simply increased the upper limit of your abilities. For example, you could only squeeze out the powerful ones at the Emperor level, but after raising the upper limit, you may be able to squeeze out the virtual gods, true gods, and divine kings, and even the powerful ones who become saints. Wang Ping said thoughtfully. I'm disappointed that I can't get weird abilities. Lin Yuanyuan muttered. Haha, weirdness is special after all, so there is no need for you to be disappointed. Wang Ping smiled. Speaking of which, Brother Wang, why don't you make a wish to let Wei enter Lin Yuanyuan's body directly? In that case, it would be easier to kill him. Kai Yonglong touched his chin and said. This was something he just thought of. Lu Mei's case was a special situation. Wei didn't know Lu Mei's identity. But this time, Wei obviously knows our identities. How could he allow us to make such a wish? Wang Ping shook his head. When Yuanyuan made that wish, just now, he had doubts. If it weren't for Lin Yuanyuan's excellent acting skills, she acted like a pervert, expressing that she was lustful and wanted to taste weird things. And it wouldn't be weird at all. It will definitely fall into the trap. Well, that's right. Kai Yonglong had nothing to say. Sister Yuanyuan, you are so amazing, Chun Si said with a blush. Okay, just leave. If you stay in this world for a long time, something might happen. Wang Ping looked at everyone and said, Brother Wang, you must remember that. Seeing that Wang Ping was about to leave, Qin Tian said eagerly, Don't worry, it's very stable. Wang Ping patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. Next, Wang Ping turned into white light and disappeared, returning to the purple spirit world. After returning to the purple spirit realm, he opened his red envelope. Ding, because your contribution in this group task is 100%. You will be rewarded with 5 million group points. 5 million, really stingy? Wang Ping looked at the reward and curled his lips. This weirdness is easy to solve. It's good to have so many rewards. Don't be too greedy. After all, I asked you to solve the weirdness in the store this time to let the heavenly Tao of Shoshin world understand one thing. We have the ability to solve weirdness. Just let him continue to make offerings with peace of mind. Alpha's cold and ruthless voice sounded. When the time is right, we will help him solve the most fundamental problem. So, this is the real purpose. Wang Ping listened to Alpha's answer. His eyes were subtle. Is this considered to be another pie in the sky for the world of immortal cultivation? In that case, the world of immortal cultivation should not have been completely polluted at this time, right? Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he spoke. It is stubbornly fighting against the weirdness and slowing down the speed of pollution. In addition, The immortal emperors of that world are also leading other cultivators to cooperate with the heavenly way to make the final struggle. Alpha gave the answer. Okay. Wang Ping nodded, not surprised by this answer. Next, Wang Ping opened the chat group and sent a red envelope to Lin Yuan. According to the contribution value, Lin Yuan has at least 30% of the contribution value this time. Without Lin Yuan, it would be difficult to solve the weirdness of this store. For this reason, the group points in the exclusive red envelope sent by Wang Ping to Lin Yuan are 2 million, which is a reasonable distribution with Lin Yuan. Anyway, Wang Ping is not short of those group points now, so he won't be stingy. Lin Yuan is the one he wants to cultivate, so he should be generous. Next, let's continue the simulation. After the simulation is completed, let Lin Yuan and others come to the purple spirit realm, and I will let them ascend to heaven in one step. Wang Ping thought silently. System: spend 35 pieces of royal equipment to conduct paid simulation. Next, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding. Consume 35 pieces of royal equipment. Life simulator starts, and talents are being refreshed. The voice of the system sounded. Ding. Talent refresh is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the red talent, group taunt. Blue talent, demon cultivation chaos. Red talent, group taunt. With this talent, the host can taunt the enemy freely and let other enemies attack him first. Red taunt talent? It seems that the previous blue talent is single taunt, and the red is an enhanced version, group taunt. In addition, the upper limit of the ability should be higher. Wang Ping made a silent judgment. As for the blue talent, demon cultivation chaos, Wang Ping was not interested in taking a second look. System: I choose the red talent, group taunt. Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding. Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice sounded, and Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker, entering the state of immersive simulation. System: fast forward for me. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he spoke again. Ding. Fast forward. The system's voice sounded again. The screen appeared, and the text also emerged. On the first day, you chose to practice in seclusion and continue to comprehend the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. After all, the deeper the comprehension of the Emperor Sutra, the stronger the effect will be. Now, although you have practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor realm, you have only comprehended a little bit of the mystery, especially the magical power. You are very clear about the horror of the upper realm, so you don't want to go to the upper realm and be killed by the upper-level Tianjiao who has never practiced the Emperor Sutra, but only practiced the saint-level skills, but has a deeper understanding of the saint-level skills and magical powers. That would be too humiliating. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and you have been practicing silently. However, without the powerful gain brought by the purple talent, killing to prove the truth, you clearly feel that the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture has become more obscure and difficult to understand, which makes you very helpless. The purple talent enlightenment can reach the gods is still too low. Perhaps for the comprehension of god-level skills and magical powers. Even if the speed of creating skills and magical powers by the powerful gods is also very fast, but this level of comprehension is barely enough for the comprehension of the Emperor scripture. However, you have no intention of giving up. Anyway, you have to comprehend more deeply in the world. At the same time, you have not given up on the comprehension of pseudo-laws and want to go further. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed, and you found that Ji Bingyue is about to fall unexpectedly. If you don't intervene, Ji Bingyue will fall. For this reason, you chose to leave Song Yin Valley and have been hiding in space staring at Ji Bingyue. In this life, you want to know why Ji Bingyue died unexpectedly, and whether Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer have any connection with Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. Soon, you got the answer you wanted. During a training, Ji Bingyue encountered a life and death crisis, but she successfully broke through the limit and survived. However, after this near-death experience, you clearly felt that her mood had changed, as if she had become a different person, and her demeanor and tone became very similar to the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan in your memory. This made you think about something and vaguely guess something. Finally, You continued to follow Ji Bingyue and found that she did not return to the heavenly sword Holy Land, but directly tore the space and went to the eternal frozen earth, and came to the depths of the eternal frozen earth. Because your current strength is far stronger than the current Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan, your peeping was not noticed by Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. According to your observation, after Ji Bingyue came to the eternal frozen earth, she began to practice, and her practice speed was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Soon after, Ji Shuer also appeared in the deepest part of the eternal frozen earth, and went into seclusion with Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. After seeing all this, you have verified your guess, and you are very impressed by the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. Her secret method is indeed powerful, and it has a little bit of the mystery of qi transformation into the three purities. If nothing unexpected happens, the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan will split a part of her soul every once in a while and reincarnate into the descendants of the Ji family. If these descendants awaken, they will be recalled by her to the deepest part of the eternal frozen soil to help her practice. Moreover, after these incarnations grow up, their souls and cultivation levels will be unified to make their own cultivation level advance by leaps and bounds. The creativity of the secret method is very good, and the potential is also very amazing. However, in theory, even if such a secret method is created, it should not be possible for people at the level of Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan to successfully practice it. When it comes to the mystery of reincarnation, let alone an emperor, even a sage, or even a stronger being in the upper world may not be able to succeed. In addition, you have doubts about Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan creating such a secret method. This is probably not the secret method she created, but the opportunity she obtained. The opportunity involved in the mystery of reincarnation is truly a world-shattering opportunity. While you were thinking, your emotions fluctuated, and you were finally noticed by Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. Although you are powerful, if you keep peeking, anyone with strong intuition will feel uncomfortable. For this reason, Xuanbing Wang Ji Bingyan coldly snorted and asked you to come out. In this regard, you did not hide anything and chose to come out to meet the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan. After you came out, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan directly attacked you. After all, your behavior was undoubtedly a taboo, and it was an act that would offend a monk to death. Faced with Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan's full blow, you blocked it with a flip of your hand. This made Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan shocked, and then very fearful. She vaguely feels that your strength has surpassed the level of a quasi-god. In other words, she is definitely no match. Seeing that Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan is jealous, you have no intention of continuing to fight with her and choose to apologize. In response, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan frowned, wondering where you came from and what your purpose was before you behaved like this. However, she still accepted your apology and asked you to leave here. In response, you refused with a smile, expressing your hope to make a deal with Xianbing Huang Zunji Bingyan. This made her frown, wondering what are you going to trade with her? You gave the answer. You hope to exchange the secret method of reincarnation and the method of breaking through to the divine realm through the God-level skills, God-level supernatural powers, and many cultivation resources. Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan frowned and was very surprised. I didn't expect you to see the mystery of her secret method and know that she had a way to break through to the virtual God realm. Next, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan will tell you that her secret method cannot be taught, so she cannot trade with you. As for the method to break through to the virtual God realm, she didn't know. Seeing that Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan refuses to trade with you, you frown slightly. The tech simulation stopped here. Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and his field of vision changed. He appeared in the eternal frozen soil, and many pictures and insights from his practice over the years appeared in his mind. Is it a branch plot again? What kind of branch is this? Wang Ping's eyes flickered as he looked at the cold-faced Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan and thought to himself, "Fellow Taoist, if you have nothing else to do, please leave. I will entertain you well after I finish my retreat. How about that?" Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan saw Wang Ping frowning. Her face was cold, and the meaning of her words was very obvious. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Fellow Taoist, Wang once obtained a secret technique that allowed him to see a corner of the future. In the future I see, two powerful men will descend from the upper world and bring destruction to the purple spirit world. At that time, the spiritual world will be destroyed and all living beings will perish, and you and I will not be able to escape. So, I must gain enough strength to fight against it. Only by breaking through to the virtual God realm within 1,000 years can I save the purple spirit realm. Wang Ping said slowly with deep eyes. Wang Ping can now guess what the branch option is this time. However, if possible, Wang Ping really doesn't want to do that. Even if this was in a simulation, he wouldn't want to do it if possible. He still respected the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan very much. He had also become a disciple in the simulation or became a confidant. But sometimes it's impossible not to do this. It's all about exploring paths and becoming stronger. Otherwise, he will have to be locked in the purple spirit realm. If it takes too long, everyone will die in 1,000 years. Even if it is not 1,000 years later, he may die on the way to fight against the enemies in the world. Therefore, Wang Ping very much hopes that Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan can cooperate. Do you think I'm going to believe your nonsense? Xianbing Huang Zunji Bingyan snorted coldly. See the scene 1,000 years later? Even those in the Tianji Pavilion who can deduce the secrets may not be able to do it. And the person in front of her was a shameless person who was spying on her practice. How could he have such ability? Even if he has this ability, he wants to get a big opportunity from her in just a few words? That is obviously impossible. Sorry, I offended you. I will make it up to you in the future. Wang Ping was silent for a moment, sighed, and directly erupted with terrifying magic power. The pseudo-law of I Ching fire also suddenly erupted and rushed towards the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan. Today's Wang Ping can kill even ordinary false gods instantly. And now the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan is not even a quasi-god. Faced with Wang Ping's attack with all his strength, there is obviously no possibility of resistance. Even though the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan had been guarding against Wang Ping, it was still useless and was instantly suppressed by Wang Ping. The body was severely injured, the mana was blocked, and the soul was suppressed. In the face of the absolute strength gap, even people like Xianbing Emperor Zunji Bingyan could only end up like this. Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan looked pale and couldn't believe that the difference in strength was so huge. She struggled desperately, but it was of no use. She even lost the ability to use forbidden secrets to die with Wang Ping. I'm sorry, I'm offended. Wang Ping sighed helplessly and said these words again. After saying this, Wang Ping directly broke through the sea of consciousness of Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan and began to search for her soul. This process is not easy. Although Wang Ping has strong combat power and is proficient in many secret techniques from the upper world, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan is not weak either, so it is extremely difficult to forcefully search for souls. However, Wang Ping finally succeeded in finding the secret hidden by Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. The method that Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan knows to break through to the virtual god realm is that she knows a secret realm. That secret realm was left by the ascendants 100,000 years ago before their ascension. There are many divine sources hidden in it, which is enough for a quasi-god to break through to the virtual god realm. The ascended person from 100,000 years ago, compared to the cruel and ruthless Mo Shangli. This is the senior master who is truly worthy of respect. Wang Ping sighed with emotion. Even though he was about to ascend, he was prepared for danger in times of peace and left some hope for future generations. But what is that secret method? Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he continued to search for souls. Soon, Wang Ping found something incredible in his search. It turns out that the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan's previous life was not from the purple spirit realm. She was a child of the Ji family in the upper realm. After her death, she was reincarnated in the purple spirit realm. The secret method of reincarnation in her mind is the secret method recorded by the Ji family. When each direct descendant of the Ji family is born, even if he has gone through reincarnation, When his cultivation reaches a certain level, it is possible to awaken the incomplete memories of his previous life. Let him know his identity and also be able to practice the Ji family's secret method of reincarnation. Another descendant of the imperial clan in the upper realm. Wang Ping was speechless. Where is the purple spirit realm? There are actually two families related to the imperial clan at one time. In addition, the sealed magic weapon is obviously very scary. This is really outrageous. At this time, Wang Ping tried to find out the secret of the Ji family's secret method. Who dares to peek into my Ji family's secret method? However, at the moment Wang Ping took action, a majestic roar rang out, directly shattering Wang Ping's soul and body, causing Wang Ping to enter a state of resurrection. When Wang Ping was resurrected, he saw the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan looking at Wang Ping coldly, as if she had changed into a different person. Is there a way to resurrect through the countercurrent of time and space? Junior, you are quite capable. However, if you dare to pry into the secret method of my Ji family, even if you have the method of countercurrent of time and space, you will be completely destroyed. A cold voice sounded. Wang Ping's body stiffened, and he felt that time had become chaotic. Finally, he completely lost consciousness. Not long after, Wang Ping suddenly woke up with cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The feeling of having his soul resurrected after being shattered and then trapped in the vortex of time was so uncomfortable that he thought he was really going to die. It seems that if you encounter an invincible opponent in the future, it would be better to exit the simulation voluntarily. Wang Ping sighed. He is not a masochist and does not want to be abused. The Ji family in the upper realm, the great emperor of reincarnation, and the secret method of reincarnation, these confidentiality measures are really awesome. As long as outsiders dare to get involved, they will directly activate the soul mark left by the strong person and give them a severe blow. Wang Ping shook his head and praised. I really don't know why Ji Bingyue didn't practice the Emperor's Sutra of Samsara, but chose to create her own techniques and magical powers. Is it because she can't practice without returning to Ji's family? Or because the soul mark only records some secret techniques? Wang Ping thought about this matter again, thoughtfully. Forget it. If you get close to Ji Bingyan about this kind of thing in the future, you will have the opportunity to ask, and you don't have to guess. However, it is still a bit uncomfortable to do something against your will in immersive simulation. I will make a decision later. Then let's leave it to text simulation, which can alleviate the guilt. In addition, we have to compensate Ji Bingyan in reality. After a long time, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and muttered, Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. A random imperial weapon. Red talent, group ridicule. Blue talent, magic cultivator in troubled times. System I choose. Wang Ping looked at this shabby reward, shook his head, and quickly made his choice. Although the imperial weapon is good, Wang Ping feels that the red talent, group taunt, is more cost-effective. Unfortunately, although a big secret was discovered this time, there was no progress in terms of strength. Now, I only have one paid simulation opportunity left, and I have to continue to search for resources. However, in this purple spirit world, unless I slaughtered all the major holy places, otherwise I wouldn't be able to collect too many royal weapons and imperial weapons. Wang Ping shook his head, a little helpless. System, after consuming 3 imperial weapons, I want to conduct a paid simulation. The last simulation, I hope it can be more powerful. I don't ask you to refresh the golden talent, but you have to get another purple talent. Otherwise, except for some functional red talents and ordinary red talents are of little help to me now. However, Wang Ping quickly adjusted his mentality, took out 3 imperial weapons, and said in his heart, Ding, the payment is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the purple talent. Destiny connection. The red talent. Fire mysterious body. Purple talent, destiny connection. With this talent, the host can forcibly connect with the fate of any monk below the saint realm. If you are injured, the other party will also suffer the same trauma. If you die, the other party will also die. In the same way, if the other party takes the initiative to be hurt, the damage will also appear on you. Warm reminder: this talent can only be bound to one person, and once used, it cannot be unlocked, so please use it with caution. Red talent, Fire Mystic Body. With this talent, the host's practice in the way of fire will become more convenient. At the same time, after turning on the physique, it can also increase some combat power. Fuck! Wang Ping was shocked when he looked at this new purple talent. After the optimization of the life simulator, it is sure to be red every time, and the purple talent refreshes frequently. He was talking about purple talent before, but it really came out, and the ability of this purple talent is so perverted. Wang Ping could think of many ways to use this purple talent, Destiny Connection, at once. For example, this purple talent seems to only be able to connect to characters below the Holy Realm. In the realm of the Divine King, one may not seem to be a strong person in the upper world, but this is actually not the case. The upper realm also has a golden age and an age of ending. Although in the golden age, the Divine Lord realm was just a small shrimp, it was nothing. But in the age of ending Dharma, when cultivation is difficult and saints are hard to come by, those in the Divine King realm are truly top-notch experts. Those who can become powerful in the Divine King realm in the age of ending Dharma, if placed in the Golden Age, will definitely be true heroes with limitless achievements. In addition, this purple talent and Destiny Connection can not only connect with the powerful ones in the Divine King realm, but also connect with those saints of the upper realm and the descendants of the Imperial clan. In such a situation, it is definitely a killer and is of great use in life simulators. To give the simplest example, after Wang Ping has this talent, he can completely connect the two upper realm people who came to the purple spirit realm. Whether it is connecting to the young man from the upper world with a high status or the old servant, he can solve the current dilemma and learn the details of the sealed magic weapon. It can be said that if this purple talent is used well, it can definitely break the game and be of great use in the future. Of course, this is only for use in life simulators. In reality, Wang Ping would definitely not dare to use it. It is too dangerous to connect people's fates and could easily lead to accidents. System: I choose the purple talent, Destiny Connection. Wang Ping was so excited that he made his choice without hesitation. As for the red talent, Fire Mystic Physique, it may be a little helpful for him to practice the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture, but compared with the value of this purple talent, it is nothing. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The sound of the system rang, and Wang Ping's consciousness suddenly entered an immersive simulation state. System, fast forward. Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding! Fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice. More than 20 years later, after Qi Feng disappeared, you left Song Yin Valley, found a secret realm in Ji Bingyin's memory, and entered it. The assessment in this secret realm is very dangerous for the quasi-god realm monks, but facing you now, it is nothing. You use your strength to break the law and pass the level easily. In the end, you get the divine source left by your predecessor, false god. However, you know very well that this divine source may help a quasi-god from the lower world break through to the virtual god level. But this divine source is not enough for you, who have practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture. Even this little divine source is not enough for you to break through to the quasi-god level. Therefore, after you put it away, you had no idea of using this divine source to practice. Instead, you thought of using this divine source to exchange for the friendship of Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin. After all, Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin is the reincarnation of a direct descendant of the Ji family. After we have a good relationship with her, it will be helpful for you to go to the upper world after she ascends. In addition, you also owe something to the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin, so naturally you have to hand over the source of your god to her. Next, you went to the eternal frozen soil and met the Xianbing Emperor, Bingyin, with a very warm attitude. Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyin is very surprised by your arrival, because she has never heard of an emperor like you in the purple spirit world. In this regard, Emperor Xianbing also invites you to take a seat. After you discuss the path of cultivation, you were thinking about how to give something to the Xianbing Emperor Bingyan in a reasonable way. You and Xianbing Huang Zunji Bingyan are just acquaintances. If you directly give so many good things to her, it will undoubtedly arouse suspicion. However, you can't tell her identity as a descendant of the Ji family in the upper world, which would be even more troublesome. After thinking about it, you can only come up with one idea. You tell Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan that you are a descendant of the cultivator. When the Purple Spirit Realm was invaded thousands of years ago, your ancestors were saved by Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan. Otherwise, you would not have been born. For this reason, you have heard about the deeds of Xianbing Emperor Zunji Bingyan since you were a child. So you respect her very much and always want to repay her. After saying this, you took out the divine source, god-level skills, and magical powers, and handed them to Xianbing Emperor Bingyan. Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan looked at what you took out in great shock. She didn't expect that there would be such past events, and you were so generous. You directly took out a thank you gift that would make any quasi-god crazy. However, the Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan still postponed and did not accept the gift, indicating that in the battle 10,000 years ago, she fought against the blood demon. She protected all living beings to protect herself. This is what should be done, and you don't have to do this. Seeing that Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan refused several times and refused to accept the gift, you felt helpless and once again admired her as a person. Faced with such a gift, few people in the lower world can refuse. In the eyes of other quasi-gods, it would be good if he, an emperor, brought out so many good things without being robbed. It's just that if Xianbing Emperor Ji Bingyan doesn't accept your kindness, you will also have a headache. After all, you want to make it up to the other person. In addition, you also want to be helpful after Ji Bingyan goes to the upper realm. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to survive in the upper world by yourself. After thinking about it, you came up with another idea. Xianbing Huangzu and Ji Bingyan may not be able to work here. You plan to start from the side, starting with Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer, and accept them as disciples. Teach them how to practice. After all, you have flirted with these two before, especially Ji Shuer, and even with children. Looking at the content of the text simulation, Wang Ping's forehead was filled with black lines. Fuck. Did he let himself go under the text simulation? In order to catch up with Ji Bingyan's line, he started with Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer. Are you sure you still want to make up for this? This is obviously just to catch up with the Ji family, which is really shameless. However, it is not that Wang Ping cannot understand the idea of simulating Wang Ping. In the final analysis, although Wang Ping is very confident in his purple talent and destiny connection, it is a big question whether he can rely on this to break the game. After breaking the game, whether he can rely on the two people from the upper world to go to the upper world is a big question. If he had to rely on himself, Wang Ping felt that the possibility of going to the upper world was very low. Ascension requires the cultivation of the false god realm. This is the rule of the upper world. It does not mean that you can forcefully ascend if you are stronger than the false god realm. Wang Ping actually had the same pessimistic attitude towards the outcome of the two upper realm people. For two people who can only exert their cultivation in the false god realm to provoke that magic weapon, it would be a very stubborn act. Maybe the family behind them gave them some good things to give them the confidence to surrender the magic weapon, but plans can never keep up with changes. That magic weapon is so dangerous that even with the methods of a saint, it will be difficult to subdue it. Therefore, it is necessary to make various preparations. After all, it is still unclear whether Qifeng was summoned back to the upper world. In this case, we can only rely on Ji Bingyan to pull him up after his ascension and take him to the upper realm. After the simulated Wang Ping went to the upper realm and became a strong man in the virtual god realm, he would then receive his cultivation level and naturally ascend to the upper realm. Thinking about it this way, was I too impatient before? I shouldn't have rushed to practice the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra again. If it was an ordinary practice, I could easily become a strong person in the false god realm and then ascend to the upper world. Go! Once you reach the upper realm, You can just spread your cultivation and rebuild it. It's not that troublesome. Wang Ping's eyes flickered as he thought of this again. Finally, he shook his head again and gave up the idea. Without the powerful combat power after reconstruction, he could not defeat the virtual god of the blood demon realm. And he could not rely on the powerful combat power to forcefully search the soul of Ji Bingyan to know about the origin of the god. Without knowing the origin of the gods, it would be difficult for him to break through to a quasi-god. In the end, I am afraid that I am either relying on Ji Bingyan to make ends meet, or I have obtained the divine source in the secret realm from her with her help, or I have obtained the divine source from the blood demon realm. Of course, Wang Ping also had doubts about the existence of divine sources in the blood demon realm. If there was a divine source in the blood demon realm, the quasi-gods of the blood demon realm would have already chosen to attack the false god realm. In other words, there is a high probability that both realms are poor and can only support one person to break through to the virtual god realm. Didn't any of the previous ascendants come back from the lower realms with a large amount of divine energy to give back to the lower realms? Is it because they are unable to go down to the lower realms, or are they unwilling to go down to the lower realms? Wang Ping thought silently. He felt that, except for people like Mo Shangli, more ascended people might not be able to go down to the next world and give back to their hometown. After all, although people in the upper realm can go down to the lower realm, they must suppress their cultivation. However, going to the lower realm not only requires powerful artifacts to block the turbulent flow of space, but also requires travel expenses. Modern people have to prepare travel expenses when traveling far away, let alone the issue of upper and lower bounds. That kind of price is probably not something ordinary ascendants can afford. After thinking about it, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen, wanting to see what else Wang Ping could do in the simulation. Through your coquettish manipulations, you successfully accepted Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer as disciples, and taught them how to practice carefully. With the help of your massive resources, their cultivation level has improved rapidly. However, as time goes by, you begin to waver again. Because once Ji Bingyan is allowed to absorb Ji Shuer and Ji Bingyue, whether they are equivalent to death is a question. If they are going to die, you can't bear the death of these two good disciples. In the end, when you hypnotize yourself, you must put the overall situation first and forcibly delete your memory of Ji Bingyan's secret method. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. During these hundreds of years, you have been working hard to understand the pseudo-law of fire and the pseudo-law of sword, and successfully comprehended the pseudo-law of 20% fire and the 20% pseudo-law of sword. That is, not long after you understood the pseudo-law of 20%, Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer both woke up and knew that they were Ji Bingyan's separated souls. Their feelings for you were very complicated, and they tore apart the space and left. Here. And you quickly realized it, followed him, and saw Ji Bingyan. You asked Ji Bingyan what was going on? Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer were silent and told you the truth. It turned out that they were the split souls of Ji Bingyan's split soul and reincarnation, and they must return to the main body. You couldn't accept all this and started to question Ji Bingyan. Ji Bingyan didn't expect such a thing to happen and was very troubled, but she could only tell the truth. You're even more unacceptable for this. Tell Ji Bingyan that if she is here for cultivation, he can use resources to let her break through to the quasi-god or even the virtual god realm. Never absorb Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer. In this regard, Ji Bingyan was a little silent. Once this secret method is used, when the time is right, the divided soul must be recovered. Otherwise, the soul will be incomplete and unable to continue to progress. At that time, she also knew that there was no way to practice to the quasi-god level in the purple spirit realm using normal methods, so she chose to use this method to practice. Otherwise, she would not be able to use this secret method that has great hidden dangers. Seeing Ji Bingyan's silence, you became even more anxious and wanted to use your strength to stop Ji Bingyan. But Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer saved it and told you not to mess around. Finally, you stopped and looked at it in despair. After Ji Bingyan said sorry to you, She took Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer to practice in the depths. Although it is said that we need to return to the Trinity, in fact this process is very long and requires the two people to reach a very close level of cultivation. This development has caused me some toothache. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and found it a bit subtle. If he had known it earlier, he might as well have shamelessly stayed in the eternal frozen soil to talk to Ji Bingyan, gain Ji Bingyan's favor, and finally tell his purpose directly. In that case, although it will just become a transaction without any affection, at least it won't be so painful. He had always started with Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer and accepted them as his disciples. They had deep feelings for each other, but it made things extremely complicated. Hey, I hope everything goes well. Otherwise, there is no compensation for this kind of behavior. Wang Ping smiled bitterly and continued to stare at the screen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed, and the blood demon realm invaded. In response, you chose to take action. In front of all the powerful people in the purple spirit world, you easily killed all the powerful people in the blood demon world. You became famous in one battle and shocked the world. Ji Bingyan, who was at the critical moment of her training, was shocked when she saw your terrifying combat power. She didn't expect you to be so powerful. Next, you go to the blood demon realm, looking for the source of God. You find that there is no divine source in the blood demon realm, because the divine source of the blood demon realm was also secretly drained by the quasi-god of the blood demon realm. He once tried to break through to the virtual god realm, but he failed and wasted these divine sources. In this regard, you are very speechless. You are not talented enough. You force a breakthrough and waste resources. You really deserve to be punished by God. Subsequently, you return to the purple spirit realm, finally unlocked the seal in the black turtle's body, released the strangeness, and killed it with one punch, eliminating a big hidden danger. After Ji Bingyan broke through to the quasi-god level, you went to see her and found that she actually made a very amazing move. That is, in the process of absorbing Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer, she did not choose to focus on her own personality and completely absorb the memories of the other two people. Instead, she chose to focus on her own personality. Lord, retaining the personalities of both men. In other words, if Ji Bingyan wants to, she can release the two of them, which is equivalent to Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer using Ji Bingyan's body. In this way, although many hidden dangers will be left, the lives of the two people can be regarded as saved. You are very happy about this. Take out your divine source, God-level skills and magical powers, and thank Ji Bingyan. Ji Bingyan still wanted to turn it down, but you said it was not only for gratitude, but also for another reason. That is, you hoped that after Ji Bingyan broke through to the virtual god realm and ascended to the upper realm, if he had the ability, he could take you to the upper realm. Ji Bingyan is very surprised and wonders why you don't break through on your own. You shake your head, indicating that the lower realm does not have enough resources for you to break through to the virtual god realm. Ji Bingyan thought deeply about this and finally agreed seriously. In the following decades, Ji Bingyan went into seclusion again. With the help of the divine source, she successfully broke through to the virtual god realm, causing a catastrophe. After surviving the catastrophe with difficulty, she completely broke through to the virtual god realm and ascended to the upper realm. Ji Bingyan broke through the virtual god realm and ascended to the upper realm, shocking many monks in the purple spirit realm. And you were not envious, but tried to follow Ji Bingyan's ascension passage into the upper realm, but failed. You felt a little pity about this, but you didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, you are still waiting for those two people from the upper world to arrive. Once they appear, you may go to the upper world through them. This may be a faster way than Ji Bingyan's way of grabbing your hand, but it's also more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. You successfully waited until the two people from the upper realm arrived and appeared outside the forbidden land of Taichu. In this regard, you welcomed the two of them. The two of them were very confused by your welcome and frowned. You look at the two of them and ask them what their identities are in the upper world and why they know that the magic weapon is in the purple spirit world. The two of them became even more confused about your inquiry after welcoming you, not knowing who you are. However, the young man is still not interested in answering your emperor's question, but his face turned cold. Seeing this, the old servant beside him snorted coldly, chose to take action against you, and slapped you. You are not surprised by the old man's move, but he was very dignified, because you find that the old man's strength is terrifying, and he is definitely not as simple as an ordinary virtual god realm strongman. Because the lower realm only allows power below the 4th level of the false god realm to exist. He must have sealed his cultivation. His true cultivation level may be above the 7th level of the false god realm, or even above the virtual god realm. In a sudden change of thought, you chose to directly use the secret method to increase your combat power, and used the Burning Heaven Emperor Fist to confront him head-on. As the Burning Heaven Emperor Fist erupted, you barely blocked the opponent's attack, but you were still traumatized, coughing up blood and having cracks on your body. The old man was very surprised to see you blocking his blow. After all, even though he has sealed his cultivation, he can still unleash the power of the 3rd level of the false god realm. Although the blow just now was not his full blow, it should not be underestimated. It is definitely not an attack that the emperor of the lower realm can block. Compared to the old man's surprise, the young man was very surprised, and his eyes became hot, because he saw that you had practiced the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and also practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Fist. In other words, you have the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra Mortal Realm chapter on your body. If you can obtain the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra Mortal Realm chapter and bring it back to your family, it will be a great achievement. For this reason, the young man showed a kind expression and said that if you are willing to surrender to him and let him plant the slave mark, he can take you to the upper world and train you to be a strong person. You smiled disdainfully, indicating that young people are not worthy. This made the young man's expression become cold, and he ordered the old man to suppress you, and he would forcefully search for your soul. In response, the old man sneered, saying that you don't know what's good for you and want to continue to attack you. You looked at the two of them with contempt, and used the ability of Purple Sky Wind and Destiny Connection to forcibly bind you to the young man. Suddenly, a long black line connected to his body. The young man's pupil shrank, and he was a little surprised. He didn't know what you had done, but he couldn't even notice it. Immediately afterwards, the young man felt severe pain in his body, began to crack, and was traumatized. This made the young man's complexion change drastically. Even the young man's old servant's complexion changed drastically, and he stood in front of the young man, thinking that you had attacked the young man. The young man was angry and chose to attack you. The strength that the young man unleashed was actually more powerful than the old servant. You cannot take this terrifying blow. However, you didn't panic at all. Before the attack was about to arrive, you directly cut off your arm with your sword. In an instant, terrifying pain spread to the young man. His arm was broken in response, and the attack stopped. This scene made the young man's expression freeze, and the old man also showed a look of fear, guessing the truth about the black line just now. You sneered and told the two of them about the ability of Purple Sky Wind and Destiny Connection. At the same time, you continued to poke your heart. The young man's heart hurt violently, and blood surged again. This kind of injury was nothing to him and could be easily recovered, but he felt fear and humiliation. As a genius in the upper realm, he has the 5th level of false god realm, but he was tricked by you, the emperor of the lower realm. He is really humiliated to the extreme. If this matter is reported back to the upper realm, he will definitely become a laughingstock. Where is he? The MO family will also become a laughingstock. For this reason, the young man went crazy and said coldly that his cultivation level is higher than yours. Even if you harm yourself and you die, you will not die. You chuckled, indicating that this had nothing to do with your cultivation level. Even if you were in the Divine Lord realm, he would have to die if you died. These words made the young master of the MO family look extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why you, the emperor of the lower realm, had such a terrifying secret method. The old man was trembling on the side and did not dare to speak at all. Seeing that the young master of the MO family looked ugly, you didn't dare to take action at all. You knew you had caught the other person and began to ask them again about their identity, the purpose of coming to the lower world, and what the secret of that magic weapon was. This purple talent, destiny connection, is indeed ruthless enough. It directly captured the young master of the MO family in the upper realm. Everything should go smoothly from now on. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content, smiled, and thought to himself. In the face of your inquiry, the young master of the MO family remained silent. It is related to the magic weapon. If he leaks it, the MO family may be in great trouble. Seeing that the young master of the MO family didn't speak, you started to harm yourself again, which made the young master of the MO family look even more ugly and a little shaken. He is the genius of the upper world, and he still has a long life to live, and he does not want to die just now. After thinking about it, he still told you everything. He is from the MO family in the upper world and is the current young master of the MO family. The purpose of coming to the purple spirit realm is to accidentally learn that there is a magic gun sealed in the purple spirit realm. It is rumored that this magic gun is sealed in the purple spirit realm. The gun is the natal magic weapon of the Black Abyss Demon Lord, and the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord exists on it. That's why he went to the underworld to seek this great opportunity. After learning the details of the magic gun, you were very surprised. You didn't expect that it was the supreme weapon. It was one level higher than the holy weapon of a strong man in the holy realm. It was indeed powerful. No wonder these two people, after entering the lower realm, he will destroy both realms and conceal the news. Of course, there is also the possibility that the subjugation fails and both of them die. Thinking of this, you ask the young master of the MO family how confident you are to conquer the supreme magic weapon. In response to your question, the young master of the MO family flashed his eyes and did not answer. You ask again. At this time, the young master of the MO family seemed to have been prepared to suddenly declare himself and sealed all his own cultivation. This makes your expression change. The purple talent and the talent of destiny connection are two-way. If the other party declares itself, you will also be declared self-proclaimed. In other words, you have become a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready to be kneaded by others. After all, the other party has a strong man in the false god realm here, and you, the self-proclaimed one, are no match. Immediately, you want to commit suicide. However, the old servant was already prepared. When you were about to commit suicide, you were forcibly captured alive by the other party. This made you sigh in your heart. You were still careless. If you had known better, you should have asked the young master of the MO family to kill the old servant first. However, you have nothing to worry about. After all, the young master of the MO family would never dare to let his old servant search for his soul. Because once your soul is forcibly searched, it will also affect the young master of the MO family. The young master of the MO family sneered, saying that you, a barbarian from the lower realm, want to fight him. It is really seeking death. However, he will not let you die, but let you live well. When you return to the upper realm, he will invite the ancestor of the MO family to naturally be able to crack your secret method. At that time, you will be unable to live or die. Your face is indifferent and unmoved. You ask the young master of the MO family, you have already sealed yourself. Do you still have the ability to subdue the magic spear? This makes the young master of the MO family look gloomy, snort coldly, and do not answer. Next, the young master of the MO family ordered the old servant of the virtual god realm to lead the way into the Taichu Forbidden Land. You entered the Taichu Forbidden Land, and after going deeper, the terrifying black fog made it difficult for the old servant of the virtual god realm to resist. However, the young master of the MO family was obviously prepared and took out the forbidden weapon refined by the ancestor of the MO family to protect them. In the end, you successfully went deeper and saw the magic weapon. Looking at the magic weapon, the young master of the MO family was very excited. imagining the future of galloping in the upper realm after he subdued the magic weapon. Then, he took out a special array-breaking talisman trying to break a corner of the seal. The array-breaking talisman successfully broke a corner of the seal. However, at the moment when the seal was broken, the black fog suddenly became thicker, and the energy contained in it continued to grow, and the defense brought by the forbidden weapon became dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the young master of the MO family change his face, and he quickly took out other trump cards, which were the holy weapons of the MO family ancestors. However, the young master of the MO family sealed himself and was completely unable to exert the power of the holy weapon, and the holy weapon could not defend against it. This made the young master of the MO family very frightened of the horror of the magic weapon and very anxious, and wanted to negotiate with you to unlock the seal. In this regard, you promised him not to hurt yourself. The young master of the MO family tried to unlock the seal and activate the power of the holy weapon to block the invasion of the black fog. In the end, the brilliance of the holy weapon still blocked the black fog. In the final analysis, the black fog was just the evil spirit emitted by the magic weapon, not the power of the magic weapon itself that attacked everyone. Otherwise, the holy weapon would not work. After withstanding the black fog, the young master of the MO family entered the formation, looking at the sealed magic spear, very fanatical and greedy, took out a black stone, pressed it on the magic weapon, wanting to get close to it, and then subdue it. However, when the black stone touched the magic weapon went berserk, the black fog became thicker by hundreds of thousands, and a terrifying red light appeared. Under this black fog, the brilliance of the holy weapon also dimmed, and the young master of the MO family was very frightened. Muttering something like this was different from the record. You looked at this scene and were very speechless, knowing that it was not the young master of the MO family who destroyed the two worlds to cover up the news, but the result of the magic weapon going berserk and the black fog erupting. Of course, you know very well that if the young master of the MO family subdued the magic weapon, he would most likely destroy the two worlds to cover up the news. In the end, you were all swallowed up by the black fog and died without a complete body. And you, because of the resurrection talisman, resurrected. The young master of the MO family also resurrected with you. However, because you were in the black fog, you died again. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Well, this young master of the MO family is poisonous, so confident that he wanted to subdue the magic weapon, but he was directly killed and lost the family's forbidden and holy weapons. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a very subtle look. Also, this purple talent destiny connection, is it so outrageous? I thought I could rely on killing others and then resurrecting with the resurrection talisman to easily solve the strong enemy. In the end, you told me that resurrection can be resurrected together. Wang Ping thought of the mechanism of the purple talent destiny connection again, and his face twitched slightly. If everyone can be resurrected, this is not as good as he imagined. Although it can still intimidate strong enemies if used well, it is still a little bit less interesting. Of course, if they can be resurrected together, they can be connected to the person they want to save, and the mechanism of the resurrection talisman can save the other person's life. However, in this case, they will become Mandarin ducks with the same fate, which is still very troublesome. Wang Ping thought of another way to use the resurrection talisman and the purple talent fate connection, and his mind was quite subtle. Forget it, there is no need to think so much. If it is useful in the future, use it. If it is not useful, put it aside. It is a very simple principle. Wang Ping made a summary. It was at this time that Wang Ping exited the simulation state, and many pictures appeared in his mind. Then many insights of cultivation appeared again. His insights of pseudo-laws were naturally understood to 20%. Ding! The reward is generated successfully, and the host can choose one of the following rewards. A random imperial weapon. Purple talent, fate connection. Red talent, fire mysterious body. A divine source. System I choose. Purple talent, fate connection. Wang Ping glanced at the reward list and made a choice. Soon, Wang Ping's mind had some more information, which was about the use of the purple talent, Destiny Connection. In short, you only need to take a look to connect, which is very domineering. Well, there are no resources for paid simulation again. This is difficult. Wang Ping rubbed his chin, thinking with a headache. System, can the low-grade artifact be used for paid simulation? If so, how many times can it be simulated? Wang Ping couldn't help asking in his heart. Faced with Wang Ping's inquiry, the system did not respond at all, leaving Wang Ping speechless. He couldn't help but complain, I'm convinced. As long as you have specific items, you don't accept high-value items. This is really a picky eater. Next, it's time to go out. Let's deal with the weirdness first. With my current strength, it is very easy to suppress the Judgment Emperor who was taken away by Weird. Speaking of which, the Judgment Emperor is given to Lin Yuanyu, and squeezing it out is a good choice. Wang Ping thought for a while and then made a decision. With his current strength, it was easy to suppress the Judgment Emperor. During this period, it was undoubtedly killing 3 birds with 1 stone to kill 3 birds with 1 stone by letting Lin Yuanyu directly pull the Judgment Emperor and drain him of all the weirdness. The King of Judgment was freed. Although his death was a bit shameful, it was still considered free. Strangely enough, he was able to gain a huge amount of group points. Then, Lin Yuanyu also gained extremely powerful combat power and became the 2nd combat power in the group. She could replace him to rescue other group members and help other group members become stronger. Thinking of this, Wang Ping directly opened the chat group. Wang Ping, 66, Lin Yuanyu, I will release the authority. Come over here, and I will find a quasi-god for you. Lin Yuanyu, 80, quasi-god? Kai Yonglong 1, damn it. Brother Wang is actually planning to do quasi-god? This is too scary. Qin Tian, 77, Brother Wang, it's so terrifying. His strength changes every once in a while. Zhang Hu, 5, I'm so envious. I really want to have quasi-god level combat power. Chun Yao, 71, well, Yuan is about to become the 2nd in command in the group. I'm envious. This time, even Chun Yao was really envious. She used to think that her point-adding system was very strong. But now it seems that Lin Yuanyu is still a golden finger who can reach the sky in 1 step. As long as she has a big thigh to hold her, her strength can jump to several levels. Although Lin Yuanyu paid a heavy price in order to become stronger, Chun Yao vaguely felt that she also enjoyed it. Soon, Lin Yuanyu was teleported to Wang Ping. The moment Lin Yuanyu appeared, Wang Ping protected him. After all, Sangyan Valley was not a place for everyone, and the aura was too manic. Next, Wang Ping grabbed the toolman Kai Yonglong, just in case, then tore apart the space and went to Xiangui. Tianyan Emperor, why are you here again? You brought back an extra woman. Seeing Wang Ping appear again, Xiangui asked suspiciously. After all, Wang Ping had only been away for more than a month. For Xiangui, this time was just time to take a nap. Senior Black Turtle, I came here this time to ask you to let us see the King of Judgment who is sealed in your body. Wang Ping smiled slightly and revealed his purpose. Meet the King of Judgment? Absolutely not. He has been taken away by a strange existence and is completely possessed. It is very dangerous, and once the seal is loosened and he escapes, the consequences will be disastrous. Xuangui's tone became serious, and he directly rejected Wang Ping. What if I have the strength to kill him and avoid future troubles forever? Wang Ping looked serious and said, Are you sure you can do this? Xiangui looked suspicious. Although Wang Ping killed the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, the strength gap between the 9 Nether Demon Emperor and the Judgment Emperor was too big. Even if Wang Ping had the strength to kill the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, he would never be able to kill the Judgment Emperor. Even if the Judgment Emperor is in a sealed state, this is still the case. The gap between the Emperor and the quasi-god is really too big. Of course, Wang Ping smiled faintly and directly burst out with terrifying power. This power. Feeling Wang Ping's power, Xiangui couldn't help but tremble. After all, Wang Ping had practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and there was a ray of imperial power in his aura, which was really too terrifying. And the Black Turtle's perception is quite strong. and he can detect this ray of imperial power. In addition, Xingui also clearly felt that Wang Ping's power was too scary, let alone a quasi-god. Even a virtual god is nothing more than that. As a black turtle who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, relying on his racial characteristics, even the strong ones in the god realm can't survive. His knowledge is naturally extremely amazing. He has also seen the strong ones in the false god realm with his own eyes and felt their power. However, in Xuangui's view, a strong person in the false god realm is not necessarily stronger than Wang Ping. For a moment, Xingui had some doubts about whether Wang Ping was an emperor or a false god. However, the only thing he could be sure of was that Wang Ping did have the power to suppress the Judgment Emperor. It should be said that if there was a real fight, Wang Ping killing the Judgment King would be like crushing an ant. Hey, after so many years, someone has finally grown to the level that can kill the King of Sins. Xingui was a little sad and a little disappointed. He's been waiting for this day for too long. However, his old friend was about to die, and he had mixed emotions. He wanted to save the Judgment Emperor, but he knew very well that the situation of the Judgment Emperor was basically hopeless. Come in? Thinking of this, the black turtle moved his head to the surface of the sea and opened his huge mouth. There were strange spatial fluctuations in his mouth, which was the only way to enter the space inside his body. Thank you, Senior, for your trust. Wang Ping nodded and entered with Lin Yuan and Kai Yonglong with shocked faces. Do you trust me? Xingui shook his head and closed his mouth. He didn't trust Wang Ping, he just believed in his strength. Then there is the fact that Wang Ping is so powerful that he has no right to refuse. Once he refuses, Wang Ping will instantly kill him and then attack the Judgment King. The hidden danger is too great, so it is better to lie down and cooperate with Wang Ping. Soon, Wang Ping and the others came to a strange space. In this space, Wang Ping saw the King of Judgment, who was sealed layer by layer. This place is isolated from the outside world. Even if the Judgment Emperor is released here, the outside world will not be affected by the strange abilities. After all, as long as Weird is not fully developed yet, it is quite easy to deal with it if you know its abilities. With various thoughts flashing through his mind, Wang Ping once again arranged a large formation layer by layer to stabilize the internal space of the black turtle and prevent it from spreading to the black turtle, and then let the black turtle unlock the seal. Senior, please unlock the seal on him, Wang Ping said. Yeah. Black Turtle's dull voice sounded, and he began to cast spells. Soon, the chains on the Judgment King quickly disappeared. That is to say, when the chain disappeared, the King of Judgment also opened his scarlet eyes, showing a sinister and surprised expression. Haha, Xingui, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to let me go. Do you want to surrender to me? He laughed strangely and sinisterly. Surrender? Xingui sighed. No, today is the day of your death, and you should be relieved of your guilt. Wei Wei was startled and looked at Wang Ping and others. After being unsealed, he had just woken up, but he just felt that Wang Ping was an emperor, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now it seems that Xian Guiqian let him go, and he obviously had something to rely on. Wang Ping should not be an ordinary emperor. Thinking of this, Wei Wei directly activated his ability and at the same time mobilized terrifying power to shoot towards Wang Ping and the others. Senior Jisui, I'm offended. Wang Ping said these words after he casually dismissed the strange attack. Then, Wang Ping burst out with terrifying magic power, using magical powers that were more powerful than the Black Turtle, and forcibly suppressed the Judgment Emperor, causing him to lose any ability to resist, and the power in his body was also blocked. What kind of magical power is this? Weird and horrifying. Even if he is sealed by the Black Turtle, he can still use powerful force to attack the seal, and others cannot get close to him at all. But after being sealed by Wang Ping, he found that his power was completely blocked, and he couldn't even move. Lin Yuan enter. Wang Ping ignored the strange struggle and said to Lin Yuan, also, Kai Zi, remember to support us at any time. Immediately, Wang Ping looked at Kai Yonglong again and said, I know. Lin Yuan and Cai Yonglong both nodded. Next, Lin Yuanyuan violently broke her clothes and rushed towards the King of Judgment. This made Xingui confused. Damn, what's going on? Didn't he say that he wanted to kill the King of Judgment? What are you doing? Even though Black Turtle has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has experienced astonishing experiences and heard all kinds of strange things, the scene before him still stunned him. Ahem, Yuanyuan is still as tough as ever. When Wang Ping and Cai Yonglong saw this scene, they were also filled with admiration. Of course, the two of them felt that Lin Yuanyuan had let herself go after the weird Pope incident. Soon, the Emperor of Judgment, whose body was taken away by Weird, screamed in agony, and his body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was quickly drained dry by Lin Yuanyuan. The Weird and Judgment Emperors were completely dead, and Lin Yuanyuan's aura boiled, soaring directly to the quasi-god level, not far from the virtual god realm. Gudong! There was a huge swallowing sound, and cold sweat actually appeared on the huge glands of the black turtle. What is the origin of this companion? Tianyin Emperor Zun. This ability is too terrifying. He directly drained the Emperor of Judgment and absorbed all his cultivation. This kind of terrifying ability is simply unheard of. Even the evil secrets of the demon cult cannot compare with it. It should be said that it is not worthy to carry Lin Yuanyuan's shoes. For a moment, Xingui doubted whether Wang Ping also had such a method. If this was the case, he wouldn't even be able to figure out whether Wang Ping was on the right path or the evil path. It's so accurate. I'm so envious. Cai Yonglong was extremely envious when he saw Lin Yuanyuan's face full of enjoyment. Damn it, he has only reached the great perfection of the mysterious alchemy realm even now, and this is the result of being initiated by his master. You are so envious. You want to become stronger quickly. Discuss it with Yuanyuan and let her give you initiation. Then, I will help her recruit some strong people in the future. Wouldn't this form a virtuous circle? Wang Ping rolled his eyes. Cai Yonglong was stunned. Good guy, can you still play like this? In this case, the combined abilities of Brother Wang and Lin Yuanyuan can lead the entire chat group with one hand. Brother Wang, is it really okay? Cai Yonglong asked excitedly. Theoretically, it is feasible. The biggest disadvantage of initiation is that the cultivation level is not achieved by oneself, and the foundation and magic power are too vain. Normal monks will reach the sky in one step after receiving the initiation, but it is easy to stop there. But we are time travelers with group points. As long as you strengthen your foundation and mana through group points, you can make up for this shortcoming to a certain extent. As long as you have enough group points, it won't be a problem. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and sent a message to Cai Yonglong. As your strength increases, will it still be difficult to earn points? Impossible. Fuck. Cai Yonglong's eyes widened. His breathing became rapid, and he began to think about the future. So, it is necessary to have a good relationship with Yuanyuan, San Yin. Wang Ping patted Cai Yonglong on the shoulder and said with a smile. To be honest, ever since Cai Yonglong was initiated, he has always had a blueprint for the future planning of the chat group. It's just that human nature is complex, and he didn't particularly trust other group members before. However, as his golden finger has been optimized again, his strength has always improved much faster than other group members. In addition, the enemies he encounters are getting stronger and stronger, and other group members except Su are also performing well. He just started to implement this plan. To be honest, if he wants to lead other people in the chat group, he only needs to reasonably plan the cheats of the group members. It is really easy. It's just that he didn't want to do that in the past. It didn't do him much good, and if he wasn't far stronger than the other group members, they might not listen to him so much. Now, after gaining enough prestige, he's also confident that his strength will always be superior to other group members. After experiencing so many dangerous group tasks, the group members have no reason to be enemies with him, so he can now feel free to implement a real plan to train other group members. You really need to have a good relationship with her. However, you can't be too close, otherwise I'm afraid. Cai Yonglong coughed dryly. Hearing this, Wang Ping rolled his eyes. You're afraid that if you fall in love with Lin Yuanyuan and start a fire, people may not like you. Brother Wang, can I go back directly later? After Lin Yuan regained her strength, she returned to Wang Ping and said through a message, "There's no rush. Since you can stay in this world for a while, do more things. Those who can do more." Wang Ping said to Lin Yuan with a smile. "Yeah." Lin Yuan nodded, not asking what Wang Ping wanted her to do at all. "Senior, I want to ask you something. Do you know what forces have enmity with the Holy Land of Judgment?" Wang Ping looked at Xingui and asked, "Do you want to help Jushin get revenge?" Xingui asked rather unexpectedly. "I still have some connections with the descendants of the King of Judgment, and my companion has also obtained the power of the King of Judgment. It can be regarded as his inheritance. It is the right thing to help him avenge, isn't it?" Wang Ping said with a smile. Naturally, he was not so kind, and it was just a matter of course to avenge the King of Judgment. The most important purpose is to clear out some powerful forces through righteousness and earn more resources. How could he get so many royal weapons and imperial weapons without killing some holy places and great religions? How could he pay to simulate without the royal weapon and royal weapon? Blackbird Holy Land, Gale Wind Holy Land, Sky Lion Clan, Ape Demon Cult. Xingui admired Wang Ping's character very much, and was ashamed that he had suspected that Wang Ping and others were evil, so he couldn't help but name a bunch of forces. "By the way, these are some things that Judgment left here with me. You can take them. Although these things should be of little use to you now, they are good for cultivating future generations." After saying the name of the force, Xingui took out a bunch of things. That is obviously the legacy of the condemned emperor. 1 quasi-sacred weapon, 3 ordinary imperial weapons, 3 incomplete imperial weapons, dozens of royal weapons, and some other treasures of heaven and earth. Heritage. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he smiled. It's really an unexpected surprise to condemn the Emperor's legacy. The quasi-artifact among them should be the Judgment Emperor's own natal weapon. As for the rest of the Imperial weapons, there are ordinary Imperial weapons, which should be left by the Emperor of the Purple Spirit Realm, whom the Judgment Emperor once killed with great power. The remaining Imperial weapons are mostly those of the Emperors of the Blood Demon Realm, and should be trophies of the war thousands of years ago. Since it is a gift from Senior, I will accept it without mercy." Wang Ping smiled slightly and said to Xingui. Then he rolled up these things and put them into the space created in his body. With so many things, he was able to simulate it 3 times. When Lin Yuan kills these forces, he will probably have 2 or 3 more simulation opportunities. This time, I finally have enough. If possible, I hope to be able to improve my cultivation to the virtual god realm during these simulation times, and then go to the upper world. Otherwise, he can only continue to make trouble in the purple spirit world. Next, after Wang Ping and Xingui said goodbye, they left Xingui's internal space and came to the outside world. The original Tianyin Emperor must have hidden his strength. With the power he showed before, it only takes 1 move to kill the 9 Nether Demon Emperor. There is no need to go to such trouble. After Wang Ping tore apart the space and left, Xingui began to think. However, he had some doubts. Is it really? Mysterious humans. After Xingui gave his evaluation, he was too lazy to think about it and began to fall asleep. This time, there is no need to suppress the Judgment Emperor, and it can be said to be unprecedentedly leisurely and comfortable. The next day, Lin Yuan launched a hunting operation, while Wang Ping took Kai Yonglong back to Tsangyan Valley. "Alpha, I have solved the weird problem. Why don't you reward the group with points?" Wang Ping frowned and said in his heart, "Ding, you killed Wei and gained 50 million group points." After Wang Ping spoke, the voice of the chat group system rang. 50 million? It's more than I thought. I thought you would still be stingy and give me 20 million. Wang Ping's eyes flashed slightly as he listened to the voice in his mind. However, according to the true value of that weird thing, these 50 million are still a little less. After all, it is a weird quasi-god combat power, and it will turn the purple spirit world upside down. Wang Ping said in his heart again. He was sealed just after he appeared. His quasi-god fighting power was not his own, so the trouble he caused was actually very small. Alpha's voice rang out. "Tisk, Wang Ping smacked his lips, too lazy to argue with Alpha. System. Consumed 35 royal weapons, and I want to conduct a paid simulation. Next, Wang Ping thought for a while and said in his heart, Ding, the consumption is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the blue talent. Song and dance. Blue talent, singing and dancing. With this talent, after the host sings and dances, the combat power will be slightly improved. I thought that after the optimization of the life simulator, it would be guaranteed to be popular. It seems that I was overthinking it. Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time and shook his head slightly. This blue talent can only improve a little bit of combat power after singing and dancing, which is really a bit useless. However, this is also consistent with his current situation. After all, the blue talent is the nirvana of life and death, which may have been of great use before. At his current level, this kind of blue talent that is a gain type is basically useless. It should be said that red is showing signs of not being able to keep up with the rhythm. On the contrary, the unstable optimizer, or red talent that he once had high hopes for, is rarely triggered now, and most of the time it fails when it is triggered. Because the higher the level of the item it comes into contact with, the lower the triggering probability and the higher the failure rate. For another example, the superposition of roots and bones brought by his two red talents, True Dragon's Pose and Sword Mysterious Body, are okay in the cultivation of the Emperor and previous levels, but when he goes to the upper realm and reaches the virtual god realm, it is estimated that it will become an ordinary genius. Now, Wang Ping can only keep up with the rhythm by refreshing a purple talent that increases bone or physical type. Otherwise, subsequent practice will be a little difficult. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. While Wang Ping was thinking, the sound of the system also sounded, and Wang Ping's consciousness entered a state of immersive simulation. System, fast forward, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice, and Lin Yuanyuan also took action, taking action against some holy places, demon sects, and great sections. She was very ruthless and killed all the senior officials of the Holy Land, including the king and above, took away all the treasures, and dismissed the innocent Holy Land disciples. As for those demonic sects and cults, she entrusted Tianji Pavilion to find their location and go to completely liquidate them. Lin Yuanyuan's sudden birth caused such a big commotion, which shocked all the holy places and made them very afraid. However, the power displayed by Lin Yuanyuan was very similar to that of the Judgment Emperor, which surprised them. Soon, news came out that the Judgment Emperor briefly came to his senses and passed on his magic power to Lin Yuanyuan, asking him to act on behalf of heaven, avenge the Judgment Holy Land, and liquidate all enemies. For a time, all the evil forces in the Purple Spirit Realm panicked, while the other holy places breathed a sigh of relief because the time bomb of the Judgment King was gone. At the same time, they felt that since Lin Yuanyuan was the successor jointly selected by the King of Judgment and Xingui, he would not take action against innocent forces, so they all pretended not to see it. Of course, all holy places also know that facing Lin Yuanyuan, who has reached the quasi-god level, it is useless if they choose not to ignore him. And some of the followers or descendants of the Judgment Emperor who are still alive are extremely excited, looking forward to the day when the Judgment Holy Land will rise again. However, Lin Yuanyuan disappeared after the liquidation was completed, and she had no idea of rebuilding the Holy Land of Judgment, which made many people very confused. Sure enough, if the group members come to my world and then simulate it, there will be no time limit for their stay. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and thought to himself, if this is the case in future simulations, many chat group factors can be reasonably added. If you can't break the situation in the future, you can consider spending some group points to teleport a specific group member over and let him be a tool man. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years have passed, and major events are proceeding according to the development in your memory. And you, during these years, have been practicing hard and never slacking off. For this reason, after more than 1,000 years, you have finally successfully understood the false law of 30% fire and 30% sword. It is worth mentioning that Lin Yuanyuan did not waste some strong men. He captured them alive and drained their strength, and then gave Kai Yonglong initiation, which made Kai Yonglong quickly become stronger. It's just that his foundation and other aspects are in a mess, and he has no cultivation. Kai Yonglong didn't care about this. He was still very satisfied, and you didn't say much to him. Next, the blood demons invaded and were defeated by you. Ji Bingyan ascended, and the young master of the Mo family descended with his servants to find the holy land of Taichu. This time, you faced him again. This time, you did not have the idea of testing your own strength. You immediately used the power of purple talent and destiny connection to forcibly bind you to the young master of the Mo family. This made the young master of the Mo family very aggrieved. Next, you will make a sexy move and let the Mo family servant mate with Lin Yuanyuan. The young master of the Mo family is angry and confused about what you want to do, but he doesn't want to die and can only let his servant mate with Lin Yuanyuan. In the end, under the shocked gaze of the young master of the Mo family, Lin Yuanyuan squeezed his servant dry, and his cultivation level soared directly to the 8th level of the virtual god realm. If he doesn't suppress his cultivation quickly, he will be rejected by the world. As for his old servant, he completely perished. This makes Kai Yonglong envious of Lin Yuanyuan's speed of becoming stronger. He has actually become stronger than Brother Wang. You can't help but cover your forehead. This kind of golden finger that reaches the sky in one step is better than all the various things he has piled up in the simulation. The talent is much stronger. As for the young master of the Mo family, I feel chilled in my heart. I think you're too weird. You are obviously a human being, not a special ethnic group, but you have such terrifying abilities. Next, you ignored the thoughts of the young master of the Mo family and directly declared yourself, leaving the young master of the Mo family without any means of reaction. Then, you asked him to hand over what he has on him, or else he will die together. The young master of the Mo family felt aggrieved and had to cooperate with you and took out all the good things on his body. Then, you were all stunned. Because this young master of the Mo family is really extremely rich. It was extremely rare in the purple spirit world. There were only a few tails of low-grade divine source left, but he was measured by kilograms, a total of hundreds of kilograms. In addition, there are various low-grade artifacts, medium-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, forbidden artifacts, sacred artifacts, and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the upper world. This young master of the Mo family is just a big fat sheep. Wang Ping instinctively swallowed his saliva when he looked at the simulated description. There is no way. He is really poor and crazy, and he has to rob the resources for paid simulation. Moreover, he currently does not have the resources to break through to the virtual god realm. As a result, the low-grade divine source that the young master of the Mo family carried was actually over 100 kilograms. As for other good things, needless to say, this is not only rich and oily, it is simply a big pit of oil. Damn, I really want to rob him. Unfortunately, it's 1,000 years ago now, so I can't rob him. I can only have fun in the simulation. Wang Ping remembered something and cursed again. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you have a good time in the simulation. With so many resources, you should be able to break through to the false god realm without having to spend a lot of time and all kinds of crooked thoughts. Soon, Wang Ping took a deep breath again, comforted himself, quickly calmed down, and continued to stare at the screen. It's just that while you were extremely enthusiastic about these resources, the sacred weapon on the young master of the Mo family awakened on its own. As a sacred weapon, it naturally has a weapon spirit, and it is also an extremely intelligent weapon spirit. For this reason, when the weapon spirit awakened, Lin Yuanyuan and Kai Yonglong were instantly killed. Kai Yonglong didn't even have time to react and use his abilities to defend. As for you, you were suppressed by the holy weapon and could not move. This makes you look ugly, knowing that you are too greedy and should not push the young master of the MO family to death. In that case, Kai Yonglong and Lin Yuan would not die. The young master of the MO family is also livid and hates you very much. The spirit of the sacred weapon has awakened, and his scandal has been seen, and the news has been reported back to the MO family. His identity as the young master is probably not unstable. After all, he is not the only genius in the MO family. Although he was killed among his brothers and sisters, there are still people who are not much weaker than him. Today, someone used a secret method to connect his life, and he also chose to surrender to the emperor of the lower realm. This was undoubtedly extremely embarrassing, and he was no longer qualified to continue to be the young master of the MO family. Unless he successfully brings the magic weapon back to the MO family today, he will definitely be kicked out. This makes the young master of the MO family look at you with hatred and helplessness. Because you are suppressed, he will also be suppressed. Unless you are willing to untie yourself and stop causing trouble, he can go deep into the forbidden land of Taichu and implement his plan. You really can't have too high expectations for this. As soon as you have expectations, it's a tragedy. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and was speechless. He was just about to gain a lot, and this breakthrough to the virtual god realm should be stable. As a result, before being happy for a while, he was suppressed. This holy weapon is a problem. If you do it too much, it will stimulate the awakening of the sacred weapon spirit. It seems that the strategy will need to be changed next time the simulation is carried out. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and thought to himself, as for this simulation, there is a high probability that it will be cold. However, Wang Ping didn't care. There were still several trial and error opportunities, and he would eventually be able to overcome the difficulties. While Wang Ping was thinking this, words continued to emerge. Next, you choose to negotiate with the young master of the MO family, and tell him that it is impossible to successfully conquer the magic weapon, and the only possibility is death. Regarding this, the young master of the MO family changed his expression, but in the end he still did not choose to believe you. After all, this is about a big opportunity, his identity as a young master, and even his position as the future head of the MO family. How can he back down here? Seeing that the young master of the MO family insists on having his own way, you are also speechless. Negotiate with him again, asking him to hand over the divine source and let you break through to the virtual god realm. You will cooperate with him. As for your threat, the young master of the MO family snorted and ignored it completely. After all, if you break through to the false god realm, his situation will only get worse. And if you keep retreating, you will always be threatened, and your attitude must be tougher. Not to mention, the sacred weapon spirit is also watching now, so he can't back down even more. Seeing that the young master of the MO family can't get in, you have no choice but to follow the young master of the MO family in. In the end, the ending is exactly as you remember it, with both of them dying tragically twice. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the text simulation stopped, Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and he appeared in the forbidden land of Taichu, and many pictures and insights appeared in his mind. After absorbing the insights, Wang Ping looked at the empty Taichu forbidden land, shook his head, and exited the immersive simulation state. It was at this time that the system's sound rang again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. 100 pounds of low-grade divine source. Randomly receive a low-grade artifact. A random imperial weapon. Blue talent, singing, and dancing. Wang Ping looked at the list of rewards this time, and his eyes became hot. He was so lucky this time, he actually got a reward of hundreds of kilograms of low-grade divine source. This is equivalent to refreshing all the low-grade divine sources in the young master of the MO family. This is so exciting. With so many low-grade divine sources, he can directly break through to the virtual god realm without having to make so many troublesome calculations, which can be said to be a lot of fun. System I choose. 100 pounds of low-grade divine source. Wang Ping let out a breath and said from the bottom of his heart, Ding, The reward selection was successful. The sound of the system rang, and Wang Ping felt that there were hundreds of kilograms of divine energy in his small storage world, exuding terrifying divine energy. With so many divine sources, how many powerful people in the virtual God realm can be produced? Wang Ping looked at these divine sources and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this is just thinking about it. If the talent is not enough, even if there is a large amount of divine resources, what should fail will still fail. For example, the quasi-god of the blood demon realm drained the blood demon realm's divine source and still failed. Of course, the weight of the divine source he obtained was definitely incomparable to his own. Continue the simulation. Wang Ping thought for a moment and decided to continue the simulation. With so many divine sources, he believed that in the next simulation, he would definitely break through to the virtual God realm. However, even if he could break through to the false God realm and choose a cultivation level, Wang Ping would still not choose it in a short period of time. After all, once the cultivation level is upgraded to the virtual God realm, what will be needed for paid simulation is a question. By then, I'm afraid it won't be an astronomical figure. Wang Ping's scalp will go numb just thinking about that scene. For this reason, the best way is to temporarily freeze your cultivation. Use these royal weapons and royal weapons to simulate a few more times, and strive to refresh a few more purple talents and even higher level talents. A few more purple talents can even create golden talents. It will be easier to survive in the upper world. Otherwise, Wang Ping doesn't think he can easily obtain many resources for paid simulation in the upper realm. System, I want to spend 5 incomplete Imperial weapons to conduct a paid simulation. After Wang Ping calmed down, he said from the bottom of his heart, "Ding, the consumption is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed." The system's voice rang. "Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the red talent, Death Rattle, the blue talent, Speed Enhancement, red talent, Death Rattle. After the host dies, this talent will be activated, causing your corpse to explode into an attack beyond the limit. P.S. This talent is a special type of red talent, so it will not be restricted by cultivation level, resulting in reduced abilities. Blue talent, Speed Enhancement. With this talent, the host's speed can be enhanced to a certain extent. Red talent, Death Rattle. This red talent is good, very practical. Wang Ping's eyes became brighter when he saw the talent that was refreshed this time. Although this talent is only red, it will explode with a powerful attack beyond the limit when it dies. In that case, the opponent may be taken away in a wave. After all, who knew that people who were completely dead could actually fake corpses and launch terrorist attacks that surpassed those in the heyday? It was simply impossible to prevent. When the opponent is evenly matched, even if someone else beats him to death, he will not feel too good. He must have reached his limit and will definitely be taken away by the Death Rattle. And facing an enemy that is much stronger than him, he may also be taken away in a wave. Especially when the opponent is touching the corpse. If he is caught off guard and receives a blow, the possibility of sudden death is not low. The most important thing is that this talent is not restricted by cultivation level. It will not fail to keep up with the rhythm and can be used all the time. Although this talent is only triggered after death, it is also very practical. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. While Wang Ping was thinking, the sound of the system also sounded, and Wang Ping's consciousness entered a state of immersive simulation. System, fast forward, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years have passed. You have consumed dozens of kilograms of low-grade divine sources, and have successfully broken through to the quasi-god and virtual god levels. When you broke through to the virtual god level, you caused an extremely terrifying disaster, which shocked the entire purple spirit world. Facing such a terrifying catastrophe, the entire purple spirit realm shows signs of being destroyed. And for you, faced with such a terrifying natural disaster, it was very difficult to successfully overcome it, truly set foot in the virtual god realm, and become a strong person in the virtual God realm. Immediately afterwards, you feel a feeling of being drawn by the upper world. However, you suppress this feeling forcibly, thinking about whether to wait until the young master of the Mo family arrived to gather a wave of wool before leaving the purple spirit realm. After thinking about it, you finally chose to give up. Because there is really no need, it would be too risky. Rather than taking this risk, it is better to go to the upper realm first and return to the purple spirit realm when there is a chance. However, you still have some things to do. You found Ji Bingyan, told her some things, and forcibly left a large amount of low-grade divine sources behind, and then directly ascended to the upper world. I finally broke through to the false god realm, and then ascended to the upper realm. It's really not easy. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and felt a little sad. He thought he would be stuck for a long time, but he never expected that such an amazing reward would be refreshed. It directly changed everything. No longer need to continue to struggle for survival in the purple spirit world. I don't know how wonderful the upper world is, Wang Ping murmured in his heart. Although he knew some things about the upper world from the Zhangyan Emperor, it was only dictated by the other party after all. In fact, the Zhangyan Emperor is just a descendant of the Qi tribe who fled to the purple spirit world. Many things were told by his ancestors. He has never seen what the upper world is like. As Wang Ping's thoughts surged, words continued to emerge. You successfully ascended to the upper realm. When you first arrived in the upper world, you discovered that the spiritual energy in the upper world was much richer than that in the purple spirit world. In addition, it was also easier to understand the world and achieve enlightenment. When you were comprehending the world, 3 divine rainbows quickly appeared here, making you solemn. Because the masters of these 3 divine rainbows are not simple, their cultivation levels are all at the virtual God realm. And they are not ordinary virtual God realm strong people. At least they are in the middle stage of the virtual God realm, or even have the cultivation level at the late stage of the virtual God realm. While you were on guard, the 3 of them greeted you very warmly and revealed their identities. It turns out that they are from the 3 major forces in this area. The 3 major religious sects are Qingyuan Divine Sect, Baiyan Divine Sect, and Beishua Divine Dynasty. The upper realm is connected to many lower realms, and many ascension points are fixed. For this reason, many forces will build strongholds not far from the ascension point. If any ascended people appear, they will arrive immediately and win over these ascended people to join their forces. In the upper realm, most forces will not discriminate against ascendants. In fact, many forces are extremely enthusiastic about the ascended ones. Because those who can practice in the lower realm to the virtual God realm and ascend to the upper realm, even if they are placed in the upper realm, can definitely be regarded as a genius. If they are carefully cultivated, they will definitely become a powerful person in the divine king realm in the future and become a semi-proud person. There is still greater hope for Bujin Shen and even Jin Shen. And the strong men at the true God level can also be regarded as strong men in some areas of the upper world. Ever since the Burning Emperor suppressed the darkness 100,000 years ago, the upper world has gradually entered the age of ending Dharma, and the rules of heaven and earth have changed, making it once again unsuitable for practice. In today's upper world, there are very few people who can become saints. For this reason, in such an environment, the divine king is the pinnacle and the half-saint is the truly invincible creature. This is not a good thing for those holy places, the immortal sect, the immortal dynasty, and the imperial clan, but for ordinary forces, it is a good thing because the gap has been shortened and they have the possibility to compete with them. Therefore, in the Golden Age, the upper world will not discriminate against those who ascend. In the age of Dharma end, it will even less discriminate against those who ascend. Every ascended person is a good seedling. If they are cultivated well, they can add a powerful fighting force to their own power. It turns out that the upper world will not discriminate against those who ascend. I thought it would be like some fantasy novels I have read before. After you ascend, you will be looked down upon by the forces in the upper world, and then they will directly arrest you for mining. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but complain. If you think about it carefully, except for very strange worlds, the probability of this kind of thing happening is not high. People who can ascend from the lower world to the upper world are not bad in qualifications. It is really a waste of talents to recruit them for mining. After he finished complaining, Wang Ping continued to look at the screen. After knowing some of the situation, you are also surprised by the attitude of the three major forces. Finally, after thinking about it, you chose to join the White Flame God sect. After all, it can be seen from the name of this divine sect that the other party is a force that practices fire attribute skills, and it may be of some help to your practice. Of course, you have no real intention to join. Instead, you want to settle down in the White Flame God sect first and find out the situation in the upper world before choosing to stay or leave. When the time comes, even if you leave the White Flame God sect, all you have to do is give me a certain reward. Seeing that you have joined the White Flame God sect, the strong men in the false god realm of the White Flame God sect are very happy. The strong men from the Qingyuan Divine sect and the Northern Snow Divine dynasty were a little disappointed, but they didn't say anything more. It was just a pity. Next, you followed the White Flame God cult's virtual god realm strongman to the sacred mountain where the White Flame God cult was located. Along the way, you also asked about the White Flame God cult and the situation in the upper world. Soon, you got more information. Not only did you know that the upper world is now in the Dharma ending age, but you also knew where this area is. The upper world is composed of 9 small universes surrounding a large universe. In each universe, only one emperor can be born in an era. And the place where you are now is in the large universe of the upper world. To be precise, it is on an ancient star called Taiyuan in the large universe. Taiyuan ancient star is roughly divided into the outer domain, the inner domain, and the middle domain. The White Flame God cult is one of the 3 major forces in the eastern part of the inner domain, and it is a powerful force with a strong God Lord in charge. After you join the White Flame God sect, you become a worshiper of the White Flame God sect and enjoy a high salary. In response to this, you also temporarily moved in and began to practice peacefully in the Baiyin sect. Because you are very low-key, no one bothers you. Some people in the Baiyin God sect who are a little curious about you have also lost interest in you, who often practice hard in seclusion. Just like that, 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years have passed, and you still have not been able to advance from the first level of the virtual God realm to the second level of the virtual God realm. Cultivation in the virtual God realm is inherently more difficult and requires more cultivation resources. Under such circumstances, some of the elders' salary you receive cannot support your rapid practice at all. If you continue like this, you don't know how long it will take to reach a small level. Although the lifespan of the virtual God realm is more than 30,000 years, it can take time to get through it slowly, but if possible, you will naturally want to quickly improve your cultivation. Of course, the more troublesome thing is that you only have the cultivation method for the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, but not the cultivation method for the Divine Realm chapter. For this reason, you can only practice your own, self-created, God-level inferior skills. If this continues, not only will your cultivation speed be unable to keep up, but your foundation will again be unable to keep up, and you will have to consider recultivation in the future. However, even if you have a headache, you have no choice but to practice first. Otherwise, it is not a matter of not practicing and dreaming of obtaining the Emperor-level skills in Divine Realm. It will only be a waste of time. After all, luck is a big factor in obtaining the Burning Heaven Emperor Scripture, Mortal Realm chapter. You can't always have that luck and get the higher-level Emperor's Scripture, Divine Realm chapter all at once. Instead of thinking about how to obtain the Emperor's Sutra, it is better to think about how to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and increase the speed of cultivation. While you were thinking about how to obtain cultivation resources and quickly improve your cultivation, the White Flame God sect began to convene the elders to discuss matters, and you naturally went to the main hall. Soon, you will know the reason why the White Flame God sect summoned the elders. It turns out that there is a secret realm in the east of Taiyuan Ancient Star. The secret realm is rich in divine sources and divine minerals, which is of great benefit to the Baiyin Divine sect. However, this secret realm is not held by the Baiyin Grand Sect, but is jointly held by the three major forces in the eastern part of the Taiyuan Ancient Star. The three major forces, the Qingyuan Divine Sect, the White Flame Divine Sect, and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty, jointly hold the key to the secret realm. Every 1,000 years, they will open the secret realm and mine the divine source and divine minds within it. It is precisely because of this secret realm that the three major forces can grow into powerful divine religions, which are quite famous throughout the ancient planet of Taiyuan. It can be said that every time the secret realm is opened, it is a major event for the three major forces, which is related to the future development of the three major forces. Therefore, the three major forces will pay special attention to it and will not be careless in the slightest. However, this secret realm is quite special. Only monks in the virtual god realm and below are allowed to enter. Therefore, the ultimate purpose of this recall is to see those elders and disciples sent into it to mine the divine source and divine mind. After you knew the cause and effect, your eyes brightened and you were quite moved. With your current strength, even if you don't say how strong you are definitely not considered weak in the false god realm. If we can mine more divine sources and divine minds and find ways to get more benefits, it will be of great benefit to our future practice and we can grow faster. However, you remembered that when you first ascended, you complained about the ascendant's mining, and you couldn't help but feel quite subtle. Although this is not compulsory mining, I still ended up on this road, and I don't know whether to cry or laugh. It was at this time that the text simulation stopped, and many pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Finally, his consciousness flashed, his vision changed, and he appeared in the main hall, and the insights he gained from practicing over the years also appeared in his mind. When he came back to his senses, his face twitched slightly, and he was speechless. Well, we still have to mine, which is very helpless. However, this time we passively entered the state of immersive simulation. In other words, has it reached a branch point again? Wang Ping's eyes flickered as he thought of this matter again. His expression slightly condensed, and he glanced at the leader of the Baiyin sect and others above him with the corner of his eye. The leader of the White Flame God sect is a powerful person in the true God realm. To be precise, in today's upper realm, the leaders of major forces are basically true God realm experts. For example, the half-step divine kings and powerful divine kings above the true God realm are all dragons who see the beginning but not the end. Unless something big happens, they will basically not show up. For this branch, it is most likely a question of whether to go to the secret realm. However, as an elder of Keqing, I will most likely go. The role of the elder of Keqing is to be the last resort when a battle or something big happens. In front, Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. How could a force like the White Flame God sect spend resources on raising a guest for no reason? Even though you have potential, since you spend resources to support it, you will definitely be among the first to go if something goes wrong. In this way, the casualties of the cult can be effectively reduced. It is impossible to go to the secret realm to mine the divine source and divine mind without fighting. As long as interests are involved, conflict is inevitable. This is an eternal truth. In other words, he has to go even if he doesn't want to, unless he doesn't want to hang out in the White Flame God sect. And once it goes, there is a high probability that some kind of event will be triggered, and I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. While Wang Ping was thinking wildly, the leader of the White Flame God sect also began to name the list of elders who would go to the secret realm to protect the mining disciples this time. Among them, Wang Ping's name was indeed included. Wang Ping was not surprised by this. If he wants to trigger another branch, he should decline politely at this time. In that case, his status in the White Flame God sect will definitely plummet, and he will even be despised and disliked. Wang Ping didn't care about these. However, he is now very curious about what will happen in the secret realm, so he chooses to go to the secret realm to pave a way to obtain resources for future simulations. Do you elders have any objections? The leader of the White Flame God sect scanned the crowd and spoke. Upon seeing this, the named elders from the outer sect and the elders from the guest family expressed no objections, including Wang Ping. System, fast forward. Immediately, Wang Ping spoke from the bottom of his heart. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and the text appeared again. After the personnel were finalized, the team was led by an intersect elder from the True God realm and took the Shinjo to the location of the secret realm. When taking the Shinjo to the location of the secret realm, you were also observing the disciples of the White Flame God sect who went to the secret realm to mine. Mining is very dangerous, but it has amazing rewards. Many disciples of the White Flame God sect who dare to risk their lives will not miss this golden opportunity. However, mining also requires strength, otherwise you won't even be able to mine. For this reason, none of the disciples of the White Flame God sect have a cultivation level lower than that of the King realm, and among them there are many true disciples who have the cultivation level of the Imperial realm or even quasi-gods. However, the most dazzling ones are the son and the goddess of the White Flame God sect. He is only a few hundred years old, but he has the cultivation of false god realm, and his talent is really terrifying. Of course, you also know that the terrifying talents of the sons of the White Flame God are one thing. The most important thing is that the resources in the upper realm are much stronger than those in the lower realm. That's why there is such a powerful virtual god who is only a few hundred years old. Bye. The reason why you pay attention to these disciples is not just because of their strong cultivation, which can be regarded as top experts in the lower world, but because Lin Qinghe, the goddess of the White Flame God sect, gives you a very special feeling. The reason why I feel like this is because in these years, only Lin Qinghe, the goddess of the Baiyin God sect, has been looking for you and discussing the Tao with you. You don't know what her purpose is, and you can't see through her, but you know that the other party is very powerful, much stronger than the son of God of the White Flame God sect. Do you think that by going to the secret realm this time, you may be able to find out some details about Lin Qinghe? When you were thinking, Lin Qinghe also noticed your thinking expression. Your smile caused many disciples to show envy, especially the son of God of the Baiyin God sect, who snorted coldly and was very unhappy with you. The divine son of the White Flame God religion has outstanding talents and is a descendant of the leader of the White Flame God religion. He has long admired Lin Qinghe, the goddess of the White Flame God religion. In the eyes of outsiders, they are also a natural pair and are destined to become Taoists, lovers. However, your appearance made Lin Qinghe, who had always been very cold and aloof, change his usual attitude and become very gentle and charming in front of you. This made the son of the Baiyin God very unhappy and felt like he had been cuckolded. You noticed the gaze of the divine son of the White Flame God sect and felt speechless, pretending that you had not seen him at all. You have no idea about Lin Qinghe, but if you don't have any idea, others won't think much about it. It can only be said that women are too troublesome, especially women who are beautiful and troublesome. They are even more troublesome and can easily attract enemies to men. Well, Lin Qinghe, although there were some scenes when he entered the immersive simulation before, his appearance is indeed amazing, and it is no worse than Ji Bingyan. I didn't expect that he would cause such a big trouble. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a subtle mood. After all, the picture after the text simulation was not about experiencing those things himself. It only presented the general things in the form of a picture. It lacked too many details. Wang Ping did not expect such a thing to happen. However, if it develops according to the routine, will the previous branch change Lin Qinghe's fate after I go to the secret realm? Wang Ping thought of the previous branch options again and frowned slightly. Does Lin Qinghe have such great ability? It actually made him passively enter an immersive simulation situation, creating branching options. Forget it. Just keep reading and you will find out. Wang Ping thought silently and continued to stare at the screen. After a long time, you will arrive at the location of the secret realm. When you arrived, people from Qingyuan Divine Sect and Beishua Divine Dynasty also arrived. After the leaders of the three major forces were angry with each other, they jointly took out the key and opened the secret realm. After the secret realm is opened, you will enter it. Although this secret realm is also a type of random teleportation after entering, the three major forces used magical powers to manipulate it. People from different forces will all be teleported together to conduct efficient mining and collect divine sources. Therefore, after you entered, no one was lost. However, the outer elder who leads the team this time is a member of the Son of God of the White Flame God sect. He looks at you indifferently and assigns you the most dangerous task. That is, to garrison the outermost perimeter. Once people from the other two major forces appear, they must be stopped as soon as possible. At the same time, they need to be on guard against sudden dangers. It can be said that every time the secret realm is opened, the most casualties during the mining process are the elders of the false god realm stationed at the outermost periphery, and among them the elders of the Kiching recruited by the White Flame God sect are the main ones. You frowned slightly about this task, but you didn't say anything more and chose to follow the order. After all, in the secret realm, if he resists the mission, the divine son of the White Flame God sect will definitely accuse him and then find a way to kill him. Although you are powerful, you cannot be the opponent of many elders of the White Flame God sect, because the cultivation level of these people is generally above the 7th level of the virtual god realm. Especially the leader, the cultivation level has reached the level of the great perfection of the virtual god realm. When you reach the false god realm, it becomes more difficult to fight across levels. Even if you have practiced the mortal realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, you will not be able to fight across so many realms. After all, the mortal realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is, after all, a mortal realm chapter. When you are in the lower realm, it can help you gain a great advantage before the false god realm, but when you reach the upper realm, your advantage is not that great. Especially since your natal weapon is still just an imperial weapon, you can't keep up with the rhythm. In the lower realm, you can barely be considered a wealthy person with luxurious configurations, but in the upper realm, you become a poor man again. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and couldn't help but sigh. This is what it is, just like playing a game. The version has been updated, the level limit has been raised, the levels of skills and magical powers have changed, and the equipment levels have all been updated. His previous luxury equipment, not to mention, all have become blank equipment, but the level cannot keep up, so it can be regarded as being eliminated by the version. Practice pays attention to the dharma of wealthy couples. Now there is no one who is qualified. Of course, having a Taoist couple is not necessary for me. Wang Ping muttered again and continued to stare at the screen, wanting to see how he would overcome the difficulties in the simulation. After all, this is not a good situation. Next, the various team members were assigned and began to take action to search for mineral sources and divine sources, start mining, and at the same time repel the dangerous monsters in the secret realm. As one of the elders stationed at the outermost perimeter, you are under the greatest pressure. From time to time, you need to deal with some powerful false god realm monsters. However, you are strong and your life is not in danger for the time being. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. In this month, even you have suffered a lot of injuries. Of course, the reason for this is entirely the result of you deliberately hiding your strength. The reason why you choose to hide your strength is because you know very well that once you reveal that you have practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, Mortal Realm Chapter, your situation will become very dangerous. The Burning Heaven Emperor Scripture, even if it only has the Mortal Realm Chapter, is unparalleled in its allure, as can be seen from the performance of the young master of the MO family. The fact that the young master of the MO family can take out the holy weapon means that his family has produced strong men in the holy realm. Over the years, you have secretly inquired about the MO family. The MO family is a powerful family in the Central Territory. As you might expect, their ancestors have given birth to powerful men who have reached the Saint Realm. However, after entering the age of ending law, some of them have declined in recent years, and some are no longer able to gain a foothold in the Central Territory. Facing the internal, there was no arrogant response to the provocations from some divine religions in the region. For this reason, you guess this is why the MO family, 1,000 years later, learned about the news that there was a supreme-level magic weapon in the purple spirit world, and took the risk to try to conquer the magic weapon and obtain the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. Although the MO family is somewhat declining, it is a force that has given birth to powerful men in the Holy Realm after all. It is more powerful than the White Flame God sect. Even the young master of the Mo family is so fanatical, let alone other forces such as the White Flame God sect. If the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra Fan Sutra is exposed, your end will definitely not be good. The Church of the White Flame God will take action against you, and even the Holy Land-level forces in the central region of the Taiyuan Ancient Star will take action against you. So, you are very calm. Even if your life is in danger, you don't want to expose that you have practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. During this half-month, as more divine sources and divine minds were mined, the accumulated energy became more terrifying and more monsters were attracted. The frequency, it is also getting higher and higher. Even you, when you hide your strength, are under great pressure. You are almost torn to pieces by the Void God realm monsters several times. If it weren't for other highly skilled elders from Kaching fighting side by side with you, you would have died even once. In this month and a half, 5 elders of the false god realm have died. 4 of them are elders of Kaching. In this regard, you can only sigh. The upper world is much crueler than the lower world. The strong ones in the virtual god realm are placed in the upper realm. In the age of ending law, although they are not at the bottom, they can still be called strong, but the living environment is still not that good. In order to cultivate resources, they still have to work hard, and they will die if they are not careful. Of course, this refers specifically to the strong ones in the virtual god realm who are below the 4th level of the virtual god realm. When they reach the middle stage of the virtual god realm, they will be much safer. When they reach the 7th level of the virtual god realm and enter the late stage of the virtual god realm, they will basically not fall. In the mouth of the monster, that is, just when you fought off the monster again, a change occurred. People from the Qingyuan Divine Sect and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty actually appeared here together, intending to kill the White Flame Divine Sect and seize resources. This made your complexion change slightly, and you chose to run away without hesitation. After all, the strength of the 3 major forces is almost the same. If the 2 parties unite to deal with one party, the White Flame God sect will never be an opponent. Although you are a powerful person in the false god realm of the White Flame God sect, you do not have deep feelings for the White Flame God sect. Your own life is the most important thing. Seeing you running away, the leaders of the 2 major forces and the Son of God and the Goddess were all a little disdainful. However, they did not intend to hunt you down personally, but chose to send some strong men to hunt down you weak virtual god realm guest elders. While you were being chased, the powerful men from the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty and the Qingyuan Divine Sect joined forces to attack the main team of the White Flame Divine Sect. This made the leader of the White Flame God Sect and the Son of God change their expressions. Unexpectedly, the 2 forces actually chose to jointly deal with the White Flame God Sect. Lin Xinghe also frowned slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. It's really troublesome to not be able to use your true strength in the secret realm. After going to the upper world, there is a helpless situation where you don't dare to expose your skills. Although this is something that has been expected, Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and shook his head slightly. Back then, when he was still a casual cultivator on the archipelago, he was hunted down by all kinds of people because of a heaven-level skill, and he didn't dare to expose it. Nowadays, even when I go to the upper world, I don't dare to expose the emperor-level skills. This is the tragedy of a little person with no background and no good means of saving his life. However, something happened in the secret realm, and this Lin Xinghe is really not simple. Wang Ping thought of the subsequent simulation content again and frowned slightly. She could still be so calm in the face of 2 major forces joining forces to attack. Is this because she has a good mentality, or does she have a trump card that ordinary people can't imagine? Although Lin Xinghe is powerful and has become a strong person in the virtual god realm at a young age, his cultivation is still only at the 3rd level of the virtual god realm. There is still a big gap between him and the veteran strong people in the virtual god realm. It is impossible to make a comeback by relying on himself alone. While Wang Ping was thinking, words continued to emerge. Faced with the attack by the 2 major forces, the Son of God of the White Flame God sect shouted angrily, Could it be that the Qingyuan God sect and the Beishua God dynasty were breaking the rules? Facing the angry shouts from the sons of the White Flame Divine Sect, the sons of the Qingyuan Divine Sect and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty both laughed. There are no rules in this world, fists are the rules. The leaders of the Qingyuan Divine Sect and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty also sneered, saying that it was a waste of resources for the three major forces to share this secret realm. It would be better for the two forces to occupy the secret realm together. These words made the Son of God of the White Flame God sect feel frightened and angry. They guessed that the two major forces had really formed a full alliance and were going to deal with the White Flame God sect. However, the Son of God of the White Flame God sect could not understand how they dared to do this. After all, among the three major forces, their ancestor of the White Flame God sect is the strongest, possessing the fourth-level cultivation of the Divine Lord realm, while the ancestors of the other two major forces only have the third-level cultivation of the Divine Lord realm. As long as their ancestor of the White Flame God sect survives for a day, even if the other party joins forces to annex the White Flame God sect, it is unlikely that they will end up well. The anger of a strong man in the middle stage of the Divine King realm is not something that two major forces can withstand. Even if the two major forces can join forces to fight against their ancestors of the White Flame God sect, if the ancestors fight guerrillas, the two major forces will definitely have a splitting headache. Not to mention that it would give a divine sect a headache if a strong person in the Divine Lord realm who was stronger than them did this. Even if a strong person who had just entered the Divine Lord realm did this, it would still give them a headache. Seemingly seeing the thoughts of the divine sons of the White Flame Divine Sect, the divine sons of the Qingyuan Divine Sect, and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty both sneered. They had obtained relatively reliable news. It was rumored that something happened to the ancestor of the White Flame God Sect, so they had this test. Soon, a terrifying battle broke out here, and the power of the false god realm exploded wantonly, affecting a large area. Although, in the upper realm, the destructive power caused by a strong person in the virtual god realm is far from reaching the level of the lower realm, it is still terrifying enough. On your side, you have been running away into the distance, choosing to stay away from the battlefield to prevent being involved. After escaping to a far enough distance, you used your true combat power to kill the two powerful third-level virtual gods who were chasing you. However, what you didn't expect was that a strong man at the fifth level of the false god realm killed other Kuching elders and then came towards you. You have no choice but to break into a fight with him. However, the virtual god realm experts in the upper realm are not simple. If they have several smaller realms than you are no match. You struggled with whether to use the purple talent, Destiny Connection, but you gave up in the end. This great killing weapon is not reserved for the truly talented people or the strong ones in the Divine Lord realm. It is really a waste to use it on a strong person at the fifth level of the virtual god realm. In the end, you were killed once by the opponent. After your death, this strong man in the false god realm greedily wanted to touch the corpse. After all, you just used the power of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra and the Burning Heaven Emperor Fist, who makes this strong man in the false god realm shallow. But he also knows that it is an extremely terrifying skill and magical power. That is, when he was greedily touching the corpse, you triggered the red talent death rattle, and suddenly a terrifying blow beyond the limit broke out. This strong man in the false god realm was caught off guard and was directly hit by your attack, killing him on the spot. An hour later, you came back to life. After touching the corpse in reverse, you thought about what to do next. The tech simulation reached this point and stopped again. Many pictures and insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and finally his vision turned into a secret realm. Let me choose again. Do you want me to choose to continue running away or go back to fight? Wang Ping looked into the distance, feeling the aftermath of the terrifying battle that broke out over there, and frowned slightly. If you go there and join the battlefield, the probability of dying once is very high, and the probability of dying twice is not low. Of course, if he uses the purple talent and Destiny Connection talent, Theoretically, he has the possibility to change the situation of the battle. After all, once this talent comes out, as long as it is connected to the leader of the Qingyuan divine sect or the Northern Snow divine dynasty, it is equivalent to giving the White Flame divine sect an extra strong man in the false god realm of great perfection. If he is allowed to carry out a sneak attack again, the possibility of the White Flame god sect's counterattack is quite high. But is this of any great benefit to him? Not at all. Go over and take a look first and try to reap the benefits. If Lin Qinghe hides some tricks and creates a lose-lose situation, I can intervene and maybe get a lot of benefits. Of course, the benefits obtained are secondary. I don't think this simulation can go very far. The important thing is trial and error, checking intelligence and figuring out future development trends. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He made a decision, concealed his aura, and flew back quickly. After Wang Ping flew back, he saw a scene that surprised him, because the battle turned out to be one-sided. However, it was not the allied forces of the Qingyuan divine sect and the Northern Snow divine dynasty that crushed the monks of the Baiyan divine dynasty, but the other way around. To be precise, most of the people from the White Flame god sect were already dead, and then Lin Qinghe, the goddess of the White Flame god sect, burst out with real power. A massacre was being carried out against the strong men of the two major forces. The cultivation she has shown now has actually reached the terrifying 7th level of the false god realm, and her combat power is even more terrifying. The strong men above the 7th level of the false god realm from Qingyuan divine sect and Beishua divine dynasty. Even her, I can't even catch him. Even a strong man at the Zhaqian level of the void god realm coughed up blood after receiving Lin Qinghe's move and was seriously injured. His face was full of horror, and he looked at her in disbelief. This woman is so scary. Wang Ping watched Lin Qinghe's battle with fear on his face. At the same time, Wang Ping also couldn't understand why Lin Qinghe wanted to hide his combat power. He waited until the people of the White Flame god sect were almost dead before revealing his true power and starting a massacre against the people of the other two major forces. While Wang Ping was thinking, Lin Qinghe quickly killed the people of the Qingyuan divine sect and the Northern Snow divine dynasty. His white clothes were stained with blood, and he had some violent aesthetics. Ahem, as expected of junior sister Qinghe, she is really powerful. Junior sister, please save me quickly. The divine son of the Baiyan god sect fell to the ground. His breath was weak, coughing, and asked Lin Qinghe for help. Facing the plea for help from the son of God of the White Flame god sect, Lin Qinghe walked over and sighed. I didn't want to kill you, but who made you see something you shouldn't have seen? In your origin, I have long since I wanted. After saying this, under the astonished gaze of the divine son of the White Flame god sect, Lin Qinghe slapped him to death. Next, Lin Qinghe looked at the place where Wang Ping was hiding and said coldly, Elder Wang, come out. Wang Ping was silent for a moment, and after knowing that it was impossible to escape, he walked out calmly. Anyway, he still has the purple talent and the trump card of destiny connection, so he is not afraid of Lin Qinghe. Are you from the demon cult? Wang Ping looked at Lin Qinghe and said in a solemn voice. Lin Qinghe's style is no different from that of the demon cult. She is obviously the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, waiting to seize their origins after everyone dies. Elder Wang, you have practiced the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, right? Lin Qinghe did not answer Wang Ping's question, but licked his lips and said with certainty, So, what if it is so? What if it's not? Wang Ping said in a deep voice. The Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is quite tempting to me. Could you please ask Elder Wang to hand it over to the little girl? Lin Qinghe smiled brightly. I handed it in? Will you let me go? Wang Ping spoke calmly. Of course not. I've been eyeing your origin for a long time. The origin of the false god realm monks who have successfully practiced the Emperor Sutra is much more useful than the origin of these ordinary monks. There is no way I can miss it. Lin Qinghe spoke slowly. Is this why you approached me? Wang Ping sighed. His previous guesses were all wrong. It was all bullshit that Lin Qinghe was in danger. This guy is a femme fatale and extremely dangerous. If you enter the secret realm, you will die. If you come here, you will die. This is what options are. Of course. For me, who possesses the immortal devouring demonic body, the origin of the strong and the origin of genius are the most attractive things to me. Lin Qinghe spoke slowly. It's really difficult to handle. Wang Ping looked at Lin Qinghe and sighed. He originally didn't want to use the purple talent destiny connection so quickly. Now it seems that it has to be used. However, it is not a bad thing to connect with a witch like Lin Qinghe who has practiced terrifying magic skills. In the future, you may be able to get a lot of practice resources with her help. Thinking of this, Wang Ping directly used his talent to connect with Lin Qinghe. However, just when Wang Ping thought he had successfully connected to Lin Qinghe and began to skillfully threaten to harm himself, something happened that made his pupils shrink. Lin Qinghe is completely fine. Aren't you a god-level cultivator? Wang Ping asked in surprise. Purple talent destiny connection. Only people above the Divine Lord realm are immune, but Lin Qinghe in front of him is actually immune, which is very scary. What did you just do? Lin Qinghe did not answer Wang Ping's question, but frowned and asked. She just felt a strange force connected to her body, and even she couldn't react. It was very strange. However, it seemed to have no effect on her. No, you are definitely not in the Holy Realm. If you were really in the Holy Realm, you would not be targeting the origins of some false god realm. Wang Ping frowned and started thinking. However, if it is not a holy realm, why would the talent become invalid? This is a question. Perhaps a text simulation can be used to draw conclusions. Wang Ping thought to himself and chose to enter the text simulation state. Seeing that you didn't answer the question, Lin Qinghe was a little angry, so he suppressed you directly and asked you what you had just done. You did not hide it, but chose to answer. After hearing this, Lin Qinghe was surprised. He didn't expect you to have such a terrifying secret method. Fortunately, she has 2 souls in one body, and there is another sleeping Lin Qinghe in her body, and her previous life's cultivation has reached a terrifying level. If not, it would be really difficult to deal with this secret method. Immediately, in order to prevent you from using any more terrifying secret techniques, Lin Qinghe chose to kill you, intending to devour your origin. Because of your death, you triggered the death rattle and unleashed a terrifying blow. Even Lin Qinghe, who was hit by you unprepared, suffered great trauma and was in a very embarrassed state. Because of your death, this simulation ends. It turns out that they are one body and 2 souls. However, this kind of awakening of the soul of the previous life should be different from Ji Bingyan's. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and finally understood the reason, frowning slightly. This Lin Qinghe is very dangerous. After his next ascension, he will not be able to enter the White Flame sect. It should be said that he will not be able to join the 3 major forces. That would be too dangerous. He should remain a layman, or consider joining a truly powerful force. Wang Ping thought silently. When he was in the lower realm, he was often hunted down. Later, he joined the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and was accepted as a disciple by the Heavenly Sword Saint Lord. After receiving protection, his situation got better. If possible, Wang Ping would like to replicate the operations of the lower realm, try to join an upper realm force, or even join an imperial clan as a son-in-law. In that case, the skills are there and the background is there. It's a pity that I don't have enough talent. It may be feasible to join, but if I want to be accepted as a disciple by those really important people, I guess I have the qualifications. You still have to develop a strong root talent or physical talent. Only when your talent catches up can you hope to join a big force, or get the protection or investment of a super strong person. Wang Ping rubbed his chin, looking forward to what good talents he could develop in the last simulation. It was at this moment that Wang Ping's consciousness returned to reality and exited the simulation state. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. A first-level cultivation in the virtual god realm. Randomly receive a low-grade artifact. Red talent, death rattle. Randomly select an imperial weapon. Random share of divine source or divine mine. System I choose. Red talent, death rattle. After Wang Ping looked at the reward list, he quickly made his choice. System, I want to consume 3 imperial weapons and conduct a paid simulation. Then, Wang Ping said again in his heart without hesitation. Ding. The consumption is successful. The life simulator starts, and the talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the golden talent. Red flame holy body. The red talent. Fire mysterious body. Golden talent. Red flame holy body. This physique is extremely powerful, but it requires extremely large training resources, and the Holy Land cannot support it. At the same time, this constitution is cursed by an unknown being and makes it difficult to become a saint. Red talent. Fire mystic body. Fuck. Wang Ping was really surprised when he saw the golden talent that was refreshed this time and was enough to brighten a blind person's eyes. This was the first time that he had developed a golden talent, and it was also his familiar physique, the red flame holy body. Chiefing possesses the red flame holy body. However, has the red flame holy body been cursed by an unknown entity? Is it because of the ancestor of the great emperor of the Red Clan? Wang Ping thought about the introduction again, frowned slightly, and thought to himself. The holy body requires extremely huge cultivation resources, which is normal. Otherwise, it would not be as strong as those in the same realm. As for being cursed and having difficulty becoming a saint, this does not matter for the time being. Wang Ping shook his head slightly. Now is the age of ending Dharma. It is already difficult to become a saint. The difficulty of sanctifying the holy body is irrelevant for the time being. Let's use this physique to become stronger first. As for the future, let's talk about it later. If you refuse to be mentally drained, start with him. System. I choose the golden talent. Red flame holy body. Immediately, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding. Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The sound of the system rang again, and Wang Ping's consciousness flickered, knowing that he had entered a state of immersive simulation. Next system, fast forward for me, Wang Ping said in his heart without hesitation. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice. Because you have the red flame sacred body, you obviously find that you can understand the pseudo-law of fire very easily, which is really not that satisfying. At this moment, you finally enjoy Chiefing's original feeling of practicing like eating and drinking, which is very refreshing. In the blink of an eye, in the past 10 years, you have successfully understood 40% of the pseudo-law of fire, and you are not far away from 50%. The speed of understanding is terrifying to the extreme. However, in the past 10 years of practice, you have consumed all the low-grade divine sources in your body, and you have only just broken through to the quasi-god level. You feel helpless. Although the red flame holy body is powerful, the cultivation resources it consumes are too terrifying. Now, you are very sure that even if you rob the young master of the MO family of his cultivation resources, you may not be able to break through to the virtual god level. Of course, although there is a high probability that you will not be able to become a virtual god, your current combat power is much stronger than what you remember when you broke through to the virtual god realm. Because the compatibility between the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra and the Red Flame Holy Body is so high, when the two are superimposed, the combat power that bursts out is terrifying to the extreme. Next, you continue to practice hard in the lower realm, planning to wait for the young master of the MO family to go down to the lower realm and rob them of their cultivation resources. That is, when you were practicing, you remembered the forbidden land of Daxia on the back of the black turtle. At first, the forbidden land of Great Xia gave you a very special feeling. Now that you have become stronger, you want to see what secrets there are. After thinking about it, you choose to enter it. After entering it, you discovered that although this secret realm is on the back of the black turtle, the connected space is not here. Its small world is very amazing. At the same time, you also notice that there should be a powerful demonic monk sealed in it. Thinking of this, you get excited. When you become interested, the voice in your memory sounds again, and the trial begins. You accept the trial honestly, and find that the highest intensity of this trial is just like that, and you can blow it up at will. Next, you found it troublesome, so you broke the seal forcefully and saw the sealed existence inside. These so-called trials are all caused by the sealed existence here. This sealed existence is indeed a demon cultivator, and a very powerful demon cultivator. You have a vague feeling that his cultivation has reached a level above the true God realm, but his cultivation has been sealed in the lower realm, and he was once again the seal is already extremely weak, and its strength is probably only at the level of the ordinary false god realm. Seeing you, a quasi-god, forcefully breaking the seal and coming here, the demon cultivator was very shocked, and then he beguiled you to unlock the seal for him, so that he can give you a powerful inheritance. You were dismissive of this. Seeing your disdain, the demon cultivator was very angry, but he still suppressed his thoughts and tried to trick you again, saying that he knew about the inheritance of the demon lord in the lower world, and you wanted to know the secret. You became interested when you heard the demon lord's inheritance. You also became interested in why this demon cultivator was sealed here. Next, you start to listen to the demon cultivator explain the past. He unexpectedly learned that the demon lord's weapons were sealed in the purple spirit realm by a terrifying being, so he chose the lower realm. However, when he was in the lower realm, he was accidentally discovered by the so-called righteous people, who chased him down to the lower realm. Because the lower realm could not use too powerful power, the other party could not kill him, so they could only try their best to kill him. It's sealed here. You don't care about the past of the demon cultivator in front of you. You only care about the inheritance of the demon king. The inheritance of demon lord should be the inheritance of demon lord of Black Abyss. If you get the inheritance from the Black Abyss demon lord, that would be great. There may be treasures beyond your imagination waiting for you. However, the demon cultivator in front of me has no intention of continuing. I hope you will unlock his seal, and he will tell you about the demon lord's inheritance. Faced with the demon cultivator's temptation, after thinking about it, you chose to break his seal. Although you don't believe that he will tell you, with your current strength, even if you break his seal, you will not be afraid if he attacks you. As expected, after the demon cultivator's seal was released, he became arrogant and became very confident, saying that if you surrender to him, he will spare your life. You are very speechless about this. This guy is a little too confident. Seeing that you were speechless, the demon cultivator was very angry and chose to attack you directly. The demon cultivator is very confident in himself. He was once a half-step God King realm powerhouse. Even though his strength was weakened to the third level of the ordinary false god realm due to being sealed, he still has the sixth level of pseudo-laws and supernatural powers he has comprehended. The fighting power that explodes is still terrifying, and he can fight even those who are above the seventh level of the virtual god realm. And in this lower realm, against a quasi-god, even if this quasi-god is very weird and the combat power it unleashes is amazing, it is absolutely impossible for him to be your opponent. Faced with the demon cultivator's confident blow, you looked calm and chose to take action. Once you took action, you didn't hold back your hand. The holy body was displayed, with the pseudo-method of 40% fire plus the Emperor's Fist of Burning Heaven. The power you showed shocked this demon cultivator, and he was beaten until he vomited blood. His scalp was numb. He didn't expect that there would be a freak like you in the lower world. He wanted to escape, but you didn't let him go. You directly used your red talent, crowd taunting, which had a certain effect on the demon cultivator. You unleash a terrifying attack again, directly destroying the demon cultivator's body and capturing his soul. The demon cultivator is extremely frightened. Please let him go. He is willing to tell you everything he knows. You look at the demon cultivator begging for mercy with a subtle expression. Many of the monks from the lower realm are ruthless people. They will blow themselves up if they know they will die, and they will hurt you even if they die. However, this demon cultivator from the upper realm seems a little spineless. However, you were not careless and continued to suppress him without giving him the slightest chance to escape. Seeing that he had not deceived you, the demon cultivator seemed a little helpless and finally wanted to make a deal with you. otherwise he would keep the secret. In response, you chuckled and suppressed it forcefully, hoping to completely kill the demon cultivator. For you, it doesn't matter if you don't get the secret in your life. Anyway, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as you become strong enough, you can forcefully search his soul. It is impossible for the demon cultivator to threaten you through this. When the demon cultivator saw that you were so domineering, and you were completely pretending to kill him, he also sighed in his heart, knowing that he was dead, but even in death he did not reveal any secrets. You don't care about this. After burning his soul to death and causing him to completely fall, you begin to collect the trophies from him. As a result, you got nothing, which made you very disappointed. You have some suspicions that the things on his body have been taken away by the strong man from the upper realm who sealed him in the first place. This is similar to the situation after the blood demon Yuan phone was sealed. After all, it is a strange thing not to accept the spoils after defeating the enemy. It turns out that the Great Xia Forbidden Land still has such secrets. Perhaps he has the correct method to subdue the magic weapon. Of course, this is unlikely. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and was a little surprised. Having said that, it is true that some forbidden areas cannot be entered casually. Otherwise, you will encounter sealed old monsters at every turn, a dangerous group. However, who would have thought that there would be so many dangers in a novice village? It was really helpless. Thinking about how he dared to break into reality when he was weak just for a spiritual weapon, it was really tempting to commit suicide. Wang Ping shook his head, sighed, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you left here and began to continue practicing. You also accepted Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer as disciples. In this life, you cannot ascend by your own means, so you plan to continue walking the path in your memory. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and you have successfully understood the pseudo-law of the 7th layer of fire. In your understanding of the law, you have completely surpassed the demonic cultivator who was once a half-step god king. In the blink of an eye, close to 1,000 years have passed. During this close to 1,000 years, you have gained a deeper understanding of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and at the same time, you have already understood the false law of Dzogchen fire. However, it is a pity that this is the lower realm, and it is extremely difficult to comprehend the pseudo-laws. It will take you about 1,000 years to directly comprehend the pseudo-laws of Dzogchen fire. It is impossible not to defy heaven. I can only say that the red flames Saint the Body's help in cultivating the fire element is really too terrifying. As for the laws, even in the upper realm, it is the age of the end of the Dharma, and the laws are already the domain of the holy realm. Now that the rules of the world have changed, the laws are not visible and difficult to understand. Even with the holy body, it is difficult to understand them in a short time. Not to mention, there is also the curse of the holy body. For this reason, you have long given up on continuing to understand the laws and have been deepening your understanding of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. At the same time, you have relied on the magical powers recorded in the Mortal Realm chapter of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra to understand your own way and continue to create your own skills and magical powers for the future. Paving. Although the techniques and magical powers you have created now are really not worth mentioning compared to the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture, if you want to become an emperor in the future, you must find your own way based on the predecessors. Otherwise, it is impossible to become emperor. For this reason, it is necessary and compulsory to learn from various holy level exercises, supernatural powers, and even the Great Emperor's scriptures to create your own exercises, and even the Great Emperor's scriptures. Over 1,000 years have passed. Although the development of the Purple Spirit Realm is somewhat different from what you remember, you don't care. The Blood Demon Realm invaded, and you captured all its strong men alive and fed them to Lin Yuanyuan. For this reason, Lin Yuanyuan's energy scale has far exceeded that of ordinary quasi-gods, but she only has a powerful body, magic power and soul, and no understanding of cultivation. So it is difficult to become a god on her own. Perhaps this is the drawback of Lin Yuanyuan's golden finger. However, you think that if Lin Yuanyuan's golden finger is optimized again, this problem may be solved. At that time, all the understanding of the subject's practice can be squeezed out. At that point, it was very scary. The holy body is powerful. The pseudo-law of Dzogchen is something that most gods cannot comprehend. As a result, he only spent 1,000 years in the lower world to comprehend it. It is simply terrifying. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and couldn't help but marvel. 4 ordinary monks. 1 to 3 becomes the pseudo-law, which is the domain of false gods. The 4 to 6 pseudo-laws are the domain of the true god. More than 70% of the false laws are the domain of the God King. The Lord of Gods has a long lifespan, and it took him a long time to realize the false laws of Dzogchen. As a result, it only took him 1,000 years to get here, and he was able to achieve it in a place like the lower realm where it is difficult to understand. By comparison, you can know how powerful the talent brought by the holy body is. Unfortunately, the upper realm is in the age of ending Dharma. The rules of heaven and earth have changed. It is difficult to understand the Dharma and become a saint. In addition, there is also the curse of the holy body. It is estimated that you will be stuck at the level of the pseudo-law of Dzogchen for a long time. Wang Ping thought of the situation in the upper world again and shook his head slightly. I just don't know when the rules of heaven and earth in the upper world will change again and enter the golden age. Wang Ping started to think. While he was thinking, the words on the screen continued to appear. Next, the young master of the Mo family and his servants were caught by you after they entered the forbidden land of Taichu. You showed your worth enough while hiding something, hoping to join the Mo family and go to the upper world. Boundary. In this regard, the young master of the Mo family is interested in you that there is a genius like you in the lower world, saying that if you let him plant a slave mark, he can make you his follower. Seeing this, you frowned, knowing that it was impossible to solve the problem through peaceful methods. The young master of the Mo family could not trust you, and it was impossible for you to use your words to prevent him from entering the powerful world and unlocking part of the seal. In this case, you chose to take action. This time, you did not choose to have a destiny connection with him, but relied on your own strength to attack the young master of the Mo family and the servants of the Mo family. The servants of the young master of the Mo family were suppressed by you and then let Lin Yuan and drain them dry. The young master of the Mo family was also suppressed by you at will. The young master of the Mo family felt extremely humiliated by this. He, a genius from the upper realm, was casually suppressed by you, a quasi-god from the lower realm, without even a chance to use the forbidden weapon. It was really embarrassing. It was at this time that the young master of the Mo family's sacred weapon awakened on its own and wanted to suppress you. The holy weapon is very terrifying. Although it is completely unable to exert its true power through autonomous awakening, it is still very easy to kill you. However, you were well prepared and asked Kai Yonglong to use the power of golden fingers to block the power of the holy weapon, and then directly drove it into the depths of the Taichu Forbidden Land. With the explosion of holy power, the holy weapon was driven into the deepest part of Taichu Holy Land and hit the seal, angering the sealed magic weapon in Taichu Forbidden Land. The magic weapon was furious and suppressed the power of the holy weapon. And you also handed over the young master of the Mo family to Lin Yuan to squeeze him dry. At this point, the young master of the Mo family tragically died, and Lin Yuan became stronger again. With the death of these two people, all the good things in them will be yours. You look at the good things on the two young masters of the Mo family and are very satisfied. Next, you try to find a way back to the upper world from the items inside. Eventually, you find your way back to the upper realm. This makes you very happy. However, you have to think about a question: where is the location of this lead talisman? You doubt very much that if you rely on this talisman to go to the upper world, you may go directly to the Mo family's base camp, or there may be a bunch of powerful Mo family people waiting for you. If you use this talisman to reach the upper limit, your probability of death is too high. In the end, you sighed and gave up on using the talisman to ascend to the upper realm. You plan to wait for Ji Bingyan to return to the Ji family before escorting you to the upper realm. However, you start to think about another question. That is, if the young master of the MO family does not return to the upper realm, it is a question whether the MO family will send people to the lower realm again. If you send people down to the lower realm again, your situation will be very bad. Although your current combat power is very terrifying, after all, it is only a quasi-god cultivation. If the MO family sends an old monster to the lower realm, even if the old monster needs to suppress the cultivation, it will not be so easy to deal with. In addition, some old monsters may not be able to forcibly use their true power if they join forces in the lower realm. Although it is said that the lower realm requires self-proclaimed cultivation, it does not mean that some real old monsters cannot break the seal. Once they unlock the seal, you will definitely be beaten to death easily. When you think about this problem, you start to think about your retreat. It is obviously not feasible to continue to stay in the purple spirit realm, and the position must be moved. Soon, you thought of the blood demon realm. If we go to the blood demon realm and then destroy the purple spirit realm, we can perfectly cover up the problem. At that time, even if the MO family goes down to the realm, they will not think that you killed the two young masters of the MO family. Now that you have a plan, you start to make arrangements and order major holy places and powerful organizations to move as many creatures as possible from the purple spirit realm to the blood demon realm. Although you want to guard against the MO family, you don't want to involve so many innocent creatures in the purple spirit world. As for the purple spirit realm, you can only say sorry. Although the major holy places cannot understand why you say that there will be a mass extinction in the future and that the purple spirit realm will be destroyed, due to your strong strength, they can only obey your orders and start organizing migration. 1 year later, most of the creatures were ordered by you to forcibly migrate and leave the purple spirit world, leaving only a small number who were unwilling to leave. In response, you didn't say much and started taking action. You activated the terrifying power of the forbidden weapon and directly destroyed the purple spirit world. Then, you also returned to the blood demon realm and completely sealed the passage between the two realms. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Decades have passed, and you still haven't received Ji Bingyan's introduction. As for the MO family in the upper realm, they couldn't sit still. The young master of the MO family and the servants of the MO family went to the lower world for so long and still haven't come back. It's possible that something went wrong. To this end, the MO family once again sent dozens of strong men down to the lower realm. Among these 7 strong men, the weakest is also a powerful being who has reached the great perfection of false god realm and has reached the level of half-step god king. When they went down to the next world, they saw the destroyed purple spirit realm. They were shocked and became anxious. Because the destruction of the purple spirit realm means that something big has happened, and the young master of the MO family is probably dead. The young master of the MO family carries a sacred weapon with him. If the sacred weapon is lost, the consequences will be disastrous. Soon, they discovered something unusual. Because the purple spirit realm was destroyed, but the entrance to the Taichu Forbidden Land was still there. After they discovered the entrance to the Taichu Forbidden Land, they entered it. With their strong cultivation, they also penetrated a certain distance. The sacred weapon in the Forbidden Land of Taichu noticed the arrival of the MO family and took the initiative to contact them, and was summoned back by the MO family's half-step divine king realm expert. Soon, they knew the whole story. They knew that the young master of the MO family was killed by you. They were all extremely angry and wanted to crush you to ashes. However, because you have destroyed the purple spirit world, they cannot find where you are. They can only guess that you have ascended to the upper world and want to search for your whereabouts in the upper world. This MO family is really troublesome. If the sacred artifact cannot be processed, it will leave hidden dangers. However, it is a blessing not to be aware of the existence of the blood demon realm. It seems that the young master of the MO family is walking in the purple spirit realm. At that time, the holy artifact spirit had been in a state of slumber, so it didn't know the situation in the blood demon realm. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content, frowned slightly, and continued to stare at the screen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. During these hundreds of years, you have been practicing hard to achieve enlightenment. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to achieve enlightenment in the lower realm. Although you have gained something, there is no breakthrough. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and you have basically confirmed that the MO family probably did not expect you to come to the blood demon realm, and you can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, what troubles you is that neither Ji Bingyan nor Qi Feng has any intention of picking you up. You don't know whether it's because of the destruction of the purple spirit realm or something happened to both of them. Qi Feng disappears. In your opinion, the possibility of being taken back is very slim. It is likely that the unknown completely broke out and killed them all. As for Ji Bingyan, you can't guess what happened. It may be that Ji Bingyan returned to the Ji family and her status was not high enough to give her a chance to be introduced, or she also fell. Of course, you haven't given up on the idea of continuing to ascend. Since Ji Bingyan and Qi Feng are likely to be in trouble, then you continue to cultivate strong people in the virtual God realm. You believe that there will always be someone who can take you to the upper world. In these years, you have been cultivating Yi Chun. Now that things have happened, Yi Chun is about to break through to the virtual God realm thanks to your efforts in training regardless of the consumption of resources. As long as you wait for Yi Chun to go to the upper world and develop for a while, he should be able to take you to the upper world. In the blink of an eye, another few decades have passed. Yi Chun has successfully broken through to the virtual God realm and ascended to the upper realm. Before leaving, he promised you that he will definitely take you to the upper realm. You are very pleased with this. However, you didn't completely count on Yi Chun's thoughts. As the saying goes, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. If something happens to Yi Chun or fails to grow up, you may have to die of old age in the lower world. For this reason, you chose to forcibly follow Yi Chun's ascension passage to ascend to the upper realm. You couldn't do it in the past, but now you are powerful and confident, and you still have a certain chance of success. Facing your wild behavior, Yi Chun was stunned. In the end, you squeezed into the ascension passage, facing the terrifying space, turbulence, and rule suppression, hoping to ascend to the upper world with Yi Chun. However, it is obviously not that easy to disobey the rules. When you have successfully ascended more than half of the way, the space turbulence is terrifying to the extreme. Even if you have the red flame holy body, you have practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra and used the false law of fire. Realizing the level of Dzogchen is also a bit unbearable. But even so, you still have no intention of giving up and continue to ascend forcefully. In the end, you died during the ascension process and entered a state of resurrection countdown. Yi Chun looked at your death and was filled with sadness. He felt that you were too pushy and continued to ascend with your body. He wanted to go to the upper world and find a place to bury you. Because you turned into a corpse, the ascension passage no longer rejects you, and you were successfully brought to the upper world by Yi Chun. Well, the normal ascension method is not enough. It turns into a corpse and ascends like this. It's really dumbfounding. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a subtle expression and couldn't help but cover his forehead. This picture is too outrageous just to think about it. However, I just don't know if the ascension point of the blood demon realm is the same as that of the purple spirit realm. If the ascension point of the blood demon realm is the same as that of the purple spirit realm, it will be troublesome, and it will still be G. Speaking of which, this death did not trigger the death rattle. If the death rattle effect was triggered, Yi Chun would also have to die. It seems that this talent is only effective for enemies and will not affect friendly forces to a certain extent. Wang Ping thought about the effect of the red talent death rattle again and thought to himself. Not long after, you successfully arrived in the upper realm. After arriving in the upper realm, Yi Chun found that he was being targeted by people from several major forces. They were clearly members of the Qingyuan Divine Sect and the Northern Snow Divine Dynasty. In addition, there are people from the Mo family. As for the people from the White Flame God Sect, they did not appear, because the White Flame God Sect was destroyed by the two major forces thousands of years ago. However, because you had turned into a broken body and been put into the storage ring by Yi Chun, neither party noticed your existence. In the end, after thinking about it, Yi Chun chose to join the Qingyuan divine cult. In this regard, the people from Beishua divine dynasty frowned, but did not stop him. That is, when Yi Chun was taken to the Qingyuan god sect by the powerful virtual gods of the Qingyuan god sect, your resurrection countdown finally ended, and you were successfully resurrected, breaking open the storage space and appeared in the outside world. With your resurrection, the powerful virtual gods of Qingyuan god sect were startled. As for Yi Chun, he was also shocked by you. He didn't expect that you actually brought a fake corpse. However, Yi Chun was surprised by your resurrection. After all, you are his respected master, so he naturally does not want you to really perish. As for the Qingyuan divine religion's false god realm expert, he's a little surprised because he doesn't know how you appeared or your details. In addition, you, a quasi-god, can actually make him at the 7th level of the false god realm feel a strong sense of danger, which is very strange. You looked at the powerful man in the false god realm of Qingyuan divine sect, frowned slightly, and without hesitation chose to unleash the most terrifying attack on him. Because of the sudden attack, the strong man in the false god realm of the Qingyuan god sect was directly blown up by you on the spot, and he died. Yi Chun is very shocked. He doesn't know why you want to take action against a strong man in the false god realm of the Qingyuan divine religion. This is undoubtedly an intention to enmity with a big force, and there is really no benefit. It's hard for you to explain this. After all, this powerful man in the false god realm of the Qingyuan divine sect knows about your existence. If you are immortal, the news that you have come to the upper world will be leaked. At that time, if the Mo family is aware of your existence, you will be greeted by a relentless pursuit. Facing the Mo family's pursuit, you don't have a good way to deal with it. Even if you can rely on the purple talent, destiny connection to connect with the fate of a powerful divine king from the Mo family, as the Mo family has a long heritage and has given birth to powerful saints, it is obviously impossible to have only one divine king, a strong person. For this reason, if the Mo family detects your existence, there is a high probability of your demise. Therefore, although you don't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately for your own safety, you have no choice but to take action. Facts prove you did the right thing. The Mo family has already offered a reward on Taiyuan Ancient Star. The false god realm expert from the Qingyuan divine sect just now was startled and did not recognize you immediately. If you don't kill him, if you delay for a while, he will recognize you as the person who was offered a huge bounty by the Mo family hundreds of years ago. Once your whereabouts are revealed, you will definitely die. Next, after you finish the attack and erase the traces, you quickly took Yi Chun away from here. Not long after, a strong man from the Qingyuan divine sect arrived here. He was extremely angry. Knowing that this strong man from the void god realm died while picking up Yi Chun, he wanted to find Yi Chun and draw his blood to refine it. Soul. You don't know that Yi Chun has taken the blame for you. At this time, you are thinking about how to earn more divine resources to break through to the virtual god realm. Although you have obtained a lot of divine source from the previous virtual god realm experts, this level of divine source is still far from enough. You estimate that if you want to break through to the virtual god realm, you will need at least several thousand kilograms of low-grade divine source. Practice the Emperor's Sutra, plus the red flame holy body, and you will completely become an existence like a gold-swallowing beast. Ordinary divine religions may be able to provide you with the practice of the virtual god realm, but subsequent practice will definitely be difficult to provide. Let alone a divine religion. Even a first-class holy land may not be able to support the terrifying consumption of your divine king realm. However, even though you think so, you still haven't given up the idea of joining a big force. Only by joining a big force can you have a backer, avoid being targeted by some old monsters, and be able to compete fairly with your peers and grow up in a safer way. Next, after you think about it, you plan to join a force in the Taiyuan Ancient Star Central region. This force is called Dao Palace. Rumor has it that Dao Palace was also the power that gave birth to the Great Emperor, But it was too long ago, so Tao Palace also became lonely. However, no matter how lonely the Tao Palace is, it is still the force that once gave birth to the great emperor. With the supreme Tao Emperor soldiers standing guard, ordinary forces do not dare to provoke the Tao Palace at all. It can be said that as long as you can join the Tao Palace, you will not only be able to obtain the great emperor's scriptures for subsequent practice, but also be blessed. If some old monsters want to touch you, you have to think carefully, and ordinary forces don't dare to touch you easily. Now that you have made your decision, you take Yi Chun to the Tao Palace, because you have already expected that you might be hunted in the future in the lower world these years, so you have been studying the secret method of hiding yourself. After so many years of research, you have successfully created a secret method that cannot easily detect your aura and its disguise even by powerful people in the Divine Lord realm, and can also circumvent search-type secret methods. As your disciple, Yi Chun has naturally learned the secret method you created. For this reason, although the Qingyuan divine sect has searched for you everywhere and even used powerful secret magic powers, it still has not been able to find you. In the end, you spent all your savings and successfully teleported to a realm not far from the Tao Palace through the teleportation array of the big forces. After arriving not far from the Taoist Palace, you went through some twists and turns and successfully arrived at the Taoist Palace to worship the mountain. The disciples guarding the mountain in the Tao Palace were very surprised by you and Yi Chun's sudden worship. However, they did not intend to expel you, but reported it to the elders of the Tao Palace. In the end, the Tao Palace elders chose to receive you two ascendants. Next, you showed your holy body without hesitation. This shocked the elders of the Tao Palace. They did not expect that you actually have a physique like the holy body. For this reason, he reported again, and you were successfully received by the palace master of the Tao Palace. However, something happened that disappointed you. The master of the Tao Palace sighed, saying that he really wanted you to join the Tao Palace, but he couldn't do it. You are very shocked and start to ask why. In this regard, the palace master of the Tao Palace clearly told you the reason. Their Taoist palace is a little lonely, and the resources required to cultivate the holy body are too huge, and they will not be able to become saints in the future. With this resource, it is better to cultivate some ordinary divine king realm geniuses every once in a while, so as to ensure that the Tao Palace does not continue to decline. In addition, if the rules of heaven and earth change again, the holy body will not be able to become a saint. Even if other geniuses are far less powerful than the holy body in the same realm, once they become saints, it will be a qualitative change, and they can also kill the holy body easily. It can be said that the cost-effectiveness of cultivating the holy body is too low. After hearing these words, your heart feels heavy, but you are not surprised. However, you don't understand. Even so, it's okay if you don't focus on training. Why don't you accept them at all? This is a bit illogical. Seeing your doubts, the palace master of the Tao Palace was silent and told you the truth. Because the holy body is a body that is hostile to darkness, once you stay in the Tao Palace, it is likely to bring disaster to the Tao Palace. You were surprised. You didn't expect there to be such a secret. You can't help but ask the reason again. You also ask what the darkness is. Is it some fallen strong man? The palace master of Tao Palace is very kind and explained the reason to you in detail. He didn't know the origin of darkness. Even the long-established Taoist palace had no records of this. It seemed that darkness was born together with the universe and was synonymous with terror and uncertainty. In the area shrouded by the source of darkness, the unknown existence is terrifying. Even if you look at it from a distance, you will be contaminated by it, have inner demons, and even want to plunge into the darkness. For this reason, the place where the source of darkness is located is an absolute restricted area, and monks must not approach it. In addition, the source of darkness is very terrifying. Not only will it give birth to powerful monsters called black shadows, it will also give monks who plunge into darkness a power far beyond their realm. These monsters will cause trouble in the world every few years. This is what the upper world calls ominousness and darkness, and it is the catastrophe of endless creatures. When dark turmoil occurs, if there is a great emperor in the world, the great emperor will break out a shocking war with him to suppress the darkness and unknown. But the source of darkness is too terrifying, and the powerful black shadow can rival the supreme and even compete with the quasi-emperor. Coupled with the existence of those strong men who have devoted themselves to the darkness, even if the emperor confronts the darkness and wants to suppress it, he will have to pay a heavy price and cannot solve the most fundamental problem. An Emperor Finchen is the emperor who suppressed the darkness and chaos 100,000 years ago. He is not only a great emperor, but also has a red flame holy body, which is extremely powerful. In his later years, darkness and chaos broke out, and the world was terrified. However, even in his later years, Emperor Finchen was still extremely powerful. Emperor Finchen, even in his old age, still suppressed the darkness and chaos. In the end, he rushed into the source of darkness, hoping to completely suppress the source of darkness and bring peace to the world at the last moment of his life. In the end, Emperor Finchen disappeared, and the Red Clan and the Holy Body lineage were all subjected to an unknown curse from the source of darkness. The rules of heaven and earth changed accordingly. The Red Flame Holy Body became no longer suitable for practice, and it was difficult to become a saint. Now, in the age of ending Dharma, needless to say, the road to the Red Flame Holy Body has long been cut off. For this reason, some forces may choose to cultivate other holy bodies, but they will never choose to cultivate the Red Flame Holy Body, or even dare to converge on the Red Flame Holy Body. Because the path to the Red Flame Holy Body was cut off, and an unknown curse was planted by the source of darkness, many forces believe that the Red Flame Holy Body could easily bring disaster. In the past few years, the upper limit of the Qi people's cultivation has continued to decrease, and they have also encountered unknown situations from time to time, which has affected other people and forces, making people in many places panic. Under such circumstances, even if they had once given birth to a great emperor and had the imperial army to suppress the destiny, they would not choose to take in the Red Flame Saint Body. They were not completely unimpressed with the Red Flame Saint Body. On the contrary, they were very fond of it, but for the continuation of their own power, they could only do so. Finally, a great man judged that the farther away from the source of darkness, the weaker the effect of the curse would be. For this reason, the Red Clan secretly migrated and disappeared from the sight of other cultivators. So there was such a past. The Burning Heaven Emperor is even more powerful than I thought. However, this world is very outrageous. Alpha, are you sure that the source of darkness is not weird? Wang Ping frowned as he looked at the simulation content and had a headache. He did not expect that the pit of the Red Flame Saint Body was so big that no force dared to take him in. This was undoubtedly a very troublesome thing. However, judging from what the Burning Heaven Emperor did, the Red Flame Saint Body was probably the top physique among the Saint Body lineage. Otherwise, it would not be targeted by the source of darkness. Other holy bodies don't have any ominous curses. Only the Red Flame Holy Body has. Wang Ping doesn't believe that other holy bodies that have not grown up in the past can calm the dark turmoil. In addition, isn't it clear that there is something wrong with this source of darkness? It's just short of saying, hey brother, I'm weird, you come to do me, or something like that. Yes. Alpha was silent. Damn, it's really weird. And such a terrifying weird. Why don't the forces of the heavens come to do it? Wang Ping opened his eyes wide and muttered, it's not that there is no, but it can't be done. Alpha was silent and said vaguely, what did you say? I didn't hear it just now. Wang Ping was silent for a while and spoke silently. It's not that there is no, but it can't be done. Alpha spoke again. His voice was still cold, but there was obvious emotional fluctuations. Nima. Wang Ping's face twitched, revealing an incredible expression. Damn, how perverted is this weird? Even Alpha said it can't be done, and other forces of the heavens can't do anything. What's going on? Could this be the super boss among the weirdness? Thinking that such a terrifying existence actually existed in his world, Wang Ping felt his scalp tingling. Compared to this weirdness, the weirdness in the world of cultivation is nothing. I was thinking before whether I could erase the ominous curse of the holy body by traveling through the world. Now you tell me that this weirdness is a superboss. Could it be that using the chat group mechanism to travel through time and space cannot erase this ominous curse? Wang Ping's face twitched, and he couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry, no. This has exceeded the purification limit of the chat group." Alpha said silently. "I think." Wang Ping was silent. "It's not easy to refresh a golden talent, and you tell me that there are so many problems. Can I still choose this talent? This is a very serious problem. No, if this weirdness is so terrifying, why hasn't it destroyed the 10 universes yet?" Wang Ping frowned again and asked with some doubts. "Because the source of darkness in this world is not his body at all, but his tentacles." Alpha's voice was still cold, and he said something that made people's scalps numb. "His real body is in a more powerful world." Wang Ping's face twitched. "Good guy, it turns out that the source of darkness in this world is just one of his tentacles. This situation is almost the same as Alpha's deployment of traversers to various worlds. However, Alpha can only deploy some traversers to collect protection fees, and he just extends a little tentacles casually and absorbs the nutrients of a world, and even the rules of heaven and earth are at his mercy to a certain extent. This is not at the same level at all. Alpha, let's run away. We can't afford to offend this weirdness." Wang Ping covered his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the power level of this world is obviously very high, Wang Ping is really uneasy with such a terrifying existence. He finally experienced Qin Tian's feelings. This is really uncomfortable, the feeling of being killed by the weird big boss at any time. Don't panic. He won't make any big moves. There are beings to check and balance him. There are only 4 major troubles for you to grow up in this world. Alpha's cold voice sounded again. The first one is the native strongmen of this world. The second one is the dark turmoil that breaks out from time to time. The third one is the second generation and even the first generation of travelers. The fourth one is the talents cultivated by the other forces in this world. There are so many dangerous factors, and you call it only 4? Wang Ping's face twitched, and he wanted to pull Alpha out and scold him. "Fuck, the first 2 are fine. They are considered threats to this world. As long as the source of darkness is really checked and balanced by the big guys, as Alpha said, and will not make any big moves, he can still accept it. But what are the last 2? The second generation and even the first generation of travelers are in this world. Also, other forces in the heavens have also invested talents in this world. This is too chaotic, too dangerous, raising goo and fighting in this place. Don't panic. You have a life simulator. You can easily surpass them and then suppress them. I believe you," Alpha said with rare comfort. "You believe in a fool, but you are not going to compete with them head-on. Hurry up and tell me how many senior time travelers there are in the second generation and how many there are in the first generation." Wang Ping cursed. No wonder Chu Xiao had that expression when he died. He felt that the senior time traveler from the upper world would take revenge on him. But again, since there are other senior travelers in the upper world, why didn't they cause trouble for him in the simulation? It stands to reason that after Chu Xiao is killed, they should quickly go down to the lower realm and kill him quickly. It's not that they don't want to deal with you, it's that they can't deal with you in the lower world. Alpha listened to Wang Ping's thoughts and opened his mouth to explain. When the second generation chat group was destroyed, there were 3 time travelers in the upper world, distributed in different universes. To be precise, 2 were in the small universe and 1 was in the large universe. The cultivation levels of the 2 time travelers in the small universe were both at the semi-saint level when the second generation chat group was destroyed. As for the one in the big universe, he was very strong, even in the second generation chat group. Those who are powerful have witnessed with their own eyes Emperor Finchen's suppression of the dark turmoil. Wang Ping's eyelids twitched. The 2 senior travelers in the small universe have semi-saint cultivation and are very strong, but he can still accept it. After all, although the half-saint is powerful, if you give him time, he will catch up sooner or later. But what the hell is that time traveler in the big universe? Damn it, I witnessed Emperor Burning Sky suppressing the dark turmoil. Wasn't that a figure from 100,000 years ago? Considering that people still need time to grow, how long has this guy lived? Also, the time scale for the existence of the second-generation chat group greatly exceeded his expectations. The second-generation chat group was destroyed 3,000 years ago. He thought that the second-generation chat group did not exist for long, but now it seems that he has overthought it. Just tell him how strong he is, don't just babble here. Wang Ping was a little annoyed and said, "After all, these time travelers are the ones who are really serious and will pursue him at all costs. Just thinking about it gives people a headache." Before the destruction of the second-generation chat group, he was the Supreme. However, the Supreme also has a time when his lifespan is about to end. He is currently in a state of slumber as a self-proclaimed god, so there is a high probability that he does not know about you. That's okay. When Wang Ping heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was in a self-proclaimed state of slumber and didn't know the outside world. Otherwise, it would have been really doomed. Supreme, there must be many strong men under him. If you want to kill him, you don't need to do it yourself. As for the two senior travelers in the small universe, they probably don't have the ability to cross the universe and come to the lower realm to hunt him down. Otherwise, they will definitely find a way to kill themselves. What about the first-generation time travelers? The second-generation chat group has existed for such a long time. Many people in the first-generation chat group are probably dead. After Wang Ping took a deep breath, he thought of the chat group of the first-generation time travelers and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. When the first-generation chat group was destroyed, there were not many people alive. Now that it has been so long in this time dimension, it is estimated that most people will die again. However, after all, there will still be a small number of people who can survive. Alpha explained silently. And these people who can survive are definitely the best among them. In the 10 major universes, there is only one traveler in the first-generation traveler chat group. You don't need to care about his previous name. You only need to know him, just a name in this world. At this point, Alpha paused. Seeing this, Wang Ping felt a knot in his heart and had an unknown guess. His name in this world is Emperor Lingyue. He became an emperor tens of millions of years ago. When the first-generation chat group was about to be destroyed, he killed himself and voluntarily threw himself into the source of darkness to sleep. After Alpha fell silent, he silently said this. Nima, Wang Ping was speechless. His guess was indeed right. This guy actually became an emperor. At this moment, Wang Ping truly felt that each generation in the chat group became more cruel than the previous generation. These third-generation chat group members relied on cheating to get to this point. The people in the second-generation chat group have varying strengths. The only ones who are weak are those in the Nirvana realm, and the strongest person who has appeared so far is the Supreme. To be honest, being able to grow to this point on my own is quite incredible. However, the first-generation time travelers were even more powerful. They actually grew into emperors on their own, and they did it in the darkest first-generation chat group where there was nothing. It was outrageous. Alpha, are you sure that this kind of character won't leave any behind-the-scenes tricks to target subsequent members of the chat group? Wang Ping couldn't help but ask again. The stronger these senior time travelers are, the more scheming they are, and they're definitely much more ruthless than the local strongmen. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the opponent to have no backup plan to deal with Alpha and his descendants who may appear again. Maybe there is, maybe not. You need to judge this for yourself, Alpha said silently. I'm really impressed by you. Wang Ping frowned. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally he sighed. At present, he had no good solution, so he could only take it one step at a time. However, before he could stop being seen through by this group of people, Wang Ping planned to stay in the lower realm for a while. As long as his cultivation level did not improve, he could use the king and emperor weapons to simulate in the lower realm. If he was in the upper realm, the risk factor would be too high if he could not completely hide himself, and he might be killed if he was not careful. After all, the life simulator was not omnipotent and could not simulate factors outside this world. The 9 Nether Demon Emperor Chu Shao had taken a lot of thought from him, not to mention these more powerful predecessors who traveled through time. So he had to be cautious and careful. After Wang Ping collected his thoughts, he continued to stare at the screen, wanted to see what would happen next. As Wang Ping stared, words appeared on the screen again. You were a little helpless, thanking the Taoist Palace Master for telling you these things, and planned to leave. Seeing this, Yi Chun was a little anxious and chose to leave with you. In response, you shook your head and laughed, holding Yi Chun down, saying that it would be better for him to stay in the Tao Palace to practice, and it was not appropriate for him to go to the outside world to be a casual cultivator. Seeing you say this, Yi Chun could not refute it. He could only sigh and said that he would definitely help you, the master, when he grows up. Seeing the deep relationship between you and your master, the master of the Tao Palace was also quite surprised. He did not expect that you were a master-disciple relationship. After thinking about it, the master of the Tao Palace said that although he would not let you join the Tao Palace, since you chose to come to the Tao Palace, you also have some fate with the Tao Palace. So he plans to give you some low-grade divine sources to help you break through to the virtual God realm, which is also a simple investment. Although the current Tao Palace cannot afford the subsequent cultivation resources of the Holy Body, they can still provide the low-grade divine sources that only help the Holy Body break through to the virtual God realm. Hearing this, you are very happy, thanking you again and again, and there is no intention to refuse. After all, the number of divine sources you need is too large. If you rely on yourself, I don't know how long it will take to collect them. If you continue to walk in the world with the cultivation of the quasi-God realm, it is really too dangerous. Next, the Lord of the Tao Palace gave you many divine sources, allowing you to break through to the void God realm in the Tao Palace. In the end, you swallowed thousands of kilograms of low-grade divine sources to break through to the void God realm, which made the Lord of the Tao Palace feel a little painful. As you broke through to the void God realm, your holy body, heavenly tribulation, also emerged. The holy body, heavenly tribulation, is extremely terrifying, causing a terrifying vision, which made the face of the Lord of the Tao Palace change. He opened the Tao Palace formation to block this place and block the secrets of heaven to prevent it from affecting the outside world and being noticed by the outside cultivators. Facing the heavenly tribulation, you are full of vigor and show the power of the holy body. The pseudo-law of the great perfection fire breaks out, and the burning heaven emperor fist is blasted out by you. You easily survive the great tribulation of the void God of the holy body, which surprised the Lord of the Tao Palace. However, he was not only surprised by your strength, but also surprised that you actually practiced the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra Mortal Realm chapter. In this regard, he could only sigh that the Red Flame's sacred body might have a connection with the Red Clan, where Emperor Burning Heaven was. After you successfully passed the tribulation, you thanked the Palace Master of Tao Palace again. After accepting your gratitude, the Palace Master of Tao Palace told you one more thing. After the Red Clan got into trouble, some vicious people targeted the Red Clan's imperial weapons and imperial scriptures, which was one of the reasons for hiding them. He said that you have the Red Flame's sacred body and are also related to Emperor Burning Heaven, and you are the most suitable person to inherit Emperor Burning Heaven. Unfortunately, the Red Clan is dying out and the clan members are almost extinct. Otherwise, it would be the best thing for you to join the Red Clan and become the Red Clan's son-in-law. However, the Red Clan is dying out and the clan members are almost extinct, but there are still a small number of people alive in the world. If you have the courage to take on the cause and effect of the Red Clan and help the Red Clan to avenge, you may be able to get the subsequent scriptures of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture. You were surprised and asked where that place was with anticipation. You are willing to take on the cause and effect of the Red Clan and help the Red Clan to avenge. As you said this, you also took out the Jade Pendant of the Qi Clan and told them about your past with the Qi Clan in the lower world. After hearing what you said and seeing the Jade Pendant, the Tao Palace Master was also very surprised and felt that you were indeed destined to be with the Qi Clan, which was a blessing for the Qi Clan. For this reason, he chose to tell you where the only remaining Qi Clan members were located, the Tianqing Mountains. After you wrote down the name, you said goodbye to the Tao Palace Master and left the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace master looked at your back as you left and sighed, hoping that you could save the Qi clan from danger. The Qi clan was really suffering. After leaving the Dao Palace, you went all the way to the Tianqing Mountains. On the way, you were robbed by a group of powerful people in the Void God Realm. The cultivation of their leader had reached the 9th level of the Void God Realm, but you shot him to death. After shooting the group of Void God Realm robbers to death, you began to touch the corpses and found a lot of things from them. Although most of the things are not precious, they are very good things for you who are now penniless, and they barely help you get out of poverty. In addition, you also found a dead precious medicine from the robber leader. You think this precious medicine is a bit strange, but it is dead, which you think is a pity, so you just take a look at it and then stop paying attention to it. Next, you move forward and continue to the Tianqing Mountains. However, because the Taiyuan Ancient Star is too big and far away from the Dao Palace, even if you are a strong man in the Void God Realm, you can't fly there in a short time, and you may be in danger on the way. For this reason, you still want to choose to use the teleportation array of a large force for long-distance teleportation. However, what makes you helpless is that the money you have is not enough for long-distance teleportation. Those robbers are still too poor. After thinking about it, you plan to teleport to a closer place and then fly over. However, when you just came to a large force nearby, Xingyue Pavilion, and wanted to use the teleportation array of Xingyue Pavilion to teleport, you saw a person. That is Mo Shangli. You have seen his portrait before, so you naturally recognize him. Although Mo Shangli has changed a lot in more than 10,000 years, you still recognize him. You didn't expect that you would meet Mo Shangli here. Today, Mo Shangli has undoubtedly joined Xingyue Pavilion, and his status is obviously not low. His cultivation has also reached a level that you can't see through. He has obviously reached the realm of True God, but I don't know how many levels of True God he is. However, although you recognized Mo Shangli, you didn't think of greeting him, and even secretly raised your guard. After all, Mo Shangli is a very cruel person, not a good person. Don't you think that when the other party knows that you are an ascender from the Purple Spirit Realm, they will be in tears? Soon, you teleported away from Xingyue Pavilion. Mo Shangli didn't notice anything unusual about you on the way. But what made you frown was that Mo Shangli was also teleported to the same place as you. You don't know if this is a coincidence, and you become more alert. However, Mo Shangli didn't look at you much and left here quickly. Seeing this, you choose. The tech simulation stopped here, and Wang Ping also passively entered the state of immersive simulation. Many pictures appeared in his mind, as well as some insights of cultivation, and the creation of skills and secrets were also among them. In addition, Wang Ping's vision also changed. Is it time to choose again? Does this mean that I should choose whether to follow this guy to see where he is going and what he wants to do? Wang Ping looked at the direction where Mo Shangli left and frowned slightly. His destination was the Tianqing Mountains to see the remaining Qi people to obtain the remaining Emperor Scripture. Meeting Mo Shangli on the way was an abnormal situation. Since it is a branch option, it is necessary to go up and take a look. Wang Ping made a decision. He was still a little curious about Mo Shangli, and he was also sufficiently vigilant about him. This guy is not a good person. He is a figure who is not inferior to the 9-nether demon Emperor Chu Xiao. If you can find out his current strength and what he is about to do, it may be helpful for the next simulation. System, fast forward for me. Since the decision was made, Wang Ping said to the system in his heart. As Wang Ping spoke, the screen appeared again, and the text also emerged. After you made a choice, you followed. Because the secret method you created was extremely outstanding, Mo Shangli did not discover your existence. An hour later, you found that Mo Shangli had entered a strange valley. After thinking about it, you still chose to follow in. When you enter the valley, your expression changes because you find yourself being pressed down by a terrifying pressure and unable to move. Then, you are attacked by a more terrifying force, which directly kills you into powder without any mercy. After your death, the attack still does not stop, and it is always bombarding towards where you are. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Uh, is this death? Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and was a little speechless. This is really asking for death. If you don't follow Mo Shangli, you won't die. However, is this Mo Shangli so strong? He can suppress him in the virtual god realm by pressure and cannot move, and easily kill him into powder. Also, this terrifying finishing style seems familiar. No, it was definitely not Mo Shangli who killed me. The tech simulation has clearly pointed out that my secret method is very good. Mo Shangli did not find me, which means that his cultivation level cannot reach the level above the godly lord realm. He has only ascended for about 10,000 years. Although he is also a figure in the Dharma ending age, it is already a very remarkable thing for him, an ascender, to become a true god by himself. If he can become a godly lord, he is a real big shot. Soon, Wang Ping reacted and thought to himself. While Wang Ping was thinking, his consciousness flashed, and his vision changed again. He saw what happened from a god's perspective. After entering the strange valley, surrounded by white mist, Wang Ping saw a cold woman in the depths of the valley suddenly open her eyes, and then burst out with terrifying pressure to suppress him directly, and ruthlessly killed him. Who is this woman? Wang Ping frowned, not understanding why the other party attacked him mercilessly. Was it because he broke into the valley? If so, wouldn't it be better to capture him alive and interrogate him before killing him? By the way, with this familiar finishing touch style, she must be one of the other senior time travelers. Wang Ping quickly thought of something, and his eyes flickered. When Wang Ping was thinking this, his vision changed, and he returned to the real world. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. Golden Talent, Red Flame, Holy Body. Cultivation at the first level of Virtual God Realm. Choose a reward. Wang Ping looked at the reward list, sighed in his heart, and became a little confused. He didn't expect there were only 2 reward options this time. If the Red Flame Holy Body didn't have so many hidden dangers, he would definitely choose it. However, the Red Flame Holy Body has been strangely cursed and it requires so many cultivation resources, so it is a very fatal choice. In terms of Wang Ping's Taoist style, he did not want to choose such a talent with such hidden dangers. It would be too dangerous. System I choose. First level cultivation of Virtual God Realm. After Wang Ping thought about it, he reluctantly made a choice. Although the Golden Talent Red Flame Holy Body is very strong, he still likes to stay safe. Anyway, as long as he continues to simulate, he will definitely be able to refresh other powerful talents sooner or later. It would be really cool if we could develop a talent that was more powerful than the Red Flame Holy Body and had no side effects. Of course, it's not that good to upgrade your cultivation to the Virtual God Realm, but this is also a choice made out of desperation. As Wang Ping made his choice, he felt a terrifying power emerge in his body, causing his cultivation to rise slowly. Soon, Wang Ping felt that his cultivation level had been upgraded to the Virtual God Realm, and the strength of his magic power was much more terrifying than he had imagined. By the way, this is a breakthrough to the False God Realm with the Holy Body. The foundation is much stronger than the normal breakthrough. Although I don't have the Holy Body now, the choice of cultivation is still based on the Holy Body. It depends on your cultivation level, so it's a bug in a sense. Wang Ping thought silently in his heart. System. How many resources do I need to conduct a paid simulation next? Wang Ping took a deep breath and asked in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation has reached the first level of the Virtual God Realm. Each time the host pays for simulation, the cost is 10 pounds of low-grade divine source. The system's voice rang. 10 pounds of low-grade divine origins. Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this number. He thought it would be expensive, but he didn't expect that it would only cost 10 pounds of low-grade divine source. However, this doesn't look right either. After all, the reason why the low-grade divine source gave him the strange feeling of being cheap was because he had more than 100 kilograms of low-grade divine source on his body, plus he consumed several thousand kilograms of low-grade divine source when the holy body broke through to the Virtual God Realm in the life simulation. In fact, whether it is in the Purple Spirit Realm or the Blood Demon Realm, the source of God is gone at all. What is left in the purple spirit realm is left by the previous ascendants. The share is only for one person to break through, and its weight is not even half a caddy. No. Since I can only use low-grade divine sources for my next simulation, although I can stop Lin Yuan, I am just killing some bastards anyway, so there is no need to stop her. If these people die, it will be beneficial to the purple spirit world. It outweighs the disadvantages. It can also make Lin Yuan stronger and gain some resources, which is also beneficial to the development of the chat group. Wang Ping looked into the distance and shook his head slightly. Of course, we still have to stop her from killing innocent people indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Wang Ping sent a message to Lin Yuan. By the way, Alpha, is that woman a member of the second-generation time traveler chat group? Randomly, Wang Ping thought of the woman he saw in the life simulator again, and couldn't help but ask in his heart. Yes, her name is Ruolin, and she is one of the two semi-saints. However, from what you remember, I can tell that she should have become a saint after 1,000 years, so she was able to come from the small universe to the big universe. Alpha answered in the affirmative. As expected of a senior time traveler, he is really ruthless. He actually became a saint in the age of ending law. Is this to stimulate his potential by killing me? Or is there something else going on? Wang Ping rubbed his chin and muttered. Next, Wang Ping was too lazy to think too much. Anyway, the other party would come to the Taiyuan ancient star from the small universe to look for him more than 1,000 years later, so there was no rush. Of course, considering that in reality the other party may rely on the boss of the second-generation chat group, one still has to be on guard. By the way, I have to tell Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan about the situation in Minecraft, and see if they are still willing to come. Immediately, Wang Ping opened the chat group and began to create a temporary small group to privately chat with Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan. As the two of them learned about the situation in Wang Ping's world, their whole bodies became numb. Damn it, the world they live in is so dangerous, but Wang Ping's world is not peaceful either, and it is even more weird than their world. This is outrageous. For a moment, the two of them really hesitated to go to Wang Ping's world. After all, they really couldn't bear the thought of committing suicide and resurrecting in Wang Ping's world, wasting a chance to resurrect, and having to face such a terrifying and strange threat. Brother Wang, do you think it's okay for us to develop in the lower realm? After Qin Tian struggled for a while, he opened his mouth and said, if it were in the lower realm, it shouldn't be that dangerous. Once the weirdness breaks out, the upper realm will be destroyed. Do you think the lower realm will not be affected? Yi Xiaofan said silently. Well, Qin Tian was silent. To be honest, even Qin Tian was no longer confident in Wang Ping when faced with such terrifying weirdness. Can Wang Ping really grow to a level above this weird level? Their golden finger comes from the chat group, so it can't be stronger than the chat group. You can tell me after you think about it. Anyway, there are many worlds to choose from, but the upper limit of development power is not as good as our world. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and said seriously. In addition, as new people join the group, a world stronger than the one I am in may appear. No one can say what the future will look like. Brother Wang is right. Then I'll wait a little longer. Qin Tian nodded. Yi Xiaofan frowned, and after struggling for a long time, he said, no one can say for sure about the future situation. To be honest, I think that in a world with a higher level of power, there are a lot of calculations by various old monsters, and the level of danger is not as high as it's easy to cause trouble. So, Brother Wang, I'll commit suicide once and stay in your world forever. Do you want to go to the upper world or the lower world? Wang Ping somewhat appreciated Yi Xiaofan's decisiveness and asked, the lower realm. Anyway, we are all members of the chat group. As long as Brother Wang goes to the upper realm, he can be sent there through the transmission function of the chat group. So, I will develop a wave in the purple spirit world first, Yi Xiaofan said very rationally. Wang Ping nodded. This was a very smart choice. When Qin Tian saw this, he opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't want to be defeated and followed him. At this moment, the chat group system's beep sounded again, which surprised Wang Ping and the other three. Ding! Group member Yu Jingtao, 91, joins the group chat. Ding! Group member Zhang Haoran, 92, joins the group chat. Hey, there's a new guy here. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he directly entered the main page of the chat group. At this time, the two newcomers all looked at the time traveler chat group blankly. However, these two newcomers seemed to be very smart, and they all went to look at the profile of the chat group. Soon, the two newcomers came back with twitching faces. Yu Jingtao, 91, sure enough, the sudden appearance of the chat group is not a good thing. Isn't this the main God Space version of the chat group? Zhang Haoran, 92, I have nothing to say. You can tell from the member list of the chat group that this group announcement is not bluffing. Wang Ping, 66, it's good that you two newcomers complained about the nature of the chat group so quickly. Of course, the chat group now is much better than before. Qin Tian, 77, Brother Wang is right. Having said that, you should quickly choose the way to travel and activate the golden fingers. I am very curious about what kind of golden fingers you two newcomers can get. Yu Jingtao, 91, thank you for reminding me, but please let me calm down first. Zhang Haoran, 92 plus 1 upstairs. Ding Xian, 88, hey, just calm down and just go through it without thinking. After all, although the risk of wearing it has been reduced, it is still there. Fang Yun, 3, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. The risk of soul piercing and wearing one are the same. The wearing one will not fall into a box, which is the external danger, although the soul piercing is stronger. But even if it is stronger, you don't know what kind of creature you will be transported into. Zheng Lingdong, 89, I was bubbling in silence, watching the big bosses chatting with envy. Wang Ping, 66, at Zheng Lingdong, 89, speaking of which, you haven't bubbled for a long time. How is the situation in your world? Have you figured out what kind of world it is? Zheng Lingdong, 89, the situation is that I have been signing in silently, growing up, and still don't know what kind of world it is. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that there is extraordinary power in this world. Because there is something in this world energy, like aura. Wang Ping, 66, aura. Maybe you got a copy of Urban Cultivation. Kai Yonglong, 1. When talking about cultivating immortals in the city, I think of the plot of the Return of the Immortal Emperor and the Return of the Immortal King to the city and slap him in the face. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. JPG. Zhanghu 5, if you say one thing, it's really quite interesting. Wang Ping, 66, you guys are laughing so hard. Maybe the world where Zheng Lingdong lives is really that kind of world. And there is a protagonist who returns from the Immortal Emperor. After listening to Wang Ping's words, everyone couldn't laugh anymore. If this is really the case, it would be a bit scary. Zheng Lingdong has drawn a very strong world. Of course, in a sense, this is a good thing for everyone in the chat group because there is another world to choose from. Zheng Lingdong, 89, well, if possible, I still hope that this situation will not happen. I want to be weak and become stronger while lying down. Zhang Jun, 70, that I envy people who can become stronger while lying down. Yu Jingtao, 91, I've decided I'd better go through the soul. It's safer. Zhang Haoran, 92, good brother, you go ahead. I'll wait and see. Come on, Ali is here. Yu Jingtao, 91. Yu Jingtao's face twitched, and he ignored Zhang Haoran, a newcomer at the same time, and decisively chose soul transmutation. Soon, Yu Jingtao found that his soul had passed through the body of a beggar boy. Although I am a beggar, it is better than being a strange animal through time travel. Not to mention, with the help of Goldfinger and other senior time travelers, I will not starve to death. Yu Jingtao was extremely happy. He glanced at the people around him who were obviously wearing retro clothes and felt that he had made the right bet. Next, Yu Jingtao took out his golden finger and showed an expression of surprise. Qin Tian, 77. How are the newcomers doing? Have you got the golden finger? Quickly bubble up and let everyone judge. Yu Jingtao, 91. Haha, I time-traveled into the body of a beggar boy. It was so cool. And the golden finger I drew is also super powerful. Wang Ping, 66. Interesting. What golden finger did you draw? Yu Jingtao, 91. Hey, the golden finger I drew is called the Shaking M system. As long as I get beaten, I can become stronger. Does the Wang Ping system even have such cheats? Qin Tian, 77 show, this system is a bit weird. By the way, if you were so happy after getting such a golden finger, you must not have a tendency to flirt. Yu Jingtao, 91, I don't have a tendency to shake the yam. I just think that compared to the habit of suffering, it is very good to become stronger after being beaten. Zhang Hu 5, I admire the newcomer's mentality. Fong Yun 3, newcomer, if you don't mind, how about coming to the training ground every day? I'll beat you up and make you stronger. Bad smile.jpg. Wang Shuqi 74, I think if a new person gets the S shaking system, just make a pair. I'm afraid it won't take off in a spiral. Chun Kong 67, good guys, your imagination is really big. I admire you. Wang Ping 66, it makes sense to say one thing and another. Wang Ping 66, at Zhonghauern 92, newcomer, work harder to survive, and then awaken a shaking S system. Complement each other and become stronger together. Ding Xian 88, hey, wouldn't it be wonderful to go through another soul transformation and become a woman, directly turning into the queen of sexy women? Zhonghauern 92, I'm not shaking my head. So how could I awaken such a system? Also, I have no interest in becoming a woman. Thank you. Zhonghauern was speechless. The hobbies of these big guys were really weird. Could it be said that people who survive in such an environment have more or less psychological problems? Zhonghauern 92, however, soul travel is a good choice. I will choose soul travel. As Zhonghauern said these words, he chose soul penetration. Then, something happened that silenced him. I don't know if it was because of Ding Xian's crow's mouth, but he actually traveled through time and became a woman. For a moment, Zhonghauern panicked, fearing that he would really get a weird shaking system. However, as he took out his golden finger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't draw any weird S-shaking system, and the golden finger he drew was pretty good. Zhonghauern, 92, survived through soul travel. Although I feel uncomfortable traveling through time as a woman, my golden finger is very strong, which calms my mood. Ding Xian, 88, damn it, you actually turned into a woman. I'm so jealous of you. Zhonghauern, 92, what is there to envy as a woman in time travel? Are you a pervert? Or to JPG. Wang Ping, 66, this guy is really a pervert. He wanted to travel through time and become a woman. Unfortunately, he couldn't travel through time and became a tigress instead. His dream in the future is to transform back into a human form. Zhonghauern, 92. Wang Ping, 66. Okay. Without further ado, what is your golden finger? Zhonghauern, 92. With the synthesis system, I can combine two items into a new item, but there is a probability of failure. Wang Ping, 66. Synthetic system? Not bad. Wang Ping's eyes lit up. He has also read novels about synthesis systems, and the development potential of this type of golden finger is also very high. If he gets some good things in the future and gives them to Zhonghauern to synthesize, he might get unexpected gains. In addition, Zhonghauern's talent, combined with Su Yi's doubling, is even more ingenious. However, this guy Su Yi is too greedy and unworthy of trust and training. In addition, during a mission, this guy betrayed his teammates and escaped alone because the enemy was too strong, resulting in Chen Yao's death. Wang Ping thought of this again and frowned slightly. Alpha, can you give me permission to delete his memory, brainwash him, and make him a mere tool? After Wang Ping thought about it, he asked in his heart, when you are in doubt, you are right to ask Alpha. Something goes against the rules. Alpha said coldly. These words made Wang Ping frown and feel a little disappointed. However, if it's for the growth of the chat group, this easily betrayed person can be enslaved and controlled by you. It was at this time that Alpha spoke again. That's right. Wang Ping smiled. How could Alpha, who had been betrayed twice before, have a high tolerance for members of this group? Allowing him to enslave is the normal answer. Su Yi, let me become a tool man and make outstanding contributions to the development of the chat group. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking in his heart. In that case, he could spend group points to upgrade Su Yi's golden fingers first. As for Zhonghauern, let's wait and see. If possible, just use the group points to train them. At that time, through various synthesis, he can directly obtain various good things, which is not a great feeling. When Wang Ping was thinking about the future, and the chat group was also very surprised and envious of Zhang Haoran's golden finger, the voice of the chat group rang again. Ding! It has been detected that group member Wang Shuqi, 74, is in a major life crisis. Group members can participate in the rescue. At this moment, the red alert of the chat group suddenly sounded, which stunned everyone in the chat group, including Wang Ping. It is rare for an old group member to suddenly encounter life-threatening situations. Moreover, this is a rare red alert. Wang Ping, 66, at Wang Shuqi, 74. Wang Shuqi, what's going on with you over there? Aren't you just chatting and having nothing to do? Wang Shuqi, 74? I don't know. What kind of major life crisis? I'm a little confused. Wang Ping, 66. It seems that there is a crisis that you don't know about. Maybe you are just one of the people affected. Wait for me. I will go to your world. Wang Shuqi, 74. Yeah. With Brother Wang here, I feel extremely safe. Lin Yuanyuan, 80. Brother Wang, although I really want to say that I can just go, but now I am also killing people, so forget it. Chun Yao, 71. Is Yuanyuan so confident? It looks like she has become a lot stronger. Lin Yuanyuan, 80. Not too much, just a quasi-god level. Cover your mouth and smile. JPG. Everyone. When Lin Yuanyuan pretended to be a pussy and caused a stir in the chat group, Wang Ping also quit the chat group and planned to go to the world where Wang Shuqi was. System, pay me to simulate once. However, thinking that he might encounter a situation that he could not handle, Wang Ping still operated in the same way as before. Ding. Consume 10 kilograms of low-grade divine source. The paid simulation is successful, the life simulator is started, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for refreshing the golden talent. Incomplete time and space Dao body, the red talent. Laughing clown, golden talent. Incomplete time and space body. Time and space body is one of the top physiques in the world. Although this talent can only allow you to obtain the incomplete time and space body, it is still more powerful than the ordinary holy body. P.S. Of course, if it were not for the incomplete space-time body, this talent would not be golden, and the host would not be able to refresh it. Red talent, laughing clown. With this talent, the host will become crazy and like to dress up as a clown and laugh. At the same time, the host can also gain a strength bonus and infect those around him into clowns. It's gold again. Isn't my luck too scary now? Wang Ping was stunned when he saw the talent that had been refreshed this time. Continuous withdrawals were something he never expected. Wang Ping suspected that after these 2 waves, he would become a non-chief for a long time. This red talent, the laughing clown, is quite interesting. If it were me in the past, I would definitely choose it. Unfortunately, compared with gold, it is nothing. Wang Ping looked at the introduction of the red talent and sighed. It was at this time that Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker, and he was about to enter an immersive simulation. However, Wang Ping forcibly stopped this feeling, opened the chat group, and chose to travel through time. He needs to go to Wang Shuqi's world first and save Wang Shuqi. As Wang Ping traveled to Wang Shuqi's world, he saw Wang Shuqi's still confused expression. Brother Wang, you are here? When he saw Wang Ping, he came back to his senses and quickly spoke to Wang Ping enthusiastically. I understand the situation in your world. Wang Ping nodded to Wang Shuqi and said, Huh? Brother Wang, you haven't done it yet? Wang Shuqi was stunned and a little confused. Wang Ping had just come to his place, and he hadn't used his golden finger yet. How could he know the truth about the danger to his life? My perception is very strong. I can not only cover the planet, but also see some situations in space. Wang Ping looked in his space, his eyes were like lightning, and he spoke slowly. Space? Wang Shuqi was startled, and then his pupils shrank violently. Brother Wang, you mean that the enemy comes from space? That's not true. Wang Shuqi opened his mouth. Yes, it's an alien civilization. An alien civilization has invaded Blue Star. Wang Ping nodded. confirming Wang Shuqi's guess. Some of the technologies and martial arts in your world are relics inherited from alien civilizations. It is normal for alien civilizations to exist. Well, normal is normal, but the sudden invasion of alien civilization caught me off guard. Moreover, they are too strong. Now I have reached a 7-star combat power, and my defense power is even more terrifying. As a result, I can being affected to death. Wang Shuqi's mood was a little subtle. They are from the space fleet, and I can sense that there is a very powerful life aura in the space fleet. In terms of strength, although it cannot reach the 10-star level, it is not much different. Wang Ping shook his head and said, however, to be honest, their most powerful thing is not their personal strength, but the threat posed by the space fleet. I can feel that if this space fleet wants to, the weapons it carries will blast the blue star out of the sky. It's a very easy thing to do. It's the so-called Star Destroyer cannon. Wang Shuqi was speechless and choked, and finally understood why the chat group issued a red alert. After all, facing such a powerful space fleet, Blue Star was indeed unable to resist, and it was very likely that he would be affected and die. To be honest, their appearance, in my opinion, is a good thing. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and said with interest, why do you say that? Wang Shuqi was a little confused. Since there are strong people in the space fleet, it means that the martial arts system in the universe is very strong, and they may not be considered strong in the universe. Wang Ping raised a finger and said slowly, in other words, your martial arts system can be broadened. In addition, you can also integrate with alien civilizations. By then, technology may also explode. How much do you think you can gain under such circumstances? What's the benefit? Hearing this, Wang Shuqi's eyes brightened and his heart was beating fast. He was not a fool. He just didn't react at first. Brother Wang, this is very tempting. However, if Blue Star is so weak, if it really wants to enter the universe, it will be no different from an ant. It is impossible to ask Brother Wang to come to help all the time. And Brother Wang, you will not come to help. We must be able to hold on to those civilizations in the universe. Wang Shuqi grabbed his hair and muttered, let's take it one step at a time. I'm not asking you to connect with extraterrestrial civilization immediately. It won't happen for many years. It's really that time. Wang Ping rolled his eyes and complained. However, in the end, Wang Ping still didn't say the last sentence. I don't know how strong I have become. It is impossible to predict the future. Even a life simulator cannot completely predict it. It is better not to set a flag to avoid getting into trouble and being slapped in the face. Anyway, take your time. Don't rush. I'll help you explore the way first. I can't handle the space fleet of this small alien civilization with one hand. Wang Ping coughed lightly and patted Wang Shuqi on the shoulder. That's it. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wang Shuqi also smiled when he heard Wang Ping's words. That's right, Brother Wang has become stronger so fast. Even if the alien civilization is very strong, Brother Wang will definitely become stronger than them in the future. Then, I'll come back as soon as I go. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. Then he tore the space apart and disappeared. This time is also an opportunity for him. If he seizes it, he can also obtain the follow-up practice system of this high-level martial arts world. At that time, he will have an extra way to deal with the bugs of the life simulator. As long as he becomes stronger, the resources consumed by the simulation will not change, which is very comfortable. In outer space, hundreds of spaceships stayed there, and the alien life forms inside looked down at the blue star from the spacecraft. It's such a beautiful planet. If we sell it, we will definitely make a lot of money. In the mothership, the alien who looked like an octopus said with a somewhat fanatical look, the universe is vast, but planets with life are still rare, and their value is amazing. For this reason, these space exploration fleets are committed to finding living planets for sale, expanding their teams, and earning more resources to make themselves stronger. How is it? Have you completed the search for the civilization level of this planet? What is the combat power of the strongest person on it? Immediately, the octopus-like alien said to the deputy beside him, the level of civilization is very low. Even interstellar immigrants cannot do it. They are completely indigenous to the planet. As for the strongest people, they're also pitifully weak. The strongest person is only a 7-star golden body. The deputy said with some disdain. Haha, on the indigenous planet, is the strongest person only a 7-star golden body? This can easily conquer them. The octopus-like alien also showed disdain. In that case, let's use weapons to kill all the indigenous people on this planet to get rid of some bugs. Clear? The deputy nodded nonchalantly. To them, this kind of civilization that is not connected with the universe is nothing, and the intelligent life on it is all bugs. They have done this kind of thing many times. Even killing insects does not require them to do it themselves. They only need to study their genes a little and then drop some viruses targeting their genes. They can kill them in a short time without destroying the planet's environment and preserving other living things. Kill them all. Who do you think is a bug? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the expressions of the octopus-like alien captain and other aliens to change. At this time, the fleet's energy system also began to send out an alarming red alarm, detecting how terrifying the energy in Wang Ping's body was. Even the energy detection device equipped on the mothership was unable to fully detect how powerful the energy in Wang Ping's body was. It only knew that it exceeded the upper limit of its detection. Hello? Are you kidding me? You call these weak natives? The octopus-like captain's strange eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. However, the previous intelligence collection and energy detection were indeed like this. The deputy was also in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Damn it, attack me. Even if he is very powerful, he will be completely destroyed under the salvo of laser cannons from the fleet. The captain, who looked like an octopus, looked ugly and ignored Wang Ping's mental transmission and issued the order. In an instant, all the fleet's laser cannons lit up and began to charge, aiming at the figure standing in the cold space with a physical body. That is to say, when the laser cannon began to charge, Blue Star finally noticed the anomaly. Important images were captured by various satellites. The terrifying energy reaction also made the scalps of the major military forces on Blue Star numb. However, when they saw Wang Ping standing in front of the alien fleet, they once again showed shocked expressions. It is really shocking that human beings can actually step into space and face an alien fleet alone. Lin Zhan was also shocked by the sudden projection of the picture. He also recognized Wang Ping's identity and showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that Wang Ping actually came to this world and was still fighting for them quietly against the aliens. Fleet. Soon, Lin Zhan thought of the reason. Wang Shuqi must have discovered something unusual and asked Wang Ping for help. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Has he actually become so strong? Lin Zhan murmured to himself. When he first met Wang Ping gave him a very strong feeling, but it was only very strong. However, today, he felt that the gap between himself and Wang Ping was like a mortal seeing a god. However, Lin Zhan remembered that Wang Shuqi was also something he couldn't see through, and he could only sigh. A time traveler is a time traveler, and cannot be discussed with common sense. Emission. At this time, the laser cannon had been charged, and the octopus-like captain gave the order. In an instant, hundreds of dazzling beams of light appeared, illuminating the dark space and shooting towards Wang Ping. This is a laser cannon salvo that is enough to completely destroy a Nirvana realm powerhouse. However, for Wang Ping, with this level of attack, even if he stood still and attacked them, the other party would not be able to break through his defense. For this reason, Wang Ping just stood calmly without making any movement. And when the laser cannon was still 1 meter away from his body, it was automatically deflected and finally dissipated invisible, as if nothing had happened. How can this be? The captain, who looked like an octopus, felt unbelievable in his heart. The laser cannon salvo just now was enough to destroy a small planet, and the attack power was enough to match the terrifying attack of the star-shattering warrior. The other party blocked it without even making a move. What a terrifying power this is. It's much weaker than I thought. However, in the world I know now, this power is strong enough. After Wang Ping took a hit deliberately, he gave an evaluation. Wang Ping learned about many worlds through the worlds that chat group members traveled through and the worlds in which group members performed tasks. Among these worlds, Wang Shuqi's world is most likely inferior to the world he lives in. Wang Ping doesn't know where the upper limit of Qin Tian's world of cultivating immortals is, but it is most likely not as strong as the upper world of the purple spirit world where he is, let alone the world that goes further up. The world of beast control is also quite strong, with star-breaking combat power, but compared with the world where Wang Shuqi lives, it is still far behind. After all, in this world, technological weapons alone can destroy stars. This is also the first world where the power of technology alone can destroy stars. In addition, there is a high probability that not only the technology of this world is strong enough, but also their cultivation system is definitely strong enough. Although the captain who resembles an octopus is incomparable to him, in terms of strength alone, he should be able to rival an ordinary strong person in the realm of life and death. And it's amazing that this kind of guy is actually just an interstellar explorer. Wang Ping felt that the intensity of this world might not be much weaker than the upper world of his world. However, now that you have used up all your means, it's time for me to take action. Don't worry, I won't kill you, nor will I destroy these spaceships. After all, I am quite interested in these things. Great value. Wang Ping spread out his palms and used spiritual thoughts to transmit sounds. No, hurry up and make a space jump. Seeing that Wang Ping was about to take action, the octopus-like captain became frightened and roared crazily. However, everything was too late. All the spacecraft seemed to be restricted by some kind of force, making rattling noises and being unable to move. All their energy was cut off. It's like a bug accidentally flying into a spider web. It's over. Seeing this, the captain who looked like an octopus had a bitter look on his face. He knew that he could not escape, so he could only pray that the other party would not kill him later. At the same time, he was scolding his mother in his heart. Damn it, what did you say? It was just an indigenous planet. In the end, how could such a monster come out? Even some star-shattering powerhouses don't have this kind of power. After all, the star-shattering warriors are powerful. They can fight with the fleet in the universe and completely destroy it, but it is impossible to suppress their fleet instantly. If they want to escape, there is still hope of escaping from some spaceships. To be honest, the octopus-like captain couldn't understand why such a monster would be born on such a weak planet. Obviously, this star does not have the conditions to give birth to such a strong person. At this moment, the captain who looked like an octopus felt his eyes flash as Wang Ping appeared in front of him. This method made him even more frightened. After all, this is a space method. Even a broken star, even a strong person above the broken star, cannot travel through space with the physical body. When the octopus-like captain was frightened, Wang Ping took action, put his palm on his head, and forcibly soul-searched him. Soon, Wang Ping knew the general situation of this high-level martial arts world where Wang Shuqi lived. This surprised Wang Ping and made him excited, because the world Wang Shuqi lives in is really much more powerful than he imagined. Martial Saint is already the most powerful one on Blue Star, but in fact in the universe, it is not called Martial Saint. This is a formal title changed by Blue Star itself. This world, the power system in the universe, is divided like this. Martial Arts, Golden Body, General, Lord Broken Star, Bright Star, Sun, Star Lord, Universe. The Golden Body level corresponds to the Martial Saint. In the universe, it can only be said that it has just left the level of the weak. The general level is much more powerful than the Golden Body and is qualified to become generals on some planets. The Lord class is a powerful person who is qualified to own a planet. The Broken Star rank is a strong person who can break stars. The Hao Xing level is superior to the Broken Star level, and those who can blow up those big stars are considered to be prominent figures in the universe. The Yaori order is a strong man who can explode stars, and is considered an extremely powerful existence in the entire universe. The Star Lord is an existence that is far superior to the powerful people of the Sun level. The Star Lord means the master of a galaxy. A powerful Star Lord can own multiple galaxies as territories. As for the Zhou order, It goes without saying that they are the real masters of the universe, and no one knows how powerful they are. The gap between realms in this world is not much greater than the world I live in. Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh. The gap between Haoxing level and Yari level is really terrifying. After all, the gap between planets and stars is unimaginable. The energy required to destroy planets and stars is not at the same level at all. I don't know what level of powerful person I am in this universe right now. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he felt a little ready to make a move, wanting to try his hand on Jupiter first. However, Wang Ping finally endured this thought. If you really want to attack with all your strength, if you accidentally blow up Jupiter, it will be a sin. After all, Jupiter is the protective umbrella of Blue Star. Once it explodes, Blue Star will also be greatly affected. As for blowing up the sun, it goes without saying that humanity will be doomed. Of course, Wang Ping is not sure whether he has the power to defeat the sun now. You could try your combat prowess in the simulation, but forget it in reality. Wang Ping thought silently. Beyond that, there's another problem. Wang Ping thought of something again and frowned. Although he can try to perform paid simulations in this world, he is not on a mission now and cannot stay in this world for too long. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for him to go to other planets to obtain more advanced techniques and resources, nor can he practice in this world for a long time and become stronger. It's troublesome. Wang Ping had a headache. If there is no way to stay in this world for a longer time and obtain many benefits, the harvest from this trip will be too small. Alpha, can I stay in this world a little longer? Wang Ping took a deep breath and asked silently in his heart. Wang Ping has developed this good habit of asking Alpha when he is in doubt. Can't, Alpha replied. Can't you discuss it with the world's consciousness? We have also helped this world solve weird things. Wang Ping couldn't help but speak. The rules are like this, and there's nothing I can do about it. Alpha said silently. Then people from the second-generation chat group can't stay too long if they travel through time. Wang Ping felt a little pity and curiously asked a question. Their stay will only be shorter. Alpha answered in the affirmative. I see. Wang Ping nodded. Then why can Lin Yuanyuan stay in the purple spirit realm for a long time? Wang Ping thought of Lin Yuanyuan again and asked doubtfully. Lin Yuanyuan also traveled through time without participating in the group mission, but she was able to stay in the simulation for more than 1,000 years. Different worlds have different levels of tolerance for outsiders. The world you live in is very strong and the most tolerant. There are all kinds of people, and they stay there for a long time. Alpha explained silently. Well, Wang Ping had nothing to say. He thought that after the other group members came over, they could only reincarnate into this world by committing suicide. Unexpectedly, the world he lives in is so tolerant. Next, Wang Ping had no intention of continuing. Forget it if it doesn't work. Although it's a pity, the skills in this world are not like those in the purple spirit world. They have a great impact on the foundation and combat power. His only influence is the efficiency of absorbing energy and transforming himself. Although the skills found in this octopus alien's mind are not advanced, they are enough. Is the training efficiency not high? You can pile it up by just adding the number of simulations and time. Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, muttered, and took these spaceships directly to Blue Star. When Wang Ping brought a large number of spaceships to Blue Star, everyone who saw this scene was stunned and shocked to the extreme. Wang Ping is really too powerful, like a god. After arriving at Blue Star, Wang Ping didn't say much. He directly found Lin Zhan and Wang Shuqi, left several spaceships and enslaved spacemen to them, and after telling them some things, he went directly left this world. As for whether the free simulation experiment could blow up Jupiter and the sun, Wang Ping thought about it and let it go. There was no need to waste a free simulation opportunity. After returning to the purple spirit realm, Wang Ping chose to enter the state of immersive simulation. As Wang Ping actively activated the simulation and put the system in a fast-forward mode, the screen appeared, and familiar text also emerged. On the first day, you feel the power of the time and space body, and your heart is extremely shocked. You discovered that the Tao of time and space can not only greatly improve your combat power, but also allow you to easily realize Taoism, especially your understanding of the Tao of time and space, which is particularly amazing. In this regard, you can only sigh. It is indeed a golden talent. It is really powerful, especially when I think that this is just an incomplete version of the time and space body. I am even more amazed. You can't imagine how powerful it would be if it were a complete version of the time and space body. After all, judging from the description of the incomplete version of the time and space body, the complete version of the time and space body is likely to be the highest level of 7-color talent. Next, you start to think about whether you want to ascend. After all, there are still some things that have not been dealt with in the purple spirit world. If you leave and the MO family causes trouble, both worlds will suffer. However, you finally chose to find Yi Chun and devoted a lot of resources to training him before ascending. You think that this is just a simulation and you don't have to worry about it so much, so you choose to leave some things behind and then ascend directly. It can be said that you don't even care about Ji Bingyan. In the end, you successfully ascended to the upper realm. When you ascend to the upper world, you will meet the familiar Qingyuan Divine Sect, White Flame Divine Sect, and Beishua Divine Dynasty. In this regard, you know that joining these forces is very troublesome, especially the White Flame Sect, which hides an unfathomable Lin Qinghe. It is very dangerous to join, so you chose to refuse. Seeing you reject the invitation, the people from the 3 major forces frowned, feeling that you were a little disrespectful. In the end, the people from the Qingyuan Divine cult snorted coldly and wanted to take you back by force, plan a slave mark, and let you mine. Seeing that this person has changed his face and wants to attack you, you are also very unhappy and directly beat him up on the spot. The terrifying combat power you displayed made all the strong men in the false god realm of Beishua Divine Dynasty and White Flame Divine Sect feel numb. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm very glad that I didn't ridicule or take action. Next, you just glanced at the 2 of them one more time, which frightened them so much that they hurriedly swore a poisonous oath that they would never reveal it, for fear that you would kill them. In this regard, you asked them to let go of the sea of consciousness, directly deleted their memories, and then left directly. The situation this time is different from last time. The last time Yi Chun joined the Qingyuan Divine Cult was known to the false god realm powerhouses of the Northern Snow Divine Cult, so they knew about Yi Chun but didn't know about your existence. This time, you only need to delete the memories of 2 people, so that you will not leak the news that you killed a strong man in the false god realm of Qingyuan Divine Sect. To do this, you don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Soon, you left here and went to the Dao Palace, intending to join the Dao Palace. Last time, you were rejected by the Dao Palace because of the red flame holy body. This time, you possess an incomplete version of the time and space Tao body, and the Tao Palace has no reason to refuse. After all, the time and space Tao body is different from the Scarlet Flame holy body. There is no curse, and it does not require extremely huge resources like the Scarlet Flame holy body. The advantage of the time and space Tao body is not a powerful body, but a strong understanding which can enlightenment is easy. This kind of physique is undoubtedly consistent with the path of Taoist Palace. It can be said that if you, who has an incomplete version of the Taoist body of time and space, practice the Tao Heavenly Emperor Sutra of the Tao Palace, you will undoubtedly be a match made in heaven and be able to exert the greatest power of the Tao Heavenly Emperor Sutra. You were very relaxed along the way and did not encounter any danger. Finally, you successfully came to the Tao Palace, chose to worship the mountain, and met the master of the Tao Palace. You showed the incomplete version of your time and space Tao body to the Taoist Palace master, who was so surprised that he found a treasure and took you into the Taoist Palace without hesitation. Next, the Lord of the Tao Palace directly announced you as the Daozi of the Tao Palace. The fact that you suddenly became Daozi of the Tao Palace shocked the entire Tao Palace, and even the entire Taiyuan Ancient Star. After all, the Tao Palace is a force that once produced the Great Emperor. Although it has declined, it has a profound foundation. The establishment of a Daozi in the Dao Palace is a big event. For this reason, all the major forces want to see who is a Dao Palace at the Dao Palace Daozi ceremony in the near future. Daozi, who are you? As for the inside of the Dao Palace, all the true disciples of the Dao Palace are unconvinced. After all, Daogong Daozi is the future successor of Daogong and the face of Daogong. If he can sit in this position, he will have far more resources than a true disciple. Originally, the position of Daogong Daozi was supposed to be determined by the true disciples in 10 years, but now you suddenly appeared and took the lead. Naturally, they are not convinced. For this reason, the entire Dao Palace has become lively, and all the true disciples want to challenge you to prove that they are the most suitable people to become true disciples. However, the master of the Dao Palace directly helped you reject the challenge from all the true disciples and took you to the secret place of the Dao Palace to practice the Dao Heavenly Emperor Sutra. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In the secret land of the Dao Palace, you not only easily mastered the Dao Heavenly Emperor Sutra, but also with the training of the master of the Dao Palace, your cultivation has easily soared to the virtual God realm. 7 levels. In 10 years, you have been promoted to the 7th level of the virtual God realm. This is something you have never dared to think about before. After all, you were once in the Qingyuan divine sect, let alone promoted from the 1st level of the virtual God realm to the 7th level of the virtual God realm in 10 years. Even if it took more than 100 years to upgrade to the 1st level, you could not achieve it. It can only be said that a big force is a big force, and resources are powerful, which can save you years of hard work. Of course, the power of the time and space body is also a reason. In addition, your understanding of the pseudo-laws is also extremely terrifying. In just 10 years, you have understood 70% of the pseudo-laws of time and space. Although these 2 pseudo-laws only have 7 layers, if used together, the power that bursts out will be more powerful than the pseudo-law of Dzogchen fire that you have comprehended. It can only be said that the power of time and space is much stronger than other attributes, which is why there is such a big gap. Not to mention, what you understand is not only space but also time. Not long after, the master of the Dao Palace also looked at you, who had broken through to the 7th level of the virtual God realm with a red face, thinking that your appearance would save the Dao Palace and allow the Dao Palace to continue its ancient glory. Then, he told you that your Daozi ceremony will begin in a month. At that time, the entire Taiyuan ancient star forces will send people to congratulate you. Some younger generations may also come here to challenge you. You must do well. Mental preparation. You chuckled and said very confidently that no one among the younger generation of Taiyuan ancient star is your opponent. Hearing this, the Lord of the Dao Palace laughed loudly, believing in your strength. In 10 years, reaching the 7th level of the false god realm was something I couldn't even imagine before. If it were the red flame holy body, it would probably be impossible. I don't even know how much resources it would take. And this space-time Dao body is indeed a space-time body. His Taoist body and enlightenment are truly amazing. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and couldn't help but sigh. He had realized the attributes of time and space before, but it was difficult to practice without the relevant talent. Especially time, even if you had the purple talent Wuka, it was difficult to get started. However, after having the time and space body, everything became relaxed and comfortable. This is just an incomplete version of the time and space body. While Wang Ping's heart was racing, words continued to emerge. Soon, you left the mysterious land of Dao Palace and returned to Dao Palace together with the master of Dao Palace. When you came back, all the true disciples of the Dao Palace were unconvinced and challenged you unanimously. In this regard, you are not angry, but are quite interested in accepting the challenge from the disciples of Dao Palace, wanting to see what level their strength is. In the first game, you faced the 9th true successor. The opponent's cultivation level is good, and he has practiced holy level exercises. His cultivation level has reached the 7th level of the virtual God realm, which is the same as you. However, he couldn't even take a casual blow from you, which surprised the elders of Didao Palace and other true disciples. For this reason, the top 3 true players couldn't sit still and scrambled to play. Seeing this, you smiled calmly and said that there was no need to fight, they could just get in together. Your words angered the first 3 true disciples. In the end, the 3rd true disciple snorted coldly and relied on his fastest speed among the true disciples to get the qualification to fight with you. Next, you have a big fight. The strength of the 3rd true tradition is much stronger than that of the 9th true tradition. Not only has its cultivation reached the 9th level of the false god realm, but it has also mastered the Tao Body Emperor Sutra and even comprehended the falsehood of 60% thunder. Principle in terms of speed can be called the first among the true disciples. However, this level is still too weak for you. You take action at will and defeat it easily and effortlessly. This made all the other true disciples fall silent. You make a promise again and ask other true disciples to come together. If anyone is not convinced, you will beat them until they are convinced. Hearing this, the other true disciples were a little depressed, but they also know that your combat power is beyond their reach. After all, the gap between the first 3 true successors is not that big. Even the 3rd true successor can't handle a few of your moves, so there's not much point in using them together. In the end, they gave up the challenge and were convinced by you. Your fighting power has conquered them, and you are indeed qualified to become the Taoist master of the Tao Palace. It should be said that no one is more suitable than you. Seeing that the true disciple is convinced, you are also very satisfied. After all, these people will be the higher-ups of the Tao Palace in the future, and they will also be your helpers. You must defeat them. Soon after, the Daozi ceremony began, and under the spotlight, you became the Daozi of the Tao Palace. Afterwards, there was a banquet, and disciples from other forces also started to compete in martial arts as if to add to the fun. During the competition between the various parties, you also saw Lin Qinghe of the Qingyuan divine sect sitting somewhere. You know Lin Qinghe's situation. This woman not only has a terrifying, immortal swallowing demon body, but also has 2 souls in one body. Although the other soul card is sleeping, it is extremely powerful. In her previous life, she was at least in the Holy Realm. Although you think Lin Qinghe is a great threat, you really want to use the imperial weapon of the Taoist Palace to kill him. But if we take action in this situation, it will easily arouse the fear of other forces, which will not be beneficial to the Tao Palace. Not to mention, even though you have become a Daozi now, the imperial weapon cannot be used casually. For this reason, you can only secretly give up the idea of killing her and plan to find an opportunity to kill her yourself. Otherwise, with this woman's physique, she will definitely take action against the geniuses of all parties in the future, devouring their origins and cultivation, strengthening herself, and finally becoming a big devil that is difficult to deal with. When you glanced at Lin Qinghe secretly, this woman was keenly aware of your gaze, smiled and nodded at you, as if she admired you very much. In this regard, you also smiled and nodded, but in your heart you felt that this woman is really good at pretending. You were deceived by her in the previous simulation. The banquet continues. There is a strong man from the younger generation challenging you. He is also a famous genius on the Taiyuan ancient star. In this regard, you did not refuse his challenge and fought with him. This genius's combat power is very powerful, not far behind the top 3 true disciples of Tao Palace, and he has even practiced a magical secret method. However, you still defeated it in an understatement. The Taoist body and many methods were not exposed. You just used the magical powers in the Tao Tindi Sutra and the pseudo-law of the 7 layers of fire. Even so, it still alarmed the big shots from all the forces, and the geniuses from all the forces felt a lot of pressure. After all, there are very few geniuses on the Taiyuan ancient star who can comprehend the 6th level of false laws in the false god realm, let alone the 7th level of false laws. Not to mention, you are not only so powerful in the understanding of pseudo-laws, but you have also practiced the Taoist Emperor Sutra, and your level of understanding is obviously not shallow, which is very scary. Although it is said that successfully practicing the Emperor's scripture is not necessarily better than practicing other techniques. After all, it depends on the degree of control. Just getting started will not be much better than practicing the holy level techniques to the depths. But your level of cultivation is not shallow either, so the gap will be too obvious. In the end, all the forces have understood that you deserve to be the Daozi of the Dao Palace, and the Dao Palace may rise again because of your birth. Of course, there are some big shots who feel that your practice in this age of the end of the Dharma is destined to be a waste of potential. The real evil figures from all forces are sealed in the source of the gods, waiting for the arrival of the Golden Age. Only in the Golden Age can the geniuses truly shine, rush into the holy realm, and even reach higher realms, making their forces glorious and prosperous. With the end of the Daozi ceremony, all forces have left one after another, and your life has returned to peace again. However, you have not given up on the idea of cleaning up Lin Qinghe. For this reason, you chose to discuss this matter with the Palace Master of Dao Palace. After all, when you are in your position, you don't need to do it yourself most of the time. You can just take advantage of the situation. You are very strong, but Dao Palace can definitely do it more cleanly, and the success rate is higher than if you did it yourself. When the Palace Master of the Dao Palace heard your words, he was shocked and had a strong murderous intention towards Lin Qinghe. After all, the immortal swallowing demonic body is too terrifying. It is said that when it grows up, it can even swallow immortals. Although this is an exaggeration, it is enough to illustrate the horror of this physique. The previous generation's immortal swallowing demonic body caused great catastrophes. The growth of the immortal devouring demonic body of the previous generation was extremely bloody. Many descendants of the major holy places, the immortal sect, and even the emperor-level forces were killed and devoured by it. When it got to the back, even the mighty ones couldn't suppress it. In the end, a large number of powerful people on the ancient planet of life were devoured by him. In that life, even an old emperor could no longer stand it and planned to eradicate the scourge. However, that battle shocked everyone. The previous generation's immortal devouring demonic body actually used the quasi-emperor cultivation level to kill the old emperor in order to devour the emperor's origin. If at the end another great emperor is born, the setting has been changed, there will not only be one great emperor in an era, and he is killed forcefully. Otherwise, I don't know how many monks will be brutally murdered by his murderous hands, and maybe even the rest of the prime ministers will be killed. Even the great emperor was not spared. Therefore, once this physique is born, it will definitely be tolerated by all parties and hunted down with all their strength. Therefore, Lin Qinghe's body that swallows immortals and demons is really too dangerous, and he must be killed completely before he can grow up. If not, when it grows up, their Dao Palace will not be spared. Is the immortal swallowing demonic body of the previous generation so powerful? Wang Ping looked at the content described in the text simulation and was shocked. Then he also remembered that Lin Qinghe had two souls in one body. The other soul card in her body had strength beyond the level of a god, and the upper limit was unknown. Wang Ping now has some doubts. This second sleeping soul is the immortal swallowing demonic body of the previous generation. If this is the case, Wang Ping feels that Dao Palace's action this time will probably be difficult to succeed. When Wang Ping was in a deep state of mind, words continued to emerge. You remembered Lin Qinghe's situation and wanted to ask the Dao Palace Master to lead the imperial soldiers to kill Lin Qinghe. However, the Palace Master of the Dao Palace felt that this was really making a fuss out of a molehill. After all, the Emperor's soldiers are the existence that suppresses luck and cannot be taken away from the Tao Palace easily. If a terrifying and powerful person attacks the Dao Palace while the Emperor's soldiers are away from the Dao Palace, the consequences will undoubtedly be very serious. After all, there are also many enemies in Dao Palace, but these forces do not dare to start a war easily due to the foundation of Dao Palace and the deterrence of the Emperor's soldiers. When you heard the words of the Palace Master of the Dao Palace, you sighed secretly in your heart and could only give up the idea of continuing to comfort the Palace Master of the Dao Palace to use the imperial weapons. The Lord of the Tao Palace saw your uneasiness and said that you don't need to care so much. Although Lin Qinghe has the immortal swallowing demonic body, he is still just a junior who has not yet grown up. His cultivation is only at the emperor level. If he has a powerful person from the Divine Lord realm brought a holy weapon to suppress her, and the success rate was still very high. When you hear this, you can only hope that Dao Gong's action will be successful. You nodded and said nothing more. Next, the Tao Palace invited several powerful men in the realm of gods to leave the Tao Palace carrying several holy weapons, intending to take action against Lin Qinghe. In this regard, you can only sigh. Tao Palace is Tao Palace. There has been a great emperor, and the background is profound. The Mo family lost a sacred weapon and was immediately anxious, but Tao Palace just took out a few sacred weapons. The powerful man in the Divine Lord realm took action and soon arrived at the Qingyuan Divine Sect. The strong men of the Qingyuan Divine Sect were shocked as to why the Tao Palace sent several strong men of the Divine Lord realm to come. Their ancestors could only bite the bullet and fly out to ask about the purpose of the Tao Palace. The powerful masters of the Divine Sovereign realm in the Tao Palace did not talk nonsense and directly told Lin Qinghe that he had a demonic body that swallowed immortals. He must be killed and let the ancestors of the Divine Sovereign realm of the Qingyuan Divine Sect cooperate. Hearing this, the old man of the Divine Lord realm of Qingyuan Divine Sect was shocked. He did not expect that Lin Qinghe, a junior he valued very much, was actually the owner of the immortal swallowing demonic body. For a moment, the thought flashed across his mind. Although he really wanted to save Lin Qinghe, if Lin Qinghe did not die, their Qingyuan Divine Sect might compete for hegemony over the Taiyuan Ancient Star and become a major force in the upper world. However, Patriarch Qingyuan finally sighed and gave up this crazy idea. After all, facing Tao Palace, he had no chance of winning. Not to mention, the immortal swallowing demonic body is a public enemy of the upper world, and everyone will kill it. If he dares to protect it, he will definitely die without a complete body. For this reason, Ancestor Qingyuan had no choice but to agree to the request of the Tao Palace Divine Lord realm and wanted to hand over Lin Qinghe. Seeing this, Lin Qinghe looked gloomy. He did not expect that his possession of the immortal devouring demonic body would be exposed like this. For a moment, Lin Qinghe thought of your existence, and her intuition told her that it was you who saw her true identity, and that's why you let the powerful men from the Tao Palace hunt her down. Next, Lin Qinghe began to call the other soul in her body without hesitation, hoping that the other party would take her away from here. Although she was very afraid of the other soul, now that the life and death crisis was right in front of her, she had to wake up the other soul. As Lin Qinghe's other soul awakened, Lin Qinghe tore the space apart and disappeared instantly. This caused the expressions of the powerful men in the Tao Palace to change drastically. They did not expect Lin Qinghe to have such means. They clearly sealed the space with holy weapons, but the other party was actually able to tear the space apart. The power just now definitely surpassed the level of the Divine Lord and reached the Holy Realm. Otherwise, Lin Qinghe would not be able to do all this. However, what they couldn't understand was that Lin Qinghe was obviously just an emperor, so why he had such terrifying power. In the end, the powerful Xinjun Realm Master in the Tao Palace had no choice but to return to the Tao Palace and told the Palace Master that the operation failed. You also sighed in your heart when you heard the news, but you were not too surprised by the result. Lin Qinghe's other soul is not simple. It would be a strange thing if Lin Qinghe was easy to kill. However, you didn't pay too much attention to the fact that Lin Qinghe was not dead. Lin Qinghe is very dangerous, but as long as you are not weaker than her or even faster than her in getting stronger, you have nothing to fear from her. What you are currently afraid of is just her other soul. Next, you will continue to practice hard, and if you want to go further, you will quickly improve your cultivation to the level of the great perfection of the virtual God realm and even the true God realm. With the help of the Tao Palace, your natal weapon will also be upgraded to the level of a mid-grade artifact complements your strength. Of course, you have not forgotten Mo Shangli, the Ascendant, and the senior time traveler who slapped you to death in your memory. However, that senior time traveler will only come to tie you an ancient star after 1,000 years, so you have nothing to fear. After 1,000 years, you may not be able to become a saint, but with the Tao Palace at your back, you will not be afraid of a saint. After all, no matter how strong the saint is, how can he be so cruel in front of the emperor's soldiers? In addition, it is also unknown how many old monsters have been sealed in the Tao Palace. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years have passed. In the past 30 years, things have been calm. After Lin Qing had disappeared, she never appeared again. Even if the Taoist Palace announced the news that Lin Qinghe was an immortal swallowing demon body, all the major forces in Taiyuan Ancient Star would be unable to find her together. Although you were a little disappointed that you couldn't find her, you didn't care too much. In the past 30 years, under the efforts of the Tao Palace to cultivate, your cultivation has been promoted to the level of the great perfection of the virtual God realm. At the same time, during these 30 years, you have been working hard to realize the Tao and have successfully understood the pseudo-laws of time and space to the level of Dzogchen. In addition, you have also dabbled in other pseudo-laws. However, although the resource consumption of the time and space Taoist body is not as good as that of the holy body, it is still much higher than that of ordinary monks. In the end of the Dharma era, resources are also scarce, and the Taoist Palace cannot always give you resources. When you break through to the true God realm, you will need I went to experience it myself and collect practice resources. This is the only way for a genius to grow up. After all, Tianjiao is not a flower in a greenhouse. It must go through hardships to grow better and go further in the future. Otherwise, even if the golden age comes, it will be difficult to become a saint. After all, becoming a saint is not just about having high enough talent, but there are also tests such as character. That is, just when you were about to relax for a while and then directly attack the true God realm, a piece of news spread on the Taiyuan Ancient Planet. That is, the Great Sage's secret realm appeared on Taiyuan Ancient Star, and someone found the key, and it is about to be opened. The secret realm of the Great Sage seems to be nothing to a power like Tao Palace that has had the Great Emperor, but in fact it is not like that. The Tao Palace has existed for too long. Although great emperors, quasi-emperors, and supreme emperors have been born, those are things in the past after all. To this day, after being lonely, the Great Sage's secret realm also has a huge attraction for the Tao Palace. The Tao Palace does not need the inheritance of the Great Sage. After all, the Tao Palace has plenty of such things as Kung Fu and supernatural powers. There are great emperor scriptures, quasi-emperor scriptures, supreme scriptures, etc., but the inheritance of the Great Sage really cannot be put on the stage. But the resources in the Great Sage's secret realm are also very coveted by the Tao Palace. If you can obtain many resources from the secret realm, it will be very beneficial to cultivate geniuses. In addition, you may also be able to obtain amazing treasures that can help the Divine Lord break through to the semi-saint or even the Holy Realm. Therefore, whether it is for the Tao Palace or other forces on the Taiyuan Ancient Star, the Great Sage secret realm cannot be missed and must be fought for with all efforts. And you are also thinking about whether to break into the Great Sage's secret realm this time. You have some memories of this Great Sage's secret realm, but those are all scenes that were skipped in previous simulations. All you know is that a holy medicine appeared in the secret realm of the Great Sage, which made all the forces go crazy about it and started fighting. Even the gods lost more than 10 people. In addition, it is suspected that someone in this secret realm of the Great Sage discovered the inheritance of the Great Sage. It is unknown who obtained it. For this reason, you are very tempted to go to this secret realm of the Great Sage, but you feel that it is more important to practice stably. The text simulation stopped here. Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and his field of vision changed. He appeared in the Tao Palace. His cultivation also soared to the great perfection of the virtual God realm, and he also had many insights. Are you passively entering the state of immersive simulation again? After Wang Ping absorbed the insights, he frowned slightly. This branch route will most likely not go to the secret realm. Go! According to Wang Ping's past experience, there is a high probability that something will happen. If you don't go there, you won't know what opportunities or secrets there are in the great sage's secret realm. Still have to go? After Wang Ping thought about it, he made a decision. Now, as long as he does not choose to cultivate, he can still simulate it about 10 times, which can be used to find out what is happening in the secret realm of the great sage. So there is no need to panic. If one knows the big opportunity, the value it brings is much less than the cost of 10 pounds of low-grade divine source simulation. It can be said to be a huge profit. System, fast forward. Thinking of this, Wang Ping spoke again and spoke to the system. As soon as the words fell, the screen appeared, and the words continued to appear. You have made a choice to go to the great sage's secret realm. In this regard, the Lord of the Tao Palace did not stop your choice, but gave you many life-saving trump cards. These trump cards not only contain secret treasures that can block the powerful people in the Divine Lord realm, but also contain the divine thoughts left by him, a powerful person in the Divine Lord realm. In fact, the Palace Master of the Tao Palace felt that this was not safe, so he directly took out a sacred weapon and gave it to you for self-defense. In short, the Master of the Tao Palace will do his best to protect you and does not want you to have any accidents. In this regard, you accepted what the Lord of the Tao Palace gave you, and you became more confident in this trip to the secret realm. After all, in an era when saints do not emerge, you can rely on your trump card to survive for a period of time, even if you meet a powerful person in the Divine King realm. And the period of support is enough for the powerful gods in the Tao Palace to rush over to save you. As for the battle among peers, you are not losing to anyone now. Of course, you don't ignore everyone. Of course, you don't need to care about your peers who are in the same realm as you. You can easily suppress them, but you still need to be concerned about those characters who have grown to the realm of true gods. Although you are powerful, you will still be in some danger due to the gap in realm. However, you are also confident that even if you can't beat him because of the huge gap in cultivation, the other party will never try to kill you. This is not because of the trump card given to you by the Master of the Tao Palace, but because your Tao of time and space is too powerful and can come and go freely, making it difficult for ordinary monks to kill you or trap you. Next, you will be taken to the location of the great sage's secret realm by the Lord of the Tao Palace and his elders. When you came here, you saw all the forces from the ancient planet coming. These forces vary in strength and weakness. Basically, the weaker forces are those from the inner domain and the outer domain. These forces are only controlled by those who are strong in the Divine Lord realm, and the weak forces are only half a step closer to the Divine Lord realm. In addition, the foundation is also relatively shallow, and it is unable to compete with the big forces in the central region. After all, the weakest forces that can take root in the central territory are the ones that have given birth to saints and have profound foundations. Some of these forces are much more powerful than the lonely Tao Palace today. The number of powerful divine kings overwhelms the Tao Palace, and some forces even have semi-saints. Facing these forces, the only two advantages of Tao Palace today are the imperial scriptures and the imperial arms. That is, when many forces and casual cultivators are waiting for the forces with the key to gather the power of the gods to open the great sage secret realm. The saint of the Yuan family suddenly challenges you, saying that the original Taoist ceremony, she did not participate, and as a result, you were asked to leapfrog and defeat all the geniuses. Especially after defeating her brother with one move and damaging his Taoist heart, she was awarded the title of the #1 genius in Taiyuan Ancient Star. She was not convinced. Not only is the saintess of the Yuan family unconvinced, but the powerful forces from all sides and the descendants who have not participated in your Daozi ceremony are also a little unconvinced. After all, as a genius, he naturally has ambitions for the title of the first genius. The road to becoming a strong man is paved by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Defeating all his peers and gaining the title of #1 prodigy is of great benefit to their beliefs. They can develop an invincible mind and make themselves be stronger and go further in the future. In addition, luck is elusive, If you defeat the genius of your generation, you can actually rob the opponent of some luck, which is of great benefit to you. Facing the challenge from the saint of the Yuan family, you frowned slightly and ignored her. After all, fighting here will not do you any good. It is a complete waste of time and allows people to find out some of their own details. Seeing that you did not accept the challenge, the saint of the Yuan family snorted coldly, indicating that you have a false reputation, and Dao Gong Daozi is nothing more than that. Hearing this, you were very unhappy. Just because you don't want to fight doesn't mean you can let others step on your face and ridicule you. For this reason, you responded coldly to the saint of the Yuan family. If you want to fight, you can fight. The bet is a sacred weapon, and the other party becomes the other party's servant. Do you dare to fight? As soon as these words came out, all the forces were stunned, thinking that you are really ruthless. The saintess of the Yuan family also changed her color when she heard your words. After all, the stakes are too high. The Yuan family, could get the sacred artifact, but just because the Yuan family could get it, it didn't mean they would give it to her as a bet. Besides, if you lose, you will have to become a servant of the other party, which is even more uncomfortable than dying. For a moment, the saint of the Yuan family was shaken, and the old monster of the Yuan family also advised the saint of the Yuan family not to be impulsive. Especially the younger brother of the saint of the Yuan family, who advised the saint of the Yuan family not to take action. Wang Ping is a monster, and you are no match. These words actually irritated the saintess of the Yuan family and made her very unhappy. At this time, you also turn around and mock, irritating the other party. Your ridicule, at this time, directly stimulated the Yuan family saint. She glared and directly accepted the challenge. These words made all the forces become even more interested. One by one, they began to look forward to the battle between you. They wanted to see how strong the Yuan family saint who had long been famous was, and also wanted to see what you have now. How strong? Next, you and the saint of the Yuan family both stood up and started a battle. The saintess of the Yuan family is very powerful. She showed half-step true God cultivation from the very beginning, and is superior to you in cultivation. In addition, the saintess of the Yuan family obviously has a powerful physique that can increase her combat power, and her understanding of pseudo-laws has reached 70%. In this regard, you are also a little more serious, using the pseudo-law of 90% fire, plus the fire magical power derived from the Taoist Emperor scripture. When you hide your clumsiness, you fight very fiercely. Everyone was amazed when they saw that you had comprehended the false law of 9% fire, practiced the Tao Heavenly Emperor Sutra to such an extent, cultivated the Dzogchen realm of false god with great force, and leapfrogged the level to fight against the holy girl of the Yuan family. Amazing understanding, amazing your combat power. After all, the further you advance in cultivation, the greater the gap between realms. The gap between the Dzogchen realm of false god and the half-step true god is huge. Not to mention, the saintess of the Yuan family is not an ordinary half-step true god, but a true genius. Her talent is ranked among the best in the entire Taiyuan ancient star. The battle was fierce, and the saint girl of the Yuan family became more and more frightened and aggrieved. She originally thought that her cultivation level could crush you. She had a special physique, a strong bloodline, and the pseudo-laws she understood were no less than yours. But she didn't expect you to be so powerful. The fight with her was evenly matched. In this battle, even if she wins, there is nothing glorious about it. It is not a crushing victory, but a reluctant victory, which means that she is far inferior to you in the same situation, which makes her angry. In addition, she was also worried that she would lose. Thinking of this, the saint of the Yuan family became even more irritable. She directly used a secret method with great side effects to forcibly increase her combat power, and used her trump card to suppress you. In response, you smiled calmly, and used the pseudo-law of the small perfect fire unhurriedly to draw again with the saint of the Yuan family. This made the Yuan family's saint daughter dumbfounded, and everyone was also very shocked. After all, The pseudo-principle of small perfection is a level that many powerful people in the Divine Lord realm have never comprehended. I didn't expect that you, a false god realm, would comprehend it. For a time, the big guys from all sides could only lament that in terms of understanding, in today's era, you are the number one person in the ancient planet. When the other geniuses saw this, they had to accept it, thinking that you are indeed qualified to be called the number one genius in Taiyuan Ancient Star. Regardless of the strength of the battle, in terms of talent alone, among the geniuses of Taiyuan Ancient Star in this era, no one can compare with you. Seeing the powerful people from all walks of life marveling, the master of the Tao Palace is also very proud and looks forward to the scene where you will lead the Tao Palace to glory. While all parties are lamenting, the saintess of the Yuan family is getting weaker and weaker, and her secret technique is difficult to maintain, and she is being suppressed and beaten by you. Seeing this, the old monster of the Yuan family was extremely anxious. If he failed, he would not only lose the sacred weapon, but also lose face. Just thinking about the saint daughter of the Yuan family working as a servant makes people suffocate. For this reason, the old monster of the Yuan family has begun to send you a message, hoping that you can pretend to be on a par with the saint of the Yuan family. The Yuan family is willing to give you a sacred artifact, in addition to compensating you with many divine sources. You felt happy when you heard the message from the old monster of the Yuan family, but you did not agree immediately and asked the old monster of the Yuan family to continue to increase the price. In response to this, the old monster of the Yuan family felt aggrieved and could only increase the price. After getting a satisfactory answer, you did not continue the blackmail. You knew the principle of being merciful and did not want to really make a mortal enemy, so you agreed. Good guy, I feel like I'm a bit like a protagonist. I just attract hatred and then reap the benefits. I got a holy weapon and a lot of divine sources. Just like that. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a very subtle look. However, I don't know if these things can be refreshed in the form of rewards. If they can be refreshed, it would be great. Whether it is the divine source or the holy weapon, it is of great use to me. Wang Ping thought with some anticipation and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you pretend to be even with the Yuan family saint, and the battle is over. Everyone felt it was a bit strange, and some old monsters also noticed the spiritual communication between the old monsters of the Yuan family and you, and their eyes became subtle, as if they had guessed the truth. The saint of the Yuan family was aggrieved and embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and expressed that the matter was not over, and then returned to the Yuan family. In response, you directly expressed to the old monster of the Yuan family that you were injured, hoping that your senior could bring some holy medicine for treatment. Hearing your hint, the old monster of the Yuan family twitched and could only throw out a storage ring to you in displeasure. Among them, there's the holy weapon you want. Next, the great sage's secret realm is truly opened, and you have entered it one after another. When you entered the great sage's secret realm, you were a little surprised to find that the great sage's secret realm did not teleport you separately. Next, all parties found a random direction and left. As for you, you also followed the strong men from the Tao Palace for a certain distance and then separated from them. You don't know whether it's luck or misfortune. Not long after you separated from the powerful man from the Tao Palace, you encountered a powerful monster. Because the gap between your cultivation level and your cultivation level is too big, you're not his opponent. However, you also saw the treasure medicine he was guarding, which was the precious medicine, the true God Starflower, that could help the powerful people in the true God realm ascend to a small level. For this reason, you plan to take the risk to seize the treasure. In the end, you risked your life, successfully obtained the treasure, and escaped with your own magical powers of time and space. Next, you will wander through the great sage's secret realm and get some opportunities. But these opportunities are not as precious as the previous magic medicine. For this reason, you felt a little regretful, but you were not too concerned or surprised. After all, your luck in the secret realm is notoriously bad. When you were in the lower realm, you didn't get any opportunities. You relied on simulation to know the location of big opportunities, and then intercepted them later. However, perhaps your complaints had an effect. Although you did not find the holy medicine in your memory that allowed the powerful men of the divine Lord realm to fight, you unexpectedly found an ancient temple. After entering the ancient palace, you will be transported to the small world and undergo trials. This makes you feel shocked, thinking that you have accidentally discovered the inheritance place of the great sage's secret realm. Judging from your past experience, although the various opportunities in the secret realm are precious, they are nothing compared to the inheritance of the great sage, because strong people like to give themselves real good things mixed with their own inheritance. The favored heir. Next, you keep going through trials. The trial was very intense, and it was obvious that this great sage was also a very particular person. However, this level of trial is really nothing to you now. You easily passed the test of this mysterious great sage. Soon, you saw the remnant soul of this great sage. However, what you didn't expect this time was that the remnant soul of the great sage was not as kind as you imagined. Instead, his expression and eyes were very greedy and fanatical, unlike those of the blazing fire emperor and Songyan emperor that you had come into contact with before. The predecessors of the class are completely different. You sense something is wrong and want to summon a holy weapon to fight it immediately, but it's too late. The remnant soul of the great sage looked at you mockingly, saying that you, a little kid holding a holy weapon, are not qualified to resist. As a great saint, even if there is only a remnant soul left, it is not something that a strong person in the divine realm can resist, let alone the false god realm. Even if you are in the divine king realm Dzogchen, it is useless to hold the holy weapon. You scolded the remnant soul of the great sage, showing that you are really shameless. You are plotting against the younger generation and want to take over the younger generation. You have no manners as a senior. In response, the remnant soul of the great sage mocked you, saying that the demeanor of the seniors was nothing. He created this secret realm and lured so many monks in just to select the most powerful genius to seize their bodies and reappear in the human world. You look ugly, knowing that you can't escape the disaster, so you can only threaten the remnant soul of the great sage. If he takes the body by force, you will both die together, and after taking the body, you will no longer be pure you. In response, the great sage's remnant soul sneered, saying that he has no intention of merging souls with you. He only needs to suppress and seal your personality so that he can control this body. Hearing this, you are completely desperate. You tried your best to resist, but it was useless. You could only be forcibly taken away. Because your soul is in an abnormal condition, this simulation is over. I knew it wasn't that simple. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and was speechless. Entering the branch plot, he knew that something was likely to go wrong during this trip to the secret realm. Come on, something happened. However, he did not expect that this great sage's secret realm was a trap, and it was completely used by the remnant soul of the great sage to fish. As a result, he took the bait. In the last simulation, someone should have taken the bait, but I don't know which unlucky guy it was. Now that we've reached the upper realm, the old monsters are even more terrifying, and the methods for seizing bodies have also been updated. This kind of thing is something that the monks in the lower realm can't do at all. Wang Ping shook his head again and sighed. Immediately, Wang Ping felt that many scenes appeared in front of him, and his figure also appeared on an ancient palace, and then appeared in the ancient palace, witnessing the last scene with his own eyes. Next, Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker, his field of vision change, and he appeared in the real world, obviously exiting the immersive simulation state. This upper realm is really dangerous. The Taoist Palace gave me so many trump cards that I couldn't save my life. Fortunately, this was just a simulated exploration on my part, otherwise I would have really lost my life. Wang Ping muttered again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. Golden Talent, incomplete version of Time and Space Body. Random kilograms of low-grade divine sources. Random number of middle-grade divine sources. True God Star Flower. The Yuan family's sacred artifact. Tao Palace Sacred Artifact. Cultivation to the great perfection of virtual God realm. The holy weapons have really been refreshed, and there are 2 of them. This is really eye-catching. Unfortunately, I can only choose one reward this time. Doesn't this whet my appetite? Wang Ping looked at the reward list and muttered. System I choose. Golden Talent, incomplete version of time and space body. Immediately, Wang Ping made his choice without hesitation. The rest of the rewards are also very good, but compared to the Golden Talent, incomplete version of the time and space body, they are nothing. As Wang Ping received the reward, Wang Ping felt that his physique had undergone great changes, his brain was clear, and he seemed to be able to realize enlightenment at any time. That great fishing sage, just wait for me. When I become stronger, I will definitely stuff your remaining soul into the little pig. Wang Ping thought of the remnant soul of the great sage who mocked him again, and snorted softly. Next, Wang Ping had no intention of continuing the simulation, but opened the chat group page. After so much time has passed, it's time for the 2 newcomers to figure out what kind of world they are in. When Wang Ping opened the chat group, he started to look at the previous chat records. Soon, Wang Ping discovered that there were quite a lot of movements among the group members. Lin Yuanyuan has already avenged the emperor, who helped condemn the crime and obtained a lot of good things. In this process, Zhang Hu, Zhang Jun, Yi Xiaofan, and others also arrived in the Purple Spirit Realm one after another and joined Lin Yuanyuan. Lin Yuanyuan directly helped Zhang, who get a king-level monster as a mount, which made his strength soar. And Zhang Jun was also taken away by Lin Yuanyuan and became stronger through various killings. It can be said that the group's cutting-edge combat power has undergone considerable changes. Does the world that Yu Jingtao lives in actually have the same worldview as me? When Wang Ping looked through the chat content, he showed a surprised look. Yu Jingtao, in the world he traveled through, his cultivation system was also his, which was similar to the lower plane of the Purple Spirit Realm. However, this lower plane is much stronger than the Purple Spirit Realm and the Blood Demon Realm. There are quasi-gods there, and not long ago, a strong man from the false god realm ascended. The reason why Yu Jingtao knew these things was because he was lucky. A king was surprised to see his skeleton, and the more he beat him, the stronger he became. So he accepted him as his disciple, so he was able to know so many things. Alpha, it doesn't make sense for you to teleport Yu Jingtao to a different plane in the same world as me, right? Don't tell me, something weird happened in that plane too. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and asked Alpha in his heart. Correct. Alpha responded to Wang Ping's guess. Okay, it's really weird. However, this fantasy world is really loved by weird people. All kinds of weird people come here. Wang Ping shook his head and said, You are mistaken. It is because the source of darkness exists in this fantasy world, so the weird ones who have not yet grown up can break in and dare to come. Otherwise, those weird things that have not yet grown up will come to this fantasy world. It's easy to die. Even so, they mostly dominate the lower realms. Alpha said silently. Maybe. You mean there are other weird things in the upper world besides the source of darkness? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows. They exist, but they won't act as unscrupulously as the weird ones you met before. That's an act seeking death. Alpha's cold voice sounded. The situation in the upper realm is getting more and more complicated. Wang Ping sighed in his heart. Then, he gathered his thoughts and searched for the situation in Zhang Haoran's world. The world that Zhang Haoran lives in is quite interesting. You can actually become stronger by eating. People in that world all have the gift of the god of food. As long as you eat delicious food, you can strengthen your body. The more delicious it is, the more delicious it is. The more food you eat, the greater your improvement will be. In this world, there are countless kinds of natural delicacies, and chefs who can process existing foods are even more respected. This world is simply a dream world for foodies. Wang Ping smacked his lips and became interested in the world where Zhang Haoran lived. I just don't know if the upper limit of this world is strong anymore. If the upper limit is very high, that would be great. I want to go there and taste delicious food and become stronger by the way. This world is very strong, no worse than the upper realm of the fantasy world you are in. Alpha's voice suddenly sounded. Huh? Wang Ping was shocked when he heard Alpha's evaluation. What the hell? This world that relies on eating to become stronger can actually rival the upper world? Is it so outrageous? You sure? Wang Ping was a little surprised. Definitely. However, as people in this world become stronger, they are easily swallowed up by the desire for food and want to devour everything. Alpha said silently. It's interesting. If possible, I would like to go there and try it out. Wang Ping was thinking a little eagerly. I advise you not to enter that world at will. Because everything can be turned into food, you can no longer be said to be a pure human being. If you go to that world, you will probably be classified as a type of delicacy due to the rules of the world. Become someone's meal, Alpha reminded kindly. Well, Wang Ping's face twitched. He could actually turn into a delicacy or even become someone else's meal. It was outrageous. This world is really weird. Then, what if I create an avatar and let the avatar pass? Speaking of which, I haven't even tried whether I can use the avatar to go to other worlds and simulate it. Wang Ping rubbed his chin and asked with interest. You have been marked by this world. Unless you can draw certain special talents, it won't work. Alpha's cold voice sounded. Tisk, that's such a pity. Wang Ping shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Talent. If you can refresh your powerful talent and go to this special world, you may become stronger faster than I did in the upper world. After all, the upper world is still in the end of the law, and you cannot become a saint. Even in a normal era, it is also extremely difficult to achieve enlightenment. And in that world, just eat and eat. It was at this moment that the voice of the chat group system suddenly rang, making Wang Ping slightly startled. Ding, something strange has been detected in Zhanghu's world, and the group task has been released to eliminate the strange thing. This group task is a mandatory task, and the number of participants is 5. The acting group leader Wang Ping can select the group members to participate in the group task. Please group members be prepared accordingly. It's weird again. You really don't let me take a breath. Wang Ping was speechless. Speaking of which, haven't there been weird things in Zhanghu's world? Why are weird things happening again? Whoever stipulated that a weird world will not appear weird again? It should be said that a weird world that has appeared before will make it easier for weirdness to happen again, because the world coordinates have been leaked. Alpha's cold voice sounded. I see. Wang Ping had nothing to say. Immediately, Wang Ping didn't say anything more and directly pulled the chat group's messages to the latest page. At this moment, the chat group was really in a state of excitement. Zhanghu 5 Nemo, what's going on? Why is something weird happening again in the world I'm in? Hasn't it been eliminated? Fong Yun 3, who knows what the situation is? By the way, I think I can go to this group mission. The power level in Zhanghu's world is not high. I can definitely get mixed scores. Ha ha ha, that JPG. Chun Yao, 71. That is something weird happening again in the same world? It's really a dangerous sign. Lin Yuanyuan, 80. The magical world is still fresh in my memory. Qin Tian, 77. Hey, of course you still remember it fresh. After all, this is the world where you got your first pot of gold. Funny.jpg. Lin Yuanyuan, 80. It's not so much the first pot of gold, but it's the beginning of me letting myself go. So I plan to participate in this group mission to feel nostalgic. Yi Xiaofan, 75, 666. Yu Jingtao, 91. Well, something weird happened so quickly. Fortunately, I am a newcomer. Otherwise, according to what the seniors said, the previous chat group would have been too dangerous. Zhang Haoran, 92. I won't go when the newbie is shivering. Wang Ping, 66. Okay, let's stop chatting. Lin Yuanyuan and Fong Yun have signed up. Whoever wants to go, raise your paw. Wu Jun, 20. I'm not the only one here, I'll go. Kai Yonglong, 1. And me, I will definitely go. After all, I am Brother Wang's mission partner. Qin Tian, 77. Damn, Brother Kai is taking my position. I'm obviously the partner for the mission. Gritting my teeth.jpg. Kai Yonglong, 1. Cut. Wang Ping, 66. Okay, registration is over. So, the group task personnel this time are Lin Yuanyuan, Fong Yun, Kai Yonglong, and Wu Jun. Next, Wang Ping didn't say anything else and dived directly. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Immediately, Wang Ping said familiarly in his heart. It has become Wang Ping's habit to conduct a paid simulation before a group mission. Ding, consume 10 kilograms of low-grade divine source. The payment is successful. The life simulator is started, and the talent is being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the purple talent. Endless Blade, the red talent. Ascetic. Purple talent, Endless Blade. With this talent, the host's attack may trigger a critical hit, causing twice the damage. Red talent. Ascetic. With this talent, the host will convert to Buddhism, become an ascetic, practice hard, and increase the speed of practice. One purple and one red? Wang Ping was a little surprised. After withdrawing money continuously before, he thought his luck would get worse again, but he didn't expect that one purple and one red talent would appear. However, Wang Ping was not surprised. Instead, he felt a little panicked. This feeling of being so lucky always felt like he was wasting his life. In the past, when I was drawing cards after I got lucky, I would always be unlucky for a while. This is normal. If I had good luck all the time, I would definitely be in trouble. Wang Ping felt inexplicably flustered. Don't think so much. Maybe my luck changed after I became stronger. Wang Ping rubbed his eyebrows and forced away the feeling of panic. Then he did not choose talents, but filled in the list of people for group tasks in the chat group. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ping turned into white light and disappeared into the purple spirit world. In Zhang Hu's world, Wang Ping, Kai Yonglong, Wu Jun, Lin Yuan, and Fang Yan all appeared next to Zhang Hu one after another. At this time, Zhang Hu was undoubtedly extremely chic. He was in a private room with several beauties around him. There are humans, elves, and orcs. Damn, your life is really cool. Wu Jun looked at the red-faced Zhang Hu and said with envy. Unfortunately, Wu Jun is an honest man. Although he has gained power, he is also very low-key in his own world and has never done anything wrong. As for the initial conflict between Wu Jun and Zhang Hu, it had already been resolved during so many missions. Tisk, it's really enviable. No, it's annoying. Fang Yan also smacked his lips. Although there are brothels in the martial arts world, the entertainment is obviously not as expensive as Zhang Hu. Of course, since his resurrection, he has been practicing hard and has not visited a brothel for a long time. You envy a hammer. Kai Yonglong wanted to slap Fang Yan on the forehead, but Fang Yan caught him with one hand. Hey, Brother Kai, you're just a rookie at the 3rd level of Yin Yang Mirror, and I'm already a big boss in the life and death realm. Why are you fighting with me? Fang Yun grinned and laughed, quite sarcastically. You? Kai Yonglong's face twitched, and he was speechless. Fang Yun's cultivation speed is really outrageous. With the help of Wang Ping and the accumulation of various resources, he was able to practice at an incredibly fast speed, and in a short period of time, he reached the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang Mirror. However, compared with Fang Yun, he was still far behind. The speed at which this kid's golden finger has improved his practice is really astonishing. This is still his initial golden finger. Once his golden finger is optimized, it is unpredictable how terrifying it will become. Don't be so arrogant. Once Yuan gives me the initiation, your own practice speed will be nothing. Kai Yonglong could only say sourly. Hey, you can improve your cultivation quickly, but you can't gain insights from it. You still have to practice your skills and magical powers by yourself. Fang Yun winked. Brother Wang, this kid is too arrogant. Can you beat him? Kai Yonglong said through gritted teeth. Xiao Yunzi, you are very charming. Do you want to show me some tricks? Wang Ping glanced at Fang Yun and said with a half-smile. Lin Yuan and also glanced at Fang Yun and chuckled. I can also come and make a gesture. Well, Fang Yun's face twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Brother Wang is a virtual god, and Lin Yuan is also a quasi-god. He is really a little shrimp in the realm of life and death, and cannot be offended. Okay, Zhang Hu, let them leave. Immediately, Wang Ping looked at Zhang Hu and the girls who were looking at them in surprise, and spoke calmly. Seeing this, Zhang Hu naturally did not dare to say anything and asked all these women to leave. Next, Wang Ping said directly from the bottom of his heart without any nonsense. System. I choose the purple talent, Endless Blade. Ding, talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker, his vision changed, and he appeared in the Blue Flame Valley, entering a state of immersive simulation. System, fast forward. Immediately, Wang Ping continued. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice. Because your pseudo-law of time and space has reached the level of Dzogchen, you have no idea of continuing to comprehend it. After all, in this era and in the lower realm, it is difficult to go further and comprehend the power of the law that only a saint can comprehend. For this reason, it is better to understand more other pseudo-laws and lay a solid foundation for future law creation. Next, after you arranged a lot of backups in the lower realm to deal with future crises in the purple spirit realm, you chose to ascend to the upper realm. After you ascended to the upper world, you joined the Tao Palace just as you remembered. However, the plot development this time is slightly different from what you remember. Because the Palace Master of the Tao Palace saw that you practiced the Tao Heavenly Emperor Sutra and was very surprised and confused. In this regard, you can only say that it was passed on to you by a senior in the Tao Palace. This surprised the Palace Master of the Tao Palace, but he didn't delve into it too deeply. After all, if it were not taught by the ancestors of the Tao Palace, you would not be able to practice the Tao Heavenly Emperor Sutra. If you learn it by accident, you wouldn't come to the Tao Palace and throw yourself into a trap. Of course, you possess the Tao body of time and space. Even if you learn it accidentally, when you come to the Tao Palace, they will naturally regard it as a treasure. Subsequently, you became the Taoist disciple of the Taoist Palace, just as you remembered. With the help of the Taoist Palace's resources, you raised your cultivation to the level of the great perfection of the virtual God realm decades later. Then, the Great Sage's secret realm opened. In this regard, you already knew that the Great Sage's secret realm was used by the remnant soul of the Great Sage to fish, so you did not choose to enter it and continued to practice. With the end of the battle for the Great Sage's secret realm, all parties have suffered injuries. You also know that the Tao Palace has also lost a strong man in the Divine Sovereign Realm, which makes the Palace Master of the Tao Palace very uncomfortable. After all, in this era, the powerful ones in the Divine Lord Realm are the top combat power, which are rare and very precious to the Tao Palace. At the same time, you also know who obtained the Holy Medicine. The Holy Medicine was obtained by the Zhang family, the first family in Taiyuan Ancient Star. As for the person who received the inheritance, it was also spread. It is rumored that the person who received the inheritance is a casual cultivator who claims to be Lin Yin. However, although he is a rogue cultivator, he is not an ordinary rogue cultivator. He possesses a powerful special physique that is not inferior to, or even surpasses, the descendants of all major forces. For this reason, many forces are looking for this casual cultivator, hoping to obtain the inheritance of the Great Sage from him. Of course, if you can take it under your wing, that would be the best thing. Only you shook your head when you heard this and observed 3 seconds of silence for Lin Yin. Without your intervention, this Lin Yin would have been the unlucky guy who should have been seized by the remnant soul of the Great Sage. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed, and you have successfully broken through to the level of a half-step true god and created your own god-level top-notch skills and magical powers. After breaking through to the level of a half-step true god, you did not continue to retreat, but chose to go out and relax for a while. As for Lin Qing's matter, you have been paying attention to him. However, you have no intention of alerting the enemy this time. In fact, you have been thinking about a problem. Lin Qing clearly has a demonic body that swallows immortals. So why is he only at the 7th level of the virtual god realm after 1,000 years? With the strength of the immortal devouring demonic body, plus the other soul card in her body, you won't be surprised if she reaches the 7th level of the virtual god realm after 1,000 years. Even if she becomes the great perfection of the true God realm, or even the divine Lord after 1,000 years. Although the immortal swallowing demonic body is not as helpful in enlightenment as the space-time Tao body, few physiques can match it in terms of the speed of improvement in cultivation. However, Lin Qinghe happened to have only the 7th level of false God realm after 1,000 years, as if it was her own cultivation. After thinking about it, you feel that Lin Qinghe has not yet stepped into the demonic path and has not used the immortal devouring demonic body to become stronger. Instead, something happened in the future that led Lin Qinghe to accept the immortal devouring demonic body and choose to use the immortal devouring demonic body to become stronger. Become stronger that way. Thinking about it this way, you feel that in the last simulation, you forced Lin Qinghe to expose her behavior of running away in advance, which may have caused her to accept the demon body in advance and become stronger quickly, which is counterproductive. Thinking of this, you are thinking about whether you should get close to Lin Qinghe and find out what happened to her before she would choose to accept the immortal swallowing demonic body and completely enter the demonic path. As the tech simulation reached this point and then stopped, many pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind, as well as various insights from spiritual practice. Finally, Wang Ping's vision changed, and he appeared in the Tao Palace. We've reached the branching plot line again. If we approach Lin Qinghe or something, isn't this looking for death? Wang Ping frowned slightly, a little confused. The last time I was exploring a secret, I was killed by the remnant soul of the great sage. This time, if he approaches Lin Qinghe rashly, he might get into trouble again. Speaking of which, Lin Yin actually has a name. Wang Ping thought of the plot in the tech simulation again, and his eyes became strange. Although it is not absolutely certain, and there are some wrong examples, the person whose name appears in the tech simulation is definitely not a passerby, and is not considered ordinary. Logically speaking, since he was the unlucky guy who was swallowed by the remnant soul of the great sage, it should be said that the remnant soul of the great sage has a name, not the object whose body was taken away. Don't tell me that this Lin Yin was not swallowed by the great sage's remnant soul, but instead destroyed the great sage's remnant soul. Wang Ping suddenly thought of this possibility, and his eyes became subtle. If this is the case, this Lin Yin is very interesting, and the secrets he holds are absolutely amazing. It's interesting. Maybe I can try it out in the future. Wang Ping chuckled and remembered Lin Yin. Immediately, Wang Ping thought of the branch option again and was a little confused. In the future, I will still have to use free simulations to explore paths. Although for me now, as long as I don't improve my cultivation level, low-grade divine sources are nothing, but if the subsequent rewards are not refreshed, I can only if you go to the upper realm in advance. There will still be a certain degree of danger. After thinking about it, Wang Ping chose to give up the idea of getting close to Lin Qinghe. Now it's not time yet. This simulation is to refresh good rewards to deal with possible weird crises. It is better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Wang Ping said in his heart, "System, continue to fast forward." As soon as the words fell, the screen appeared and the text continued to appear. After you make the decision, you will no longer be close to Lin Qinghe. From now on, you will practice hard, hoping to break through to the true God realm before the Mo family takes action. However, in this age of Dharma ending, the true God realm is obviously not that easy to enter, even if you have the talent. In this Dharma ending era, with the suppression of heavenly Tao, it is normal for some geniuses to be stuck in the half-step true God realm for thousands of years. Perhaps your talent is extremely high and you can break through to true God in a short time. But if you want to break through in less than 1,000 years, unless there is a relevant opportunity, you want to force the breakthrough without affecting the foundation. It is still somewhat difficult to achieve success. In addition, there is actually great danger in entering the true God realm from the false God realm. The false God realm only condenses the divine body and soul, and the magic power has also undergone qualitative changes, but it is still just a false God. Only when you reach the realm of true gods can you be called a true God. In the realm of true gods, not only is the essence and spirit transformed again, but the most important thing is the establishment of a sacred platform. After the altar appears, You can collect the beliefs of all living beings. The faith of all living beings still exists. Even if the true God realm falls, there is still a slight possibility of gaining new life. Many true gods will leave behind a backup plan. If they have the ability to go to the lower realms, they will choose to go to some lower planes to show miracles, spread their beliefs, form god totems, and be worshipped by all living beings. Under such circumstances, even if some true gods fell in the past, they might be reborn as totems. Although it is impossible to return to their peak, they can only survive as totem gods and rely on the power of faith, but in the end they are counted as alive. Of course, there are very few true gods who can survive in this form. The more true gods are unable to activate that possibility and will completely perish. Generally speaking, the higher the true god's cultivation, the more divine and solid the altar he builds. In addition, the higher the faith, the higher the possibility of resurrection. In addition, this is also related to one's own foundation and the upper limit of future practice. For this reason, every half-step true god will not rush to the true god realm. He needs to find good enough divine materials, or spend a long time to accumulate divinity, or go together with both before making a breakthrough. You have high-quality divine materials provided by Tao Palace. Although it is not the best divine material, it is good enough in this era, and you have no objection to it. After all, if you look for it on your own, there is a high probability that it will be difficult to find such good divine materials. Even if you find it, the probability of getting it is low, even if you risk your demise. These are all painful lessons you learned when searching for resources in the lower realm, which makes you feel very confident. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. During these hundreds of years, a lot of things happened on Taiyuan ancient planet, which was not peaceful, but you didn't care, and you still practiced hard in silence, accumulating the foundation for your breakthrough to the true God realm, which would be a matter of course. For this reason, hundreds of years have passed, and you still have not broken through to the true God. But the time when you will break through to the true God is not far away. However, at this point in time, you have no intention of continuing to practice hard, and instead choose to leave seclusion. The reason why I came out of seclusion was that it was already the time when the Mo family was about to go down to the next world. You planned to bring the powerful men from the Tao Palace down to the lower world to stop the Mo family. At the same time, you will also obtain the black magic stone in the hands of the young master of the Mo family. You will also take action against the half-step God King realm demon that is sealed on the black turtle and executed on him. Search for souls and obtain the secrets inherited by the Black Abyss Demon Lord. A secret realm where the remnant soul of the great sage fishes has created such a huge secret realm. If one can really obtain the inheritance of the Demon Lord, the harvest will undoubtedly be quite amazing, and naturally, it is not to be missed. When you told the news that you wanted to invite a powerful person from the Divine Lord realm to be born and bring a holy weapon to accompany you to the lower world, the palace master of the Tao Palace was very surprised. However, he didn't ask any more questions, and instead chose to help you invite an elder from the Divine King realm to come out of the mountain and accompany you to the lower realms. In this regard, under the leadership of the elders of the Divine Lord realm, after obtaining the coordinates of the Purple Spirit realm, you went directly to the lower realm. When you come to the lower realm, you will find that the Purple Spirit realm and the Blood Demon realm are still at war. Although you have left a lot of backup for Yi Chun and Ji Bingyan in the Purple Spirit realm, even if Yi Chun is a child of luck, it will take time to grow up. At the beginning, it took you 15 to 600 years to train Yi Chun when you were in the lower realm, let alone after you left the upper realm. Today's Yi Chun, at this point in time, is nothing more than an emperor. As for Ji Bingyan, because you didn't flirt with Ji Bingyue and Ji Shuer, and because you didn't spend time getting to know Ji Bingyan, she didn't accept the resources you provided. She is still at the quasi-god level and is in contact with the Blood Demon realm. Quasi-gods confront each other. After you went down to the realm, you directly killed the strong man in the Blood Demon realm, leaving everyone in the Purple Spirit realm stunned. You ignored the shocked powerful men from the Purple Spirit realm. After reminiscing with Yi Chun and others, you came to the black turtle, broke the space seal, entered the small world, and suppressed the demon at will. Then, you asked the elders of the Divine Lord Realm in the Tao Palace to help you search for your soul. After all, this demon was still a half-step God King at his peak. Although he is very weak now, and you have reached the level of a half-step true God, searching for his soul is still unstable. It is safer to let a stronger elder do it. Following the action of the Divine Lord Realm Elder from the Tao Palace, the demon screamed and endured the pain of being forcibly searched for his soul. He eventually became sluggish, and his soul was incomplete. The Divine Lord Realm Elder from the Tao Palace also obtained it from his mind. Lots of news. That means that this demon really knows the secret of the Black Abyss Demon Lord's inheritance. However, the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord is not in the lower realm, but in the upper realm. In the beginning, the Black Abyss Demon Lord was extremely tyrannical. Because his style was too cruel and domineering, he was hated by many monks. He once had a battle with Emperor Qingzhu at the Supreme Realm. The battle was so dark that even Emperor Qingzhu fought very hard. In the end, Black Abyss Demon Lord was defeated. Even his own demon soldiers were taken away by Emperor Qingzhu, and he escaped with humiliating injuries. In the end, when he was seriously injured, his inner demons persisted, his practice went awry, and he passed away after leaving a place of inheritance in the upper world. And if he wants to open the land of inheritance and obtain the inheritance, he must take back his natal magic weapon. The natal demon soldier is the key to unlocking the inheritance place of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. It's just that the Qingzhu Emperor, who was still the Qingzhu Supreme at the time, sealed him in the Purple Spirit Realm in order to prevent the Black Abyss Demon Lord from recalling his own demon soldier, who had the potential to grow into an imperial weapon. And the reason why this demon, who was only half-step into the realm of the Divine Lord at his peak, knew so many things was because he accidentally met a weird monk who claimed to be the fortune teller. In this regard, he is said to be able to predict everything and know everything. He told him these things about the Black Abyss Demon Lord and the Qingzhu Emperor. At first, he was doubtful and could not understand the purpose of this guy who claimed to be the fortune teller. However, in the end, he was attracted by the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. The greed and ambition in his heart took over his heart, and he chose to venture into the lower world to find the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. It's just that when I was in the lower realm, I was caught by the so-called defenders and sealed here. Even the demon soldiers of the Black Abyss Supreme were never seen. It was really tragic. It turns out that this Black Abyss Demon Lord has such a past. Wang Ping was amazed when he saw the content of the tech simulation. In a battle with the Emperor in the same realm, although he lost, it was not easy for the Emperor in the Supreme Realm to win. It was definitely an honor, even though he lost. The Black Abyss Supreme is immortal and has the potential to become an Emperor, and his demon soldiers can also become Emperor soldiers. However, it is too tragic that someone who has achieved supreme status by cultivating the demonic path will still fall due to the appearance of inner demons. It can only be said that Tong Jing was defeated in the first battle, and even his weapons were taken away. He could only run away in frustration and let his Tao's heart is broken. Wang Ping thought of the way the Black Abyss Demon Lord died again and shook his head slightly. This is the path of cultivation. It is too cruel. Speaking of which, who is that fortune teller? Why does he know so many secrets? Can he really tell the truth? If he has such ability, why would he tell such a thing to a demon cultivator who is half a god? Wang Ping thought of the fortune teller that appeared in the tech simulation again, and couldn't help but frown. Tien Xuanzi, this person is not simple. What is he planning? Wang Ping's intuition told him that this person was very dangerous, and he must be careful about this guy. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Then, Wang Ping let out a breath, gathered his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen, while the words continued to appear. Next, you and the Xinjun Realm Elders from the Tao Palace went to the Taichu Forbidden Land and saw the Black Abyss demonic spear of the Black Abyss Supreme. Then, The elder of the divine sovereign realm of the Tao Palace also gave the answer. Even if he unlocked the power, there was no possibility of breaking it. If a special formation-breaking talisman is used to break the formation, it may cause serious consequences. In this regard, you are not surprised by the answer from the elder of the divine Lord realm of Tao Palace. After all, this is the formation and seal set by Emperor Qingzhu. Although it is said that when Emperor Qingzhu arranged the seal, he was only at the supreme realm, and after so many years, the seal has become much weaker, but it is not possible for a divine Lord realm to break the seal. Next, you didn't say anything more and chose to leave the Taichu Forbidden Land. Not long after, the young master of the Mo family went down to the lower world with his servants. He was caught by you and captured alive on the spot. The sacred weapon carried by the elder of the divine sovereign realm, who owns the Tao Palace, is there. Even the sacred weapon carried by the young master of the Mo family cannot be successful and is easily suppressed. Then you got the black magic stone from the young master of the Mo family and started to study it. You discovered that this black magic stone has a strange power, which is the same as the material of the black abyss demon spear and the power it contains. No wonder the young master of the Mo family is confident that he can break the seal. You asked the elders of the divine Lord realm in the Tao Palace to see if they know the origin of this magic stone. The Xinjun realm elder of the Tao Palace shook his head and said that he did not know. Maybe there would be some records in the Sutra Pavilion of the Tao Palace. Hearing this, you plan to return to the upper realm and go to the Tao Palace Sutra Pavilion to check for information. At this time, the young master of the Mo family also begged for mercy, saying that he did not know that Dao Gongdozi also had ideas about the inheritance of the Black Abyss Demon Lord. It was their fault. I hope you can bypass him, and he is willing to surrender to you. In the face of the Mo family's young masters begging for mercy, you chose to use the secret method on him to make him your servant. In this regard, the elders of the divine Lord realm of Tao Palace did not say much. The young master of the Mo family can be regarded as a genius in the upper world, so it would be a good thing to make him surrender. As for whether the matter will be exposed, even if it is exposed, the elders of the divine Lord realm of Tao Palace do not think there is any trouble. Although the Tao Palace is also lonely, it is not something that the lonely Mo family can touch. When the ancestors of the Mo family were at their most powerful, they only produced one holy king, which was too weak compared to the Tao Palace. Next, after you order the young master of the Mo family to return to the Mo family, tell the Mo family that there is no magic spear of the Black Abyss Demon Lord in the lower world, and then let him go. And you also took Lin Yuanyuan, Yi Chun, Kai Yonglong, Bai Hong, and other acquaintances to the upper realm. After all, I was unable to take them to the upper realm with me before, but now that I have brought an elder of the divine Lord realm with me to the lower realm, I am naturally able to take them with me. But in the upper realm, only a few people can grow faster. After returning to the Tao Palace, Lin Yuanyuan and others also joined the Tao Palace, and you also came to the Sutra Pavilion, looking for the information you wanted. Soon after, you found information about the magic stone. This magic stone, called Heavenly Demonic Stone, is one of the mysterious ores for forging demonic soldiers. It is extremely rare. The natal demonic soldiers forged from Heavenly Demonic Stone have extremely high growth potential and are the material that demonic cultivators dream of. Of course, although it is a material exclusively used by demonic cultivators, the weapons used by righteous cultivators also have magical uses and can be said to be of astonishing value. In addition, this magic stone has another wonderful use, that is, it can sharpen one's own will. However, there are some risks in doing this, that is, it is easy to go crazy. After you learned how precious the Heavenly Demon Stone was, you praised it and planned to use it for practice in the future. If you encounter something good in the future, you can also use it in exchange. Next, you left the Sutra Pavilion and planned to continue practicing in seclusion. It was during this time that news came out that the Saint of the Yuan family had broken through to the true God realm, defeated various geniuses in a row, and even defeated the leader of a divine sect, which shocked the ancient planet of Taiyuan. Not only the saints of the Yuan family set foot in the true God realm and achieved remarkable results, but the saint sons of the Zhang family, Hengyuan Holy Dynasty, and other descendants of the Taiyuan ancient star forces also set foot in the true God realm one after another, and began to challenge heroes from all walks of life, conquer other people's luck, and cultivate my own invincible heart will pave the way for my future sainthood, and even my journey to the three realms of enlightenment. You are not surprised to hear the news that this group of people broke through to the true God realm and started various fierce battles. This group of people are all truly talented people, and they are 1,000 or 2,000 years older than you. When you just ascended to the upper world, they were already half-step into the true God realm. Now it is not unusual for them to have breakthroughs one after another. Of course, for monks in the upper realm, especially those in the false God and true God realms, the age of 3,000 or 4,000 years is actually equivalent to the teenage years of a mortal, so they can still be called young geniuses. It can only be said that monks have different concepts of time. Many times, hundreds of years have passed in one retreat. However, you didn't care about the Taiyuan ancient star prodigies who started fierce battles with heroes from all walks of life. Instead, you planned to continue retreating, attack the true God realm, and then come out. It's a pity that you don't want to cause trouble, but someone doesn't let you do it. The saint daughter of the Yuan family came directly to the Dao Palace and wants to challenge you. Regarding this, you were speechless. This guy is really targeting you. This woman really holds a grudge. In your opinion, whether it was the last memory or this simulation, it was the younger brother of the saint of the Yuan family who took the initiative to challenge, and then was instantly killed by you. If there is something wrong with your own Taoist heart, it has nothing to do with you. You can only say that the other party's Taoist heart is too fragile. It turns out that the sister of the Yuan family saint is always looking for the right opportunity to take revenge. In the past years, you have heard that the saint of the Yuan family came to challenge you several times, but you were in retreat to attack the true God realm every time, so she was defeated every time. This time, the other party probably heard the breakthrough and came over shortly after the breakthrough. In this regard, you also think she is annoying, and you also want to get a sacred weapon from this unreasonable woman. For this reason, you agreed to her challenge. Then, a shocking battle broke out between you under the witness of powerful people from all walks of life. In the end, you had no idea of holding back. The Taoist Emperor Sutra and the pseudo-law of Dzogchen time and space were brought into full play by you, and you forcibly defeated the Yuan family saint in the true God realm with a half-step of true God realm cultivation. The saintess of the Yuan family was defeated by you and lost a sacred weapon. She was a little lost, and her Taoist heart was almost broken. The Yuan family was also in pain, while the master of the Dao Palace was smiling from ear to ear. After the results of the battle came out, the entire Taiyuan ancient planet was in a sensation. After all, time and space are the most difficult to comprehend. It is really terrifying that you have comprehended the false laws of time and space in the half-step realm of true God. In addition, the saintess of the Yuan family who leapfrogged the level and defeated the true God realm was also perverted enough. This battle has directly established your title as the #1 genius in the Taiyuan ancient star and the strongest in the same realm. The other geniuses in the Taiyuan ancient star are silent and have no choice but to submit. As for you, you did not pay attention to the turmoil in the outside world and did not want to continue tossing outside. Instead, you chose to retreat, continue to attack the true God realm, and build your own altar. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. You have ended your seclusion, successfully broke through to the true God realm, and ushered in an extremely terrifying natural disaster. In this regard, you have no fear. With your tyrannical strength, you have survived the catastrophe, successfully stepped into the true God realm, and become a true God. You can also be called a true strong man in today's upper world. After all, the leaders of the major religious sects are only in the true God realm, and you have already reached this level, and your cultivation level is not weaker than theirs. People of your generation have also spent thousands of years practicing to reach this level. After your breakthrough, the powerful men in the Tao Palace all congratulated you, and you were also very happy. It was at this time that a terrifying coercion swept across the entire Taiyuan ancient star, causing the entire Taiyuan ancient star to tremble. This terrifying coercion is not directed at the other forces and creatures in the Taiyuan ancient star, but is simply directed at the Tao Palace. Therefore, the imperial soldiers in the Tao Palace were immediately alerted and immediately revived to withstand this terrifying pressure. In addition, the ancestors of the Tao Palace who were sealed in the divine source were also awakened, broke open the divine source, and rushed out, hoping to hold the imperial weapons to resist the oppressive master. You were horrified to the extreme when you saw this scene. You didn't expect such a terrifying enemy to come and target the Tao Palace. However, you remember that the Tao Palace in your memory will still exist hundreds of years later, so nothing major will happen. Tao Palace should have withstood this disaster. However, you think too much. The ancestor of the Tao Palace was born, holding the imperial weapon and fighting against the mysterious strong man in the universe. He was killed by a single move, and even the imperial weapon could not protect him. Then, you were directly caught and kidnapped by a terrifying force. After you were kidnapped, you were directly refined by the other party. It turns out that the other party's goal is you. Because when you were going through the tribulation, the aura of the time and space body was revealed and was sensed by this terrifying and powerful man. For this reason, he focused on the origin of your time and space body. This kind of physique is also of great benefit to a strong man like him. You know very well that there is no way to survive in front of such strong men. Therefore, you did not choose to use the resurrection talisman to resurrect and give the other party a chance to refine you again. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the text simulation reached this point, many pictures and spiritual insights appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and his vision also changed. He came to a deep place, where a terrifying strong man whose face could not be seen clearly was refining him and absorbing the origin of time and space. This guy can actually fly away, even the Emperor's soldiers, and forcefully kill the self-proclaimed ancestor of the Tao Palace. How terrifying is his cultivation level? Wang Ping silently stared at this powerful man, amazed in his heart. However, this is the end of the Dharma era. The opponent has such terrifying combat power, which can only mean that he had such cultivation 100,000 years ago. For such a strong person, living for 100,000 years may be very difficult. Something easy. Wang Ping made another guess. At the same time, it is also somewhat difficult to handle. He did not expect that his time-space Tao body would be so attractive to these old monsters that they would actually ignore the power of the imperial weapons, forcefully attack the Tao Palace, and kidnap him for refining. However, considering the particularity of the time and space body, this may be a normal thing. It seems that in the future, we still have to hide it and cannot expose our physique at will. Of course, the reason for this result is most likely it's because of the tribulation. During the tribulation, I used the power of the time and space body and used the tribulation to sharpen my body a few times before I could be perceived by this powerful and terrifying person. Otherwise, the other party could have taken action long ago, and there is no need to wait until now. In addition, there is also the possibility that the other party happened to pass by the Taiyuan ancient star and discovered my time and space body. If this is the case, then I am really unlucky guy. Wang Ping rubbed his chin, thinking secretly. While Wang Ping was thinking, his consciousness flickered, his vision changed, and he returned to Zhang Hu's world again. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following. Cultivation Level 1 of True God Realm. Purple Talent Infinity Blade. The Natal Artifact, High-Grade Artifact Level. That is Sacred Weapon of the Yuan family. Heavenly Demon Stone. This purple talent really has no sense of existence at all. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and couldn't help but complain. Of course, Wang Ping also knew very well that the reason why this purple talent had no sense of existence was because he had experienced too few battles in the simulation. To be precise, there were too few life and death battles that pushed him to the limit. Otherwise, it will definitely be highlighted in the simulation. As for whether the battle with the Saint of the Yuan family had the effect of stimulating the purple talent, Endless Blade, it is unknown. The old rule is don't choose the reward first, simulate a wave, and figure out the weird situation first. Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and thought to himself. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't face the weird boss or meets the newbie weird in the initial chat group, it's actually quite easy to deal with him. Without him, he is strong enough and has an intelligence advantage, so he can easily find weird things and crush them. In addition, in Wang Ping's opinion, the weirdness that would come to this kind of world that is not strong is not likely to be an awesome weirdness. This mission shouldn't be difficult. System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Wang Ping said silently in his heart. Ding, the life simulator starts and the free simulation begins. The system's voice rang. Immediately afterwards, Wang Ping felt his consciousness flicker and entered a state of immersive simulation. System, fast forward. Wang Ping said again. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to take action. Your method is very simple and crude. You directly cover the entire world with your spiritual thoughts, trying to roughly find the abnormal guy. However, you didn't notice anything unusual. In response, you began to search more roughly. That is, directly blowing up the entire world. However, you were surprised to find that you still didn't hear the notification sound that the group task was completed. This makes you understand instantly. The strange thing is not in the lower world, but in the divine world. For this reason, after you found the connection between the lower world and the God realm through perception, you took Kai Yonglong and others without hesitation, tore apart the space, and forcibly headed to the God realm. When you come to the God realm, you will find that the God realm has changed drastically. You do not feel the breath of many gods, only the breath of one God. This aura is bright and evil, giving people a very contradictory feeling. In this regard, you directly judge that this is the aura of the Lord of Light, and the Lord of Light has been strangely taken away. And the weirdness that took away the main God of Light directly destroyed the gods and swallowed them up. The aura of the Lord God of Light at this moment is extremely powerful. Even you now are surprised by the aura of the Lord God of Light. In your opinion, the strength of the Lord God of Light, who has not been taken away, is the level of nirvana. However, the current Lord God of Light has reached the power level of the false God realm, and this improvement is too terrifying. When you sense the strength of Wei, Wei is not surprised by your arrival, but welcomes you. This makes Kai Yonglong and others a little surprised, and you also frowned. To be honest, you are a little surprised by the strange reaction, but you are not particularly surprised. Since weirdness has appeared in this world, and the Lord of Light has cooperated with weirdness and knows that they have come to participate in missions, we know that this world has been protected. The strange appearance will naturally trigger the self-rescue response of the world again and ask for help from the outside world. You didn't mean to talk nonsense with Weird and directly started a shocking battle with him. You easily defeated weirdness. Although Weird is powerful, it is the strength of an ordinary false god realm. To you now, it is really nothing. After all, although your cultivation is only at the first level of the virtual god realm, your other configurations are too high, and your strength far exceeds the ordinary virtual god realm. It's just that something happened that made you solemn. After Wei Wei was killed by you, he was resurrected again, but this time, his strength has become even stronger. You fought with it again and killed it again. However, Wei was resurrected again, and his strength became much stronger again, reaching a level that rivals the 7th level of the virtual god realm. You doubt that if you kill him again, the other person's strength may be comparable to or even surpass yours. This is weird. It actually gets stronger the more you kill it. When you ascended to the upper realm, the lower realm was destroyed by you, all the believers in the lower realm were dead, and there was no other life in the divine realm. In other words, the other party was not resurrected through believers. For this reason, you can only speculate that there is a limit to the number of times the opponent can be resurrected, or in other words, the opponent's ability to resurrect has an upper limit. As long as you use a power that far exceeds his upper limit to completely destroy it, the opponent can be completely destroyed. Die. But judging from the previous battles, you obviously do not have the strength to exceed his upper limit. After all, you used all your strength from the beginning, but the other party still came back to life. As for you killing him again and betting on the number of resurrections, that would be too risky. For this, you can only think of one solution, and that is to let Lin Yuan, the Overlord, take the bow and squeeze out the weirdness. This is also the way you have solved weird problems many times. It can be said that Lin Yuan has become a being who specializes in weirdness. Immediately, you burst out your magical power in time and space and forcibly controlled it. Then, you let Lin Yuan forcefully seize the strangeness of the Lord God of Light. It's just that something happened that made you silent. The Lord God of Light is obviously a male god, but after taking it off, he has a female body. Weird is taunting you, saying that you have killed one of his kin through this method. Do you think it will still take the bait? In fact, Lin Yuan's ability is easy to crack. That is, if you transform into a woman, you will not be able to have normal intercourse. In addition, methods such as cutting off the root of troubles, cutting off lust, and physiological instincts can also avoid the fate of being killed after being forcibly controlled. Seeing that force is not enough, Lin Yuan is helpless. This is the first time she has encountered this situation. Kai Yonglong, Fang Yun, Wu Jun, and others were also stunned. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Next, you ask Wu Jun to go up and see if he can activate the frontal possibility and solve the weirdness. Hearing your words, Wu Jun activated his ability without hesitation. Then, under the strangely confused and frightened eyes, his body turned into ashes and died completely. After the strange death, you also received the group mission notification sound, announcing that you have completed the group mission. You were a little speechless about this. You didn't expect that you fought hard to control it, but Wu Jun directly triggered the possibility of instant death, which was terrifying. However, this strategy method is not a normal strategy method at all, and it is not very helpful for killing weirdos in reality. After all, in this simulation, Wu Jun can activate this possibility, but in reality, it may not be possible. Because the group task has been completed, you chose to actively exit the simulation. Because of your choice, this simulation ends. As the text simulation ended, many pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and then he exited the simulation state, and his vision returned to the private room. Brother Wang, how is the situation? Seeing the change in Brother Wang's expression, Lin Yuan was the first to ask. The situation is a bit troublesome. Wang Ping frowned and said. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became slightly more solemn. Brother Wang is now a strong man in the virtual god realm. Even Brother Wang now says it's a bit troublesome, which means that this weird thing is not simple. It is most likely to be more difficult to deal with than the weird things they have dealt with before. Wang Ping glanced at the crowd and directly spoke out the simulation content without any ink marks. After listening, everyone looked at each other. This was so weird. He actually knew they were coming and was still on guard against Lin Yuan's ability. It was terrifying. Brother Wang, is it possible that this weird thing is phishing? The development in the simulation may not be correct, just like in Wu Yueming's world. Kai Yonglong couldn't help but send a message to Wang Ping. He knew that Wang Ping's life simulator could not simulate the conditions of the heavens. If another strange thing happens when they pass by, it will be troublesome. I also thought about this possibility, so I have a little headache. Wang Ping frowned and replied, although there is no other weirdness in the simulator, it does not mean that it will not happen in reality. Maybe the other party is on the road and can break into this world at any time. If this is the case, there is still a possibility that they will be destroyed. The strategy of relying on Wu Jun's golden finger is not reliable. How can we deal with this? Although this strange ability does not have any dangerous abilities, it is very troublesome to be resurrected and become stronger after being killed once. Zhang Hu said with a headache. Don't worry. I'll try again. Wang Ping shook his head and closed his eyes again. Seeing this, everyone also became quiet. System, I want to conduct a free simulation. Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding, the life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins. The sound of the system rang again, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and he entered the immersive simulation state again. System, fast forward. Wang Ping spoke. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded again. The screen appeared, and text also appeared. On the first day, you took action again. However, this time, you did not destroy the lower world, but went directly to the upper world. When you come to the upper world, you will find the weirdness that has been waiting for you. This time, you did not kill the weird thoughts, but used your power to ban them. However, this time, although you did not kill Wei's power is obviously continuing to increase. Obviously, this weirdness also has another ability, which is to continue to grow stronger with the help of faith. And because he devoured other gods, all the beliefs in the lower world belong to him. For this reason, you frowned and slaughtered the lower realm. Then the strange power stopped growing. However, he still taunts you because you can't kill him. In this regard, you didn't have any nonsense thoughts and directly asked Wu Jun to use the power of Golden Finger. However, this time, Wu Jun's Golden Finger did not trigger the instant death effect and did not kill Wei. Instead, it resurrected the gods. With the resurrection of the gods, the strange power has also been weakened a lot. Seeing this, you have to be convinced. Wu Jun's Golden Finger is so buggy that it can be called an all-purpose wishing machine. However, this wishing machine is random and anything can happen. Next, after you think about it, try to use the strongest secret method to burn the source and launch the strongest blow against the weakened weirdness. However, after Wei was killed by you, he came back to life again. There is absolutely nothing you could do against him. For this reason, after you got a headache, you took the initiative to end the simulation. Because continuing to simulate is just a waste of time and meaningless. It's really troublesome. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content and sighed. The power of the first level of False God Realm cannot kill this weirdo, and he has completely proved this. In other words, he can only improve his combat power by obtaining rewards from paid simulations, thereby completely eliminating this weirdness. However, once he chooses the cultivation reward, the price of paid simulation will skyrocket, and it will be really difficult to afford it. After all, going from the first level of the Virtual God Realm to the first level of the True God Realm directly increased one big realm plus so many smaller realms. The resource consumption required to pay for simulation again would make his scalp numb. From the words of the Tao Palace Master in the previous paid simulation, he knew that resources were scarce in the Dharma ending era. If he went to the upper realm, he might not be able to obtain so many cultivation resources in a short period of time for paid simulations. So, I can't take elective courses, so I only have two choices. Wang Ping thought silently. Choose the Holy Weapon and the Purple Talent Infinity Blade. Use the power of the Holy Weapon to suppress the strange. If the Purple Talent Endless Blade can trigger another wave of critical strikes, that would be the best thing. If the power of the Holy Weapon cannot completely suppress the strangeness, then Wang Ping will have no choice but to run away. This is weird, can't be killed, can't be offended, the other party may be fishing, it's really too dangerous. For this reason, it is better to go back to the Purple Spirit Realm and continue to simulate and become stronger before dealing with him. As for whether something will happen to Zhang, who during this period, Wang Ping can only mourn for him and the world for 3 seconds. Brother Wang, what's in your eyes? I'm a little panicked. Seeing Wang Ping looking at him with pity, Zhang Hu felt his scalp numb and panicked. It's nothing, it's inevitable. You have no choice but to move. Wang Ping comforted Zhang Hu and said, "Ah." Zhang Hu's face darkened, knowing that the situation was probably very bad. Wang Ping did not hide anything and told the situation. This made everyone look at each other in shock. This weird resurrection ability is really outrageous. You can't kill it no matter how you kill it. What should you do now? Increase your combat power and give it one last try. If it doesn't work, prepare to ask Chen Si from the group to support you. If it still doesn't work, prepare to retreat. Wang Ping glanced at everyone and said this frankly. Although he has become very powerful, Wang Ping feels that dealing with strange things is not a shameful thing, and it is not shameful to retreat temporarily as long as he saves his life. I agree. Everyone couldn't help but nodded when they heard this. Only Zhang, who felt a little melancholy. This world is quite good, but he doesn't want it to be destroyed. Wang Ping did not continue to pay attention to everyone, but said silently in his heart, "For the system, I choose Purple Talent, Endless Blade, and Yuan Family Sacred Artifact." As Wang Ping made his choice, he felt that there was an extremely powerful sacred weapon in his storage space. It was the Yuan family's sacred weapon, the natal weapon of the saint. As for the feeling after receiving the talent, there is nothing special at all. This talent needs to be triggered in battle. Normally, there is no possibility of actively using it. It is equivalent to a passive skill. Next, Wang Ping let out a breath and planned to simulate again. However, this time Wang Ping was thinking whether to conduct a free simulation or a paid simulation. If you perform a paid simulation and you can refresh a powerful talent, it may also be the key to breaking the game, or it may provide you with an extra layer of self-protection when facing strange fishing. In the end, Wang Ping planned to conduct a paid simulation. Anyway, he still had several paid simulation opportunities, so it didn't matter if he used them once. This was all for insurance purposes. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. After Wang Ping made his decision, he said from the bottom of his heart, "Ding, consume 10 pounds of low-grade divine source, start the life simulator, and the talent is being refreshed." The system's voice rang. "Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the purple talent. Breath concealment, the red talent. Bard, purple talent. Breath masking. With this talent, the host can block the perception of powerful people below the holy realm when using it. When taking action, even a semi-saint would find it difficult to detect your presence. Red talent, Bard. With this talent, the host will become very talented in creating poetry, and in battle, barding poetry can improve combat effectiveness. Hey, the purple talent, Aura Concealment, is an enhanced version of the red talent, Aura Concealment. Not only does it provide group concealment, but it's also difficult to detect even for half-saints. That's pretty good. With this talent, if you hide your aura and go to the god realm to take action against weirdness, you may be able to catch him off guard and eliminate him easily. In that case, even if you are fished by weirdness and other weirdnesses may suddenly appear, it will be safer. After all, as long as we eliminate Wei, we will leave without hesitation and won't give Wei any chance to react. Of course, this premise is that the power of the holy artifact and the infinity blade can truly destroy this unbeatable monster. If it cannot be killed, then even the aura mask is of no use. Thinking of this, Wang Ping said in his heart, "System, I choose the purple talent Aura Concealment." Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The sound of the system rang, and Wang Ping felt that for a moment, he knew that he had entered an immersive simulation state. In response, Wang Ping silently said in his heart, "System, fast forward." Ding, we're in progress. The system's voice sounded again, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you took action, relying on the aura to cover and conceal the secret method, and quietly went to the god realm. Due to the dual effects of aura masking and secret techniques, even though Wei had already deployed the divine perception technique, he was unable to detect your arrival this time. For this reason, after you found out the mystery that took away the Lord God of Light, you directly took out the holy weapon and struck him with a thunder blow. The power of the holy weapon is extremely powerful, and it completely killed this weird creature. Obviously, the power of the holy weapon exceeds the upper limit of this weird immortal ability. To be precise, it has exceeded the current upper limit of Wei Wei's endurance. If Wei Wei's strength continues to increase, even the power of the holy weapon will not be able to kill him. Because the upper limit of his non-immortality ability increases with his strength, it can be said that he is very difficult to deal with. After killing Wei, you receive the notification that the group mission was completed and chose to leave this world. Because you choose to leave this world, this simulation ends. Wang Ping couldn't help but smile when he looked at the content of this text simulation. It seems that the holy weapon is still very powerful, and it directly killed this weird thing completely. Of course, this is still due to the life simulation. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome not to know the strange abilities. Even if there is a sacred weapon, it may not work. After all, although he will not retain his strength, he will not directly use the holy weapon as a big trump card from the beginning. He will definitely test it. Once the test kills Wei once, then he will not be able to kill Wei. After all, according to the description of the text simulation, as long as the weird strength is improved a little more, the holy weapon will be useless. At this time, various pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and he finally exited the simulation state and returned to the private room where Zhang Hu was. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards: Purple Talent Aura Masking, Red Talent Bard, 10 pounds of low-grade Divine Source. System I choose: Purple Talent Aura Masking, Wang Ping said silently in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ping felt that he had gained another talent. Brother Wang, how's it going? Everyone saw Wang Ping smiling and looking forward to it before he spoke. Wang Ping glanced at everyone, nodded, and said, "It seems that there is no need to call Chen Si over." This time the killing of the weird one went very smoothly. Of course, we still need to be careful about the possibility of new weird ones appearing. After all, this weird fishing possibility the sex is quite big. When everyone heard this, they all nodded, feeling that what Wang Ping said made sense. Next, Wang Ping didn't say anything more. After discussing some details, he started taking action to prevent long nights and dreams. Wang Ping acted just like he did in the life simulation, masking his aura, using secret techniques, and took everyone to the upper god realm, where he found the mystery that had taken away the Lord God of Light, and then used the power of the holy weapon to give him a powerful and fatal blow. Faced with the power of the holy weapon to shake up the entire god realm, Wei Wei also showed a look of fear. He did not expect that Wang Ping and others would suddenly appear here and launch such a powerful attack. Faced with such a powerful attack, even he could not resist it and was likely to be killed in one blow. He never thought that he would be eaten by fish while fishing. The weirdness that took away the main god of light felt very depressed. He wanted to resist, but he had no ability to resist at all. He was directly suppressed by the power of the holy weapon. That is to say, when Wang Ping used the sacred weapon to suppress the strangeness of the Lord God of Light, the system's notification sound also sounded in their minds. In response, Kai Yonglong and others showed excitement and said, "Brother Wang, Wei Wei is dead. The group mission is completed." Wang Ping also smiled and nodded, not expecting it to go so smoothly. Although he could kill with one hit in the simulator, there was still the possibility of being fished in the real world, so he was always on guard against emergencies. However, Wang Ping's smile did not last long before he sensed a huge turbulence in the space of this world, and a terrifying evil aura descended. "No, leave quickly." Wang Ping felt this terrifying evil aura. His pupils suddenly shrank, and after leaving these words, he directly chose to teleport away. When the others saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and they skillfully chose to teleport away from this world. Zhang Hu also reacted very quickly and directly used the group points to teleport away. That is, 1 second after Wang Ping and others teleported away, the entire god realm was buried and completely destroyed. Even the lower realm was affected and completely destroyed. The entire magical world was completely destroyed. In the purple spirit realm, Wang Ping, Kai Yonglong, and Zhang Hu all appeared in this world. "Brother Wang, what happened just now?" After returning, Kai Yonglong and Zhang who were both a little surprised and confused. A breath that makes me feel chilly appears. I feel like if I leave a second later, we all have to stay there. Wang Ping took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, Kai Yonglong and others felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster is this? It's scary to have Brother Wang say these words. Then can I still go back? Zhang Hu said in a daze. Why go back? If you want to die, go back. Of course, whether your world still exists is a question. Wang Ping glanced at Zhang Hu and spoke calmly. Well, Zhang Hu fell silent and silently opened the chat group, wanting to see if he could be teleported back. The teleportation coordinates are still there? It doesn't seem to have been destroyed, Zhang Hu said hesitantly. Don't worry, I'll ask the chat group. Wang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ping asked Alpha from the bottom of his heart. Alpha, is Zhang Hu okay in the world? Something happened. Zhang Hu's world has been completely destroyed. As for the origin of the world, it was divided between me and that guy. Alpha said very honestly. Well, Wang Ping fell silent. Good guy, this is the last bit of oil and water squeezed out. Is it really destroyed? This is the first time I have encountered the destruction of the world. Wang Ping sighed, feeling a little complicated. Although he is powerful enough now and has the power to destroy an entire world, he is still too weak in the world. As the most powerful person in the chat group of time travelers, he is still considered a weakling among all the worlds. It seems that if he wants to fully develop the chat group, he still has to go a long way. Of course, Wang Ping is not in a hurry. After all, today's third-generation chat group has only been reorganized a few years ago. It is just in its infancy. It is incomparable to the first-generation traveler chat group and the second-generation chat group that have existed for who knows how long. However, Wang Ping was still confident that he could catch up quickly. After all, the members of their third-generation chat group all have golden fingers and have high growth potential and can become stronger quickly. Brother Wang, how's it going? Seeing Wang Ping's expression change, Zhang Hu felt a knot in his heart and couldn't help but ask. The world you live in is gone. Wang Ping patted Zhang Hu on the shoulder, shook his head, and said. Hearing this, Zhang Hu's pupil shrank, and he became completely silent. Is it really destroyed? Then my master, my friends, and the woman I like are all dead? Zhang Hu murmured to himself, his expression very bitter. Condolences. Kai Yonglong opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. As time travelers, they once imagined the future and thought they were the protagonists. Later, the cruel reality hit them again and again, making them understand that they were just little shrimps and they could barely survive only because of the existence of Brother Wang. Even so, many people died once. Now, we are finally facing the situation of the world being destroyed. We have no way out. We can only continue to get stronger. When you are strong enough, it is not impossible to turn back the time of that world. Wang Ping shook his head and comforted himself. That's what I say, but it's too difficult to become that strong. Zhang Hu smiled bitterly. Brother Wang, it seems that I can only hang out in your world. After a pause, Zhang Hu sighed. Yeah, just work hard to become stronger in this world. Wang Ping nodded. Next, Wang Ping and others also bubbled up in the chat group and told Zhang Hu about the destruction of the world. For a moment, everyone in the group was silent. The topic of world destruction is too heavy. Not to mention, this is not a topic, but a real thing that happened, which is really too depressing. They all thought about whether their own world would have such a day. It seems that the probability is not small. However, even if they speculate that the same thing may happen in the future, what can they do but become stronger silently? Only in this way can they have the ability to protect themselves and the world they live in. Of course, members like Qin Tian and Yi Xiaofan, whose world has already encountered problems and who are likely to be hopeless, can only sigh with complicated emotions. On Wang Ping's side, after closing the chat group, he silently opened the red envelope for the complete group task reward. Ding! Congratulations on your contribution to this group task being 100% and receiving a reward of 150 million group points. The voice of the chat group system rang. This made Wang Ping a little surprised. After all, he had thought that he would get 10 million group points if he died, but he didn't expect that it would be 150 million group points. Is this weird so valuable? Although this guy already has the combat power of the false god realm, according to Alpha's previous urine, he shouldn't have so many. Could it be that? Because this time the origin of the world is divided, there are additional gains. Alpha's cold voice rang out, explaining Wang Ping's question. That's it, it's a wave. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, not surprised by this answer, but muttered. No wonder there are so many people in the world who like to make money and leave. This way of making money is much faster than making money slowly. Don't think wrongly, the power positioning is different, we can't do this. Alpha reminded. I'm not wrong. After all, we are a lawful force. Wang Ping chuckled. Next, Wang Ping had no intention of continuing to chat with Alpha, but planned to continue the paid simulation. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding. Consume 10 pounds of low-grade divine source. The life simulator starts, and the paid simulation begins. The system voice sounded. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the red talent. Little Master of Suicide. Red talent. Master of Seeking Death. With this talent, the host will like to commit suicide and believe that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Although you will really die if you seek death, it can also increase the probability of getting great opportunities. What kind of bad talent is this? Wang Ping looked at the talent that was refreshed this time in silence. Although he may have deliberately explored the path in the simulation many times, he did not want to commit suicide without thinking. This talent is poisonous. It seems that the ominous premonition has come true before, and bad luck has begun to appear. Wang Ping sighed. Then he suddenly realized and started the simulation. System, fast forward. Wang Ping spoke, not having any expectations for this simulation. Ding, fast forward. The system's voice sounded, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to practice. Next, after you arranged your backup plan in the purple spirit realm, you chose to ascend to the upper realm. Next, you act and practice as you remember. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years have passed, and your cultivation has greatly improved, reaching the level of a half-step true god, and you are not far away from the true god. Then, you chose the lower realm, caught the young master of the MO family, and took away his black magic stone. Then, you started to seek death by touching the supreme weapon of the porcelain black abyss demonic spear, hoping to conquer it. You almost succeeded in trying to commit suicide this time, but unfortunately you still fell short. The rebound from the seal, plus the black mist leak from the magic weapon, killed you twice, and you died. Because of your death, this simulation ends. Well, sure enough, this simulation was really tempting. I dared to touch the magic weapon, but it overturned. I was GG on the spot. Wang Ping looked at the content of this simulation and was speechless. However, this text simulation describes a near success. It seems that although this red talent, Death-Seeking Master, is a bit of a trick, it does hope to help me get a big opportunity. Wang Ping rubbed his chin again and pondered slightly. It's a pity. Even so, it is impossible for me to choose this cheating talent. In reality, if I choose it, it will affect my character. If I seek death, I will really die. While Wang Ping was sighing with emotion, many pictures and spiritual insights also appeared in his mind, and finally he returned to the real world. At the same time, the system sound also rang. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose one of the following rewards. A random low-grade artifact. Red talent, the little master who seeks death. True God Starflower. The reward this time is really shabby. Wang Ping looked at this reward and couldn't help but complain. Then, he chose the True God Starflower, a precious medicine that could help the True God improve to a small level without any side effects. After receiving the treasure, Wang Ping simulated it again. However, something happened that left Wang Ping speechless. The next talents drawn are all crazy, all kinds of weird talents, and weird ways to die. This reminded Wang Ping that something like this happened some time ago. After the awesome talent, They're all pitfalls, and the non-chiefs have reached the extreme. The rewards that are refreshed are also spicy. This time, it's the same. What's the use of refreshing a bunch of low-grade artifacts? The only useful one is his mid-level natal artifact. Hey, the side effects of continuous gold and purple withdrawals are really annoying. However, this bad luck can't be overcome without a few waves of bad luck. Now, there is only one last chance to simulate life, and we can only delay the simulation for a while. Wang Ping was a little helpless. After the simulation, we can only go to the upper world and hope that nothing bad will happen. Otherwise, we can only rely on the traditional chat group to escape. Wang Ping muttered, thinking a little awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, Wang Ping has been practicing silently, carrying out group tasks, and saving his luck. During these 3 months, the group was as restless as ever. Wang Ping also controlled Su Yi and focused on training Zhang Haoran. I have to say that the combination of Zhang Haoran and Su Yi's golden fingers is indeed interesting. The doubling directly multiplied Wang Ping's natal artifact 8 times. Then, Zhang Haoran's golden finger was used to synthesize it, and the middle-grade artifact was forcibly synthesized into a top-grade artifact. A top-notch artifact. This is a weapon that can only be cultivated by a powerful person in the divine sovereign realm. As a result, Wang Ping, a virtual god, was born directly. Of course, the reason why Su Yi was able to multiply and the reason why Zhang Haoran was able to synthesize the best artifact was because Wang Ping strengthened their golden fingers and raised the upper limit of his golden fingers. Otherwise, doubling and synthesizing artifacts would be difficult to achieve with the initial golden finger. In addition to doubling resources and synthesizing high-level resources, the strength of the people in the group also changes dramatically. Zhang Jun also went to the Purple Spirit Realm to kill people. Then, after being taken away, his strength soared directly to the quasi-emperor level. Chun Yao also quickly rose to the level of an emperor while trading resources with Wang Ping. This means that Wang Ping himself has exhausted all the divine resources. Otherwise, if Chun Yao is given some divine sources, she can continue to become stronger, and it is not difficult to reach the quasi-god or even the virtual god realm. As for the other group members, they have also become stronger. Even if they are not the type who can reach the sky with golden fingers, they can quickly improve their strength with Lin Yuanyuan's initiation. It can only be said that after Wang Ping began to vigorously train other group members, and after the group members cooperated with each other, the light of their golden fingers finally fully bloomed. Next, it's time for me to conduct one last simulation, hoping to refresh my talents with more normal abilities. I'm really fed up with weird talents,